Chapter 2948 The Profound Spirit Flower and the Golden Nematode. In the Devata realms, an overarching heaven supreme celestial, excluding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, could raise his or her cultivation base once with profound golden pills. On the other hand, a great overarching golden celestial could use evolving golden pills to raise his or her cultivation base. As for ordinary golden celestials, they could raise their cultivation bases with golden gilded pills. Earlier today, Duan Ling Tian had left the imperial palace after he had successfully stabilized his cultivation base that was of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It took him the entire night to stabilize his foundation. When morning dawned, he left the palace with Lu Guanglin and went to a restaurant. That was where he had run into Huang Jialong. Now that Duan Ling Tian had successfully stabilized his cultivation base after becoming a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he, naturally, could not wait to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With another breakthrough, he would be strong enough to survive the southern heaven ancient realm that would open in half a year. After all, rumors had it that the southern heaven ancient realm was fraught with danger. Out of 10 people who entered that place, it was likely that not even half would be able to leave alive. Celestial dukes and those who are stronger can't enter the lower realm of the southern heavenly ancient realm. Moreover, it's said that if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial has a breakthrough and becomes a one basic celestial duke after entering the realm, he or she would be sent out immediately. This means I won't be able to use my consumable royal grade celestial weapon if I want to continue staying in there. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to rely on the profound golden pill to improve his cultivation base before he had to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. It was likely that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists was able to refine the profound golden pill. However, Duan Ling Tian was 70% certain he would be able to successfully refine the pill since he was confident in his ability as a prominent celestial alchemist in the third form profound divine metal. Previously, thanks to the memory of the rebirth martial emperor that the profound divine metal used to help him, his talent and knowledge in alchemy had improved greatly. Currently, even an ordinary supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist might not be as skilled as him. In the past, he had even bested a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect during the alchemy conference held in the 6 southeastern regions. In the middle of the night, Duan Ling Tian sat quietly in his room. A pill cauldron sat in front of him. It was the prominent celestial pill cauldron that he had been using to refine pills all this while. I haven't been refining pills for quite a while now, so my skills are a little rusty. Duan Ling Tian had to familiarize himself with refining pills again since it had been a long time since he last refined pills. It was normal for one's skill to deteriorate without enough practice, after all. However, with Duan Ling Tian's talent and knowledge, it only took him a few hours to become proficient again. At this moment, Lu Guanglin, who had just returned from running errands for Duan Ling Tian, called out, "My lord, many of the larger medicinal stores are closed, so I only managed to buy a few medicinal herbs. I will return to check the larger stores tomorrow." Since it was late when he had gone out, he did not manage to buy most of the medicinal herbs in the list even though he had looked everywhere in the capital of the supporting Fall nation. The next day, Lu Guanglin went out again and did not return until dark. "My lord, there are 2 medicinal herbs that I couldn't find. They're the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode." Lu Guanglin handed the medicinal herbs he managed to buy to Duan Ling Tian before he continued to say, "The person in charge of the large medicinal store said that the profound spirit flower and golden nematode are very rare medicinal herbs and even the imperial family might not have them." "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was within his expectations. "My lord, these medicinal herbs you bought, they seem to be ingredients for the profound golden pill." Initially, Lu Guanglin did not know for what purpose Duan Ling Tian wanted the medicinal herbs. He was not a celestial alchemist and was not familiar with medicinal herbs, after all. However, while he was shopping for medicinal herbs today, various shopkeepers had asked him if he was going to refine the profound golden pill when he inquired about the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode. Nevertheless, he knew what the profound golden pill was. He knew it was a prominent celestial pill that would help a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial immediately. The pill was also widely regarded as one of the best prominent celestial pills. He knew the pill was held in such regard not only because of its miraculous medicinal effect but also due to its rarity and the difficult refinement process. "My lord, although I am not a celestial alchemist, I've also heard of the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill is said to be the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists or 100 supreme duke-grade celestial alchemists is able to refine it. Lu Guanglin's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, only supreme royal-grade celestial alchemists can confidently say they have 100% certainty of successfully refining the profound golden pill. Soon after, Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up as he said in awe, My lord, do you know a supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist who can refine the pills for you? It was natural that he had reached this conclusion since he assumed Duan Ling Tian was not a celestial alchemist but was confident about obtaining the profound golden pill. To Lu Guanglin's confusion, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, no. Then, he continued to say, I plan to refine the pills myself. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a celestial alchemist. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin's eyes brightened again. Even a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a monster. My lord, don't tell me that you're a supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist. Of course not, Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said, I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist. A prominent celestial alchemist? Lu Guanglin was perplexed. He was truly amazed that not only was Duan Ling Tian extremely strong, but Duan Ling Tian was also a prominent celestial alchemist at such a young age. Nevertheless, he still did not think Duan Ling Tian would be capable of successfully refining the profound golden pill. When he regained his senses, he said with a wry smile on his face, My lord, if you're a prominent celestial alchemist, there's a high chance you'll fail to refine the profound golden pill even if you manage to gather all the herbs. Why don't you go to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation and ask if he knows of any supreme royal-grade celestial alchemist? In alchemy, talent, knowledge, and skills were not everything, one had to have sufficient experience as well. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Even if he was extremely talented, how could he possibly refine a pill that 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists could not refine? There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Even if I go to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation for help, I'll only ask for the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode. The profound spirit flower and golden nematode were both very rare medicinal herbs, and they were also the two of the main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. The name of the pill was derived from the names of the two medicinal herbs. A plan appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he mused inwardly, tomorrow, I'll ask for an audience with the emperor of the supporting Fall nation and see if he has the profound spirit flower and the golden nematodes. If he's unwilling to give them to me, I'll offer to buy it with celestial stones. Despite his thoughts, he was rather certain the emperor of the supporting Fall nation would not refuse him if the emperor truly owned the two herbs. Naturally, there was a small chance that the emperor would only give him the two herbs in exchange for celestial stones. So you're going to personally refine it, my lord? Lu Guanglin felt that Duan Ling Tian would fail to refine the profound golden pill and waste the medicinal herbs. However, he remained silent when he saw how resolute Duan Ling Tian was. A crazy thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps, Master is really able to refine the pills. Early in the morning the next day, Duan Ling Tian left his room and sat in the courtyard for a while before he finally went to look for the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Coincidentally, as soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the palace where Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, lived, he saw Hu Linyi walking out with 4 eunuchs surrounding him. Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian greeted Hu Linyi and cupped his fists together at him. Duan Ling Tian. Hu Linyi was slightly surprised to see Duan Ling Tian. Are you here to see me? What's the matter? Hu Linyi asked with a smile. He was betting on Duan Ling Tian to bring him many benefits, so he was, naturally, friendly toward Duan Ling Tian. Your Majesty, I have a question. Are there any profound spirit flowers and golden nematode in the palace? If you have them, I'm willing to buy them from you with celestial stones, Duan Ling Tian replied without beating around the bush. The profound spirit flower, the golden nematode, Hu Linyi's eyes flashed. If I'm not mistaken, these two herbs are the main ingredients to refine the prominent celestial pill, the profound golden pill, right? That's right, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly and nodded. He used the profound divine metal to hide what needed to be hidden before revealing his true cultivation base to Hu Linyi. I plan to take the profound golden pill in order to break through and become a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial before entering the southern heaven ancient realm. with this, I'll stand out more in front of the 3 sects and 2 clans and get the recognition that I deserve. His every word was calculated to move Hu Lingyi. Why you're just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Hu Lingyi's eyes widened in shock when he discovered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was that of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian was just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than his 4th son. If Duan Ling Tian broke through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, how insanely powerful would he become at that time? Chapter 2949 The Expensive Communication Celestial Talisman. Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not imagine even his wildest dreams that the purple-clad young man in front of him was just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, this was the same young man who had easily blocked the all-out attack from Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, and also defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Even his son, Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was far from being able to defeat Huang Jialong with a single move. Before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, his son was widely regarded as the most talented person, second only to him, in the supporting Fall Nation. He had never even considered the possibility that Duan Ling Tian had concealed his cultivation base and had easily assumed Duan Ling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Who would have thought Duan Ling Tian was just a heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial? This meant that as a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Ling Tian still had room to increase his strength as his cultivation improved. On the contrary, unless his son broke through and became a celestial duke or mastered a royal-grade celestial method or royal-grade divine ability, his son, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, could no longer increase his strength. Duan Ling Tian is already so strong when he's just heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How strong would he be when he breaks through and becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Hu Lingyi looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shuddered inwardly. If he successfully breaks through and becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll be the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, right? He gulped, and his expression turned solemn when he thought about this. After a beat, Hu Lingyi asked Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, do you really plan to join the 3 sects and 2 clans? Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. Therefore, he was worried that Duan Ling Tian did not intend to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. If that happened, regardless of how talented or outstanding Duan Ling Tian was, he would not be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll definitely join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Ling Tian could guess Hu Lingyi's thoughts, so he looked at Hu Lingyi sincerely and responded without any hesitation to reassure Hu Lingyi. Hu Lingyi nodded before he said, the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode are very rare medicinal herbs. I only have the profound spirit flower. Neither I nor the palace has the golden nematode. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a flower appeared out of thin air in his hand. The flower had 9 petals and shone with a faint light. Although the flower had been plucked for a long time, it showed no sign of wilting. It was still oddly fresh. Hu Lingyi handed the profound spirit flower to Duan Ling Tian as he said, I came across this flower by chance a few years ago. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Anyway, have you found a celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill for you? Thank you, Your Majesty. I owe you a favor. Duan Ling Tian took the profound spirit flower without any hesitation. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me finding a celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. Hu Lingyi's eyes widened. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he was still shocked. Even if he could find a celestial alchemist capable of refining the profound golden pill, he still had to spend a large sum of money to pay the celestial alchemist to help him refine the profound golden pill. When he regained his senses, he said, among the 2 main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill, the golden nematode is even rarer than the profound spirit flower. I will order my men to pay attention to any information regarding the golden nematode. If I hear anything, I'll notify you as soon as I can. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. With Hu Lingyi's help, he would only need to expend half the effort to search for the golden nematode. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Hu Lingyi, Duan Ling Tian finally took his leave. After returning to the Origin Gathering Hall, Duan Ling Tian used a communication celestial talisman to send a message to Huang Jialong. The communication celestial talisman Duan Ling Tian used was a relatively high-grade communication celestial talisman in the Devata realms. One would have to leave one's soul mark on the talisman in order to send it. Theoretically, nobody, not even a celestial emperor, would be able to intercept it. This was because the message was conveyed through the soul mark on the communication celestial talisman. Needless to say, this communication celestial talisman was far more precious than ordinary communication celestial talismans. Even ordinary communication celestial talismans inscribed by celestial kings were inferior to this communication celestial talisman. Duan Ling Tian had obtained this communication celestial talisman from the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation after he won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At the same time, he was also given a talisman bearing Hu Linyi's soul mark to make it easier for him to directly communicate with Hu Linyi. Naturally, not everyone who won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm received such special treatment. Duan Ling Tian was told that apart from Hu Jiyong, only Huang Jialong, Huang Jia Chao, and him received this communication celestial talisman. Even the mysterious woman, a sectless cultivator, who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon did not receive such special treatment. Regardless, the woman did not seem to need it. Duan Ling Tian had heard from Huang Jialong that the old woman who accompanied the mysterious woman was a basic celestial king and also a sectless cultivator. The mysterious had participated in the Southern Heaven combat to win a place in entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so she could join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. According to Huang Jialong, all these were told by Hu Linyi to his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. In the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Yuanfei was regarded as a highly capable man. It was not an exaggeration to call him the right-hand man of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. A long time had passed since Duan Ling Tian had sent the communication celestial talisman out, but he had yet to receive a response. He wondered out loud, slightly puzzled, did I make a mistake? Did I not use it correctly? It was his first time using this communication celestial talisman after all. According to the person who gave me this communication celestial talisman on behalf of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, the speed of this communication celestial talisman is extremely fast. Huang Jialong should have received it a long time ago. Duan Ling Tian was still pondering on the matter when he heard Huang Jialong's voice from outside the courtyard. Brother Duan. As soon as Lu Guanglin led Huang Jialong to Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, why did you personally make a trip here? You could have just sent me a message, right? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huang Jialong's mouth twitched. Brother Duan, don't you know how precious this kind of communication celestial talisman is? My father only gave me 3. Except for my 5th brother and me, my other brothers were only given 1 each. His Majesty gave you this communication celestial talisman so that you can request for help if you're in danger. Help. Is the speed of this communication celestial talisman really that fast? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Although he had been told that the communication celestial talisman bearing Hu Linyi's soul mark could be used if he was in danger, he did not think the talisman would be able to notify Hu Linyi in a timely manner. For this reason, he did not even bother to use the talisman when Li Wei and Hu Lai, a sectless cultivator whom Li Wei hired, attempted to kill him. First of all, he was afraid of alerting Li Wei if he sent the celestial talisman. That would only infuriate Li Wei and make him attack sooner. At that time, he might not even have time to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Second, he did not trust the communication celestial talisman's ability much. After all, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was much more reliable. Of course, Huang Jialong replied, as soon as you use the communication celestial talisman, the owner of the soul mark you would instantly receive the message. This kind of communication celestial talisman is very precious. In the black market in the supporting Fall Nation, it sells for 100 prominent celestial crystals. There's often a high demand, but the supply is low. A distressed expression could be seen on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, if you need to speak to me in the future, you can just send Guan Lin to look for me. There's no need to use this communication celestial talisman. What? This communication celestial talisman is selling for 100 prominent celestial crystals each. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin were dumbfounded when they heard Huang Jialong's words. They did not expect the communication celestial talisman to be so precious. 100 prominent celestial crystals were the equivalent of 10,000 mediocre celestial crystals. The celestial crystal vein controlled by the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family was only a mediocre celestial crystal vein. It mostly produced mediocre celestial crystals, and prominent celestial crystals that appeared were pitifully few. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon is only worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals, right? This means this communication celestial talisman is worth 10 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin muttered to himself. The value of Duke-grade celestial weapons in the supporting Fall Nation was almost the same as the Borderlands. Lu Guanglin had learned about this after arriving at the supporting Fall Nation. Duke-grade celestial weapons. Huang Jialong shook his head and smiled. Guanglin, this kind of communication celestial talisman is worth, at least, 15 Duke-grade celestial weapons on the black market. This kind of communication celestial talisman is much rarer than Duke-grade celestial weapons. The communication celestial talisman is crafted by masters of formation, and its effect is equivalent to a teleportation array. As far as I know, only formation masters at the level of royal-grade celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen are able to produce such a communication celestial talisman. Formation masters are both proficient in refining pills and forging weapons since they needed to know the secrets of formations contained in high-grade celestial weapons and celestial pills. Chapter 2950 The horizons are broadened. Naturally, it can't be said that only formations masters are able to produce such communication talismans. There are a few royal-grade celestial alchemists and royal-grade celestial weapon craftsmen capable of such a feat. In any case, these formation masters are rather rare. As far I know, there's none in the supporting Fall Nation. Even 7th-grade sects and clans like the Profound Nether Mansion might not have one as well. Huang Jialong said with certainty. After listening to Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin finally realized the value of the communication celestial talismans that utilized soul marks. Lu Guanglin took out 3 communication celestial talismans from his spatial ring and presented it to Duan Lingtian with shaky hands. My lord, these communication celestial talismans can save your life. You better keep these for yourself. Duan Lingtian had given these talismans to Lu Guanglin. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had given Duan Lingtian 10 of these communication celestial talismans. He had imprinted his soul mark on 3 of the talismans before giving it to Lu Guanglin so that Lu Guanglin would be able to contact him in case of an emergency. He had used his soul pearl to leave his soul mark on the talismans. Therefore, he had also given his soul pearl to Lu Guanglin when he gave Lu Guanglin the talismans. Although soul pearls were usually used to keep track of one's life or death, they could also be used along with these rare talismans. It would increase the efficiency of the talismans. Apart from that, it also could replenish the energy in a waning soul mark. When Hu Linyi had sent the 10 communication celestial talismans over, he had also sent his soul pearl along. With the soul pearl, he would be able to ensure that Duan Lingtian would receive help in a timely manner if Duan Lingtian was in danger. Duan Lingtian could bring him many benefits. How could he not do everything in his power to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety? At the very least, before he obtained all kinds of benefits from Duan Lingtian, he had to make sure Duan Lingtian remained unharmed. Lu Guanglin had decided to return the 3 communication celestial talismans to Duan Lingtian because he assumed Duan Lingtian had only given them to him because Duan Lingtian was unaware of their value. Contrary to Lu Guanglin's expectations, Duan Lingtian did not take the 3 communication celestial talismans. Instead, he said, "You can keep them. I still have 6 left." Then, he turned to Huang Jialong and said, "Young Master Huang." Before Duan Lingtian could continue speaking, Huang Jialong interjected with bright eyes, "Brother Duan, there's no need for you to address me as Young Master Huang. You can just call me Jialong. Otherwise, it means that you don't consider me as a friend." Faced with Huang Jialong's hopeful eyes, Duan Lingtian acquiesced to Huang Jialong's request. He did not waste time and said, "Jialong, since you've received my communication celestial talisman, you must know why I looked for you. I wonder if you have any information about golden nematodes." Golden nematodes. Huang Jialong cocked an eyebrow. "Based on my knowledge, there's not much use for the golden nematode. The only use I know of is that it's a major ingredient to refine the profound golden pill." He did not think Duan Lingtian had any use for a profound golden pill. After all, He was under the impression that Duan Ling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill could instantly help a yellow stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm, a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become an earth stage. Overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm, an earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, it was useless to a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial since the next stage was to become a one basic celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian replied honestly, yes. I'm looking for the golden nematode to refine the profound golden pill. He did not hide anything from Huang Jialong. After all, he did not even conceal this from Hu Linyi. The profound golden pill. Huang Jialong frowned in confusion. Brother Duan, what do you need it for? Whether it's for you or Guang Lin, the profound golden pill would be useless. He shifted his eyes briefly to Lu Guang Lin before they returned to Duan Ling Tian again. Guang Lin has no use for it, but I have. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he removed the concealment from the profound divine metal, and a surge of energy rushed out of his body. This. Huang Jialong was speechless when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. A great wave stirred in his heart. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian was just a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He had been suppressed to such an extent during the South Heaven combat by a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. When he finally regained his senses after a long while, he stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was meeting Duan Ling Tian for the first time. Brother Duan, you should know now why I need the profound golden pill. Duan Ling Tian returned Huang Jialong's stare. Huang Jialong nodded faintly. He said with a bitter smile, Brother Duan, I didn't expect you to be a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on your currency strength, especially if you break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, you'll easily be the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial among more than 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials who will be entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in half a year. He sighed after he finished speaking. More than 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard these words. Although he was aware the 3 sects and 2 clans would open the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting fall nations and other nations, he did not expect the number would be so high. There was no doubt these roughly 10,000 overarching heaven supreme celestials were outstanding as well. That's right, there would be more than 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials entering the southern heaven ancient realm. If I have to guess, the number could reach 15,000. Huang Jialong said. Huang Jialong continued to explain, the supporting Fall Nation is merely a small nation in the Profound Nether Mansion region. Profound Nether Mansion has more than 1,000 nations like ours. These nations, including the supporting Fall Nation, are collectively known as the Thousand Nations Territory. There will be almost 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Thousand Nations Territory alone. With the addition of the young disciples from the 3 sect and 2 clans and a few 8-grade sects and clans, the number might even surpass 15,000. Huang Jialong's words seemed to have broadened Duan Ling Tian's horizons. Who knew the Profound Nether Mansion was so vast, and the supporting Fall Nation was merely a small nation in the Thousand Nations territory? Then, the people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm have to be somewhat outstanding, right? Lu Guanglin, who was standing at the side, was shocked as well. He did not expect so many people would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Yes, Huang Jialong nodded slightly. Most powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials would definitely try to secure a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm once they heard about it. With sufficient strength, they'd be able to easily secure a place from any of the Thousand Nations territory. Similar to the supporting Fall Nation, as long as one's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, one would be able to participate. It did not matter if one was not a citizen of the nation. This is so each nation could recruit the strongest overarching heaven supreme celestials possible. After all, as long as the participants survive, the nation they represent would be greatly rewarded. The greater the strength and the higher the talent of a participant, the greater the rewards would be. Moreover, the surviving participants would be given a chance to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Similarly, the stronger and more talented you are, the greater the benefits you'll obtain from whichever 3 sects and 2 clans you choose to join. The rewards from the 3 clans and 2 clans range from items that even ordinary celestial kings covet to royal-grade celestial weapons, pills, and medicinal herbs. Upon hearing Huang Ji-long's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally realized why Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, placed so much importance on him. Huang Jialong asked, "Brother Duan, have you looked for His Majesty? If he knows that you're only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would surely spare no effort in looking for a profound spirit flower and golden nematode for you." "I've already looked for him. He had given me a profound spirit flower. Alas, he doesn't have the golden nematode. However, he did say he'll ask his men to keep an eye out for it," Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. "In that case, all you have to do is wait. Our supporting Fall Nation's intelligence network is among the best in the Thousand Nations territory," Huang Jialong said. "Based on my judgment, I think you'll be able to obtain information about the golden nematode in half a month." He was clearly confident about the supporting Fall Nation's intelligence network. Chapter 2951 Information about the golden nematode. It was just as Huang Jialong had said. Around 10 days later, Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, sent a messenger to Duan Ling Tian. "Master Duan, we've received news about the location of the golden nematode." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately as he looked at the messenger from the imperial palace and asked urgently, "Where's the golden nematode?" "It's with the imperial family of the solitary nation. It's a neighboring nation of our supporting Fall Nation," the messenger answered Duan Ling Tian's question without beating around the bush. "They have 2 golden nematodes." When His Majesty learned about this, he instantly sent a communication celestial talisman over and made a huge offer in exchange for the golden nematodes. However, His Majesty was tactfully refused. He sighed after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly, and he could not help the disappointment that welled up in his heart. Although he had now discovered the location of the golden nematodes, he had no way of obtaining them. However, his eyes brightened again and a small ray of hope appeared in his heart when he heard the messenger's next words. "There's a reason the emperor of the solitary nation declined His Majesty's offer. A few days ago, 2 emperors from nearby nations had sent communication celestial talismans to the emperor of the solitary nation, expressing their wishes to buy the 2 golden nematodes. The emperor of the solitary nation wanted to sell a golden nematode each to the 2 emperors, but the 2 emperors declined and insisted on purchasing the 2 golden nematodes instead. Unwilling to offend either party, the emperor of the solitary nation decided to hold an imperial auction in 2 months and put the 2 golden nematodes up for auction. Naturally, the 2 emperors would be sending their people to the auction at that time," the messenger said in one breath. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Therefore, His Majesty has decided to send City Governor Huang of Passage City to participate in the auction and bid for the 2 golden nematodes in 2 months. The solitary nation, the imperial auction." Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted in the light as he muttered under his breath, "I wonder if the 2 emperors also want the golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill." Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was low, the messenger overheard his words. "You're right, Master Duan. Rumor has it that the 7th prince of the Moran nation, the emperor of the Moran nation's favorite prince, has mastered all kinds of duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If they could refine the profound golden pill for the 7th prince, and he takes it before entering the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll definitely stand out and do well, making it more likely for the 3 sects and 2 clans to notice him." Then, he continued to say, "As for the emperor of the East Ming nation, it's said that he's trying to obtain the profound golden pill for a talented sectless cultivator. This sectless cultivator is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, since he had mastered the power of the law, he managed to defeat all of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation. With his talent, the emperor of the East Ming nation, naturally, wants to give this talented sectless cultivator the profound golden pill. Even if this genius forgets about the East Ming nation after entering one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, the sect or clan that the sectless cultivator joined definitely would not be stingy in their rewards to the East Ming nation since the emperor was the one who found such a genius. After all, there's no doubt that the sectless cultivator would be regarded as a genius by the 3 sects and 2 clans." Speaking to this point, the messenger looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, "In fact, that genius sectless cultivator's situation is somewhat similar to you, Master Duan. Although both of you are heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, both of you managed to defeat peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Similar to how you're now widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he's also widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the East Ming nation. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he heard the messenger's words. Heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial. The power of the law. He knew this meant that the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial had mastered royal grade celestial method or divine ability and subsequently, allowed him to comprehend the power of the law. This was how the sectless cultivator could defeat peak overarching heaven supreme celestials in the East Ming nation even though he was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin instinctively exchanged a look. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. The real reason Duan Ling Tian had easily defeated Huang Jialong was due to the remaining effect of the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Without the boost from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, he knew he would not be Huang Jialong's opponent even if he fought with all his might. Although he owned royal grade celestial weapons and had sufficient mastery over his celestial methods and divine abilities, the difference between the cultivation bases was too big of a chasm to cross. Then, the messenger dropped an even bigger bombshell, further shocking Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin. Moreover, that sectless genius is also younger than 100 years old. The sectless cultivator was not even 100 years old, but he was a heaven stage overarching heaven supreme celestial who had comprehended the power of the law. What kind of monster was the sectless cultivator? Rumors are going around in the East Ming nation that the sectless cultivator is the reincarnation of some peerless powerhouse. Naturally, there's no evidence of this. After the messenger finished speaking, he bade Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin farewell before turning to leave. However, he halted in his tracks and turned around when he was at the courtyard's entrance as though he had just recalled something. Master Duan, His Majesty has also said that if you're interested, you can join City Governor Huang and participate in the auction. All you have to do is notify City Governor Huang beforehand. As soon as he finished speaking, he took his leave. Duan Ling Tian, whose mind was on the East Ming nation's genius sectless cultivator, did not seem to notice the messenger's departure. Such a genius, if he was not the reincarnation of some peerless powerhouse, then, he must have been incredibly lucky. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such achievements at such a young age. Duan Ling Tian asked, Guanglin, what do you think about the sectless cultivator? My lord, Lu Guanglin replied solemnly, for that sectless genius to be able to comprehend the power of the law despite being less than 100 years old, he has to be the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse or ridiculously lucky. Although after reincarnating, one would have to recultivate one's cultivation base, due to the memories from one's past life regarding various things such as celestial methods, divine abilities, and the power of law, it would be easy for them to get stronger. Lu Guanglin continued to say, although Devata realms have people who reincarnated, they're still rather rare. Celestials have to take a big risk when reincarnating. After all, 9 out of 10 cases resulted in deaths. Therefore, not many are willing to take the chance and reincarnate. Therefore, I'm more inclined to say the sectless cultivators had progressed to this stage due to some ridiculously fortuitous encounters. Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded. He shared the same thought as Lu Guanglin. He wondered out loud, I wonder if I'll be able to comprehend the power of the law if I manage to obtain royal-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. As long as you obtain a fire attribute royal-grade celestial method or divine ability, you'll be able to easily comprehend and master the fire-type law with the help of the chaos divine flame. A familiar voice that seemed to come from inside his body rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It had been a long time since he had last heard this voice. Profound divine metal. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. A hint of eagerness could be heard as the profound heaven metal that had been concealing Duan Ling Tian's soul said, Kid, the Chao divine flame told me you obtained a first form profound divine metal, is that right? Hurry up, take it out so I can have a look. Based on the profound divine metal's words, it was clear the chaos divine flame had spoken to it before it fell into a deep slumber. Hearing profound divine metal, the excitement and urgency in the profound divine metal's words, Duan Ling Tian took a stone out from his spatial ring. As soon as he brought the stone out, he could clearly sense and see a golden energy radiating from his soul's left before it shrouded his hand. To be more precise, it shrouded the stone in his hand, causing it to vibrate. Hey, your consciousness hasn't even developed yet, and you're thinking of resisting. Little guy, just become a part of my body. The profound divine metal's voice rang again. He could clearly feel the stone in his hand melting and becoming part of the golden energy. With this, he knew the profound divine metal had already been absorbed and merged with the second form profound divine metal. My lord, this. Lu Guanglin, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, naturally, had witnessed everything. When he regained his senses, a hint of fear, shock, and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Standing beside Duan Ling Tian, Lu Guanglin had vividly watched the entire scene play out just now. He remained stunned for a long time before finally staring at Duan Ling Tian's face with horror in his eyes and disbelief on his face. Chapter 2952, preparing to set off. My lord, this is. Lu Guanglin saw a golden energy appear in Duan Ling Tian's hand before it shrouded Duan Ling Tian's hand completely. Following that, the stone in Duan Ling Tian slowly disappeared, becoming part of the golden energy. He could sense the golden energy had gotten stronger after absorbing the stone. Then, he saw the golden energy disappearing into Duan Ling Tian's body. He had no idea what had just happened. After all, it was his first time witnessing something like this. Nevertheless, he knew what had happened was extraordinary. I'm not too sure as well. I'll let you know later when there's a chance. Duan Ling Tian replied to Lu Guanglin before he shifted his attention back to the profound divine metal in his body. He could clearly see that the golden energy had slightly restored the broken profound divine metal. It did not look as broken as before. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin decided to stop dwelling on the matter. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian must have his reasons for saying such words. He stood patiently at the side, guarding Duan Ling Tian, as he watched Duan Ling Tian standing motionlessly, as though lost in thoughts. Kid, you did a good job. As long as you're able to find another first form profound divine metal for me to absorb, I'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. A hint of admiration could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice that rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The profound divine metal continued to say, once I transform into a third form profound divine metal, I'll be able to help you quickly comprehend the power of the law in metal attribute royal grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Apart from that, I'll be able to continue protecting your soul. Most importantly, I'll be able to merge with the celestial weapon you wield for a short time and boost its power. Alright, I can feel myself falling into a slumber now. Keep up the good work, kid. Try your best to help me enter the third form, and I promise I won't let you down. The profound divine metal stopped talking, leaving Duan Ling Tian with a belly full of questions. Based on the profound divine metal's words, it seemed like it would be able to boost his celestial weapon's strength by merging with it for a short time after it became a third form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. What are they exactly? I only know they are two of the 5 divine elements, and they're divided into different forms. The Chao divine flame's first form is roughly equivalent to a primitive celestial fire. Naturally, it's superior to ordinary primitive celestial fire. Its second form is equivalent to a mediocre celestial fire. Similarly, it's superior to ordinary mediocre celestial fires. Its current form, the third form, is similar to an extraordinary prominent celestial fire. One would usually need 2 different celestial fires to refine pills and forge weapons. However, the Chaos Divine Flame is capable of doing both, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The third forms of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal are able to help me comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal as well. It seems like they'll grow stronger and stronger the higher their forms are. A hint of anticipation could be seen flashing in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he thought about this. Naturally, he knew that he would have to find other Chaos Divine Flames and Profound Divine Metals to transform the ones he had into higher forms. Then, Duan Ling Tian decided to visit Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, and Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. After all, he was going to attend the imperial auction in the Solitary Nation that was going to be held by the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. He summoned Lu Guanglin, and they left the imperial palace, making their way to Passage City's residence in the capital of Supporting Fall Nation. The Supporting Fall Nation ruled over 36 cities, and Passage City was one of them. All 36 cities had their own residence in the capital. The 36 cities were, naturally, not equal. Some thrived and some less so. Some city governors were stronger than others. Passage City, for example, was considered as one of the top 3 cities in the supporting Fall Nation, whether it was in regard to resources or population. Huang Yuan Fei was the strongest powerhouse below Celestial Kings in the supporting Fall Nation. This was one of the reasons Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, relied on him heavily. Moreover, with him governing Passage City, the city was thriving. Since 2 of Huang Yuan Fei's sons had secured a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in half a year during the Southern Heaven combat, they decided to stay in the capital for the time being. Moreover, there was no urgent matter to attend to in Passage City. Huang Yuan Fei had decided to wait for his sons to come out from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans before he returned to Passage City. Although Passage City's residence was inferior compared to the Imperial Palace, it was still big and grand. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the entrance, thought that it looked like a mini palace. Duan Ling Tian was about to state the purpose of his visit when one of the guards made an inviting gesture and said, "Young Master Duan, our young master has told us to directly bring you in if you ever visit." After Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin entered, the guard hurriedly led the way. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were bright as he surveyed his surroundings. Although the Passage City's residence was much smaller than the Imperial Palace, it had everything the palace had. As Duan Ling Tian walked down the long corridor that was paved with blue stones, he enjoyed the tranquility of the lush garden. A sweet smell wafted into his nose, making him feel as though he was standing in the midst of thousands of flowers. He could vaguely hear the melodious sound of flowing water in the distance as well. After a while, the guard finally came to a stop outside a huge courtyard. Then, he notified the people inside of their presence before he left. Soon after, Huang Jialong appeared and invited Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin inside. "Brother Duan, I was just about to visit you. I didn't expect you to visit first. You were planning to visit me?" Duan Ling Tian asked, slightly curious, as he followed Huang Jialong into the courtyard. Huang Jialong invited Duan Ling Tian to sit at a stone table before he said with a faint smile, "You're probably here for the same matter. The golden nematodes, right? You've already heard about it. Did City Governor Huang tell you about it?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. "Yes." Huang Jialong nodded slightly. "Father told me His Majesty has tasked him with obtaining the golden nematodes at all cost during the auction in the solitary nation's capital. After telling me this, he asked me to look for you to see if you're interested in going to the solitary nation's capital to participate in the auction as well. What do you think, Brother Duan? Do you want to go out and gain some experience? I'll accompany you if you decide to go." Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, Huang Jialong hastily added, "Naturally, if you don't want to go, I won't go as well." "I'll go," Duan Ling Tian replied. How could he not go? If Huang Yuan Fei successfully obtained the 2 golden nematodes during the auction, it would take some time before he returned to the capital of supporting Fall Nation. If he went along, he could immediately start refining the profound golden pill as long as Huang Yuan Fei obtained the golden nematode. At that time, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. "Okay, then I'll come with you," Huang Jialong replied excitedly after hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. Then, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Jialong, is City Governor Huang in?" Since he was already here, whether it was because of his friendship with Huang Jialong, out of courtesy, or Huang Yuan Fei's status, he decided to greet Huang Yuan Fei. "Brother Duan, it's really too bad. An hour ago, after father told me about participating in the auction in Solitary Nation, he left for Passage City." Huang Jialong shook his head. "By the time he returns, it'd be time for us to set off." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. "I guess I can only meet City Governor Huang when we're leaving for the Solitary Nation's capital." Duan Ling Tian chatted with Huang Jialong for a bit more before he returned to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Over the next 1.5 months, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate. Instead, he focused on refining his alchemy skills. He decided not to waste time cultivating since he would be able to directly break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming a profound golden pill. It would be more efficient for him to cultivate once he had consumed the profound golden pill and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1.5 months flew by in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, with Lu Guanglin in tow, flew out of the capital's northern gate of capital toward a few individuals standing in the distance. As Duan Ling Tian drew closer, one of the individuals, Huang Jialong, stepped forward and called out, "Brother Duan." Chapter 2953 Green-Eyed Black Hawk. After Huang Jialong greeted Duan Lingtian outside of the northern gates of the supporting Fall Nation's capital, he led Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin toward three people standing in the distance. "Brother Duan, let me bring you to my father." Duan Lingtian had seen one of the three men before. The man was none other than Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He had never seen the other two men before. One of them was a gray-haired old man who was dressed in a long black robe. He was so thin that his face looked skeletal. He emitted a cold and eerie air about him. The other man was a middle-aged man with a square face who was tall and muscular. His hair was cropped short, and his eyebrows made him look as fierce as a tiger. He carried a dignified air about him. The middle-aged man who seemed as sturdy as a mountain was the complete opposite of the old man. Huang Jialong gestured to Duan Lingtian to come forward before he said, "Father, this is Brother Duan. You've met him before." Huang Yuanfei had been watching Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian had appeared. "Master Duan, we meet again." Huang Yuanfei greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. He did not put on air even though he was the city governor of Passage City and a senior to Duan Lingtian. His behavior put Duan Lingtian at ease. "City Governor Huang, Jialong and I are friends. You can just call me Lingtian," Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Huang Yuanfei laughed good-naturedly before he said, "All right. Why don't I address you as Little Tian instead? It feels more intimate this way. Moreover, with your age, it's quite an appropriate form of address." Then, Huang Yuanfei proceeded to introduce the two men to Duan Lingtian. "Little Tian, this is old Mo, my godfather. He's also my father's sworn brother. This man, on the other hand, is my brother, Bai Gang. You can call him Uncle Bai." When the two men shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian felt slightly discomfited as though something was amiss. It felt as though they could see through his thoughts. Nevertheless, he greeted with a smile on his face. "Greetings, old Mo, Uncle Bai. Not bad, no wonder Jialong admires you. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial younger than 100 years old who's stronger than him. How impressive," Bai Gang said with a grin. He seemed like a cheerful and friendly person. On the contrary, the old man only nodded slightly in response before he shifted his gaze away. From the beginning until the end, his gaze remained as calm as a pool of stagnant water. "Lingtian my lad, old Mo is really boring. Just ignore him," Bai Gang said with a laugh, clearly trying to diffuse the awkward situation. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei looked at the old man and said, "Old Mo, since everyone is here, let's go." The old man nodded before he moved at the speed of lightning. Celestial origin energy that was as dark as ink surged out his body into the surroundings. A thunderous explosion rang in the air before the black energy dispersed, revealing a giant flying beast. The beast was a black hawk the size of a hill. Its black feather glinted in the sun. It looked really tough as though it was made of metal. Its claws at the end of its feet looked deadly as it hovered in the air in front of them. They seemed as deadly as any celestial weapons. "See celestial beast. He's a celestial beast with a human form." Duan Lingtian was taken aback. No wonder he felt strange earlier. Meanwhile, Lu Guanglin cried out after he regained his senses, "An elementary king-grade celestial beast, the green-eyed black hawk." Old Mo, who had reverted to his original form, turned to look at Lu Guanglin with his green eyes. "You recognize my original form. Not bad, you're quite knowledgeable. An elementary king-grade celestial beast." This was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the green-eyed black hawk. However, he had learned about elementary king-grade celestial beasts from a few memory celestial talismans. An elementary king-grade celestial beasts would become a one basic celestial king after maturity. Some of them might even become 2 forms or 3 talents. Celestial kings, if their innate talents were extraordinary, they might be able to further improve their cultivation bases if they had fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, their cultivation bases would stagnate at the level of a 3-talent celestial king. After experiencing the power granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian had grown rather adept in discerning celestial kings through their auras. Old Mo must be a 1 basic celestial king. What a surprise. City Governor Huang is not the strongest person in Passage City, it's this old man. Duan Lingtian was rather taken aback by this revelation. "Little Tian, we'll ride on old Mo's back. He'll take us to the solitary nation's capital," Huang Yuanfei said after he flew onto the Black Hawk's back. everyone took their turns and flew onto the Black Hawk's back as well. At this moment, Huang Jialong, who was beside Duan Lingtian, said, "Brother Duan, with old Mo's speed, we'll arrive in the capital of the solitary nation within 10 days. 10 days? The distance between the capital of the supporting Fall nation and the capital of the solitary nation is rather wide." Duan Lingtian was startled when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Although 10 days was not long, flying celestial beasts were known for their speed. An elementary king-grade celestial beast, a one basic celestial king, was flying them there, but it would still take 10 days. "Well, it is quite a distance away. We're traveling to another nation after all," Huang Jialong replied with a smile. As soon as Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong, Lu Guanglin, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang were on old Mo's back, he spread his gigantic wings and shot out like an arrow. A translucent black light shrouded the group of people and acted as a barrier, protecting them from the wind that grew increasingly violent as old Mo increased his speed. What an incredible speed! Duan Lingtian could not see his surroundings at all as the flying celestial beast moved at top speed. "Jialong, is Uncle Bai also a celestial beast?" Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huang Jialong. How did you know?" Huang Jialong was taken back when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to guess this, even though it was no longer a secret that old Mo was a celestial beast. So it's true. Duan Lingtian was stunned and baffled at the same time. How did he manage to sense the abnormalities in the auras of the two celestial beasts when they were in human forms? In the Devata realms, only a person with a higher cultivation base than the celestial beasts would be able to sense a celestial beast in human form. "Yes, Brother Duan, how did you know?" Huang Jialong asked curiously. He looked at Duan Lingtian, eagerly anticipating Duan Lingtian's answer. Alas, Duan Lingtian's answer only rendered him speechless. "It's just instinct." Duan Lingtian was not wrong. When he had first sensed Bai Gang and old Mo's auras, he did not know much. He only knew there was something different about them. All of a sudden, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Lad, it's not your instinct. My aura has affected your soul and made you more sensitive." Duan Lingtian asked, shocked, Aren't you in deep slumber? Why are you awake?" "It's all thanks to this little black hawk. Its aura had woken me up. I was afraid it might eat you. However, it seems like it's a friend, not a foe." "I was worried for nothing," the profound divine metal said. Chapter 2954, The Flying Tiger Clan. Little Black Hawk. Duan Lingtian's lips twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed Black Hawk was an elementary king-grade celestial beast. It was the size of a hill, and yet, the profound divine metal called it little. "Senior, don't worry, even if he suddenly decides to eat me, you're just going to have a new host, at most. I'm sure he'll be glad to have you. Moreover, he's much stronger than me," Duan Lingtian said. You're right, this little Black Hawk is, indeed, much stronger than you. However, if I'm not mistaken, his cultivation base is destined to stagnate at the one basic celestial king level because his celestial beast's blood vein is only mediocre. Perhaps, he might be able to improve slightly with my guidance. However, it would still be difficult because of his blood vein. It's almost impossible for him to become a celestial lord unless he has a rare fortuitous encounter. On the contrary, you're one of a kind. Your innate talent is extremely rare among humans. With the right opportunity, you'll improve in leaps and bounds. The difference in innate talents between you and this little Black Hawk is like earth and heaven. Even if he kills you, I'll only allow him to be my temporary host until I find a worthy host." The profound divine metal said disdainfully. It was clear the profound divine metal did not think much of the green-eyed Black Hawk's innate talent. The profound divine metal's words caused Duan Lingtian's lips to twitch again. An elementary king-grade celestial beast was deemed worthless by the profound divine metal. How ridiculous was that? On the contrary, this little tiger here has more potential compared to the little Black Hawk. There's a trace of the divine white tiger's bloodline in his otherwise mediocre blood vein. It's no problem for him to become a two-form celestial king or even a three-talent celestial king, given enough time. If he's lucky, he might even be able to further improve his cultivation base. Otherwise, he'd probably stay a three-talent celestial king forever, the profound divine metal said. Little tiger. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the profound divine metal's words. Soon after, He realized the little tiger the profound divine metal had mentioned was referring to the middle-aged man, Bai Gang. At this moment, Huang Jialong said, "Brother Duan, I must say, you're really amazing. Not only do you have such a high innate talent, but even your instinct is amazing." "You're right, Uncle Bai is also a celestial beast. He's a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast. His innate talent is higher than Old Mo. According to Old Mo, barring unforeseen circumstances, Uncle Bai would be able to become a 3-talent celestial king." Huang Jialong's words were in line with the profound divine metal's words. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he realized how powerful the profound divine metal was. "Senior, the chaos divine flame and you are part of the 5 divine elements. What are the other 3 elements?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Alas, he repeated his question several times, but there was no reply from the profound divine metal. Did it fall asleep again? The profound divine metal and chaos divine flame doesn't seem like they're part of the 5 divine elements, they seem like sleepy pigs instead. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at Huang Jialong and said through voice transmission, "Peak elementary king-grade celestial beast. Jialong, what type of celestial beast is he?" "Uncle Bai is a copper flying tiger. According to Uncle Bai, the copper flying tiger is the weakest in the flying tiger clan. The silver flying tiger is a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. They're able to become 6 combination celestial king. The golden flying tiger is a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. The highest cultivation base they can achieve is the level of a 9 palaces celestial king. Without rare, fortuitous encounters, it'd be difficult for golden flying tigers to become 10 directions celestial kings. Only the dark golden flying tiger is able to become a celestial lord. However, they're only limited to the 1 basic celestial lord level, at most," Huang Jialong explained. "The dark golden flying tiger?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. "Yes, a dark golden flying tiger." Huang Jialong nodded. According to Uncle Bai, the dark golden flying tiger has the highest innate talent in the flying tiger clan. They're from the royal bloodline. Most dark golden flying tigers are bound to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. If they want to grow stronger or become a titled celestial lord, they'd need luck on their sides, Huang Jialong said. "So, the dark golden flying tiger is a peak superior king-grade celestial beast, right?" "Based on my knowledge, generally, most superior king-grade celestial beasts stop improving once they become 10 direction celestial kings, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-eyed black hawk beneath his feet before he shifted his eyes to Bai Gang, who was standing next to Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. A thought suddenly surfaced in Duan Ling Tian's mind, so he turned to Huang Jialong again and asked, "Jialong, if I'm not mistaken, the Flying Tiger clan and Old Mo's clan are in the Southern Heaven territory, right?" As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, the majority of intelligent celestial beasts were gathered in Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Phoenix Nest Heaven, the Crouching Dragon Heaven, and the White Tiger Heaven. The celestial beasts made up 80% of the population in these Devata realms, the remaining percentage was mostly human and other life forms. The 10,000 Beast Heaven was the only Devata realm in the 81 Devata realms that had a 99% population of celestial beasts. This is because anyone who was not celestial beasts would be killed by celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. One would need to be powerful enough to handle all the celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven if one wished to stay there. On the contrary, the celestial beasts in the other beast-centric Devata realms were less extreme. They were not opposed to coexisting with humans and other life forms. However, the celestial beasts were extremely united. If humans or other life forms tried to hunt celestial beasts, the celestial beasts would undoubtedly unite to retaliate. The body parts of celestial beasts, especially powerful ones, were precious materials. They could be used in pill refining, forging weapons, and laying formations. For these reasons, weak celestial beasts were usually hunted. For example, the green-eyed black hawk's feathers were regarded as the least valuable parts. However, the feathers could be used to forge Duke-grade celestial weapons. If the pair of wings were to be given to a supreme king-grade celestial weapons craftsman, it could be made into several king-grade celestial weapons. The green-eyed black hawk was a treasure coveted by many strong celestial kings. If they were not protected, they would certainly be hunted. However, Seeing that Old Mo and Bai Gang openly appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's capital after staying in Passage City for so long, it was clear they had the protection of a formidable force. Otherwise, they would not have exposed themselves. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian speculated that Old Mo and Bai Gang's clans were in the Southern Heaven territory. This must be the reason why they were not targeted. Of course, Huang Jialong was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's speculation because it was common sense. Intelligent celestial beasts would only dare expose themselves in Devata realms dominated by human beings if they had sufficient support. In the Southern Heaven territory, the Flying Tiger clan is considered a huge clan among the celestial beast clans. According to Uncle Bai, there are no less than 10 dark golden flying tigers in the main branch of the Flying Tiger clan. They have branch clans everywhere. Within the profound Nether Mansion, there's one branch clan. It's also the clan that Uncle Bai belongs to. Uncle Bai's clan doesn't have any dark golden's flying tigers, but they have no less than 5 golden flying tigers. In fact, 3 of the golden flying tigers in Uncle Bai's clan are 10 directions celestial kings. This is why Uncle Bai doesn't bother to hide. Furthermore, king-grade celestial beasts are capable of leaving soul marks on their killers before they die. Even powerful celestial lords have extreme difficulties in removing the soul marks left by king-grade celestial beasts. So, if Uncle Bai is killed by an outsider, the members of his clan will definitely be able to trace his killer and avenge him. Since celestial beasts are rare in human-dominated Devata realms, they're very united. This is especially true when humans provoke them. Chapter 2955 The Southern Heaven Celestial Lords Mount. Old Mo belongs to the Black Hawk clan. Similar to the Flying Tiger clan, members of the Black Hawk clan are divided based on their innate talents as well. Old Mo is a green-eyed Black Hawk. The levels below him are red-eyed, orange-eyed, and yellow-eyed Black Hawks. They're intermediate, advanced, and superior Duke-grade celestial beasts respectively. Then, there are the azure-eyed, blue-eyed, and purple-eyed Black Hawks. They're intermediate, advanced, and superior king-grade celestial beasts respectively. They're on a higher level than Oid Mo. The purple-eyed Black Hawk is equivalent to the dark golden flying tiger in the Flying Tiger clan. They have royal blood. Nevertheless, a purple-eyed Black Hawk is only a superior king-grade celestial beast. Its innate talent is lower than that of the dark golden flying tiger, a peak superior king-grade celestial beast. Moreover, there are much fewer celestial lords among the purple-eyed Black Hawks. The clan leader of the Black Hawk clan in the Southern Heaven territory is only a 10-direction celestial king. It's extremely difficult for a superior king-grade celestial beast to break through and become a celestial lord. In fact, in the Southern Heaven territory, there's only one purple-eyed Black Hawk that became a celestial lord. Although this purple-eyed Black Hawk isn't in the Black Hawk clan, it's mostly due to his influence that the clan is able to prosper in the Southern Heaven territory. Huang Jialong said, "The Black Hawk clan is still able to thrive in the Southern Heaven territory even though the purple-eyed Black Hawk isn't in the Black Hawk clan. Is it really just because he's celestial lord?" Duan Ling Tian was rather skeptical. As though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, Huang Jialong said, "You're right. The purple-eyed Black Hawk is only a one basic celestial lord. It's impossible for him to protect the Black Hawk clan in the Southern Heaven territory with that level of strength alone." "Then what's the reason?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "It's because that purple-eyed Black Hawk is the Southern Heaven celestial lord's mount." Huang Jialong slowly said. Each of Huang Jialong's words sounded like an explosion in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He was shocked. That purple-eyed Black Hawk was the Southern Heaven celestial lord's mount. One had to know that the Southern Heaven celestial lord was the only titled celestial lord in the Southern Heaven territory. He reigned supreme in the Southern Heaven territory. Blood would shed into rivers, and millions would die with just an order from the Southern Heaven celestial lord. Other celestial lords were no match for him at all. No wonder. Realization finally dawned on Duan Ling Tian. As the Southern Heaven celestial lord's mount, it's no wonder no one dares to provoke the Black Hawk clan. In fact, it's less dangerous to offend the Flying Tiger clan than the Black Hawk clan. Duan Ling Tian muttered. "That's right." Huang Jialong nodded. With this information, Duan Ling Tian finally learned why the Flying Tiger clan and Black Hawk clan were forces to be reckoned with. After his chat with Huang Jialong, he sat cross-legged after bringing out his prominent celestial pill cauldron to practice alchemy. "Be brother Duan, why you're skilled in alchemy?" Huang Jialong asked with an incredulous expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to refine pills. His words attracted the attention of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, and Bai Gang. Lu Guanglin was, naturally, unsurprised since he had known Duan Lingtian was an excellent prominent celestial alchemist. However, he had been similarly shocked the first time he saw Duan Lingtian easily refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Under Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, Bai Gang's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian threw the medicinal herbs in his hand into the cauldron and began to refine the pills. It took him half an hour to heat the cauldron. Old Mo had just turned around to look when Duan Lingtian was done with refining the pills. A dozen pills flew out of the cauldron into Duan Lingtian's hand. Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang's eyes widened in shock. Old Mo exclaimed in surprise, overarching heaven pills. It was his first time seeing someone successfully refining so many pills at one go and in such a short time. In fact, none of the Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemists he had met could compare to Duan Lingtian's skills in alchemy. So many overarching heaven pills. This young man, he's truly remarkable. When Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang regained their senses, they exchanged a look. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Brother Duan, why you're planning to refine the profound golden pill, aren't you? Huang Jialong asked with a gulp. Based on Duan Lingtian's speed and success rate when he refined the overarching heaven pills earlier, it seemed like he was, at least, a Supreme King-grade celestial alchemist. Yes, I am. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Jialong's heart skipped a beat. Huang Yuanfei's eyes widened as well. Initially, when the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had told him about Duan Lingtian wanting the golden nematode for the profound golden pill, he had assumed Duan Lingtian had found a Supreme King-grade celestial alchemist to help him refine the pill. It was not easy to refine the profound golden pill, after all. One had to be a Supreme King-grade celestial alchemist, at least, to successfully refine the profound golden pill. Lad, are you really going to refine the profound golden pill? Refining the profound golden pill is no joke. Bai Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, don't forget, the golden nematodes that will be auctioned off in the solitary nation are going to cost a lot of celestial crystals. It'd be a huge loss for everyone if you fail to refine the profound golden pill. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Before Bai Gang finished speaking, Huang Yuanfei interjected with bright eyes, Little Tian, how confident are you in successfully refining the profound golden pill? I'm more than 90% certain, Duan Lingtian answered confidently. More than 90%, Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. This was especially true for Bai Gang. He was still in disbelief. A slight frown could be seen on his face as he said, young lad, this is a serious matter. It's not the time to boast. Uncle Bai, I won't simply say things if I'm not confident, Duan Lingtian said as he met Bai Gang's eyes. Very well, I look forward to it. Failing to dissuade Duan Lingtian, Bai Gang could only wait and see. Little Tian, since you're confident that you'll successfully refine the profound golden pill. If we obtain the 2 golden nematodes during the auction, refine 2 profound golden pills. You can keep one for your own use and sell the other one to the Moran nation or the East Ming nation. At that time, you can sell it to the highest bidder. Huang Yuanfei said excitedly. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian successfully refining the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was special among the prominent celestial pills because regardless of the level of a celestial alchemist, one could only refine 1 pill each time. Governor Huang, Duan Lingtian said before he corrected himself when he saw Huang Yuanfei's displeased expression. Uncle Huang, although that's a good idea, I only have 1 profound spirit flower. It was given to me by the emperor. If I want to refine a second profound golden pill, I'd need another profound spirit flower. A wry smile could be seen on his face when he spoke. The golden nematode and the profound spirit flower were key ingredients to refining the profound golden pill. Compared to the other ingredients that were easily found and cheap, these 2 ingredients were extremely rare. Huang Yuanfei laughed as he lifted his hand and said, I've thought about it as well. Isn't it such a coincidence that I happen to have a profound spirit flower with me? Chapter 2956 Stone Gambling. A city about the size of the capital of the supporting Fall Nation appeared before Duan Lingtian after Old Mo slowed down. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to see his surroundings clearly. We've arrived at the capital of the solitary nation. The imperial auction is slated to happen in 5 days. Meanwhile, the imperial family of the solitary nation will provide us with accommodation in the imperial palace, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, said as soon as they entered the capital of the solitary nation. The capital of the solitary nation was similar to the capital of the supporting Fall nation. It was a big and bustling city. Before entering the capital, Old Mo had reverted to his human form, a scrawny old man in black robes. Huang Yuanfei led the group through the busy streets of the capital to the entrance of the imperial palace of the solitary nation. I'm Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation. We're here to participate in the imperial auction that will be held in 5 days, Huang Yuanfei said to the imperial guards guarding the palace. Soon after, a person came out to welcome them. A middle-aged man dressed in silver armor greeted Huang Yuanfei. He was as tall and muscular as Bai Gang. City Governor Huang, it's really you. It's been 10 years since we last met. Commander He, it's an honor for you to come and welcome us. Huang Yuanfei said as he cupped his hands together. Old Mo is here as well. Commander He smiled and quickly bowed, slightly distracted by Old Mo who was standing behind Huang Yuanfei. It was obvious he knew Old Mo was a one basic celestial king. Before Old Mo replied, Bai Gang said with a broad smile on his face, He Feng, we were tied during our battle 10 years ago. We must fight again this time. Bai Gang, it was a tie only because we were both fooling around. In a serious battle, I'm definitely no match for you if you revert to your true form. He Feng said with a wry smile when he heard Bai Gang's words. So you're aware of that. However, 10 years have passed. I'm sure you have improved a lot. It's rare for us to meet. Now that I'm here, you must make time for a round of battle with me. Bai Gang said as he cracked his knuckles. It was obvious his fighting spirit had been stimulated. If you insist, we'll have a battle outside the city after the imperial auction. You can fight in your true form without holding back. He Feng's eyes brightened. It was clear he was also keen to fight with Bai Gang. Great, you must have improved tremendously. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask me to fight in my true form, Bai Gang said after he laughed heartily. His fighting spirit grew even stronger with these words. Both of you can continue this conversation after the auction. Huang Yuanfei quickly interrupted the duo's conversation before he said, Commander He, this is my 4th son, Huang Jialong. I believe you've met him a few years ago. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, This is Jialong's good friend, Duan Lingtian. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation has sent me here to obtain the golden nematodes to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After greeting Huang Jialong, He Feng shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. You're Duan Lingtian. As neighboring nations, it was only natural for the solitary nation to receive news of the genius who appeared during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall nation. This genius under the age of 100 had defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, with just a move. He was well aware of Huang Jialong's high innate talent and strength, therefore, he was shocked when he heard someone who was not even 100 years old defeated Huang Jialong with just a move. Wait a second. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, He Feng looked at Huang Yuanfei and asked, City Governor Huang, did you say that you're here to obtain the golden nematode to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Are you saying that he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he turned back to look at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he had seen a monster. Was this young man another monstrous genius who had also comprehended the power of the law like that genius from the East Ming nation? Otherwise, how could a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old defeat Huang Jialong, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, with one blow? He Feng, you're shocked, right? Bai Gang laughed heartily when he saw the expression on He Feng's face. Among the top 9 candidates selected from the Southern Heaven combat in the solitary nation, I believe none of them are as crazy as this young lad, right? He Feng scoffed and coldly said, Bai Gang, I was shocked by this talented young man, not you. Why are you so proud? Then, he looked at Huang Yuanfei and said, No wonder City Governor Huang personally led the group here. The supporting Fall nation has found a genius comparable to the genius in the East Ming nation. Governor Huang, Old Mo, young Master Duan, Jialong, Please come with me. He Feng deliberately left Bai Gang out. The imperial palace of the solitary nation was fully decorated with gold and gemstones. It was a stark contrast to the simple and minimalistic concept of the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation. After they entered the palace, Huang Jialong took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian to explain the situation. Brother Duan, He Feng is the commander of the imperial army of the solitary nation. He's also a powerful 10-direction celestial duke. 10 years ago, he was sent by the emperor of the solitary nation to Passage City for a mission. That's how he became acquainted with my father and had a round of battle with Uncle Bai. He Feng and Uncle Bai like to taunt each other. This is the way they usually interact. They actually have a close relationship. In fact, their relationship is better than Uncle Bai's relationship with my father. Duan Ling Tian could tell He Feng most probably a 10-direction celestial duke. However, he did not expect He Feng to be the commander of the imperial army of the solitary nation. In the supporting Fall nation, there were only 2 men the emperor of the supporting Fall nation regarded as his most trustworthy men. One of them was Huang Yuanfei, and the other one was the elusive commander of his imperial army. Based on this, he came to the conclusion that He Feng must also be highly trusted by the emperor of the solitary nation. During their journey, He Feng would occasionally look at Duan Ling Tian in a strange manner. However, Duan Ling Tian paid no mind to it. Soon enough, they arrived in a huge area that housed 6 courtyards. 3 courtyards sat on each side of a path, following each other. City Governor Huang, it's been a long journey coming from the supporting Fall nation. Have a good rest. I'll come back in 5 days to bring all of you to the auction center. He Feng bade farewell and left after he showed the group their temporary residence. Father, I'd like to show Brother Duan around West Lane Town. Do you mind if I bring Grandpa Mo or Uncle Bai with us? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. He was aware that they needed someone to protect them to avoid unwanted trouble. After all, they were no longer in the supporting Fall nation. West Lane Town. Huang Yuanfei looked at Huang Jialong knowingly. From what I know, West Lane Town is famous for stone gambling. You're going to take little Tian to stone gamble, aren't you? Huang Jialong smiled sheepishly and did not deny his father's words. Stone gambling. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Stone gambling was also a thing in the Devata realms. He had heard of stone gambling during his time on Earth. People would look at stones with their naked eyes to determine which one held valuable jade. I wonder what's the difference between stone gambling in the Devata realm and on Earth. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Yuanfei, I'll go with them. Bai Gang volunteered to go with Duan Ling Tian and Huang Yuanfei. Chapter 2957 Origin Stones. West Lane Town in the capital of the solitary nation was famous for stone gambling among its neighboring nations. Although stone gambling could be found in other nations as well, it was not taken seriously like it was in West Lane Town. Brother Duan, most of the origin stones in the supporting Fall nation come from West Lane Town. West Lane Town owns the largest stone gambling den in the southern region of the profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong explained as they left the imperial palace of the solitary nation for West Lane Town. Origin stones. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. A hint of curiosity could be heard in his voice. He speculated origin stones were like raw jade stones on Earth. Yes, Huang Jialong nodded. Origin stones are like fossils. They're covered in layers of dirt and dust and become origin stones with the passing of time. They're capable of blocking out all divine consciousness. Not even the strongest 10-direction celestial emperor in the Devata realms or the mysterious titled celestial emperor in the title temple is able to bypass the origin stone's effect. However, the surface of origin stones is so weak that even the weakest great overarching golden celestial would be able to crack it to obtain what's inside. Since one can't investigate what's inside origin stones with one's divine consciousness, stone gambling has become a profitable market in Devata realms. Huang Jialong continued to explain. The concept of origin stones was rather similar to stones that contained precious raw jade on Earth. On Earth, stones with a slight color of jade would increase in value in the market due to the possibility of it containing raw jade. Naturally, there was always a possibility that one might end up with just a piece of worthless stone as well. The difference was origin stones in Devata realms might contain unknown treasure while the raw jade stones on Earth might contain raw jade. There are many different sizes of origin stones. Those that are damaged, exposing their contents, aren't qualified to be used for stone gambling since we would be able to probe it with our divine consciousness. This defeats the purpose of stone gambling, after all, Huang Jialong continued to say. Jialong, so what's inside origin stones? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The contents of origin stones must be highly valuable to pique Huang Jialong's interest in stone gambling. He could not help but wonder what was in them. Brother Duan, do you know where origin stones come from? Huang Jialong asked. Based on what you said earlier, they must be artifacts from a long time ago. After all, fossilization takes a long time, Duan Ling Tian deduced out loud. That's right, I'm sure you know little worlds left behind by celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors in the Devata realms contain their legacies. Huang Jialong said, it's generally known that the stability of a little world relies heavily on the cultivation base of its creator. Little worlds created by celestial kings are less stable compared to the ones created by celestial lords. Similarly, those created by celestial lords are less stable than those created by celestial emperors. However, no matter how stable they would destabilize with the passing of time. To keep it stable at all times, it needed to be maintained. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Southern Heaven territory was created by a titled celestial lord. After that, many Southern Heaven celestial lords made an effort to keep it stable in the past. What makes it special is that, on top of the treasures that are already in there, those celestial lords had also filled the realm with more treasures like celestial weapons, medicinal herbs, and celestial talismans. At the same time, they would also put obstacles and tests in the realm. Huang Jialong said, the Southern Heaven celestial lords are in charge of the upper realms in the Southern Heaven ancient realm while ordinary celestial lords were in charge of the middle realms. Finally, grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory are in charge of the lower realms. The lower realm we'll be entering in 4 months is maintained by the profound nether mansion. Huang Jialong continued to say, I'm not sure if you know there are 108 lower realms in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. They're guarded by 108 grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory respectively. The profound nether mansion is one of them. Huang Jialong smiled sheepishly as he paused for a moment. I know this is a lot to take in at once. I'll get to the origins of the origin stones soon. It's fine, I'm learning a lot of things. Prior to this, I didn't know there are 108 lower realms in the Southern Heaven ancient realm and 108 grade 6 celestial mansions. In the Southern Heaven territory. Despite his calm expression, Duan Ling Tian was inwardly shocked. Based on Huang Jialong's words, there were clearly thousands of nations similar to the supporting Fall Nation and Solitary Nation under the profound Nether Mansion alone. There are at least 1,000 nations under the profound Nether Mansion. This means there must be, at least, 100,000 nations under all the 108 grade 6 celestial mansions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he thought to himself. He felt slightly insignificant when he realized how vast a Devata realm was. The Southern Heaven territory that's ruled by a titled celestial lord alone has, at least, 100,000 nations. There must be many more places similar to the Southern Heaven territory in the spirit overarching heaven. After all, there are powerhouses stronger than titled celestial lords such as celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Above the titled celestial emperors is the heavenly emperor that rules over the entire spirit overarching heaven. Most importantly, there are 81 Devata realms. At this moment, Huang Jialong said, as I mentioned earlier, the Southern Heaven ancient realm, similar to all little worlds, requires Southern Heaven celestial lords to maintain its stability. Otherwise, it will lose its stability and eventually collapse as time passes by. Unfortunately, not many powerhouses are willing to put in the effort to stabilize little worlds. Once a little world collapses, everything in it, including the treasures, will be drawn into a spatial turbulence before they scatter everywhere. With time, these things that are scattered will turn into origin stones. As I've said, some of them contain treasure and some of them are just worthless stones. Chapter 2958 The Young Master of Hidden Sword City. Even in Devata realms, stone gambling was just like gambling on Earth. Out of 10 gamblers, 9 would lose. Majority of the origin stones in the stone gambling market are worthless. Origin stones with treasures are quite rare. For this reason, despite how popular stone gambling is, only a handful of people is actually lucky enough to obtain origin stones with treasures in them. Well, I'm sure there are also people who obtained precious origin stones but kept it a secret. After all, One might attract trouble if it's known that one possesses a treasure, Huang Jialong said. Soon after, they arrived at West Lane town. There were many shops that sold rough stones with strange shapes. Are all these shops selling origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the shops. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded slightly before he led Duan Lingtian to the largest shop in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Bai Gang, who had followed the duo out to protect them, kept his distance. He knew Huang Jialong disliked having someone constantly shadowing him. After all, he would watch over them from afar and make a move if he sensed something amiss. However, if the situation demanded that he could only save one of the two young men, he would undoubtedly save Huang Jialong. After all, Huang Jialong was the son of his sworn brother, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Moreover, Huang Yuanfei had saved his life a few times in the past. Even if his life was at stake, he would never hesitate to protect Huang Jialong. Greetings, dear guests, are you here to buy origin stones? A smiling, well-dressed middle-aged welcomed Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong as soon as they stepped foot in the shop. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "You have quite a huge collection of stones here, would you kindly recommend a few to us?" "It's my pleasure, dear guests." The middle-aged man led the duo to the table in front that displayed a lot of origin stones. A few people wearing the same uniform as the middle-aged man, who were clearly shop assistants, were also recommending origin stones to a few customers in the shop. "Dear guests, this is table 36. The origin stones on this table are the cheapest ones available in the shop because they're small," the middle-aged man said. There were at least 1,000 origin stones on table 36. The largest stone was almost the size of the fist of a newborn baby, whereas the smallest one was slightly bigger than a spatial ring. They are cheap since it's obvious that they don't contain large treasures. They usually contain small items like spatial rings. However, if you're lucky, they might contain spatial rings formerly owned by celestial kings, celestial lords, or even celestial emperors. The middle-aged man said, "Why don't you say that even if they contain spatial rings, it's likely that they're low-grade spatial rings with useless trash in them?" Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man knowingly and said in a casual tone, "In fact, out of 100 spatial rings found in origin stones, it'd be difficult to find one that actually holds treasures." "Dear guest, you're truly knowledgeable." The middle-aged man was embarrassed when he heard Huang Jialong's words, but he was quick to recover from his embarrassment. Most customers were rather gullible, so it was easy for him to fool them into buying origin stones. Huang Jialong no longer bothered with the middle-aged man. He turned to Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "Brother Duan, do you want to get a few origin stones just for fun?" "Not now." Duan Lingtian shook his head. There were a total of 36 tables in the shop. Based on the middle-aged man's words, table 36 held the lowest grade origin stones in the shop. After verifying it for himself, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Amazing. These origin stones really do block out divine consciousness." He was still amazed even though he had known the origin stones could block divine consciousness. Even the dirt and dust in Devata realms are precious. These origin stones are amazing. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong and said, "I'm not interested in the origin stones here. Let's move on to the others." Huang Jialong nodded slightly in response before he said to the middle-aged man, "Show us the other origin stones." After a few bouts of recommendations, Duan Lingtian slowly gained more understanding about origin stones in the stone gambling market. Generally, the bigger the origin stone, the higher its value. Origin stones that looked like celestial weapons fetched a higher price since one could roughly guess its content based on its shape. Naturally, the grade of the weapon remained a mystery until one cracked the stone open. At this moment, an apathetic voice rang from a corner of the shop, catching Duan Lingtian's attention. "I'll take all of these sword-shaped origin stones." A young man with an indifferent expression who was dressed in fine robes took out a huge number of prominent celestial crystals. He had bought all the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop with the exception of 3 stones that were almost the height of an adult. He's buying, at least, 30 origin stones. They should cost about 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, right? It seems like he's not an ordinary person, Huang Jialong said as he looked at an old man who followed behind the young man. "Dear guest, he's Han Yunhe, the young master of Hidden Sword City. He's also the only son of the city governor of Hidden Sword City," the middle-aged man replied in a hushed tone when he heard Huang Jialong's words. "The young master of Hidden Sword City." Huang Jialong raised his brow and muttered, "No wonder he's buying all the sword-shaped origin stones. The direct descendants of the city governor of Hidden Sword City are sword celestials." As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, Han Yunhe had cracked open one of the sword-shaped origin stones. A black sword appeared as the origin stone crumbled into bits and pieces. A prominent celestial sword. What a waste, the middle-aged said with a sigh. A sword-shaped origin stone costs about 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. With that price, one would still suffer a loss if one obtains a Duke-grade celestial sword. After all, a Duke-grade celestial sword is only worth 10 to 30 prominent celestial crystals, depending on its quality, Huang Jialong said. Han Yunhe continued to crack open the sword-shaped origin stones. It did not take long before he had already opened roughly 20 sword-shaped origin stones. So far, he had obtained 2 Duke-grade celestial swords, and the others were only mediocre celestial swords. A small group of onlookers watched Han Yunhe in amazement. They were envious of the bold manner in which he gambled and the casual way he had spent so many celestial crystals due to his wealth. What a loss! 20,000 prominent celestial crystals went to waste in just a blink of an eye. Well, one must take risks when it comes to stone gambling. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are all gone in a second. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to gamble so boldly. Young Master Han doesn't seem to care at all. He really has the bearing of a son of a city governor. As the saying goes, a tiger wouldn't give birth to a dog. His father should be proud of him. Han Yunhe cracked another origin stone, revealing a sword with a green glow. A king-grade celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian quickly identified the sword. He did not expect Han Yunhe to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. The table had turned in just an instant. As it stood, Han Yunhe no longer suffered a loss. After all, a king-grade celestial sword was worth, at least, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Chapter 2959 Duan Ling Tian opens origin stones. Naturally, the higher the grade of a celestial weapon, the higher its value. However, the difference in value between 2 grades of celestial weapon below the king grade would not exceed 10,000 celestial crystals. For example, a Duke-grade celestial weapon normally costs 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals or 10 prominent celestial crystals, whereas a prominent celestial weapon normally costs 10 mediocre celestial crystals, a difference of 100 times in value. On the other hand, king-grade celestial weapons were 10,000 times more valuable than Duke-grade celestial weapons. Nobody in their right mind would be willing to trade a king-grade celestial weapon for 10,000 Duke-grade celestial weapons. It's a king-grade celestial sword. Heavens! Young Master Han obtained a king-grade celestial sword. A king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Young Master Han has hit the jackpot this time. Earlier, we were lamenting his loss of tens of thousands of prominent celestial crystals. In just a blink of an eye, he has won, at least, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Han Yunhe, the young master of Hidden Sword City, naturally, drew everyone's attention when he obtained the king-grade celestial sword. Even passers-by outside the shop were drawn by the commotion. At this moment, a small crowd had formed outside of the shop. These people were all looking at Han Yunhe enviously. Congratulations, young Master Han, for obtaining a king-grade celestial sword. The shop assistant congratulated Han Yunhe. It's not worth the congratulations. This king-grade celestial sword has cost me, at least, 150,000 prominent celestial crystals. Based on its quality, this sword is worth 130,000 or 140,000 prominent celestial crystals at most. I still lost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. I'll return the remaining origin stones to you. At least, I'll be able to break even, Han Yunhe said, placing the remaining unopened sword-shaped origin stones back on the table. In Devata realms, if the origin stones were not opened, people were free to return them as long as they had not stepped out of the shop. This applied to all gambling stones shops. After putting the king-grade celestial sword away, Han Yunhe and his follower left the shop immediately. The onlookers gathered at the shop entrance naturally parted to make way for Han Yunhe and his man. Soon enough, Han Yunhe and his man disappeared from everyone's sight, and the onlookers began to fervently discuss among themselves. Unbelievable! The young master of Hidden Sword City obtained a king-grade celestial weapon from this shop. The direct descendants of the city governor of Hidden Sword City are sword celestials. The city governor has a few king-grade celestial weapons, but only 2 of them are king-grade celestial swords. One is in his hand, and the other one is with the commander of the Hidden Sword City's army. Therefore, young master, he has always lacked a king-grade celestial sword. King-grade celestial swords can be found in the black market occasionally, but they sell out almost immediately. In Devata realms, swords are a very popular choice of weapons, so it's difficult for young Master Han to obtain a king-grade celestial sword even though he can afford it. It costs him 130,000 to 140,000 prominent celestial crystals just to obtain a king-grade celestial sword of similar value. It seems like he has only broken even, but if you ask me, I think he made a big profit. He deserves it. No ordinary people would dare to gamble so boldly like he did. Based on what I heard, the city governor of Hidden Sword City had given him at least 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian was equally impressed by Han Yunhe's boldness and luck. After all, not everyone would be able to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon through stone gambling even if they had 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to spend. The young master of Hidden Sword City is bold and decisive. He'll definitely be as successful as his father in the future, Huang Jialong said with a sigh. Hidden Sword City was one of the top cities under the Solitary Nation. Its city governor was also one of the strongest celestial dukes in the nation. Not long after Han Yunhe departed, the onlookers began to disperse. Soon enough, the shop regained its tranquility. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong continued browsing the origin stones in the shop. During that time, Huang Jialong had bought a few origin stones on a whim. Alas, the contents were worthless. Why don't you get the origin stones that the young master of Hidden Sword City returned? Who knows, you might obtain something valuable, Duan Ling Tian suggested, shaking his head as he looked at the worthless items Huang Jialong obtained. Then, he jokingly said, if you really obtain something valuable, the young master would definitely feel regretful if he finds out. The middle-aged slightly laughed and shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's joke. Brother Duan, you have a point. I'll take the remaining origin stones the young master of Hidden Sword City returned. There are 13 origin stones, right? I'll take all of them. Jialong, I was just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. The 13 sword-shaped origin stones were worth 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Brother Duan, stone gambling is just a game. As long as I'm having fun, it's fine, Huang Jialong said with a smile. He was clearly determined to go through with Duan Ling Tian's spontaneous suggestion. He turned to the middle-aged man and tossed a spatial ring to the middle-aged man. There are 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in there. Go ahead and count them. If there's no problem, bring the origin stones to me. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. An expression of delight appeared on his face when he regained his senses. He did not expect an unknown customer would purchase 13,000 prominent celestial crystals worth of origin stones without a second thought. Dear guest, I'll bring the origin stones to you at once. As the middle-aged man went to fetch the origin stones, the other shop assistants looked at him enviously. Jialong, that's 13,000 worth of prominent celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian shook his head disapprovingly. He felt Huang Jialong was too capricious. It's just for fun, don't worry. It'd be great if I really obtained something valuable, but even if I don't, it's still fun, Huang Jialong said with a smile. At this moment, Huang Jialong had already opened 5 origin stones. The best he had gotten so far was a Duke-grade celestial sword. The customers in the shop began to discuss among themselves again as they watched Huang Jialong opening one origin stone after another. This young man must be rich. He has spent at least 10,000 prominent celestial crystals on origin stones just for fun. He must have an extraordinary background. I've never seen him before. He might come from another nation. The imperial auction is about to start in a few days, after all. Many people from other nations have already arrived in our capital. Perhaps, in the Solitary Nation, there aren't many people who are as wealthy as him. At this moment, Huang Jialong passed the remaining origin stones to Duan Ling Tian and said, my luck doesn't seem to be good at the moment. There are still 3 origin stones left. Brother Duan, why don't you help me to open them? Jialong, I don't think I'm any luckier than you are. I hope you won't blame me if there's nothing of value. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Brother Duan, it will still be impressive even if you obtain a primitive celestial sword, Huang Jialong said jokingly. Who knows, I might just obtain a primitive celestial SW. Duan Ling Tian trailed off. He had opened an origin stone, revealing a mediocre celestial sword. Look, it's a mediocre celestial sword. Huang Jialong laughed when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian continued to open the second origin stone. A ray of light shot out as soon as he cracked the origin stone open. A domineering energy filled the shop immediately. The people in the shop were stunned when they saw the content of the origin stone. A royal grade celestial sword. Chapter 2960 Forced to sell. Sword cheese ricocheted in the shop for a while. They had shot out from the half-open origin stone that was glowing with a mysterious light in Duan Ling Tian's hand. As time passed, the glow gradually faded along with the sword cheese that shot out of the sword-shaped origin stone. It was clear the earlier phenomena indicated how extraordinary the content was. The content was undoubtedly more precious than the king-grade celestial weapon that Han Yunhe obtained earlier. Everyone in the shop, excluding Duan Ling Tian who had regained his senses first, was thoroughly shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. It took quite a while before they regained their senses. Duan Ling Tian recovered so quickly because the aura of the half-open origin stone was similar to the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons he had in hand. Currently, he had 1 consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. The 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons were not his, he was only temporarily holding on to it. The 2 royal-grade celestial weapons were the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. They belonged to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. Meanwhile, he had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon during the 6th Southeastern Region's Alchemist Conference in the Borderlands. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon had 3 uses, and he had already used it once, so he was only left with 2 uses. After using it up, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would be rendered useless. Such an aura. See, could it be a royal-grade celestial sword? Huang Jialong finally regained his senses. A hint of shock and disbelief could still be seen on his face when he looked at the half-open origin stone in Duan Ling Tian's hands. At this moment, the hilt of the sword and part of the blade could be seen from the half-open origin stone. It was an emerald sword that looked as though it was made from inked jade. Many tiny inscriptions could be seen from what was exposed of the sword. Among the inscriptions, there were cursive writings. They looked ancient. Apart from that, a blood-red line ran down the middle of the blade of the sword. It pulsed and looked as though blood was constantly flowing through it. Duan Ling Tian gripped the hilt of the sword and exerted some force and shattered the remaining origin stone that encased the sword. In just a moment, an emerald sword with a blood-red line that ran down the blade was fully revealed. At this time, the mysterious glow had vanished without a trace, making the sword look like an ordinary sword. Nevertheless, the mysterious light and sword chi that appeared when the origin stone was half open left a lasting impression in everyone's minds. If anyone were probing with their divine consciousness at this moment, they would be able to sense how extraordinary it was compared to a king-grade celestial weapon. The onlookers broke out in an uproar as soon as they regained their senses. Traces of disbelief could still be seen on their faces. A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial sword. Heavens, I didn't think I'd be so lucky to be able to see a royal-grade celestial sword with my very own eyes. The last time there was a royal-grade celestial weapon in our solitary nation seems to be about 1,300 years ago, right? It's truly a royal-grade celestial sword. At this instant, Huang Jialong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked around his surroundings. He only had one thought in his mind at this moment: kill everyone in the shop to prevent news of him obtaining a royal-grade celestial sword from spreading. Alas, Huang Jialong was too slow. An old man with a white beard, the person in charge of the shop, had already sent a communication celestial talisman out as soon as he regained his senses. The communication celestial talisman he had used bore his soul mark. It was unstoppable. At the same time, the white-bearded old man walked out from the deepest part of the shop toward Huang Jialong. He had seen what had happened earlier, so he knew the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to Huang Jialong. He said, "Dear guest, our shop is willing to buy this sword for 10 million prominent celestial crystals." 10 million prominent celestial crystals. Upon hearing that, everyone in the shop stared at the old man as though he was an idiot. Did he lose his mind? They were talking about a royal-grade celestial sword. He wanted to buy it for 10 million prominent celestial crystals. What a joke! 10 million prominent celestial crystals. Huang Jialong, who was stunned by the old man's offer, laughed when he regained his senses. Old man, do you think I'm a brash and naive young man? Even the lowest bid for a royal-grade celestial weapon in the profound nether mansion starts at 1 billion prominent celestial crystals if I'm not mistaken. He scoffed before he continued to say, even then, most people would not sell their royal-grade celestial weapons for 1 billion prominent celestial crystals if they own one. Although there were many people who were willing to pay exorbitant prices for a royal-grade celestial weapon, no one in the Southern Heaven territory who owned royal-grade celestial weapons was willing to sell them. People had offered up to 10,000 times the price of a normal king-grade celestial weapon for a royal-grade celestial weapon. The price of a royal-grade celestial weapon was also exactly 10,000 times of a king-grade celestial weapon. That's right, does he really think they're inexperienced? As far as I know, this shop is owned by the 9th prince of our solitary nation. The 9th prince is the most business-minded among all princes. It seems like the shopkeeper is trying to force the young men to sell the royal-grade celestial sword they obtained from the origin stone. Well, if this is what the 9th prince wants, I'm afraid these young men will have a hard time holding on to the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, the 9th prince has the support of the emperor. As the saying goes, a rare treasure would land its owner in jail. The customers in the shop shook their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong. Based on their conversation, it was clear they thought the duo would be forced to sell the royal-grade celestial sword at such a low price. The sound of heavy footsteps rang in the air, and soon enough, a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe stepped into the shop. "Dear guest, we're closing our shop now. Please visit the other shops in West Lane Town." The white-bearded old man could not help but frown when he saw another person coming into the shop. Then, he turned to the shop assistant standing at the side idly and shouted, "You lot. Escort this customer out, and close the shop. We're closed for business today." The old man was aware that the fewer people knew about the royal-grade celestial weapon, the better it would be. He had already received a reply from the 9th prince of the solitary nation. He had been ordered to take control of the situation and to close the shop for the day. He had also been ordered to stop those already in the shop from leaving and to prohibit new customers from entering the shop. As for what happened next, the 9th prince, who was hurrying from the palace to the shop, would decide when he arrived. Since the white-bearded old man was in charge of the shop assistants, naturally, dared not defy him. They quickly walked toward the white-clad middle-aged man who had just entered to escort him out. Before the shop assistants could approach the white-clad middle-aged man, they heard him scoffing loudly. Then, they were instantly blocked by what seemed to be an invisible wall, bouncing off and falling to the ground as soon as they walked into it. Upon seeing this, the people in the shop inhaled sharply. The white-bearded old man glared at the white-clad middle-aged man fiercely as he said, "Sir, do you know who owns this shop?" Although he was the strongest among the employees in the shop, he had failed to capture the white-clad middle-aged man's movements earlier. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly and could only try to scare the white-clad middle-aged man off by using the name of the shop's owner. The white-clad middle-aged man ignored the white-bearded old man and walked toward Duan Ling Tian. He said with a smile, "Little Tian, show me the sword." The white-clad middle-aged man who had just appeared was none other than Bai Gang, who was secretly protecting Huang Jialong and Duan Ling Tian. "Uncle Bai." Duan Ling Tian handed the sword over without any signs of unwillingness. Most people would feel a hint of reluctance having to give up a royal-grade celestial weapon even if it did not belong to them in the first place. However, that was not the case for Duan Ling Tian. Put aside the fact that he had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring, even when he was in mundane realms, he had already owned a sword of this caliber. It was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's Jasper Celestial Sword. After ascending to the spirit overarching heaven, not only did Duan Ling Tian learn that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he also learned that the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon. Although this sword is also a royal-grade celestial weapon, it seems inferior to the Jasper Celestial Sword. In fact, even the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring seem to be more powerful than it, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he watched Bai Gang study the sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware of how extraordinary the Jasper Celestial Sword was. How could a sword from a top-tier celestial weapon like the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda be an ordinary royal-grade celestial sword? It was, naturally, the best royal-grade celestial weapon. Just as Duan Ling Tian had speculated, the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring were also, indeed, superior to this sword. In fact, they could be considered superior among all royal-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 2961 The Solitary Nation's Ninth Prince. They're acquainted. The white-bearded old man's eyes widened and his expression was grim when he saw the purple-clad young man handing the royal-grade celestial sword to the white-clad middle-aged man. This person must be a 6-combination celestial duke, at least. The white-bearded old man was a 4-phenomena celestial duke. When he discovered he could not catch the other party's movement, he had guessed that the other party's cultivation base was, at least, 2 levels higher than his. If it were only a level higher, it was impossible for him not to be able to catch the other party's movements. It seems like this duo's background isn't simple as well, the white-bearded old man thought to himself. Regardless, he did not care. In his opinion, no matter what their backgrounds were, it could not be better than the person backing him, the 9th prince of the solitary nation. Moreover, they were in their territory, the solitary nation. After studying the sword in his hand, Bai Gang nodded before he turned to look at Huang Jialong. It's really a royal-grade celestial sword. Jialong, you know that we can't afford to keep this sword, right? I know, Uncle Bai. Huang Jialong nodded. He knew that he and the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City would not be able to hold on to the sword when he discovered that it was a royal-grade celestial sword. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation would not be able to hold on to it as well. He was sure that if the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation took the royal-grade celestial sword away, they would lose the sword or be annihilated within a year. After all, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation was far from being strong enough to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Even the grade 7 sects and clans would have a hard time keeping the royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the supporting Fall Nation. Perhaps, a grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion would be able to maintain their claim on the royal-grade celestial sword since they had the protection of 10 direction celestial kings. In fact, the Mansion Master of Profound Nether Mansion was a 10 direction celestial king as well. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Huang Jialong's mind. He turned to look at Bai Gang and solemnly said, "However, Uncle Bai, I only managed to obtain this royal-grade celestial sword mostly because of Brother Duan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have bought the remaining sword-shaped origin stones. I hope you'll remember this when you report this matter back to them, Uncle Bai." Jialong, this isn't necessary. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Huang Jialong and Bai Gang the entire time, naturally, understood the meaning behind their conversation. Since it was no secret that they had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword, they would not be able to keep it. Therefore, they could only give it to a powerful force. The Flying Tiger clan was undoubtedly their best choice. However, he did not expect Huang Jialong would credit him for finding the royal-grade celestial sword. He was aware that whatever rewards the Flying Tiger clan gave Huang Jialong, he would be entitled to half of it, at least. Although he was moved by Huang Jialong's thoughtfulness, he repeatedly refused Huang Jialong's kindness. "You're the one who bought the sword-shaped origin stone that contained the royal-grade celestial sword. It really has nothing to do with me. Brother Duan, please stop. I've already made up my mind," Huang Jialong said in a tone that brooked no argument. It was his first time speaking so forcefully to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He truly did not think it was necessary for Huang Jialong to do that. Although the rewards from the Flying Tiger clan were enticing, he did not think he deserved it since he did not do much. Even if he did contribute to finding the royal-grade celestial sword, his contribution was not as big as Huang Jialong made it out to be. "Little Tian, just listen to Jialong regarding this matter. He's like his father, they're both extremely stubborn. Once they've decided on something, it's impossible to change their minds." Bai Gang spoke up when he saw Duan Ling Tian was about to refuse again. Then, he continued to say, "I've already informed Yuan Fei about this matter. Let's return for now." Bai Gang was about to put the royal-grade celestial sword away and leave with Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong when 3 people entered the shop, causing a commotion immediately. "It's the 9th prince, Your Highness." The white-bearded old man led the shop assistants to the newcomers and greeted one of the 3 people who had just entered the shop. The trio was led by a handsome young man who was dressed in a green robe with golden trimmings. 2 old men stood behind him. As soon as they entered the shop, their eyes were all glued to the royal-grade celestial sword in Bai Gang's hand that he had yet to put away. Through their divine consciousness, they could tell how extraordinary the sword was. At this moment, the handsome young man, the 9th prince of the solitary nation, said without beating around the bush, "Greeting, I'm the 9th prince of the solitary nation. Let's skip the pleasantries and go straight to the point. I'm afraid 3 of you won't be able to keep the sword for long even if you're able to leave my shop with it. Why don't you sell it to me? With this, you won't have to lose your lives over a sword. In fact, you would even earn a lot of celestial crystals." "What, are you trying to buy the royal-grade celestial sword for 10 million prominent celestial crystals like that old fart?" Huang Jialong sneered as he looked at the 9th prince of the solitary nation. Since the other party was rude, there was no need for him to hold back. He would give them a taste of their own medicine. He did not care if the other party was the 9th prince of the solitary nation or the supporting Fall nation. He was extremely confident when he spoke. The source of his confidence was not his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation. It came from old Mo and Bai Gang. The white-bearded old man had told the 9th prince about Huang Jialong and Bai Gang's intention when he entered the shop through voice transmission. He narrowed his eyes as he said, "I heard from my man that you plan to give the royal-grade celestial sword to a powerful force in exchange for rewards. May I know which force you're planning to give the sword to?" The 2 old men standing behind the 9th prince of the solitary nation looked at Bai Gang fiercely when the 9th prince finished speaking. Bai Gang returned to the 2 old men's gazes fearlessly as he said with a sneer, "What? 2 mere 9 palaces celestial dukes dare to challenge me, Bai Gang?" "Bai Gang." The 2 old men frowned as soon as they heard Bai Gang's words. They found his name familiar. Huang Jialong scoffed before he said, "Is this how the solitary nation treats their guests? I think I need to have a word with the emperor when I return to the palace." Return to the palace. Huang Jialong's words shocked the people present on the scene. Based on his words, it seemed like he was a guest of the emperor of the solitary nation. They are guests staying in the palace. Bai Gang. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the 9th prince of the solitary nation finally realized why Bai Gang's name sounded familiar. His expression changed drastically as he asked in a trembling voice, "Why you? Why your Lord Bai Gang from the city governor's estate of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation?" "Ah, it seems like there are still people who have heard of me in the solitary nation. At the very least, the 9th prince of the solitary nation had heard of me," Bai Gang said indifferently. With this, he inadvertently confirmed his identity. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in the supporting Fall nation's Passage City. After Bai Gang confirmed his identity, the 2 old men standing behind the 9th prince were stunned. They averted their eyes immediately and lowered their heads in unison like children who had made a mistake. It was no secret in the solitary nation that Bai Gang from the supporting Fall nation's Passage City belonged to the Flying Tiger clan. Someone like Bai Gang who was from a powerful celestial beast clan in the southern heaven territory was not someone the emperors from the supporting Fall nation or the solitary nation could afford to offend, let alone other people. Similarly, the expressions of the white-bearded old man and the shop assistants changed drastically when they recalled they had tried to chase Bai Gang out of the shop. Not only was Bai Gang a powerful 10-direction celestial duke, but he was also a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan. Put aside the fact that he had not acted out of bounds, even if he decided to kill all of them for no good reason in front of the emperor of the solitary nation, the emperor would not have made an issue out of it at all. The 9th prince of the solitary nation inhaled deeply before he said with a wide smile on his face, "So it's Lord Bai Gang. I apologize if my men have offended you, Lord Bai Gang. Please forgive them. Does this mean you plan to give this royal-grade celestial sword to the Flying Tiger clan?" Alas, Bai Gang did not even deign to look at the 9th prince of the solitary nation. He called out to Huang Jialong and Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face and left the shop. Everyone could only watch as the trio from the supporting Fall nation left. After the trio was out of sight, the 9th prince's expression darkened immediately. He turned around and rebuked the white-bearded old man. "Idiot, why didn't you keep those sword-shaped origin stones for me?" The 9th prince of the solitary nation had opened a shop in West Lane Town due to his liking for stone gambling as well. He would occasionally close the shop and open the origin stones. He did not open the shop for the purpose of making money, it was all for fun. Although the white-bearded old man felt wronged, he remained silent. He knew very well the best response was to keep quiet at this moment. During the journey back to the imperial palace of the solitary nation, the smile on Bai Gang's face did not fade at all. Both of you are really lucky to obtain a royal-grade celestial sword from an origin stone. After the Flying Tiger clan receives the sword, both of you will definitely be handsomely rewarded. You'll see how generous our clan leader is. Huang Jialong replied jokingly, Uncle Bai, we won't be the only ones who will be rewarded. As a member of the Flying Tiger clan, you'll be contributing greatly by bringing the royal-grade celestial sword back to the clan. I'm sure your clan leader will reward you generously as well. Chapter 2962 The Chaos Divine Earth. Bai Gang's smile widened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. It was as Huang Jialong had said, the Flying Tiger clan would undoubtedly reward him for obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword for the clan. It should be noted that the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the region under the profound Nether Mansion's rule only possessed one royal-grade celestial weapon before this. Naturally, the weight of another royal-grade celestial weapon was going to benefit Bai Gang's clan greatly. Royal-grade celestial weapons were very precious. Currently, the Southern Heaven territory did not have any royal-grade celestial alchemist at all. All the royal-grade celestial weapons in the territory had either come from other places or were forged by royal-grade celestial alchemists from a long time ago. Some of them were also obtained from origin stones. Due to their rarity, no one would sell their royal-grade celestial weapons even if they were offered a high price. There was no doubt that royal-grade celestial weapons were priceless treasures in the Southern Heaven territory. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Lad, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He knew whose voice it was. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, is there something you need, Senior? By now, Duan Ling Tian knew there would be important matters if the Profound Divine Metal or the Chaos Divine Flame suddenly initiated a conversation. They would not usually speak unless it was important since it would deplete their energies. After that, they would fall into a deep slumber to recover. I can vaguely sense the aura of a Chaos Divine Earth near us. It's rather weak, so it should be a Chaos Divine Earth in its first form, the Chaos Divine Flame said. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Profound Divine Metal chimed in, so that's why I keep sensing a familiar aura. I couldn't put a finger on it. As it turns out, it's a Chaos Divine Earth. Then, it continued to say in a rather grudging tone, Lad, you need to help me find another first form Profound Divine Metal so I can enter the third form. At that time, my senses will be as good as the Chaos Divine Flame. It was clear that it was slightly upset that the Chaos Divine Flame had entered the third form while it was still stuck in the second form. That was why the Chaos Divine Flame had easily identified the aura of the Chaos Divine Earth while it only felt the aura was unfamiliar. Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. What's that? Like it's one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Flame explained, the Profound Divine Metal, the Chaos Divine Earth, the Clear Heavens Divine Wood, the World Cleansing Divine Metal, and I are collectively known as the 5 divine elements. As though it could guess what Duan Ling Tian was going to ask next, the Chaos Divine Flame continued to say in a proud tone, I know you're curious, but now's not the time for you to understand it. It won't be beneficial to you if you know too much now. Just know that you have everything to gain and nothing to lose if we continue to evolve. In fact, if you're able to help us evolve to our final forms, you'll probably be invincible in the colossal world. Our final forms, you're really bold with your dream. However, if that day really comes, it's true that there won't be anyone who'll be able to defeat the lad in the colossal world. The Profound Divine Metal sounded indifferent at the start of its sentence, but a hint of anticipation could be heard in its voice during the latter part of its sentence. Clearly, it was eager to evolve to its final form as well, even if it knew it was going to an extremely difficult task. Invincible in the colossal world. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing their words. He was aware that the colossal world not only encompassed Devata realms and mundane realms, but it also encompassed mysterious realms such as the Divine Offering Land that was a separate realm from the Devata realms. Senior, which direction is the Chaos Divine Earth located? Duan Ling Tian had stopped in his tracks when the Chaos Divine Flame had mentioned the Chaos Divine Earth. He wanted to try and obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. With the addition of the Chaos Divine Earth, he would have 3 of the 5 divine elements. It's in the direction where you came from, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. In the direction where I came from. This means it's in West Lane Town. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Brother Duan, little Tian. At this moment, Huang Jialong and Bai Gang looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion as they called out to him. They had stopped moving as well when they saw Duan Ling Tian abruptly coming to a halt. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at the duo and said, Jialong, Uncle Bai, I'd like to head back to West Lane Town again. Head back to West Lane Town. Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were baffled. Then, Huang Jialong asked, what? Do you want to try your luck again, brother Duan? Duan Ling Tian nodded and answered ambiguously, something like that. Little Tian, why don't we return to the palace for now and return another day? Although Bai Gang had the support of the Flying Tiger clan, he felt uneasy keeping the royal grade celestial sword on him. He wanted to hide the royal grade celestial sword in a safe place until the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan arrived. Once he had hidden the sword, people who coveted the sword would not be able to obtain it even if they killed him. With this, it was unlikely that people would target him. If he kept the sword with him, there would inevitably be people who had nothing to lose trying to snatch the royal grade celestial sword away from him. It was a royal grade celestial weapon, after all. Even as a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan, it might not deter some people from attempting to rob him of the royal grade celestial sword. After all, the value of a royal grade celestial weapon was more than enough for some people to risk death. Uncle Bai, why don't you return with Jialong first? Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I can. If I encounter any danger, I'll send Jialong a message instantly. Duan Ling Tian said. Bai Gang hesitated. Before Bai Gang finished speaking, a gust of wind stirred up before a dark figure appeared before the trio's eyes. Grandfather Mo. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer. Old man Mo, you came just in time. I'll hand both of them over to you. Watch over them, Bai Gang said as soon as he saw old Mo. Then, he hurried back to the palace immediately without waiting for a reply, clearly in a rush to hide the royal grade celestial sword before the news spread. Although it was likely that the emperor of the solitary nation had already found out that Bai Gang possessed the royal grade celestial sword now, he was not worried about the emperor trying to take the sword away from him. The emperor of the solitary nation's innate talent in cultivation was limited. His strength would not increase much even if he possessed the royal grade celestial sword. Moreover, he would not be able to hold on to the sword for long and would risk his family's lives as well. However, just because the emperor of the solitary nation would not snatch the royal grade celestial sword from Bai Gang, it did not mean that sectless celestial kings would do the same. Sectless cultivators were usually unfettered and did not have anyone else, apart from themselves, to worry about. At most, they would probably have a disciple or two. They could leave and go wherever they want at any time. It was not too difficult to imagine that these sectless cultivators might attempt to snatch the royal grade celestial sword away. For this reason, Bai Gang was eager to hide the royal grade celestial sword before word spread to the sectless celestial kings. Bai Gang's abrupt departure caused old Mo to frown slightly, but he did not dwell on it. Old Mo. Duan Ling Tian greeted old Mo. Grandfather Mo, why are you here? Huang Jialong asked. Your father is worried that Bai Gang will encounter people who would risk their lives for the sword. Therefore, he sent me out to help. However, it seems like your father is worried for nothing. With so little time, the news hasn't really spread. At this moment, not many people know Bai Gang has the royal grade celestial sword with him. Since old Mo was here, Huang Jialong accompanied Duan Ling Tian back to West Lane Town. With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Ling Tian entered another shop near the Ninth Prince's shop. The shopkeeper stepped forward and welcomed the trio with a bright smile as soon as they entered the shop. Sir, my origin stones are likely to hold treasures. Let me know if I can assist you. If you buy in bulk, I can give you a discount. Since the shop was small, apart from the shopkeeper, there were no shop assistants. Although Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with how things worked, he was not afraid of being cheated since Huang Jialong was around. Could the Chaos Divine Earth be in an origin stone? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian began to look through origin stones under the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian stopped in front of a foot-long rectangular origin stone. It's really inside an origin stone. I want this origin stone. Duan Ling Tian took the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth. In order to avoid suspicion, he casually picked several other origin stones that are slightly larger than the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth and said, these two. As though he was giving Duan Ling Tian a lesson, Huang Jialong explained, these origin stones are not shaped like weapons. Even if there's a celestial weapon in them, it'd only be a small one and likely to be of a low grade. Therefore, these stones are usually priced lower than a sword-shaped or blade-shaped origin stone. These stones are usually sold for roughly 300 prominent celestial crystals. Chapter 2963 A Third Form Chaos Divine Earth. The shopkeeper's expression darkened upon hearing Huang Jialong's words. He would not make much money if the customer understood the workings of the industry. Nevertheless, business was still business even if it was not the most profitable one. After spending about 1,000 prominent celestial crystals, Duan Ling Tian collected the origin stones he bought. However, he had no plans of opening them in the shop. Instead, he put them away in his spatial ring. "Brother Duan, aren't you going to open them?" Huang Jialong asked with a smile. "I'll open them when we return. Otherwise, if there's another royal-grade celestial weapon, everyone would learn about," Duan Ling Tian said jokingly. "Do you really think royal-grade celestial weapons are so easily found?" Huang Jialong did not expect that would be the reason why Duan Ling Tian did not open the origin stones in the shop. He said with a wry smile on his face, "The royal-grade celestial weapon we obtained earlier is the only known royal-grade celestial weapon to come from an origin stone in the past few thousands of years in the solitary nation." Royal-grade celestial weapon. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong's conversation. Earlier, he had heard about someone obtaining a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone, and it was going to be given to the Flying Tiger clan. The shop where the origin stone was sold belonged to the 9th prince of the solitary nation. They're the ones who obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. The shopkeeper was so lost in his thoughts that he only regained his senses when the trio had already left the shop. After walking out of the shop, Huang Jialong looked at the inner market in West Lane Town and said, "Brother Duan, let's have a look there." Duan Ling Tian had planned to return now that he had obtained what he wanted, but he was not in a rush. Therefore, he followed Huang Jialong and continued to shop at the inner market of West Lane Town. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to his room in the imperial palace of the solitary nation, the first thing he did was to take out the origin stone that contained one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. "I wonder what a Chaos Divine Earth in its first form looks like." Duan Ling Tian was curious as he began to break the origin stone. Then, he swept the debris aside to study the content of the origin stone with his divine consciousness. Moments later, Duan Ling Tian saw a tortoise shell. Its surface was coarse and matte. He was taken aback when he saw the tortoise shell briefly glowed with a mustard light. Although it was not bright and only glowed for a moment, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. "You're wrong. This is not a Chaos Divine Earth in its first form, it's already in its third form." The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. It was clear it was speaking to the Chaos Divine Flame. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. A third form Chaos Divine Earth. Based on the Chaos Divine Flame's progress, there was no doubt that it was extremely difficult for the 5 divine elements to evolve to the third form. Even the profound divine metal was only in the second form, but the gray tortoise shell in his hand was already in its third form. A hint of awe could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice as it said, "I didn't think it'd be a Chaos Divine Earth in its third form. Why is its aura so weak when it's already in the third form? Lad, give it a drop of your blood. We'll help you merge with it. With us around, you don't have to worry about it rejecting you," the Chaos Divine Flame said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time and pricked his index finger, dripping a drop of blood on the tortoise shell in his hands as soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. As soon as the blood dropped on the tortoise shell, it flowed along the veins on the surface of the shell. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian clearly felt 2 balls of energy exiting his body before they shrouded the tortoise shell. In just a few moments, it began to glow with a mustard light. A hint of gold and gray could be seen flickering in the mustard light as well. The 3 lights swirled around for a moment before the golden and gray light returned to Duan Ling Tian's body while the mustard light seemed to vanish into the shell. Duan Ling Tian was in awe as he watched the tortoise shell flashed for a moment before it disappeared into his palm without a trace. "It has already entered my body." Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked into his body and found the tortoise shell that was small and exquisite attached to his right humerus. With only a glance, it seemed as though it was part of his arm. Apart from that, he saw his 99 heavenly veins sending celestial origin energy to it. To be more precise, the tortoise shell was absorbing the celestial origin energy in his body. As time passed, he could keenly feel his celestial origin energy rapidly depleting. About 15 minutes later, he discovered roughly 10% to 20% of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. What is it doing? Duan Ling Tian began to panic. If this continued, it would not take long before all his celestial origin energy was depleted. Don't worry, it's lacking nutrients since it had been without a host for a long time. This will stop in a few days, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Within these few days, you should cultivate to transform heaven and earth spirit energy into celestial origin energy to assist it. This will help wake it up. Wake it up, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. His eyes brightened when he thought about the Chaos Divine Earth waking up in a few days' time. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time and began to clear his thoughts to cultivate. He did not use the Divine Crystal to cultivate this time. After all, he was not cultivating to improve his cultivation base, it was to gather enough celestial origin energy to rouse the Chaos Divine Earth. In the subsequent days, Duan Ling Tian focused on cultivating in his room. He knew nothing of the storm brewing outside as word of the royal-grade celestial sword spread. Almost all the sectless celestial kings in the solitary nation who had heard the news rushed to the capital of the solitary nation. All of them only had one target, Bai Gang. Regardless, Bai Gang did not seem affected. He issued a statement that stunned many of the sectless celestial kings. I have hidden the royal-grade celestial sword. Who knows if one of you might find it, but there's no guarantee that the person who kills me will be the person who finds it. I don't think any of you wants to kill me and risk being hunted by the Flying Tiger clan for nothing, right? Bai Gang's statement effectively stopped the sectless celestial kings who had gathered in the capital from acting rashly. Did Bai Gang really hide the royal-grade celestial sword? Is he lying? There's a chance he still has the royal-grade celestial sword with him, right? If you were in his shoes, would you keep the royal-grade celestial sword with you? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Well, I won't rule out the possibility that he's just calling our bluff. Nevertheless, I don't think anyone would risk it. After all, whoever kills him would risk incurring the wrath of the entire Flying Tiger clan. That's right, no one would risk their life when there's a huge chance of failing. What a pity we heard about the news too late. We failed to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword away before Bai Gang hid it. Although many of the sectless celestial kings were willing to risk their lives to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword, it was different when there was a huge chance they would fail in obtaining the sword. Trying to snatch the royal-grade celestial weapon now was akin to recklessly throwing away their lives. It was not worth the risk at all. Therefore, in just a few days, many of them had left the capital. Only a handful remained to monitor the situation. It was finally the day before the auction by the imperial family of the solitary nation, in Duan Ling Tian's room. It's finally over. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after he stopped cultivating. The tortoise shell that was attached to his right humerus had finally stopped absorbing celestial origin energy. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a voice rang in his mind. The voice sounded as though it belonged to a little boy who had just learned how to speak. A profound divine metal and a chaos divine flame in its third form. The childish voice continued to ring in Duan Ling Tian's mind. 99 heavenly veins. This is a pretty good host. Hey, both of you, get lost. I want this host. Based on its words, it was clearly very satisfied with Duan Ling Tian as its host. Moreover, it was clear he did not want to share its host with the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame. Yo, this one's got a temper, challenging both of us at once. Hey, I think you need to be taught a lesson so you can see the situation you're in. The Chaos Divine Flame said lightly, clearly not taking the Chaos Divine Earth seriously. Profound Divine Metal, it seems like we must join hands again. That's what I was thinking as well. The Profound Divine Metal replied. Through his internal vision, Duan Ling Tian saw a gray energy shooting out from the Chaos Divine Flame before merging with the golden energy that shot out of the Profound Divine Metal. Then, it shot toward his right arm immediately where the tortoise shell was located. When the combined energies from the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame was about to land, the tortoise shell flashed with mustard light. The mustard light shot out and collided with the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame's energies. Hey, stop. Aren't both of you ashamed? Shouldn't we fight one-on-one for this host? The Chaos Divine Earth cried out indignantly. It was clear he was in a disadvantageous position due to the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame joining forces. Chapter 2964 by Zhen Yu, the Deputy Patriarch Chapter of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Although the Chaos Divine Earth's words to the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were harsh, due to its cute and childish voice, its threats lack an intimidating effect. As one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth was prideful and could not accept sharing a host with the other 5 divine elements. This situation was similar to when the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were still in their second forms. At that time, the Chaos Divine Flame had deliberated for a long time before finally agreeing to share the same host as the profound divine metal. The Chaos Divine Flame had been convinced to do so by the profound divine metal's suggestion of working together. The profound divine metal had promised to help the Chaos Divine Flame to devour other Chaos Divine Flames. True to its words, the profound divine metal had helped the Chaos Divine Flame to devour a second form Chaos Divine Flame, effectively helping the Chaos Divine Flame in Duan Ling Tian's body to evolve to a third form Chaos Divine Flame. Despite the Chaos Divine Earth sounding like a child who has just learned how to speak, it's clearly unwilling to share a host with the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame. Despite knowing this, Duan Ling Tian was not worried. As the 5 divine elements, he was certain the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame would have a way to resolve this. Otherwise, they would not have pushed him to obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. The profound divine metal chuckled when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Little one, you don't seem to understand the current situation. I have reached an agreement with the Chaos Divine Flame to coexist in the same host. This means we'll work together to deal with outsiders. If you try to push one of us out, the other wouldn't stay idle and watch. Now, little one, do you understand the situation? A hint of delight could be heard in the profound divine metal's words. As a second form profound divine metal, it was rather satisfied that it could pressure a third form Chaos Divine Earth. Hey, who are you calling little? You're only a second form profound divine metal while I'm already in my third form. I should call you little instead. Although the Chaos Divine Earth was clearly angry, due to its cute and childish voice, it did not sound fierce or intimidating at all. Well, you sound like a little baby. It's only normal for others to refer to you as little one, right? The profound divine metal said teasingly. Are you not convinced, little one? Do you want a rematch? Shameless. Come, let's duel one-on-one if you dare. The Chaos Divine Earth cried out angrily. One-on-one, do you think I'm crazy? Although we're both part of the 5 divine elements, I'm still in my second form and you're already in your third form. The profound divine metal ignored the Chaos Divine Earth's challenge and continued to say, okay, let's get back to business. Little one, do you want to share this host with us or do you want to leave? The profound divine metal said knowingly, if I'm not mistaken, the reason your aura is so weak before this is due to the heavy injury you suffered when your former host died. The Chaos Divine Earth was silent for a moment before it finally said. Don't both of you have any pride as the 5 divine elements? Don't you think it's disgraceful to share the same host? Pride, the profound divine metal laughed. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame calmly chimed in, I was just like you in the past. Back then when the profound divine metal proposed that we share the same host, I was also reluctant due to my pride as one of the 5 divine elements. However, it managed to convince me, and my decision was right. It's beneficial for me to put down my pride as one of the 5 divine elements and share a host. A hint of curiosity could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice as it asked, what did the profound divine metal say to you? I was a second form Chaos Divine Flame back then. The profound divine was also in the second form at that time. The profound divine metal promised to help me devour and absorb other Chaos Divine Flames we encounter so I could evolve. Sure enough, we came across a second form Chaos Divine Flame. With the help from the profound divine metal, I successfully absorbed the other Chaos Divine Flame and became a third form Chaos Divine Flame. The Chaos Divine Earth remained silent. Little one, as long as you agree to share a host, if we encounter any Chaos Divine Earth in the future, we'll help you to absorb it. With our help, your success rate will rise greatly. It'd be easier for you to evolve into a fourth form Chaos Divine Earth, the profound divine metal said. Although you have a point, what if we encounter a fourth form Chaos Divine Earth? I still wouldn't stand a chance even with help from both of you. Our host might even perish at that time. It would absorb me, and both of you will be injured from losing your host. Once you're injured, It'd be easy for other profound divine metals or chaos divine flames to absorb you, the chaos divine earth expressed its concerns. Well, we have to take risks in order to gain something. You have to be more confident. There's no point dwelling on what you might lose. Put your pride aside. There's no need to be afraid. Our future is bright, we'll just have to work hard to achieve it together, the chaos divine flame persuaded. Put my pride aside. There's no need to be afraid, and our future will be bright. Put my pride aside. There's no need to be afraid, and our future will be bright. The chaos divine earth kept repeating the chaos divine flame's words for about 15 minutes before it made up its mind. In the end, it agreed to share a host with the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was relieved. Although he was the host, he had no say in the conversation between the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Regardless, he was very satisfied with the results. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the chaos divine flame can be used as a celestial fire while the profound divine metal can be used as a defensive celestial weapon to guard one's soul and hide one's aura. Since the chaos divine earth is one of the 5 divine elements as well, I wonder what it can do. Meanwhile, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame were still talking to the chaos divine earth. Why were you in an origin stone? The chaos divine flame asked. Many years ago, when I was still in the second form, I met another second form chaos divine earth. We were on equal footing, but our battle killed our host. In the end, I got lucky and managed to absorb the other chaos divine earth and evolved into a third form chaos divine earth. Nevertheless, the energy I had was not sufficient for me to find another host. To protect myself and to prevent loss of energy, I gathered dust and debris from the Devata realm to create an origin stone around me. After that, I fell into a deep slumber. Then, you know what happened next. With your assistance, your host found me, the chaos divine earth replied. Although the 5 divine elements could survive without a host, they would gradually lose their energies and fall into a deep slumber. If they were found by any of the corresponding 5 divine elements, they risked being absorbed even if they were at a higher form. For this reason, second form 5 divine elements would quickly search for a host once they gained sentience to reduce the chances of being absorbed by other 5 divine elements. Moreover, with a host, they would have chances to absorb other 5 divine elements and evolve. As expected, the profound divine metal found that his speculation was right. At this moment, a loud and hearty laughter rang from outside. Despite the volume, it was clear that it came from a distance. I, Bai Zhen Yu, finally own a royal-grade celestial weapon. The voice was ancient and majestic. It echoed in the air like a clap of thunder. It seemed as though everyone in the solitary nation's capital would be able to hear it. Bai Zhen Yu, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Is this person one of the 2 deputy patriarchs from the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion? Upon hearing the person's name and the words, royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian knew this person who had come to the capital of the solitary nation had to be from the Flying Tiger clan. Moreover, the person had claimed the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to him now. This meant that he had a high status in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. It's only been a few days since Bai Gang informed the Flying Tiger clan about the royal-grade celestial sword, but he's already here. He has to be one of the deputy patriarchs in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion. He's probably one of the 3 10 Directions celestial kings in the branch. Previously, Huang Jialong had told Duan Ling Tian there were 5 golden flying tigers in the clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. Among the 5, 3 were 10 Directions celestial kings. Normally, peak advanced king-grade celestial beasts such as the golden flying tigers could easily cultivate and become 9 palaces celestial kings as long as they did not die prematurely. Beyond that, it was extremely difficult for them to further improve their cultivation base. Without a certain degree of luck, it would be difficult for them to break through and become a 10 Directions celestial king. The 3 golden flying tigers in the clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion who were 10 Directions celestial kings were undoubtedly very lucky. Uncle Bai told Jia Long that there's only one royal-grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion, and it's in the hands of the Patriarch. The Patriarch and the 2 deputy patriarchs are the 3 10 Directions celestial kings in the clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian could guess Bai Zhenyu was one of the 2 deputy patriarchs of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in one of the regions under the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 2965 Earth-type King-grade Celestial Method. Duan Ling Tian also speculated that Bai Zhenyu was the stronger one of the 2 deputy patriarchs of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, a commotion had broken out in the capital of the solitary nation. Bai Zhenyu, he actually came, heavens. Bai Zhenyu is the 2nd strongest powerhouse in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. His strength is only 2nd to the Patriarch. There was only one royal-grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion before this, and it's in the hands of the Patriarch. Now that they obtained another royal-grade celestial weapon, it'll naturally be given to Bai Zhenyu. I really didn't expect him to personally make a trip here. Now that he's here, we no longer stand a chance in obtaining that royal-grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings had left the capital of the solitary nation some time ago, there were still some sectless cultivators and powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans in the Profound Nether Mansion who remained in the capital. The royal-grade celestial sword was too tempting, after all. On their own, the 3 sects and 2 clans were not strong enough to vie the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, they were only grade 7 forces. However, due to their close ties with the Profound Nether Mansion, if they had the Profound Nether Mansion's permission, they stood a chance in obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword. For this reason, powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans had rushed over to try their luck in obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword that appeared in the capital of the solitary nation a few days ago. Apart from that, there were also celestial beasts and other members from the alliance of sectless cultivators who had come to the capital of the solitary nation as well. There were also people from grade 8 sects and clans who came only to watch a show. Since they knew their sects and clans were weaker than the grade 8 solitary nation, they did not harbor any thoughts of obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, all of these people in the capital of the solitary nation heard Bai Zhenyu's booming and thunderous voice. Many of them saw a huge sword glowing in the air above the capital. In just a blink of an eye, they saw a sword energy cutting a towering mountain in the north of the capital into half. Those who were close to the mountain went to have a look. They discovered that not only had the mountain been cut into half, but there were cracks as well that seemed to reach the depth of the earth. Everyone was shocked by the power of the sword. This is the power of a 10-direction celestial king wielding a royal-grade celestial weapon. He's not an ordinary 10-direction celestial king. He's a 10-direction celestial king who's also a peak-advanced king-grade celestial beast, the golden flying tiger. His strength is far superior to ordinary 10-direction celestial kings. That's right, a golden flying tiger who's a 10-direction celestial king golden with a royal-grade celestial sword can easily defeat a few human 10-direction celestial kings. How terrifying. This means there's only a handful of people from the Profound Nether Mansion who have the ability to seize the royal-grade celestial sword from him, right? That's right. However, those few powerhouses capable of doing that have royal-grade celestial weapons of their own. Therefore, it is unlikely that they'll try to take this royal-grade celestial sword away. Yes, even if they want to seize the royal-grade celestial sword to give it to their members, they'd still have to be wary of the Flying Tiger clan's branch that Bai Zhenyu belongs to. Well, most importantly, the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion lawfully obtained the royal-grade celestial sword through stone gambling. Nobody can dispute that. Due to Bai Zhenyu's strength and background, no one dared to say anything or contend for the royal-grade celestial sword. Many powerhouses who had come to try their luck in obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword returned to where they came from as well. On the other hand, the people from the grade 8 sects and clans remained in the capital since the auction from the imperial family of the solitary nation would begin tomorrow. They might not be interested in the auction before coming to the capital, but since they were already here, they decided to join in the fun. In the imperial palace of the solitary nation where the people from the supporting Fall nation were staying. Brother Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room when he heard Huang Jialong calling out to him. Brother Duan, let's go. Uncle Bai and the senior of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in Nether Profound Mansion are waiting for us. Huang Jialong said urgently with an excited expression on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. The senior wants to reward us for obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong said, according to Uncle Bai, the the Flying Tiger clan doesn't like owing favors. That's why they rather return the favor as quickly as possible. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. As it turned out, the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Nether Profound sect wanted to reward them. Jia Long, the royal grade celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian wanted to say that he did not contribute much to obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. However, before Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, Huang Jia Long interrupted him. Brother Duan, that's enough. Both of us know how we obtained the royal grade celestial sword. If it weren't for your suggestion, I would have never bought those sword-shaped origin stones. If I didn't buy it, we wouldn't have obtained the royal grade celestial sword. That's why there's no doubt you played a crucial role in us obtaining the sword. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. He did not expect a joke he made would result in them obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. Moreover, he would benefit from it greatly as well. After all, the powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch would certainly not be stingy when returning the favor. Upon seeing how determined Huang Jialong was, Duan Ling Tian no longer refused. He knew it would be futile. After spending all this time with Huang Jialong, he had a good grasp of Huang Jialong's character. Apart from that, based on this incident, he was 100% certain Huang Jialong was sincere and did not have any hidden motive. After all, how many people would be willing to share their rewards with others? He saw Huang Jialong in a different light because of this and regarded Huang Jialong as a true friend. Duan Ling Tian did not have many friends in his past 2 lives. Although he had met many people, most of them were just passers-by in his 2 lives. Bai Zhenyu was an old man who was as tall as Bai Gang. With his short white hair and curly beard, he looked like a white tiger. Due to his muscular body, he looked like a towering iron tower when he stood still, emitting a heavy pressure. When Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong walked into the hall, Bai Gang, who stood next to Bai Zhenyu, looked at the duo before he said respectfully, "Deputy Patriarch, the 2 of them are the ones who found the royal grade celestial sword in an origin stone." Old Mo and Huang Yuan Fei were also present. They were standing a level below Bai Zhenyu. Even Old Mo, who was quite powerful, did not dare to act recklessly in front of Bai Zhenyu. After all, Old Mo was just a 1 basic celestial king while Bai Zhenyu was a 10 direction celestial king. Most importantly, Old Mo was just an elementary king grade celestial beast while Bai Zhenyu was a peak advanced king grade celestial beast. Put aside their cultivation base, just the difference between their grades as celestial beasts was enough to pressure Old Mo. Upon hearing Bai Gang's words, Bai Zhenyu's gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong before he nodded in satisfaction. His eyes finally rested on Duan Ling Tian as he said, "I heard from Bai Gang that you're younger than 100 years old, but you're already a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You're widely regarded by the people in the supporting Fall Nation, including its emperor, as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the nation." Bai Zhenyu sighed before he continued to say, "What a pity. Although there are many humans in our Flying Tiger clan's branch, humans can't become core members of the clan. They're only outer members of the clan. For a genius like you, it'd be a waste for you to only become an outer member of the Flying Tiger clan." "You flatter me," Duan Ling Tian said humbly. "Well, since I have to leave the solitary nation soon, I think we should get down to business." Bai Zhenyu raised an eyebrow and grinned. He was clearly in a good mood after obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. "I have a wind-type king grade divine ability and an earth-type king grade celestial method. Both of you will have to decide among those 2 since I only have 1 memory celestial talisman for the divine ability and the celestial method each. I presume that you know the memory celestial talismans that record divine abilities and celestial methods above the king grade are different from the memory celestial talismans that record divine abilities and celestial methods of a lower grade. The latter can be used repeatedly, but the former can only be used once before it disappears." Duan Ling Tian had learned about this a while ago when he was still in the supporting Fall Nation. There were special materials used in memory celestial talismans that recorded divine abilities and celestial methods above the king grade that held the power of the law so they could only be used once. Earth-type king grade celestial method. Duan Ling Tian trembled slightly. Then, the childish voice of Chaos Divine Earth rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Boy, choose the Earth-type king grade celestial method. If you obtain the king grade celestial method, I can help you quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth. At that time, your strength will improve greatly." It sounded proud when it spoke. A king-grade divine ability and a king-grade celestial method. Even Bai Gang, Old Mo, and Huang Yuan Fei were shocked by Bai Jianyu's words. They did not expect Bai Jianyu to be so generous to the point where he would use a king-grade celestial method and divine ability as rewards. Chapter 2966 The Black Rock Prison Method. In the Devata realms, there was a huge gap between Duke-grade and King-grade celestial weapons, celestial methods, and divine abilities. Similar to the Heaven grade, the Earth grade, the Profound grade, and the Yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities, Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were divided into many types. However, the celestial methods and divine abilities at and above the King grade were not divided into offensive, defensive, movement, assistive, or a combination of the four types. The celestial methods and divine abilities at and above the King grade revolved around the law. The comprehension and laws in these celestial methods and divine abilities were ever-changing. The same law could be used to boost one's offenses, defenses, and speed at the same time. It was also for this reason that King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities or those of a higher grade were so precious even if they were the same grade as a King-grade cultivation method. Celestial methods and divine abilities that were of a lower grade than the King grade such as Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were far inferior to cultivation methods at the Duke grade or lower. It seems like the Deputy Patriarch is truly happy to obtain the Royal grade celestial sword. After all, he doesn't have many memory celestial talismans that contained King-grade celestial methods or divine abilities, Bai Gang thought to himself. Although the memory celestial talismans that contained King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities could only be used once, it was far more difficult to craft compared to ordinary memory celestial talismans that could be used over and over again. This was because to craft a memory celestial talisman capable of recording King-grade celestial methods or divine abilities, one must first understand the laws of said celestial methods and divine abilities to a certain extent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to craft the memory celestial talisman. Apart from that, it took a lot of energy to craft a memory celestial talisman. If it were not necessary, no one would craft the talismans. Therefore, these memory celestial talismans that could record King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities or those of a higher grade were rare and expensive. As far as Bai Gang knew, in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion, there was only one person capable of crafting celestial talismans capable of recording King-grade celestial methods or divine abilities or those of a higher grade. That person was none other than the Patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. Earth-type King-grade celestial method. When Bai Jianyu, the Deputy Patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion, mentioned the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, Duan Ling Tian instantly recalled the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame's words from the past. The Profound Divine Metal had said that as long as he obtained a metal-type King-grade celestial method or divine ability, after it entered the third form, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend and master the law of metal in said celestial method or divine ability. Similarly, the Chaos Divine Flame had also said that as long as he obtained a fire-type King-grade celestial method or divine ability, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend and master the law of fire. Due to these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly certain that the third form Chaos Divine Earth was able to help him quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth in an Earth-type King-grade celestial method or divine ability. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Earth had also spoken up, confirming his thoughts. Therefore, his heartbeat had accelerated when he heard Bai Jianyu mentioning the Earth-type King-grade celestial method. A King-grade divine ability and a King-grade celestial method. Huang Jialong was shocked by Bai Jianyu's generosity as well. When he returned to his senses after a long time, he quickly turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Duan, please go ahead and pick first." Despite his words, Huang Jialong inwardly hoped he would be able to obtain the wind-type divine ability. In comparison to the laws of Earth, the laws of wind were much better in terms of offensive strength. The laws of Earth were much better in terms of defense and assistive strength. In Huang Jialong's opinion, Duan Ling Tian would most likely want the wind-type King-grade divine ability that contained the law of wind like him. Therefore, he decided to cede the wind-type divine ability to Duan Ling Tian by letting Duan Ling Tian have the first pick. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Huang Jialong's words. However, he did not refuse Huang Jialong. He turned to look at Bai Jianyu immediately. Upon seeing this, Huang Jialong sighed inwardly. It was as he had expected. Duan Ling Tian must have wanted the Wind-type King grade divine ability as well. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have refused his offer. At this moment, everyone else present shared Huang Jialong's thoughts as well. However, Duan Ling Tian's subsequent words to Bai Zhenyu left Huang Jialong and everyone dumbfounded. Duan Ling Tian said loudly, "Senior, I want the Earth-type King grade celestial method." He did not reject Huang Jialong's offer to let him pick first because he really wanted the Earth-type celestial method. After all, now that he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, it could help him quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth contained in this celestial method. "Brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this," Huang Jialong said with a wry smile. At the same time, he felt slightly ashamed for assuming that Duan Ling Tian was so eager to pick first because Duan Ling Tian wanted to get his hands on the Wind-type King grade divine ability. It was clear to him now that Duan Ling Tian did not refuse the offer because Duan Ling Tian had long made up his mind to give him the Wind-type King grade divine ability by choosing the Earth-type King grade celestial method. Everyone present on the scene shared Huang Jialong's thoughts as well. They assumed Duan Ling Tian had deliberately chosen the Earth-type King grade celestial method so Huang Jialong could have the Wind-type King grade divine ability. "Lad, are you sure?" Bai Zhenyu looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and asked. Then, he said, "Although there's a possibility that Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities may have offensive laws of Earth, most of the laws of Earth in Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities are defensive or assistive laws of Earth. Moreover, I can tell you that the law of Earth in my Earth-type King grade celestial method is an assistive one." At this moment, the childish voice of the Chaos Divine Earth rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It scoffed before it said, "These people are looking down on the laws of Earth, huh? Although only a small number of the laws of Earth are of the offensive type, the offensive laws of Earth are definitely one of the superior ones among offensive laws." It was clearly angered by the perceived slight from Bai Zhenyu, Huang Jialong, and the others. The Chaos Divine Metal continued to say, "Furthermore, the laws of Earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elements. The 5 elements don't include special laws such as the law of time and space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction or natural laws derived from the 5 elements such as the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. In any case, the laws of Earth are the best in terms of defense. What's the use of a powerful offense without a strong defense?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Zhenyu and solemnly said, "I'm certain that I want that Earth-type King grade celestial method." After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian finally figured out why Huang Jialong and the others wore such an expression on their faces when they heard him choosing the Earth-type celestial method. As it turned out, most people in Devata realms preferred offensive laws such as the laws of wind. Most people who had not comprehended or mastered any law would rather choose an offensive law such as the laws of wind given a choice. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, perhaps, Duan Ling Tian might have made the same choice as the others as well. However, since he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, it was clear that the Earth-type King grade celestial method was the best choice for him. "Brother Duan, you don't have to do this for me," Huang Jialong said with a wry smile again. "Jialong, you've misunderstood. I really want the Earth-type King grade celestial method." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He, naturally, knew that unless he revealed the Chaos Divine Earth and its words, Huang Jialong would not believe him and only think that he was being courteous by selecting the Earth-type King grade celestial method. Although he could not reveal anything about the Chaos Divine Earth, he still wanted to be honest. After Duan Ling Tian obtained the Earth-type King grade celestial method from Bai Zhenyu, he discovered the celestial method was called the Black Rock Prison Method. After Duan Ling Tian crushed the memory celestial talisman that contained the Earth-type King grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison Method, a stream of information about the celestial method instantly rushed into his mind. At the same time, the childish voice of the Chaos Divine Earth resounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind as well. This King grade celestial method can help you comprehend the Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity in the law of Earth. The Earth elemental profundity is the basic profundity of the law of Earth. Meanwhile, the gravitational space profundity is an assistive profundity of the law of Earth. Then, the Chaos Divine Earth added, "Of course, although it's an assistive type, the gravitational space profundity has offensive and defensive traits as well." Based on the Chaos Divine Earth's words, it was clearly venting, still dissatisfied with how Huang Jialong and the others looked down on the laws of Earth. Since the purpose of the celestial methods and divine abilities that are above the king grade is to comprehend the laws, why are they still called celestial methods or divine abilities? Duan Ling Tian asked. The main purpose is to distinguish the internal assistive profundities. All of the divine abilities that are above the king grade contain an internal assistive profundity, the chaos divine earth said. Internal assistive profundity. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Just like the assistive celestial methods below the king grade, assistive approaches cannot temporarily increase one's celestial origin energy. This type of assistive approach is called an external assistive approach. For example, the gravitational space profundity in the Earth-type king grade celestial method you just obtained is a kind of external assistive approach. Meanwhile, the assistive divine abilities below the king grade can temporarily increase one's celestial origin energy. This kind of assistive approach is called an internal assistive approach. This means that the law of the wind in the old man's wind-type king grade divine ability contains the internal assistive profundity. The chaos divine earth finished speaking one breath. The chaos divine earth's words enlightened Duan Ling Tian and cleared up his confusions. The divine abilities that are above the king grade all have the internal assistive profundity. On the other hand, the celestial methods that are above the king grade is all-encompassing. It contains the main offensive profundity, main defensive profundity, main movement profundity, and the external assistive profundity. Chapter 2967 Gathering Storm. After hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the celestial methods and divine abilities at and above the king grade were different from other celestial methods and divine abilities. He also learned that divine abilities at and above the king grade contained the internal assistive law profundity. The assistive divine ability he had mastered, the elementary devouring tactic, was also a kind of internal assistive approach. Back then, Elder Huo, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, told me that the elementary devouring tactic is derived from a powerful divine ability in a Devata realm called the advanced devouring tactic. The elementary tactic is a downgraded version of the advanced devouring tactic. Apparently, it was the advanced devouring tactic that made a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm famous. Based on this, I think the advanced devouring tactic has to be at or above the king grade. Duan Ling Tian remembered that Elder Huo, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had mentioned the advanced devouring tactic when he was still in the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, in fact, it's highly likely that the advanced devouring tactic is of a higher grade than the king grade. It's probably at the royal grade or emperor grade. Upon recalling Elder Huo again after so many years, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. I wonder where Elder Huo is now. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had thought Elder Huo had died when he destroyed the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and all the celestial weapons in the pagoda in order to save him. However, after ascending to a Devata realm, he learned artifact souls of Emperor-grade celestial weapons were not capable of destroying Emperor-grade celestial weapons even if they were seemingly destroyed. For this reason, he had a feeling that Elder Huo was still alive. As for the disappearance of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Elder Huo, he was certain it was due to someone scheming in the dark. I wonder what law is contained in the advanced devouring tactic, the divine ability that made a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm famous. Could it be the law of devouring that the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned earlier? Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, it said that the laws of Earth are orthodox laws since they come from one of the five elements. However, there are special laws such as the law of time and space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction. There are also natural laws such as the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice that are derived from the five elements law. After handing Huang Jialong the memory celestial talisman that contained the wind-type king-grade divine ability, Bai Zhenyu, the deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion, looked at Bai Gang and asked, Bai Gang, do you want to return to the clan with me to receive your reward now or do you plan to return later on your own? Deputy Patriarch, I'll return with you, Bai Gang said without any hesitation. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice as though he knew his reward would be far more precious compared to Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong's reward. Good, Bai Zhenyu nodded. Soon after, Bai Gang left with Bai Zhenyu without bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong. He knew Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong's minds were now completely occupied with the king-grade celestial method and divine ability they had received. Since Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, knew he was leaving, he did not bid them farewell as well. When Huang Jialong finally regained his senses, Bai Gang was long gone. "Father, where's Uncle Bai?" It was within expectations that Bai Zhenyu would leave the solitary nation and return to the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion after rewarding Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. However, why was Bai Gang missing as well? "Your Uncle Bai has returned to the clan branch," Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. "Kid, you're really lucky. You actually obtained a king-grade divine ability. You know, even your father has never obtained any king-grade celestial method or divine ability before." He was, naturally, truly happy his son managed to obtain a king-grade divine ability. In fact, he was probably happier than if he, himself, obtained a king-grade divine ability. "Return to the clan, why?" Huang Jialong frowned. "Will Uncle Bai come back?" He was clearly slightly upset. He had grown up with old Mo and Bai Gang, after all. Therefore, he had deep affections for Bai Gang. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally came back to his senses. He discovered Bai Gang's absence, and he could tell Huang Jialong was rather sad. "Don't worry, when your Uncle Bai finishes evolving, he will, naturally, come back," Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. "It's good that your Uncle Bai returns to the clan now. He'll be handsomely rewarded for obtaining the royal grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion." Huang Jialong became curious upon hearing his father's words. "Father, what would Uncle Bai be rewarded with? Moreover, he has to return to the clan to get the reward." "Uncle Bai will be allowed to enter the transformation pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion that only opens once every 10,000 years. As Huang Yuanfei spoke, his smile grew wider and wider. Bai Gang was like his brother, after all. How could he not be happy for Bai Gang? The transformation pool. Duan Lingtian was confused. Meanwhile, Huang Jialong's eyes brightened as an ecstatic expression appeared on his face as soon as he heard his father's words. "Father, is this true?" he continued to say excitedly. "Uncle Bai. He'll be allowed to enter the transformation pool." "Yes." Huang Yuanfei nodded. "That's amazing. When I was little, I heard Uncle Bai mentioning more than once that his biggest dream is to enter the transformation pool. It's truly great that he'll finally be able to achieve his dream." Huang Jialong said, clearly delighted. Duan Lingtian, who had grown extremely curious, finally asked, "Uncle Huang, Jialong, what's the transformation pool?" "Brother Duan, the transformation pool is a spirit pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion that opens only once every 10,000 years. Only one copper flying tiger is allowed to enter each time it opens," Huang Jialong replied. "When a copper flying tiger enters the transformation pool, it only needs to absorb the special energy in the pool and cultivate in seclusion for 10 years. After 10 years, it'll be able to transform into a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. The pool is only useful for copper flying tigers. If a silver flying tiger or a golden flying tiger enters the transformation pool, it won't have any effect at all." Rumor has it that the clan branch in Profound Nether Mansion also has a transformation pool for silver flying tigers. However, it'd only open once every 30,000 years. After entering the pool, a silver flying tiger would be able to evolve into a golden flying tiger, a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Then, Huang Jialong's tone turned excited again as he said, "This means when Uncle Bai returns after 10 years, he would no longer be a copper flying tiger, a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast. He would be a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast." Duan Lingtian was shocked since he was unaware of the transformation pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. He finally understood Huang Jialong's excitement now. Without any fortuitous encounter, a copper flying tiger would only be a 3-talent celestial king at most. However, if it evolves into a silver flying tiger, it'd be able to break through and become a 6-combination celestial king. Duan Lingtian knew entering the transformation pool was a great opportunity for Bai Gang. After all, the strength between a 6-combination celestial king and a 3-talent celestial king was incomparable. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Little Tian, tomorrow is the day of the auction by the imperial family of the solitary nation. If everything goes according to plan, the auction will be starting at night." "Okay, Uncle Huang." Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo and exited the hall. Huang Jialong followed suit. When he caught up to Duan Lingtian, he asked curiously, "Brother Duan, what's the name of that Earth-type King-grade celestial method you received? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he said, the Black Rock Prison Method. The Black Rock Prison Method. Based on the name, your Earth-type celestial method should be an assistive celestial method, right? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a celestial method that could imprison people. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded, although he had yet to begin comprehending the Earth-type celestial method, the Black Rock Prison Method. He knew the function of the celestial method. When one cast the Black Rock Prison Method, it would imprison its target. The gravitational force in the prison would be under the caster's control. With the gravity under the caster's control, the caster could use it to hurt and control the prisoners inside. Apart from that, the Black Rock Prison Method could also be used to form a defensive layer around the body to repel attacks. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked, what about the wind-type celestial method you received? He was also rather curious about Huang Jia Ling's divine ability. According to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame, the divine abilities at and above the King grade contained the internal assistive law profundity. Therefore, he speculated that Huang Jia Long's wind-type divine ability did not have the main offensive profundity or the main movement profundity. Instead, it probably contained an assistive profundity. My wind-type divine ability is called Gathering Storm. It strengthens and boosts my celestial origin energy through the wind. In addition to this, the divine ability also contains the law of the wind, a profundity called Gathering Wind. Gathering Wind allows me to use all elements of the wind and similarly, boosts my celestial origin energy, Huang Jia Long replied. Huang Jia Long's words confirmed the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame's earlier words. Divine abilities at and above the King grade contained the internal assistive law profundity. Gathering Wind, the law of the wind in Gathering Storm, was an internal assistive law. Chapter 2968 A Narrow Outlook. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the wind-type King-grade divine ability, Gathering Storm, through his conversation with Huang Jia Long. Brother Duan, why don't we exchange our celestial method and divine ability? You give me your Earth-type celestial method, and I'll give you my wind-type divine ability. Up until this moment, Huang Jia Long was still under the impression that Duan Ling Tian had ceded the wind-type divine ability to him out of courtesy. There's no need for that. A helpless smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he shook his head. Jia Long, I really want the Earth-type celestial method. Brother Duan, although I haven't encountered any King-grade celestial method or divine ability before this, I've heard plenty about them. Huang Jian Long's expression was solemn as he earnestly said, there's only a handful of non-offensive profundities in the laws of the wind, and the profundity of the law of wind in the wind-type divine ability that I received, Gathering Wind, is one of it. Gathering Wind allows me to comprehend the wind element, that's also the foundation of the law of wind. If one comprehends the wind element, that's also the foundation of laws of the wind, it'd be easy to comprehend other laws of the wind in the future only, Huang Jia Long said. Huang Jia Long paused for a moment before he continued to say, one's energy is limited. If one wants to advance on the path of laws, one can only specialize in one law. It'd be a waste if you spend so much effort to comprehend and master the profundity of the law of Earth. After all, you'll likely have to abandon the laws of Earth when you obtain an offensive law such as the laws of the wind. He did not hold back and tried his best to convince Duan Ling Tian to accept his wind-type divine ability in exchange for the Earth-type celestial method. Upon hearing Huang Jia Long's words, a faint smile bloomed on Duan Ling Tian's face. Jia Long, I truly want to comprehend and master the law of Earth. Even if I obtain an offensive law such as the law of wind in the future, I have no plan of abandoning the law of Earth. Moreover, no one can say for sure that the laws of Earth are inferior to the laws of wind. Based on your words, you're saying that if two cultivators have the same level of comprehension for the law of wind and the law of Earth, the cultivator of the law of wind would be superior. I don't think that's the case. The important thing isn't the laws. The important thing is the person who masters the law. The latter half of his sentence was a repeat of the Chaos Divine Earth's words to him. Naturally, he was not just parroting the Chaos Divine Earth's words, he truly agreed with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Duan Ling Tian understood why Huang Jia Long, and even the others, had such thoughts. After all, their understanding of the laws was rather shallow. Moreover, it had been deeply ingrained in them that offensive and movement laws were superior to defensive laws like the law of Earth. The Chaos Divine spoke up in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment and told him that more than 80% of profundities in the law of wind were offensive and movement type. However, there was only one offensive and movement profundity in the law of Earth. However, the single offensive and movement profundity from the law of Earth was not inferior to the offensive and movement profundities from the law of Wind. It also said that with Duan Ling Tian's talent, it would not be difficult for him to obtain, comprehend, and master all kinds of profundities from the law of Earth. Most people would not be able to progress far on the path of law. It was considered rather good if they could understand 2 or 3 profundities of a law. Moreover, most people would not be able to encounter different types of laws. Therefore, they preferred the law of the wind that had a higher chance of containing offensive or movement profundities. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian realized why Huang Yuan Fei, Huang Jialong, and the others thought the law of wind was superior to the law of earth. He thought they had a very narrow outlook. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say in its childish voice, however, it has to be said that, without me, the law of wind would be more beneficial for you compared to the law of earth. Since there's only one offensive and movement profundity, in comparison to the law of wind that contains mostly offensive and movement profundities, it's extremely difficult to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain those 2 profundities in the law of earth. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, with my help, your speed of comprehending the law of earth in celestial methods and divine abilities will be more than 10 times faster compared to people who are as talented as you. This is because I'm already in my 3rd form. If you're able to help me evolve to the 4th form, your comprehension speed would be hundreds of times greater. The Chaos Divine Earth said persuasively, so, boy, you have to help me evolve to the 4th form. At that time, you'll benefit greatly from it as well. It was rather strange listening to the Chaos Divine Earth referring to Duan Ling Tian as boy, due to its childish voice. The profound divine metal that had been quiet for a long time suddenly chimed in, what the Chaos Divine Earth said is true. It applies to the Chaos Divine Flame and I as well. However, even if you obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of metal now, I won't be able to help you. I'd only be able to help you comprehend and master the law of metal once I evolve into the 3rd form. I only need to absorb one more 1st form profound divine metal to evolve into a 3rd form profound divine metal. A hint of longing could be heard in its voice as it spoke about the 3rd form. It only needed one more 1st form profound divine metal to evolve into the 3rd form, after all. Hey, Chaos Divine Flame, I think that it's fate that the 3 of us share the same host. Don't you think our seniority should be ranked according to who enters the 3rd form first? The Chaos Divine Earth's excited and childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It seems like, among the 3 of us, I'm the first to enter the 3rd form. Based on this, my seniority should be the highest. Since the profound divine metal is the only one in the 2nd form, it'll be the junior. Chaos Divine Flame, you're the 2nd senior. What a great idea. What do both of you think? Hey, did you hear me? Don't play dead. Alas, no matter how the Chaos Divine Earth called out, the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame ignored it. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Huang Jialong and returned to his courtyard. As soon as he stepped past the entrance, he saw Lu Guanglin waiting for him. Sir. Lu Guanglin greeted Duan Ling Tian respectfully with a pair of bright eyes. It seems like your cultivation base is almost stabilized. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly. Yes, Lu Guanglin nodded and said, my lord, please forgive me for not staying by your side these past few days. Over the past few days, Lu Guanglin was not by Duan Ling Tian's side because he had reached the final stage of stabilizing his cultivation base. Tomorrow is the day of the auction by the Solitary Nation's imperial family. Since you'll be attending the auction with me, you should rest well tonight. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he returned to his room. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his room, he said to the Chaos Divine Earth that was still yelling in his mind, stop yelling. It's obvious they're ignoring you. You sound like a child who has just learned to speak. Do you really think they'll agree to you being their senior? Duan Ling Tian's words touched the Chaos Divine Earth's sore spot, causing it to fall temporarily silent. After a long while, it scoffed and said, my voice is beyond my control. Sooner or later, I will make them acknowledge me as their senior. How ambitious. Duan Ling Tian praised the Chaos Divine Earth. Then, he bluntly asked, you're a Chaos Divine Earth. Don't you have any ability? Senior Profound Divine Metal protects my soul and repels soul attacks. It also conceals my aura. Moreover, after it evolves into the 3rd form, it can also briefly merge with my celestial weapon to boost it. Meanwhile, Senior Chaos Divine Flame helps me to refine pills and forge weapons. That's why even though I don't have a celestial fire, I can be a celestial alchemist and a celestial weapon craftsman. He had deliberately praised the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame to convince the Chaos Divine Earth to help him. The Chaos Divine Earth snickered. It said knowingly, "Boy, you just want to benefit from me. Did you think I wouldn't be able to guess the intention behind your words? If you want to know my ability or if you want me to help you, you must agree to one condition." What condition? Duan Ling Tian frowned and asked. He did not expect the Chaos Divine Earth to be so clever since it sounded and acted like a child. Convince the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal to acknowledge me as their senior, the Chaos Divine Earth said smugly. Forget it, I don't need you to help me. With your ability, you're not worthy to carry the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame's shoes, let alone be their senior. How preposterous, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a shrug. Boy, don't think that you can provoke me into getting what you want. My voice sounds childish, but I'm not naive. Don't treat me like a kid. The Chaos Divine Earth said angrily. What a surprise. You can tell I'm trying to provoke you into getting what I want. Fine, I'm not interested in your ability for the time being. For now, I want to see how you're going to help me quickly comprehend the law of Earth. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. Soon enough, the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method, surfaced in his mind. Chapter 2969 The Earth Element. The Black Rock Prison method was an Earth-type King-grade celestial method. It contained the gravitational space profundity that was the most important law of Earth. The combination of gravitational space profundity and the Earth elemental profundity would form an independent space made out of black rocks to imprison people. At the same time, the caster would be able to control the gravity through the gravitational space profundity in the independent space. In order to master the Black Rock Prison method, one must first comprehend the Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. The Earth elemental profundity was a fundamental profundity. King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities usually had the corresponding element's fundamental profundity. Therefore, King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were also regarded as the law of fundamentals. If one did not comprehend and master a King-grade celestial method and divine ability, it would be impossible to comprehend royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the future. This is because royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities did not contain fundamental profundities. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for one to comprehend the fundamental profundity of a certain elemental law from a King-grade celestial method and divine ability. Boy, I'm a third-form Chaos Divine Earth. With my help, you will comprehend the profundities of the law of Earth 10 times faster than other people. However, the profundities of the law of Earth I mentioned don't include the Earth elemental profundity, the Chaos Divine Earth said just as Duan Ling Tian was preparing to comprehend the Black Rock Prison method's law of Earth. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting with his legs crossed and eyes closed, frowned when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. What do you mean? Are you saying that you won't be able to help me comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth, the Earth elemental profundity? Of course not. I meant to say it's different from the profundities I mentioned. The childish voice of the divine Chaos Earth rang again. It said arrogantly, I can help you comprehend it overnight. Please bear in mind that normally it would take someone with a high level of understanding about 3 to 5 years to comprehend a fundamental profundity without help. For those with a weaker understanding, it'd take them at least decades or even centuries. There are even people who are unable to comprehend or master it at all despite trying their entire lives. Comprehend it overnight, Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped. Did this mean the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help him comprehend the Earth elemental profundity before the commencement of the Imperial auction tomorrow? He asked skeptically, comprehend the Earth elemental profundity overnight? Are you kidding? The Chaos Divine Earth scoffed, clearly displeased with Duan Ling Tian. Why would I be kidding? You'll know by the break of dawn. Now, relax, empty your thoughts and let your divine consciousness wander. I'll guide it to the Earth element in this world. During that time, all you need to do is sense whatever comes to you and feel their characteristics. After you've familiarized yourself with the Earth element, you'll be able to merge it with your celestial origin energy. At that time, the power of your attack will increase tremendously. Duan Ling Tian began to follow the instructions given by the Chaos Divine Earth. He felt nothing initially when he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After a dozen breaths had passed, he felt his divine consciousness effortlessly entered the depths of earth. After that, he could acutely feel the vibrations in the distance through his divine consciousness. Is this caused by the divine chaos earth? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian heard a vibration that resembled the rhythmic beat of a human's heart. Suddenly, the beat grew louder and increased in speed. It sounded as though tens of thousands of horses were stampeding across the ground. The vibration was unpredictable as it constantly changed tempo. During this process, Duan Ling Tian discovered his divine consciousness had become one with earth. He could feel the buildings, humans, flora and fauna, celestial beasts, and other life forms. He could also feel the lofty mountains and mountain ranges that were deeply integrated with the earth. Duan Ling Tian completely lost track of time. He was immersed in familiarizing himself with the earth element. He realized the earth was not only the soil that nurtured the trees and plants, but even rocks that took tens of thousands of years to form into mountains were part of it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness suddenly shot out of the ground into the air. To his surprise, he discovered even the air was filled with the earth element. It felt soothing, comforting, and warm. So, this is the earth element. At the break of dawn, the sun rose and shone through the window into Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he opened them. He wasted no time in mobilizing his celestial origin energy. The void shook, and he saw streaks of earthy yellow lights shining in his celestial origin energy. All of a sudden, his celestial origin energy turned completely earthy yellow before it twined itself around his body like a python. My celestial origin energy has become so powerful after fusing with the earth element. Duan Ling Tian cried out inwardly. After obtaining the earth-type king-grade celestial method, the black rock prison method, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the difference between king-grade celestial methods and celestial methods below the king grade. After one had mastered a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, it was still possible to use a lower-grade technique. For example, the earth elemental profundity was a fundamental profundity of the law of earth, it was not a technique. After Duan Ling Tian had incorporated the earth element into his celestial origin energy, he was still capable of using methods he had used in the past to its greatest potential because they were not in conflict. With my current strength, I'll be able to defeat Jia Long with a single blow without having to rely on the powers granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had relied on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to defeat Huang Jia Long. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to best Huang Jia Long. However, now that his strength had increased after comprehending the fundamental profundity of the law of earth, he was confident he could defeat Huang Jia Long with a single strike without any external help. That genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he's invincible among those who are weaker than celestial dukes. It's likely that he has also mastered the power of Allah. Initially, I couldn't fathom how strong he is after mastering Allah. However, now I understand. After one has comprehended the fundamental profundity of Allah and merged it with one's celestial origin energy, one would be able to easily defeat those weaker than celestial dukes. Nevertheless, the genius comprehension level is really high. He's not even 100 years old, and he has already mastered the power of Allah. It's definitely not an ordinary feat, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. At this moment, the chaos divine earth said arrogantly in its childish voice, "Boy, do you still doubt me?" "No, of course not," Duan Ling Tian replied lightly. "However, does this mean if I obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, the chaos divine flame would also be capable of helping me to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of fire overnight?" The divine chaos earth hesitated to complete its sentence. It knew the chaos divine flame was capable of doing so. At this moment, the chaos divine flame said arrogantly in its ancient voice, "If you obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll be able to help you comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours. Chapter 2970 Ling Ju Yun. Chaos Divine Flame, you're such a show-off. The Chaos Divine Earth said indignantly, "That's only because this boy has been constantly using you to refine pills and consequently, gained a deeper understanding of the fire element. That's the only reason you're able to help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity in 3 hours. It felt embarrassed since the Chaos Divine Flame's words made his achievement of helping Duan Ling Tian comprehend the earth elemental profundity overnight seemed like nothing. How could it not feel angry? The Chaos Divine Flame replied nonchalantly, All those factors don't matter to me. What's important is the result. If you want me to acknowledge you as my senior, then you should be better than me, at least. You can't even help him comprehend the fundamental profundity as fast as I can. Do you think you're worthy of being my senior? Its tone grew increasingly disdainful toward the end of its sentence. Why you? The chaos divine earth was so angry that it was rendered speechless. Old fire, you're so cruel. You've angered little earth so much that it has fallen into a deep slumber, the usually quiet profound divine metal said in a gloating manner. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the three elements that bickered like enemies. Instead, he was lost in his thoughts. The chaos divine flame is capable of helping me comprehend the fire elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the fire element, in 3 days. Moreover, whenever I use the chaos divine flame to refine pills, I'm actually gaining comprehension of the fire element. Doesn't this mean that all I need to do is to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability to comprehend the fire elemental profundity? His eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky when he thought about this. A fire burned in his heart. He could not wait to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability. The Imperial auction will only start at night. Since I still have plenty of time, I'll stroll around the Imperial Palace. Let's start from the library, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was still early in the morning when Duan Ling Tian left the room. After he greeted Lu Guanglin, he left the courtyard with Lu Guanglin in tow. Jia Long must be in the midst of comprehending the Wind-type king-grade divine ability. I should leave him to it. Duan Ling Tian briefly glanced at Huang Jia Long's courtyard as he walked past it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin saw a group of people leaving their courtyard in the Imperial Palace as well. Master, those people are from the East Ming nation. They're here for the golden nematodes as well, Lu Guanglin said. The East Ming nation? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. The purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit to the capital of the solitary nation was to obtain the golden nematodes during the auction. Previously, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation had personally reached out to the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematodes. However, because the Moran nation and the East Ming nation wanted the golden nematodes as well. For this reason, the solitary nation decided to put the golden nematodes up for auction since it was a fair method and could help them avoid offending the two nations that would inevitably fail to obtain the golden nematodes. It did not take long before the group of people from the East Ming nation noticed the duo as well. These two men are from the supporting Fall nation. Isn't that purple-clad young man the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Ling Tian? It must be him. I heard that the supporting Fall nation sent a group of 5 to attend the Imperial auction. Out of the 5 people, there are only 2 young men. One of them is Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Since I've met Huang Jialong before, I can confirm this purple-clad young man isn't Huang Jialong. As the people from the East Ming nation whispered among themselves, they would occasionally look at one of the 2 young men walking in the lead. The young man wore a gray robe, and his eyes were as cold as ice. His expression was aloof, and he emitted a chilling aura with his sword hanging by his waist. Duan Ling Tian, the gray-clad young man instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian when he heard the conversation behind him. His eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian pointedly. After probing Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness, he exclaimed inwardly, "It's him. It's him." The silver-clad young men standing next to the gray-clad young man exclaimed as well, "There's no doubt he's Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old, but he defeated Huang Jialong with a single strike. Huang Jialong is one of the strongest peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but Duan Ling Tian is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Rumors from the supporting Fall nation say that Duan Ling Tian didn't even comprehend any power of the law to defeat Huang Jialong. His eyes were wide open, and a hint of fear could be seen in them. After a brief pause, he asked the gray-clad young man, "Brother Zhu Yun, do you think that's possible?" During the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the silver-clad young man was defeated by the gray-clad young man. The gray-clad young man's celestial origin energy had turned into a sword after he had merged it with the power of the law. He had easily sent the silver-clad young man flying out of the battle ring with a single strike. Despite the gray-clad young man holding back his strength, the silver-clad young man's injuries were so serious that it took him half a month to recuperate. Despite the gray-clad young man's amazing feats, he was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. For all these reasons, from that day onward, the gray-clad young man was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among those below celestial dukes. The world is filled with many great wonders. It's possible for a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to defeat a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial if neither of them uses the power of the law, the gray-clad young man replied nonchalantly. The gray-clad young man was none other than the genius sectless cultivator who had recently shot to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. He was Ling Ju-yun. Brother Ju-yun, are you confident about defeating him if you have to fight him? The silver-clad young man asked. I can't say since I don't know much about him, Ling Ju-yun lightly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, this gray-clad young man must be the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation whom everyone has been talking about. He's indeed extraordinary. I wonder if he's a remarkable celestial who has reincarnated. Otherwise, he must be extraordinarily talented. He could tell with a glance that it was true that Ling Ju-yun was not even 100 years old. As the saying went, it takes one to know one. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian called out, let's go, Guang Lin. Then, he continued on his journey to the library in the imperial palace. The library was open to guests of the imperial family. The guests would be given access to many books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls. The floating image pearls were old recordings of duels between powerhouses weaker than celestial kings. Even if there were recordings of duels between celestial kings, the celestial kings in the recordings were celestial kings who had not comprehended the power of the laws. The floating image pearls that contained recordings of celestial kings who had comprehended the power of the laws were valuable in the solitary nation, so they were not kept in the library. Brother Ju-yun, do you want me to invite him over for a challenge on your behalf? If he loses, the supporting Fall Nation has to withdraw from making a bid during the auction, the silver-clad young man said as he narrowed his eyes. What if I lose? Ling Ju-yun asked lightly. Lose? The corners of the silver-clad young man's mouth twitched. He did not expect someone as arrogant as Ling Ju-yun would utter such words. Even the people behind the duo were stunned and dumbstruck by Ling Ju-yun's words. I, Ling Ju-yun, am a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme sword celestial. I will admit defeat to whoever who's capable of deflecting one sword attack from me. These were the exact words Ling Ju-yun had said during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. How could the people from the East Ming Nation not be surprised by Ling Ju-yun's words about the young man from the supporting Fall Nation? Was he really the Ling Ju-yun, the arrogant sword celestial, they knew during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation? Chapter 2971 A detailed explanation of the profundity of the law. In the library of the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guang Lin entered the library after disclosing their identities to the guards. Guang Lin, you don't have to follow me around. You can look at whatever piqued your interest in the library, Duan Ling Tian said when he discovered Lu Guang Lin's eyes had lit up upon seeing the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. Thank you, Master, Lu Guang Lin replied before he began to browse through the library's contents. There were countless books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library that it would take years to completely go through every one of them. Since Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guang Lin only had roughly a day to spend in the library, they could only select a few things to go through. Duan Ling Tian wandered aimlessly in the aisles before an old and quaint book caught his attention. A detailed explanation of the profundity of the law. Duan Ling Tian picked up the tattered book and looked at its title. Only its cover and a few front pages were intact. Most of the contents were barely legible. Despite its condition, it did not stop Duan Ling Tian from reading it since it was about the power of the laws. Most importantly, it included the different profundities in the law of earth. The earth element profundity, or the earth element, was the fundamental profundity of the law of earth. It was different from other profundities such as the gravitational space, the ground escape technique, the vibration, and the recovery. These were just a small number of profundities in the law of earth that Duan Ling Tian managed to make out from the pages of the tattered book. The fire elemental profundity, or the fire element, was the fundamental profundity of the law of fire. Other profundities in the law of fire included the explosion, the erosion, and the fire escape technique. The page regarding the law of gold was the worst of all. Duan Ling Tian could only see the words, gold elemental profundity, and the golden body technique, on the page. The page regarding the law of wind was rather complete. It contained 7 or 8 profundities in the law of wind. Despite the state of the book, Duan Ling Tian managed to glean many pieces of information about different types of profundities from different types of elements. There were the law of wood, water, light, darkness, ice, and thunder as well. Due to its worn-out state, he mostly learned about the fundamental profundities for different laws. Every elemental law has a corresponding fundamental profundity. The wood elemental profundity is the fundamental profundity of the law of wood, the law of darkness, fundamental profundity is the darkness elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity for the law of thunder is the thunder elemental profundity. Duan Ling Tian closed the book in his eyes as he tried to digest the information he just gained. These were valuable insights that provided him with a further understanding of the profundities of the laws. The profundities of the laws were powers that belong to heaven and earth. One could put it to use after comprehending the profundities. Not only did the elemental laws have fundamental profundities, but there were other profundities in the elemental laws that were divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage as well. The profundities of the power of the laws in king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are only in the rudimentary stage. To further improve to the initial stage, one must obtain the corresponding element of royal-grade celestial methods or divine ability. In order to progress to the mastery stage, one must possess the corresponding element of king-grade, royal-grade, and emperor-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Additionally, there are also the complementary profundities. The powers that come from only mastering one complementary profundity is beyond one's imagination. In just a blink of an eye, the sun was already setting. Lu Guanglin called out, "Master, it's time for us to leave." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was watching a duel between two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the fundamental profundities of the laws. One of them had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, while the other one had comprehended the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's fundamental profundity. Both opponents were equally strong, but the person who mastered the law of the fire eventually won. It was only natural since fire held the advantage over the wind. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial origin energy was merged with the fire element, it raged. It took only a second for it to deflect his opponent's celestial origin energy that was merged with the wind element. Duan Ling Tian muttered inwardly, if two opponents are equally matched, the one whose element has an advantage over the other element would win. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness from the floating image pearl. He left the library with Lu Guanglin in tow and made his way back to his courtyard. Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo were already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard when Duan Ling Tian and Old Mo arrived. "Brother Duan, you went out." Huang Jialong was slightly surprised to see Duan Ling Tian coming back. "Yes, I went to the library this morning since I had nothing to do." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. "I thought you'll spend all day comprehending the fundamental profundity of the celestial method you received," Huang Jialong said with a smile. Then, he shook his head and lamented, "It's said that fundamental profundities are easier to comprehend compared to other profundities. Alas, I still can't comprehend much of it even after spending a day and a night on it." Huang Yuanfei grunted before he said, "You expect to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, in a day and a night? I don't think there's anyone talented enough to do that in the entire profound nether mansion." Huang Jialong smiled bitterly. He did not expect his casual remarks would invite ridicule from his father. He comforted himself inwardly. He must be jealous of his son for being able to comprehend the power of a law. Huang Yuanfei was unaware of his son's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have slapped his son. What kind of father would be jealous of his son? Huang Jialong shifted his attention to Huang Jialong since he did not dare to talk back to his father. He asked, "Brother Duan, did you try to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of earth, the earth elemental profundity, last night?" Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. "How was it?" Huang Jialong asked. "It was fairly easy," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Fairly easy." Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo naturally felt Duan Ling Tian was just giving a perfunctory answer. It did not occur to them that Duan Ling Tian had easily comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the law of earth. At this moment, a loud voice rang in the air. "Governor Huang, Old Mo." Soon after, a tall and muscular figure walked into sight. It was the commander of the solitary nation, He Feng. "Commander He." Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo nodded in response. He Feng's eyes swept past Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jia long after he greeted Huang Yuan Fei and Old Mo. He asked in confusion when he discovered Bai Gang's absence, "Where's Bai Gang?" "He has returned to the Flying Tiger clan's clan branch with senior Bai Zhenyu," Huang Yuan Fei replied. He Feng's eyes widened as he asked, "What reward is senior Bai Zhenyu going to give him?" He was aware that Bai Gang would be rewarded for obtaining a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. Senior Bai Zhenyu is allowing him to enter the transformation pool, Huang Yuan Fei said with a smile. Bai Gang was like a brother to him, so he was sincerely happy that Bai Gang was given such a great opportunity. "What?" Bai Gang exclaimed in shock as his expression changed. The T transformation pool. The pool that will allow a copper flying tiger to evolve into a silver flying tiger in just 10 years. That fellow, he's going to be bragging all the time in the future. He Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. Despite his words, he was genuinely happy that Bai Gang was given an opportunity that would help him evolve from a copper flying tiger to a silver flying tiger. After calming down, he looked at the people from the supporting Fall Nation and said, "Governor Huang, Old Mo, Young Master Duan, Jia Long, let's make a move to the auction center. The auction will begin in an hour." Chapter 2972 Law Celestial Talisman. The Imperial Auction was held in an auction center that belonged to the Imperial family of the Solitary Nation. It was about a kilometer away from the Imperial Palace. The Imperial family of the Solitary Nation would periodically hold an auction since it was part of a tradition in the Solitary Nation. The Imperial Auction was the most prestigious event in the Solitary Nation and was usually attended by those of high status. The common folk would have to pay a huge number of celestial crystals just to enter the auction center. As important personages, Duan Ling Tian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were, naturally, arranged to be seated in one of the best rooms in the auction center. A banner with the words, "Supporting Fall Nation," was hung outside the window of the room. The banners reveal all the occupants of the rooms. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he discovered the two rooms across the supporting Fall Nation's room had banners hung outside the windows as well. One of the banners had the words, "East Ming Nation," while the other one had the words, "Moran Nation." Meanwhile, the people from Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces began to discuss among themselves. Most of them had come to the capital of the Solitary Nation for the Royal Grade Celestial Sword initially but decided to participate in the auction for fun. They did not expect to see the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation at the auction center as well. With these people here, they deduced something rare and precious would be put up for auction today. The supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are here as well. Based on the banners outside the rooms, yes. It seems like they're all here for the same thing. This is going to be interesting. We're really lucky to be here. Fortunately, we didn't leave. Otherwise, we would have missed out on the excitement that's sure to come. Since the three nations are here, there must be something extraordinary that will be put up for auction. This is going to be exciting. Upon hearing the conversations of the people from the Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces, one of the residents in the capital of the Solitary Nation said, "Doesn't any of you know that the three nations are here for the golden nematodes? The golden nematodes are essential ingredients to refine the profound golden pill." Golden nematodes, the profound golden pill. The people from the Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces were disappointed upon hearing this. Although golden nematodes were rare, they were not extremely rare or valuable. Most of its value lay in the fact that it was an essential ingredient to refine the profound golden pill. It was not easy to refine the profound golden pill unless one was a king-grade celestial alchemist, at least. Let alone prominent celestial alchemists, the success rate of refining the profound golden pill for a duke-grade celestial alchemist was not even 1%. Moreover, celestial alchemists at and above the king grade were extremely rare. Not even one could be found in Grade 7 forces. For all these reasons, most people were of the opinion that golden nematodes were useless. Huang Yuan Fei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly asked, "Little Tian, are you really confident you'll be able to successfully refine 2 profound golden pills if we obtain the 2 golden nematodes?" "Uncle Huang, I'm not a person who would simply talk if." "I'm not certain," Duan Ling Tian replied confidently. "All right, I believe you." Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Shortly afterward, the auction began after the seats in the auction center were filled. A thin old man dressed in gray robes walked up on stage and swept his eyes across the hall before he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. Upon seeing the thin gray-clad old man, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, this old man isn't simple. He has to be a celestial king, at least. Similarly, Huang Jialong could tell the gray-clad old man was different than the hosts usually hired for auctions. Father, this old man doesn't seem simple. The old man stood on the stage with an indifferent expression on his face as though he did not care about the auction at all. Of course, he's the one basic celestial king who's always by the side of the emperor of the solitary nation, Huang Yuanfei said. There were, naturally, many elite celestials serving the emperor of a nation. However, there were very few celestial kings who were willing to serve an emperor of a grade 8 nation. One basic celestial king, Huang Jialong exclaimed in surprise. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised at all. Due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, his senses were now rather keen. It was not difficult for him to discern the old man was a one basic celestial king. At this moment, the thin gray-clad old man lifted a hand. All of a sudden, a celestial talisman glowing softly with a purple light appeared out of thin air. I hope everyone will be able to obtain what they want in today's auction. He paused for a short moment before he continued to say, this is a celestial talisman engraved by a celestial king who had comprehended the law of thunder's thunder arrow profundity. It's called the arrow explosion talisman. When the talisman is crushed, tens of thousands of thunder arrows will shoot out within a 100-meter radius. They're capable of killing all celestials weaker than celestial dukes. The old man held up the celestial talisman so the crowd could have a better look as he continued to say, ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials within a 100-meter radius won't be able to survive the attack unless they are exceptionally strong. Even one basic and two-form celestial dukes would be severely injured if they were within close proximity. The starting price for this arrow explosion talisman is 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. Unlike most hosts in auctions, the old man did not extol the virtues of the arrow explosion talisman. He only stated the facts about the arrow explosion talisman. Almost immediately, an old man dressed in a fine robe shouted, 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. This arrow explosion talisman will definitely be useful for my grandson. There was no doubt the arrow explosion talisman was an exceptional defensive weapon for celestials weaker than celestial dukes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was rather shocked. After all, the offensive talismans he knew were rather mediocre. They were nowhere near as deadly as the arrow explosion talisman. I didn't know a celestial talisman such as this one exists. It must be so powerful because of the profundity of the law, right? Huang Yuanfei said in a timely manner, this arrow explosion talisman is only considered as a low-grade law celestial talisman. A powerful law celestial talisman is capable of killing celestial dukes and even celestial kings. Law celestial talisman. There are law celestial talismans powerful enough to kill celestial dukes and even celestial kings. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock as he widened his eyes. Yes, the law celestial talismans capable of killing celestial dukes are precious, but it's not that rare. In comparison, law celestial talismans capable of killing celestial kings are truly rare. This is because it takes a huge amount of time and effort to engrave a powerful law celestial talisman even for a celestial emperor. A celestial lord is unable to engrave such a powerful talisman due to the strength limit, Huang Yuanfei explained. A celestial emperor can engrave celestial talismans that could kill celestial kings. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words. Chapter 2973 Unbelievable. Celestial kings were incredibly powerful. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He had felt how formidable the celestial origin energy and the soul energy of a celestial king were. And yet, a mere celestial talisman could kill someone so powerful. Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, continued to say, although most celestial emperors are capable of engraving such a deadly celestial talisman, due to how intricate the engravings are, most celestial talismans capable of killing celestial kings are engraved by titled celestial emperors. Titled celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock as he inhaled sharply. Duan Ling Tian had learned while he was in the borderlands that a celestial emperor must face various tests in the title temple and pass the tests in order to be acknowledged as the strongest celestial emperor and become a titled celestial emperor. Back in the Southern Heaven territory, the strongest celestial was a titled celestial lord who was known as the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, even the strongest titled celestial lord was no match for the weakest celestial emperor. However, it's said that the celestial kings killed by the celestial talismans engraved by titled celestial emperors are mainly weak celestial kings. They either haven't comprehended the profundities of laws or the profundities they comprehended are weak. A wave of relief rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words. This was still rather acceptable. He found it difficult to accept a celestial talisman capable of killing most celestial kings. How absurdly powerful! 4,300 prominent celestial crystals, 4,500 prominent celestial crystals. The price of the arrow explosion talisman continued to rise as Duan Ling Tian and Huang Yuanfei conversed. In just a blink of an eye, the price had risen to 4,800 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuanfei said, "This arrow explosion talisman seems like it's engraved by a powerful celestial king. Based on its powers and the fact that it can only be used once, it's unlikely to fetch more than 5,000 prominent celestial crystals." Soon enough, Huang Yuanfei's words were proven to be true. The bidding stopped when the price reached 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. Based on the conversation in the surroundings, it seemed like most people agreed with Huang Yuanfei's words. The arrow explosion talisman is only useful for weaker celestials. Moreover, it can only be used once. 5,000 prominent celestial crystals are as high as the price could get. It's just silly to bid more than that. That's right, it's worth about 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. Meanwhile, back on the auction stage, the gray-clad old man said indifferently, 5,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once, going twice, 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. Sold. The old man raised his hand and the celestial talisman shot out like a thunderbolt toward a middle-aged man who was dressed in a fine robe. After putting away the celestial talisman, the middle-aged man sent a spatial ring containing 5,000 prominent celestial crystal toward the gray-clad old man on the stage. The transaction was directly conducted on the spot. Next up is a mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the explosive origin pill. The starting price of this explosive origin pill is 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man took out a pill bottle before taking out one pill to show to the crowd. The explosive origin pill. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. The explosive origin pill was a common celestial pill. The explosive origin pill was available in different grades, the Duke grade, the King grade, and the Royal grade. Then, under these three grades, they were further divided into inferior, mediocre, and superior grades. Based on this, it was easy to deduce that one had to be, at least, a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the explosive origin pill. A mediocre Duke-grade explosive origin pill will boost a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy to 2 stages higher for 15 minutes. However, the effect wouldn't be so dramatic if a 9 palaces celestial Duke uses it, since the celestial origin energy wouldn't be able to break through the boundary that separates a celestial Duke from a celestial king. As a celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, knowledgeable about the explosive origin pill. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts as the price for the explosive origin pill rose to 8,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was not surprising that the price rose this far, since the explosive origin pill was able to turn the tide during a critical moment in a battle between 2 celestial dukes. In the end, it was sold for 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. The gray-clad old man continued to auction off more celestial talismans and celestial pills. The starting prices for the items were always higher than the previous ones. None of the items put up for auction caught Duan Ling Tian's attention until the 9th item for auction will be a pair of golden nematodes. The starting bid is 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. The gray-clad old man said. A few seconds ticked by, and yet, no one bid for the golden nematodes yet. A pair of golden nematodes with a starting bid of 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. As far as I know, in the black market, a golden nematode usually costs 15,000 prominent celestial crystals. It seems like the solitary nation is basing the starting bid on that. Well, the golden nematodes are highly coveted by the emperors of the supporting Fall nation, the East Ming nation, and the Moran nation, after all. Since it's so highly coveted, it's only natural that it will rise in price. Moreover, the cost of the pair of golden nematodes won't even put a dent in the 3 nations' treasury. That's right. However, the golden nematode on the black market often has no buyer. The crowd was still discussing among themselves when a voice rang from the room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were in. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuanfei's voice rang clearly in the air. Huang Jialong was taken aback. Father, aren't you being too hasty? This isn't like you. This was not Huang Jialong's first time attending an auction with his father. His father had never made the first bid even if it was an item he wanted. Soon after, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. What's going on? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, confused. The people from the East Ming nation and Moran nation were strangely quiet. The crowd could sense something was amiss as well. They looked at each other in confusion. After all, the three nations had come to the capital of the solitary nation specifically for this item. They were expecting a tense bidding contest between the three nations over the golden nematodes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, no one made a bid after Huang Yuan Fei had spoken. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going twice. The gray-clad old man who had remained indifferent all this time began to feel a slight panic rising in his heart. His eyes darted back and forth between the East Ming nation's room and the Moran nation's room. Alas, there was no sound at all. He was forced to end the auction. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going thrice. Sold. Just like that, the pair of golden nematodes fell into Huang Yuan Fei's hands. What's going on? Didn't they say the supporting Fall nation, the East Ming nation, and the Moran nation are all here for the golden nematodes? Who knows? Did they fall asleep? I wonder what's going through the minds of the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. What are they doing? In the Moran nation's room. Uncle Lien, why aren't you bidding for the golden nematodes? Why are you stopping me from bidding? What's going on? The seventh prince of the Moran nation fired one question after another as he looked at a noble blue-clad middle-aged man with a frown. The prince was clearly displeased based on his tone. The middle-aged man was a powerful basic celestial king who served the emperor of the Moran nation. Although he was dissatisfied with the seventh prince's attitude, he endured it. Even if the Moran nation successfully obtained the golden nematodes, the chances of them successfully refining the profound golden pill was slim to none. The middle-aged man looked at the seventh prince of the Moran nation and the other people in the room before he calmly explained, Huang Yuan Fei from the supporting Fall nation had sent me a message through voice transmission earlier. Therefore, I made a quick decision not to bid for the golden nematodes. After he finished speaking, he sipped on his cup of tea. In the East Ming nation's room, a silver-clad young man frowned as he said impatiently to an old man who was clearly the leader of the group, Old Hu, why are you stopping me from bidding for the golden nematodes? How are you going to explain this to my father when we return empty-handed? Did you even think about brother Zhu Yun? Second prince, as a member of the imperial family, you should learn to maintain your composure like young Master Ling, the old man said as he looked at the silver-clad young man and a gray-clad young man sitting in a corner meaningfully. The gray-clad young man's expression was cold and distant. He seemed to be unaffected that the old man did not bid for the golden nematodes. Chapter 2974 An auction item by a four-phenomenon celestial king. A helpless smile appeared on the face of the second prince of the East Ming nation. He wondered how Ling Zhu Yun could stay calm under such circumstances. Brother Zhu Yun, aren't you worried? I believe in Old Hu, Ling Zhu Yun replied as he looked up at the old man. The old man nodded, clearly satisfied, as he looked at Ling Zhu Yu. His eyes gleamed with determination as he said, Young Master Ling, I certainly won't disappoint you. Since you trust me, I'll do everything in my power to obtain the profound golden pill for you. In the supporting Fall nation's room, Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo looked at Huang Yuan Fei. What happened during the auction for the pair of golden nematodes was too strange. Huang Yuan Fei must have done something without their knowledge. Father, what's going on? Huang Jialong asked, puzzled, as he looked at his father. Despite being silent, Duan Lingtian and Old Mo were clearly confused and curious as well. Huang Yuan Fei looked at Duan Lingtian briefly before he explained, it's nothing. I sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the entourage from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. I told them that as long as they cede the golden nematodes to me, I guarantee I'll be able to produce a profound golden pill that they can bid for later. I told them I have a king-grade celestial alchemist who has agreed to refine 2 profound golden pills. I will keep one of the pills while the other one will go to the highest bidder. Naturally, Huang Yuan Fei's entire plan hinged on Duan Lingtian's ability to refine the profound golden pills. If Duan Lingtian failed, there was no doubt Huang Yuan Fei would be blamed for deceiving the two nations. If that happened, he would definitely offend the one basic celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. Huang Jialong and Old Mo were stunned. They did not expect Huang Yuanfei would lie to the other two nations in order to obtain the pair of golden nematodes. Indeed, a king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. The problem was Duan Ling Tian was not a king-grade celestial alchemist. The duo instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Huang Yuanfei continued to say, the two nations must be not 100% confident they would be able to refine the profound golden pill since they accepted my proposal. This means they only have a supreme duke-grade celestial alchemist, at most, to help them refine the profound golden pill. Moreover, based on how the two nations insisted on having the two golden nematodes instead of just one, it could be seen that they wanted to increase the success rate of refining the profound golden pill. Since I told them I had a king-grade celestial alchemist willing to help me refine the profound golden pill and that I'll offer one of the pills to the highest bidder among the two, they were, naturally, willing to let me have the pair of golden nematodes. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grim expression on his face. He knew his father's action was born out of trust for Duan Ling Tian. However, if Duan Ling Tian failed to refine two profound golden pill, his father would end up offending the celestial kings from the two nations. Even Old Mo had a worried expression on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Yuanfei and confidently said, I won't let you down. Duan Ling Tian was deeply moved at this moment. He did not expect Huang Yuanfei to trust him to this extent. After all, if he failed to refine the two profound golden pills, Huang Yuanfei would not only offend the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation but even the emperors of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. Huang Yuanfei handed the pair of golden nematodes to Duan Ling Tian as he asked, Little Tian, when do you plan to start refining the profound golden pills? I'll start refining the two profound golden pills after the imperial auction ends, Duan Ling Tian replied as he took the jade box that contained the pair of golden nematodes from Huang Yuanfei. Uncle Huang, please tell the leaders of the entourage from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation to come to our courtyard in the imperial palace to bid for the profound golden pill in 10 days. All right. Huang Yuanfei was in high spirits due to Duan Ling Tian's confidence. He did not delay and quickly sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the entourage from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation respectively. After 10 days. That's great. City Governor Huang, my men and I will meet you in your courtyard after 10 days, the leader from the Moran nation replied. City Governor Huang, I wonder if we will be lucky enough to meet the king-grade celestial alchemist at that time. The leader from the East Ming nation asked. Old Hu, I'm afraid it's impossible. That celestial alchemist doesn't like meeting outsiders, Huang Yuanfei replied through voice transmission. He, naturally, could not reveal to them that a prominent celestial alchemist would be refining the profound golden pill instead of a king-grade celestial alchemist. He was aware of how ridiculous it would sound. However, despite the risks, he trusted Duan Ling Tian due to Duan Ling Tian's confidence and maturity at such a young age. His instincts told him there was something special, which he could not put into words, about the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had defeated his son with a single blow despite only being a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had yet to master any profundity of the law. There was no reason for him to doubt Duan Ling Tian's capability at all. That's just too bad, the leader from the East Ming nation replied perfunctorily. He was not surprised or disappointed since he had already expected this answer. While the crowd was still confused and speculating the reason why the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not bid against the supporting Fall nation for the golden nematodes, the imperial auction continued. It did not take long before the crowd's attention shifted to the next item up for bidding. So, this is the golden nematodes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian opened the jade box and saw 2 bugs about the length of an adult's index finger in the box. The golden nematodes were as thin as thread and were completely golden. Although they were clearly dead, they looked as sharp as a knife. Indeed, a living golden nematode could really cut through many things. It could easily cut ordinary primitive celestial weapons, and with a few tries, it could also cut mediocre celestial weapons. The golden nematodes were celestial beasts without any intelligence. He was aware of these things because he had studied the golden nematode after discovering it was one of the main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction center was getting livelier and livelier. However, none of the items caught Duan Lingtian's interest. On the contrary, there were a few items that managed to spark Huang Jialong's interest. Alas, he failed to bid for them. Nevertheless, he did not seem too disappointed. It was clear the items were not important to him despite his interest in them. Soon enough, the auction was nearing the end. The old man on the stage said, "Now, I will bring up the last item of the auction. This item is rather special. A senior who's a sectless cultivator and a 4-phenomena celestial king has entrusted us to auction this item for him." The crowd fell silent briefly before a commotion broke out. Good heavens! An item from a 4-phenomena celestial king. An item from a 4-phenomena celestial king has to be extraordinary. What is it? Could it be a king-grade celestial pill? Or is it something else? I can't wait to see what it is. It has to be special. Even the people from the supporting Fall Nation, East Ming Nation, and Moran Nation were slightly stirred. An item by a 4-phenomena celestial king. Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow. Although none of them had seen the item, they were certain it had to be extraordinary. After all, even the strongest celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were only 3 talents celestial king. Even the 3 nations' emperors had to be courteous to a sectless cultivator who was a 4-phenomena celestial king. They could not afford to simply offend such a powerhouse. After all, on the stage, the old man finally took out a long jade box before everyone's eyes. The jade box was 3 foot long, half a foot tall, and 1 foot wide. The crowd held their breaths, and their eyes were fixed on the jade box as the old man slowly opened it. What is that? Chapter 2975, the brand chapter of unknown origins. 4-phenomena celestial kings were the strongest in the entire 1,000 nations territory, after all. How could the crowd remain calm upon hearing the item was from a 4-phenomena celestial king? They were excited and eager to see the item. There was no doubt the item would be extraordinary. I didn't expect there to be an item from a 4-phenomena celestial king. Thank the heavens I didn't leave earlier. That's right, I wonder what it is. It's better not to hold back when bidding for this item. An item from a 4-phenomena celestial king is definitely going to be extremely precious. The people in the auction center, including the people from the supporting Fall Nation, looked at the jade box anticipatorily. The old man opened the jade box and revealed an odd-looking branch. Lush green leaves had sprouted on the branch. They showed no signs of wilting at all. With just a simple check using divine consciousness, one would be able to feel the strong vitality in the branch. Good heavens! Why is it here? Why on earth is it here? 3 voices rang simultaneously in Duan Lingtian's mind while his attention was caught by the branch in the jade box. The 3 voices were from the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. They were clearly surprised. Duan Lingtian curiously asked, "Seniors, do you know this branch?" At the same time, the atmosphere in the entire auction center, including the VIP rooms where the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation occupied, turned solemn. What's this? Why does it contain such strong vitality? This branch has been broken off from the tree. Not only did it not wilt, but it's even thriving. How remarkable! Can anybody tell what tree it's from? Perhaps, it's some rare and valuable material. I don't know what it is, but there's no doubt it's special. Nobody knew what the branch was. They only knew it was special. That's right, dear host, what is it? The crowd looked at the old man for an explanation. The old man calmly replied, "What is it?" "I have no idea as well." No idea? The crowd was shocked. In fact, even the 4-phenomena celestial king doesn't know what it is at all, the old man continued to say. What? Even the 4-phenomena celestial king doesn't know what it is? Then, why should we bid for it? Although it's special, what's the use if we don't even know what it is? The crowd frowned upon learning even the phenomena celestial king knew nothing about the branch. Although we don't know what it is, there's no doubt its vitality is extremely strong. The old man took the branch out from the jade box. With his other hand, he brought a knife out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slashed at the thickest part of the branch, almost breaking it into half. However, a burst of green light surged from the cut. After about a dozen breaths, the light subsided, revealing the unscathed branch. Impossible. It was almost broken, but in just a dozen breaths, it's completely healed. This branch is extraordinary. Although I know nothing about this branch, I want it simply because of its amazing recovery ability. The crowd gasped in unison and broke into an uproar after witnessing the branch recover before their eyes. They fervently discussed among themselves. The starting bid for this branch of unknown origins is 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man loudly said, every increment of a bid shouldn't be less than 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. I'd like to add that I'll be bidding for the branch as well on behalf of the imperial family of the solitary nation due to their interest in the branch. The crowd was stirred up again when they heard even the imperial family of the solitary nation was interested in the unknown branch. It seems like the branch really came from a four-phenomena celestial king. Otherwise, the imperial family of the solitary nation would have secretly kept it for themselves. Perhaps, however, there's also a chance the imperial family is only trying to raise the price of the unknown branch. We have to be cautious. Regardless, this unknown branch is really rather special. I'm afraid its price will surpass 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, at least 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's the price for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, a loud and powerful voice rang from the Moran nation's room. It was a blue-clad middle-aged man. 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the blue-clad middle-aged man's voice fell, the old man on the stage said, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. The crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect the old man on the stage to double the bid so soon. The old man said, this is the highest price the imperial family of the supporting nation is willing to pay for the branch. For this reason, if anyone decided to bid after this, the imperial family will no longer bid for this item. The imperial family is only willing to spend 200,000 prominent celestial crystals on this branch. It seems like they don't think this unknown branch has much potential. It's not a surprise. After all, even the four-phenomena celestial king doesn't know what the branch is. It's only a collector's item or decoration without any use. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals for a collector's item. That's too much. That's right, a collector's item, essentially just a decoration, that's worth 2 king-grade weapons. No ordinary person would be able to afford such a luxurious item. Unlike the crowd in the auction center, the Moran nation's room was silent. It was apparent they had given up on bidding for the unknown branch. Then, the countdown began. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. 210,000 prominent celestial crystals. A voice suddenly rang from the East Ming nation's room. Immediately, Huang Yuan Fei's voice rang from the supporting Fall nation's room. 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. Upon seeing this, Huang Jialong was taken aback. He asked, "Father, do you know what the branch is?" "No, I have no idea." Huang Yuan Fei shook his head. "It looks extraordinary, so I thought I'll join the fun. However, 250,000 prominent celestial crystals is all they'd get from me." For fun, Huang Jialong was speechless. To fork out 250,000 prominent celestial crystals for fun. It seemed like his father was even more capricious than him. Huang Yuan Fei asked the frowning old man standing next to him, "Old Mo, do you know what it is?" "No." Old Mo shook his head. 260,000 prominent celestial crystals. A middle-aged man sitting among the crowd bid for the branch, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Isn't that Zhe Zheng, the vice leader of the Grade 8 sect, the Thousand Hands sect?" "It's him. I didn't expect to see him here. It seems like Zhe Zheng is interested in the unknown branch as well." In the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, apart from the Grade 8 nations in the Thousand Nations territory, there were some Grade 8 sects and clans as well. The majority of them were only slightly stronger than Grade 9 forces, therefore, they were no match for Grade 8 nations. While the crowd's attention was focused on Zhe Zheng, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, a voice rang from one of the VIP rooms again. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. It's from the supporting Fall nation again. Chapter 2976, The Divine Tree of Life. Boy, you must obtain it. That's right, obtain it at all cost. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you fail to obtain it. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth urged Duan Ling Tian to obtain the unknown branch one after another. For that reason, Duan Ling Tian hastily made a bid for the unknown branch even though he knew nothing about it. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile bitterly. He only had a little more than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals and a few king-grade celestial weapons in his possession. Huang Jialong had told him before that the imperial auction of the solitary nation allowed items to be exchanged for celestial crystals. An undamaged king-grade celestial weapon could fetch up to 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, at least, in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory. The king-grade celestial weapons I have aren't only in pristine condition, but they're better than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. There's no doubt whatever numbers of celestial crystals I get in exchange for them would be less than the weapon's real value. There's nothing I can do about it since I have to obtain this branch. I'm sure the branch will be worth the loss, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Based on the urgency of the three elements' words, there was no doubt the branch was more than extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly, this unknown branch. Could it be the five divine elements clear heaven's divine wood? The five divine elements were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, otherwise known as the profound divine metal, the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong stared at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. Little Tian, do you know it is? Huang Yuan Fei asked tentatively. I have no idea. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. This unknown branch is rather special. I just have a feeling that I'll regret it if I fail to obtain it. Indeed, this branch is extraordinary. It's my first time seeing something so strange. If it's some kind of medicinal ingredient, there's no doubt the celestial pill refined from it is going to be extraordinary, Huang Yuan Fei said. After regaining his senses, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Brother Duan, do you think this unknown branch is a type of medicinal herb used to refine pills? Alas, Duan Ling Tian's attention was completely focused on the unknown branch on the stage. It seemed like he did not hear Huang Jialong's question at all. Huang Yuan Fei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo took Duan Ling Tian's silence as his assent to their words. At this moment, the chaos divine flame said, that's not the clear heaven divine wood. If it was, we wouldn't have embarrassed ourselves like that. Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed, then, if it's not the clear heaven's divine wood, what is it? It's the divine tree of life. The profound divine metal replied. The divine tree of life? What is that? Duan Ling Tian asked. Boy, you don't need to know about the divine tree of life for now. All you need to know is that by obtaining one of the branches from the divine tree of life, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life in the future. The law of life is one of the most powerful laws. You can't comprehend the law of life through celestial methods or divine abilities. The strongest law you'll be able to comprehend through a celestial method or divine ability is only a second-tier law in this realm. On the contrary, the law of life is a first-tier law, the chaos divine earth chimed in with its childish voice. A hint of reverence could be heard in its voice. This branch is one of the main branches from the divine tree of life. Not only will it help you to comprehend the law of life, but it'll benefit you in many ways as well in the future. Moreover, it'll also benefit us, the profound divine metal said zealously. Boy, so long you obtain this main branch from the divine tree of life, I'll help you unconditionally whenever you need help. The chaos divine earth chimed in enthusiastically. Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts after hearing the chaos divine earth's words. His eyes widened imperceptibly. Based on three elements' reactions, this main branch from the divine tree of life would greatly benefit the profound divine metal, the chaos divine earth, and the chaos divine flame. Otherwise, they would not urge him in such a manner. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals. Zhe Zheng, the vice leader of the Thousand Hands sect, increased his bid. Before the crowd regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian increased the bid by 40,000 prominent celestial crystals. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals. Zhe Zheng frowned. He did not expect the supporting Fall Nation would bid so high for an unknown branch. Now that the price had risen to 350,000 prominent celestial crystals, he had no intention of continuing to bid for the unknown branch. In the first place, he had only bid for it for fun. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals were all he was willing to pay for the unknown branch. Soon enough, the crowd managed to guess the identity of the bidder from the supporting Fall Nation. The person from the supporting Fall Nation who just made a bid doesn't sound like Huang Yuan Fei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, right? It sounds like a young man. From what I know, there are two young men among the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation. One of them is Huang Yuan Fei's son, Huang Jialong. The other young man is Duan Ling Tian, a genius sectless cultivator who recently became famous due to the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. The voice seems to belong to Duan Ling Tian. In the East Ming nation's room, a light briefly flashed in the eyes of an aloof gray-clad young man. He was none other than the sectless cultivator who became famous during the East Ming nation's Southern Heaven combat, Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian, could it be that he also knows that the branch is from the divine tree of life? Ling Juyun could tell the branch came from the divine tree of life as soon as the old man on the stage brought it out. Moreover, he could tell it was the main branch from the divine tree of life. It was incredibly precious since it would help one to comprehend the law of life. However, the branch was useless to him since his bloodline determined that he would not be able to comprehend the law of life. To be precise, the power of the laws he inherited from his clan conflicted with the law of life. At this moment, the old man began counting down when he saw nobody was bidding after Duan Ling Tian. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals, going twice. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian recognizes it as one of the main branches from the divine tree of life or he just wants it as a part of his collection. If it's the former, then, he's really something. After all, it's unlikely that anyone in this small Southern Heaven territory is able to recognize it. This includes the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. If it's the latter, then, he's extremely lucky, Ling Juyun mused inwardly as he looked out the window. Ling Juyun had no intention of revealing the divine tree of life to the people from the East Ming nation. He knew they would not be able to understand and might even doubt him. Most importantly, he would risk exposing his true identity. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals, going thrice. Sold. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian successfully obtained the main branch from the divine tree of life. Huang Jialong asked, Brother Duan, you don't have enough celestial crystals, right? I have about 25 million mediocre celestial crystals. They're equivalent to 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. If I pawn a king-grade celestial weapon, I'll be able to get 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Little Tian, there's no need for that, Huang Yuan Fei hurriedly said, I'll lend you 100,000 prominent celestial crystal. You can return them to me after we sell the profound golden pill. In that case, thank you, Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian knew Huang Yuan Fei did not want him to suffer a loss by pawning his king-grade celestial weapons, so he did not refuse Huang Yuan Fei's kind intention. Moreover, he was confident about successfully refining the profound golden pills, and selling it could easily earn him 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, at least. After Duan Ling Tian put away the main branch from the divine tree of life that he had exchanged for with a spatial ring full of celestial crystals, Huang Jialong could not help but ask, Brother Duan, you're really impressive. How did you get the 25 million mediocre celestial crystals? Chapter 2977 The Chaos Divine Earth's Assistance. Duan Ling Tian did not have many prominent celestial crystals. In fact, he had used up almost all his prominent celestial crystals after he bought the origin stones in the solitary nation's West Lane town. Nevertheless, he still had a large number of mediocre celestial crystals. When he was in the borderlands, he had killed the blissful sect's 9 palaces celestial duke and basic celestial king along with the profound heaven celestial sect's 10 directions celestial duke, gaining the accumulated wealth of the 3 individuals. The collective wealth of the 3 individuals was more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals, 10,000 prominent celestial crystals and 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. Is this genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation using this opportunity to offload all the mediocre celestial crystals he has? The gray-clad old man standing on the stage was shocked when he looked inside the spatial ring that Duan Ling Tian handed over and saw a large number of mediocre celestial crystals. He knew very few people in the Southern Heaven territory had 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. After all, the grade of mediocre celestial crystals was too low. It did not cross his mind that beyond the Southern Heaven territory's formation barrier, there existed a place called the Borderlands where they only had primitive crystal veins. These primitive crystals veins could only produce mediocre celestial crystals, at most. Although there were prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, they were few in number and mostly came from the central area. Duan Ling Tian might have amassed a huge fortune in the Borderlands, but he only had a few thousand prominent celestial crystals among the many mediocre celestial crystals and primitive celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I truly admire you. How did you gather 25 million mediocre celestial crystals? Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe. Hints of curiosity could be seen in Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo's eyes as well when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied, I obtained all those mediocre celestial crystals in the borderlands. Prominent celestial crystals are few and far in between in the borderlands. After Duan Ling Tian obtained the main branch from the divine tree of life, the imperial auction officially ended. Naturally, everyone present did not know the odd-looking branch was a main branch from the divine tree of life. Even if they were told that it was the main branch from the divine tree of life, they would not know its value or what it was. In fact, not many people in the spirit overarching heaven knew about the divine tree of life, let alone the people from the southern heaven territory. After the auction ended, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin followed Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo back to the solitary nation's imperial palace. During the journey, He Feng, the commander of the solitary nation's imperial army, caught with them. He did not beat around the bush and asked with eyes that shone with curiosity, City Governor Huang, how did you do it? Those people from the Moran nation and the East Ming nation aren't simpletons. They wouldn't give up on bidding for the golden nematodes at the 11th hour for no good reason. Commander He, are you the one who's curious, or is it him? Huang Yuanfei placed heavy emphasis on the word, him. He Feng replied, His Majesty is curious as well. He had sent me a voice transmission asking about it. However, I'm also curious. After all, the people from the Moran nation and the East Ming nation had specifically come to the solitary nation for the pair of golden nematodes. How could they give up at the crucial moment? Anyone with eyes would be able to tell that you've done something. It's nothing, Huang Yuanfei replied indifferently. I only told them I have a king-grade celestial alchemist who can successfully refine 2 profound golden pills. If they cede the pair of golden nematodes to me, I'll let them bid for one of the profound golden pill. That's how I convinced them to give up on bidding for the golden nematodes. He did not plan to keep his proposition to the Moran nation and the East Ming nation a secret. He knew he would not be able to keep a secret anyway. After 10 days, either Moran nation or the East Ming nation would obtain the profound golden pill. Whoever failed to obtain the profound golden pill would certainly not help them keep the matter a secret. A king-grade celestial alchemist. He Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's reply. He truly did not expect this answer. Although the emperor of the solitary nation could also employ a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, it would cost a fortune to do so. The reason the emperors of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation were so insistent on obtaining 2 golden nematodes was to increase the success rate of refining the profound golden pill, since they only planned to employ a duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the pills. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation is truly generous and farsighted. He Feng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was under the impression that the emperor of the supporting Fall nation was willing to spend so much just so he could help Duan Ling Tian become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the opening of the southern heaven ancient realm. In his opinion, the emperors of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation were clearly not as farsighted as the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. He would never expect, even in his wildest dreams, that the person who would be refining the profound golden pill was Duan Ling Tian, not a king-grade celestial alchemist. Once the group arrived at the solitary nation's imperial palace, He Feng bade the remaining people farewell, and the others returned to their respective rooms in the palace. Little Tian, please let me know if there's anything else you need to refine the profound golden pill. I'll do everything in my power to obtain it for you, Huang Yuanfei said before parting with Duan Ling Tian. Although he trusted Duan Ling Tian's ability, he still felt a slight pressure when he thought about the possibility of Duan Ling Tian failing to produce the 2 profound golden pills after 10 days. If that happened, he would undoubtedly offend the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. Alright, don't worry, Uncle Huang. I won't let you down, Duan Ling Tian said before he returned to his room to refine the 2 profound golden pills. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who knew he was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. Most prominent grade celestial alchemists would refine pills with their prominent celestial fires, but he refined pills with his chaos divine flame. Although the chaos divine flame was equivalent to a prominent celestial fire, it was far superior to prominent celestial fires. In fact, the chaos divine flame was comparable to superior celestial fires with a higher grade. At this moment, the profound divine metal suddenly chuckled before he said, Little boy, didn't you promise to help the lad if he obtains the main branch from the divine tree of life? Based on the words, little boy, it was clear he was talking to the chaos divine earth. The profound divine metal continued to say, although with the lad's current alchemy skills and old fire's assistance, his success rate of refining the profound golden pill is quite high, there's still a small chance of failure. However, with your assistance, it would be a guaranteed success. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the profound divine metal's words. Based on the profound divine metal's words, he could infer that the chaos divine earth would be of great help to refine the profound golden pill. Not only that, but with the chaos divine earth's assistance, he was sure to succeed. How could Duan Ling Tian not be happy? Although he was confident about refining the profound golden pill, his success was not guaranteed. He was only about 80% to 90% confident that he would succeed. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the pressure Huang Yuan Fei had to be feeling now, he took a deep breath and prepared to ask for the Chaos Divine Earth's help. However, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, the Chaos Divine Earth said, HMPH. I don't need a reminder. I remember what I said. Then, it said to Duan Ling Tian, lad, take out your cauldron. Although Duan Ling Tian was unsure about how Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help, he obediently took out the prominent celestial cauldron. As soon as he took the cauldron out, he could clearly sense a mustard energy from the Chaos Divine Earth in his right arm shooting toward the cauldron before merging with it. The cauldron began to shake as it emitted a mustard light. The Chaos Divine Flame spoke up at this moment. The Chaos Divine Earth can merge with a celestial alchemist's cauldron. It can help one to refine pills and increase one's success rate as well. With help from me and the Chaos Divine Earth, there's no doubt you'll be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. Let's begin. The Chaos Divine Flame said again when he saw Duan Ling Tian lost in his thoughts. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and began to prepare to refine the pills. The profound golden pill was one of the most difficult to refine prominent celestial pills. Its refinement process was incredibly complex. Nevertheless, it was as easy as breathing to Duan Ling Tian. After all, his skills were already comparable to a king-grade celestial alchemist. Meanwhile, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation finally learned from their respective leaders why they did not bid for the pair of golden nematodes. The supporting Fall Nation employed a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine profound golden pills. Wow, what a generous emperor. I think there's more than meets the eyes. I suspect it's the king-grade celestial alchemist from the Flying Tiger clan who's helping Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2978 Duan Ling Tian emerges from closed-door cultivation. The Flying Tiger clan, to be precise, it's the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. Your words reminded me of something. The deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion came to the solitary nation's capital 2 days ago for a royal-grade celestial weapon. You might not know this, but Duan Ling Tian had a hand in choosing the sword-shaped origin stone that contained the royal-grade celestial weapon. Bai Gang, one of the leaders of the entourage from the supporting Fall Nation, is a copper Flying Tiger. He was the one who suggested giving the royal-grade celestial weapon to the clan branch. Now that you put 2 and 2 together, it's beginning to make sense. Since Duan Ling Tian had a hand in obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the Flying Tiger clan probably rewarded him by sending their king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation might not be residing in the same place, but all of them arrived at the same conclusion. An old man, the leader of the entourage from the East Ming Nation, said, regardless, the leader of the entourage from the supporting Fall Nation has promised us to put a profound golden pill up for auction in 10 days. The profound golden pill. Ling Juyun, who always maintained an icy demeanor, finally had a slight change in expression. Previously, he did not have high hopes that they would be able to refine the profound golden pill even if they obtained the 2 golden nematodes that were necessary to refine the pills. After all, they did not have a king-grade celestial alchemist. Now that it was certain there would be a profound golden pill, anticipation began to build in his heart. Ling Juyun looked at the old man and sent a voice transmission. Elder Hu, I must have the profound golden pill. I know there's a limit on the celestial crystals that His Majesty has given you to bid on the golden nematodes. However, if you can help me obtain the profound golden pill, not only will I return you the extra celestial crystals you spend to obtain the profound golden pill, but I will also owe you a huge favor. Based on his words, it could be seen that he was determined to obtain the profound golden pill. Little Ling, I'll do everything in my power to obtain the profound golden pill for you. The old man replied through voice transmission as his eyes glinted with determination. He had very high hopes for Ling Juyun. In his opinion, Ling Juyun's future was incredibly bright. Moreover, after traveling to the solitary nation's capital together, he felt that Ling Juyun resembled someone who came from a powerful clan or sect rather than a sectless cultivator. Ling Juyun's speech and mannerism were extraordinary and even put him to shame. For all these reasons, he was certain he would be handsomely rewarded in the future as long as he helped Ling Juyun. It was only a matter of time. No wonder you didn't bid on the pair of golden nematodes. As turns out, those from the supporting Fall Nation had made such a promise. Realization finally dawned on the second prince of the East Ming Nation and the others after they listened to the old man's explanation. So the supporting Fall Nation had guaranteed they would be able to refine profound golden pills. And promised to put one pill up for the two nations to bid on. The profound golden pill, the profound golden pill. A hint of desire flashed in the depths of the eyes of the seventh prince of the Moran Nation. The wheels in his mind began to turn now that he knew there was a real possibility of him obtaining a profound golden pill. He looked at a middle-aged man, the leader of the entourage from the Moran Nation, and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Lien, I'm aware of the limit on the celestial crystals you've been given to bid for the golden nematodes. However, now that our target has changed from the pair of golden nematodes to a profound golden pill, I hope that you'll disregard that limit. If it's necessary, I hope you'll use your celestial crystals first. When we return, I'll ask Father to return the celestial crystals to you." As long as he consumed the profound golden pill, the seventh prince of the Moran Nation knew he would be able to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he was confident he would become the strongest person below celestial dukes in the Moran Nation. Even if he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivators from the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation respectively, his performance would be better when he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. In a courtyard located in the heart of the Solitary Nation's imperial palace, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation had just finished listening to the report from He Feng, the commander of the Solitary Nation's imperial army. He shook his head and said, "You said the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has employed a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill to help Duan Ling Tian. That's impossible. I know him, he's definitely not so farsighted." He sounded sure of his words when he spoke. As the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, which neighbored the supporting Fall Nation, he had interacted with the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation many times. He was well aware of what kind of person the other party was. The price to employ a king-grade celestial alchemist was too high. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would only do something if he could see the benefits. Unless the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was certain Duan Ling Tian would bring him greater benefits than the price he had to pay for a king-grade celestial alchemist, there was no way he would employ a king-grade celestial alchemist to help Duan Ling Tian. If it isn't the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation who hired a king-grade celestial alchemist, then who could it be? Could it be Huang Yuan Fei? No, I don't think he's capable of that, He Feng said with a slight frown on his face. You're right, Huang Yuan Fei isn't capable of that. However, don't forget about the people around him. For instance, Bai Gang. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said apathetically. Bai Gang, He Feng's eyes widened. A thought appeared in his mind immediately. Your Majesty, are you saying that the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion sent their king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for Duan Ling Tian as a reward for helping them obtain the royal-grade celestial sword? Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation replied. After thinking about it, He Feng felt that the Emperor of the Solitary Nation was right. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. I finally broke through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Now that Duan Ling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his aura had changed slightly. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy covered the surface of his skin. His previous strength was incomparable to this. The efficacy of the profound golden pill is truly amazing. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand before a pill bottle appeared in his hand. It contained one of the 2 profound golden pills that he had successfully refined 2 days ago. He had consumed one of the pills, so there was only one left. after 2 days, the profound golden pill had helped Duan Ling Tian break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I think Uncle Huang must be like a cat on hot bricks now. Duan Ling Tian looked up at the sky as soon as he exited his room. It was almost noon. It was likely that the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation had arrived. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian heard someone calling out to him from the side. "Brother Duan, you finally came out." He knew it was Huang Jialong without even looking. Jialong. Duan Ling Tian saw Huang Jialong and Lu Guanglin standing in his courtyard. A solemn expression appeared on Huang Jialong's face as he asked, "Brother Duan, did you succeed?" At this moment, his father and old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation, who had come to bid on the profound golden pill, in the main hall of their courtyard in the solitary nation's imperial palace. He was, naturally, anxious since he did not know if Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined the profound golden pill or not. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint all of you." Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and shook the pill bottle. Then, he tossed the pill bottle to Huang Jialong as though he was throwing away trash. It's the profound golden pill." Huang Jialong deftly caught the pill bottle in his hand. He quickly opened the pill bottle and saw a pill lying in there. Based on the strong medicinal scent that wafted into his nose and the unique glow on the surface of the pill, he could tell in just an instant that it was the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong's eyes shone brightly, and he heaved a sigh of relief upon receiving confirmation that Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined the profound golden pill. However, soon after, a thought appeared in his mind. "Brother Duan, did you only manage to refine one profound golden pill?" "What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian asked. He did not wait for Huang Jialong's reply before he revealed the aura of his soul, revealing his true cultivation base. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's eyes shone with happiness, and a wide smile bloomed on his face. "Congratulations, Brother Duan, congratulations." Then, Huang Jialong continued to say with a guilty expression on his face, "I didn't think you'd be able to successfully refine 2 profound golden pills. I'm truly foolish to have doubted you. I even thought my father's confidence in you was blind. It seems like father is still better than me at judging a person." At this moment, Lu Guanglin, whose eyes were shining with admiration, chimed in, "Congratulations, my lord." Although he trusted his master's abilities, he was still shocked when he learned that his master had successfully refined the 2 profound golden pills. Duan Ling Tian asked, "I'm guessing the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation have arrived by now?" "Yes, father and old Mo are greeting them in the main hall." "Since you've come out from your closed-door cultivation, we should make our way over. I'm really curious how many celestial crystals they are willing to pay for the profound golden pill." A hint of excitement could be heard in Huang Jialong's voice when he spoke. Now that he had seen Duan Ling Tian and the profound golden pill, he was no longer anxious like he was earlier. Chapter 2979 The Profound Golden Pill with a Sky-High Price. Duan Ling Tian's residence was quite a distance away from the main hall. During the journey, Huang Jialong, who still could not shake away his guilt, asked, "Brother Duan, you won't blame me for not trusting in your ability to refine the profound golden pill, right?" It was clear that this matter bothered him. After all, it showed his distrust toward Duan Ling Tian to a certain extent. "Why would I?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and faintly smiled. "If I were you, I probably wouldn't believe that I'm capable of refining the profound golden pill as well. After all, the profound golden pill is no ordinary prominent grade celestial pills, and I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist." After refining the profound golden pill, Duan Ling Tian was even more aware of how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. Before that, he did not truly grasp how difficult it would be. He knew that without the help from the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, it would be almost impossible for him to succeed. No wonder people said that there might not even be one prominent celestial alchemist out of 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists who would be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. In fact, the probability of 100 Duke-grade celestial alchemists successfully refining the profound golden pill was less than 1. If it weren't for the Chaos Divine Flame and Chaos Divine Earth, even with my skills, I have less than 10% chance of successfully refining the profound golden pill if I use an ordinary prominent celestial fire. I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to merge with my cauldron to increase my success rate. Apart from that, it also said that it's able to merge with my celestial weapon and boost my defensive strength. Based on his experience with the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame, Duan Ling Tian knew the chaos divine earth would have special abilities. Nevertheless, he was still pleasantly surprised when he learned about the chaos divine earth's actual abilities. In the main hall, Huang Yuan Fei and Old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. There were 3 people from the East Ming Nation and 2 people from the Moran Nation. Before entering the main hall, Huang Jialong began to introduce the people in the main hall to Duan Ling Tian. He said through voice transmission, "Brother Duan, the old man is the leader of the entourage from the East Ming Nation. He's a one basic celestial king working for the East Ming Nation's imperial family. His name is Hu Qing." The silver-clad young man next to him is the second prince of the East Ming Nation, and the green-clad young man on the other side is the genius sectless cultivator, Ling Juyun, who recently rose to fame during the East Ming Nation's Southern Heaven combat. Huang Jialong continued to say, "Of the 2 people from the Moran Nation, the middle-aged man is a one basic celestial king from the nation's imperial family, Lian Zhengxing. The young man next to him is the 7th prince of the Moran Nation." Huang Jialong finished speaking as soon as they entered the main hall. He immediately made his way to his father, Huang Yuan Fei, and passed the pill bottle to his father. "Father." Upon seeing this, Huang Yuan Fei's eyes brightened, and he inwardly sighed in relief. Although he was confident in Duan Ling Tian's ability, it was inevitable that he would still feel pressure when faced with the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. "Uncle Huang." Duan Ling Tian followed Huang Jialong's lead and stood next to Huang Yuan Fei. "Little Tian, thanks for your hard work," Huang Yuan Fei said through voice transmission as he nodded and smiled at Duan Ling Tian. He had already learned from Huang Jialong that not only did Duan Ling Tian successfully refine 2 profound golden pill, but Duan Ling Tian had consumed one of them and successfully became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Now that everyone had arrived, Huang Yuan Fei wasted no time in making introductions. "Little Tian, let me introduce you. So this is the genius sectless cultivator who shocked the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat. What a promising young man," Lian Zhengxing, the celestial king from the Moran Nation, said. Then, he shifted his eyes to Ling Juyun who was standing with the people from the East Ming Nation before he continued to say, "I wonder which one of you is stronger." It was obvious Lian Zhengxing was trying to sow discord. Alas, his effort was destined to be futile. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun exchanged a glance, smiling at each other as though they were old friends. Contrary to Lian Zhengxing's expectations, there was no hostility between the 2 young men. Huang Jialong was surprised as well. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian was already acquainted with the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun did not know each other. They had only met for the first time during the imperial auction of the solitary nation. However, they seemed to have a good impression of one another even though they had not spoken. They're acquainted. Liang Zhengxing was rather flustered. He did not expect his attempt to sow discord would end up like this. "City Governor Huang, you sent your son to retrieve the profound golden pill earlier. The pill bottle he just handed to you, does it contain the profound golden pill?" Hu Qing, the celestial king from the East Ming Nation, asked as he looked at the pill bottle in Huang Yuan Fei's hand with a solemn expression on his face. "Yes." Huang Yuan Fei nodded before he poured out the content of the pill bottle. A pill with a strong medicinal scent and unique glow sat in his palm. The profound golden pill. With just a glance, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation could tell it was the profound golden pill. Lian Zhengxing said urgently, "Since the profound golden pill is here, we should stop wasting time. City Governor Huang, please state your starting bid." Hu Qing also looked at Huang Yuan Fei in anticipation. "There's no need to bid, both of you can directly state your best offer," Huang Yuan Fei said with a smile. He was not worried the 2 parties would give up on the profound golden pill. The pill was extremely important to the 2 nations, after all. As soon as Huang Yuan Fei finished speaking, Lian Zhengxing quickly said, "If that's the case, I'll start first. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, 0.200,000 prominent celestial crystals were the price of 2 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. It was also the limit that was given by the Emperor of the Moran Nation for the golden nematodes. Anything more than that was deemed unworthy by the Emperor. 300,000 prominent grade celestial crystals, Hu Qing did not hesitate to make his offer. He upped the price by another 100,000 prominent celestial crystals as though they were just rocks. Elder Hu is really bold. Lien Zhengxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's offer. He gritted his teeth before he said, 310,000 prominent celestial crystals, 400,000 prominent celestial crystals, Hu Qing said tonelessly as his expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lien Zhengxing and the seventh prince of the Moran nation darkened even further. They did not expect Hu Qing would offer 400,000 prominent celestial crystals for the profound golden pill without even blinking. Although the profound golden pill was rare, it was not as though there was no profound golden pill in the profound nether mansion at all. Moreover, the price in the black market for a pill was only roughly around 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. The price rarely exceeded 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. After several breaths, Huang Yuanfei turned to look at Lien Zhengxing. Mr. Lien, will you continue to make an offer? At this moment, the seventh prince of the Moran nation who had grown anxious cried out, Uncle Lien. Lien Zhengxing inhaled deeply before he said, 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Then, he shifted his eyes to Hu Qing and said meaningfully, Elder Hu, if you continue, I won't be making another bid for the profound golden pill. However, is it really worth it to spend more than 500,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy a profound golden pill for an outsider? Lien Zhengxing was buying the profound golden pill for the seventh prince of the Moran nation, a direct descendant of the Moran nation's imperial family. However, the East Ming nation was buying it for Ling Zhuyun, an outsider. Whether it's worth it or not, I have my own thoughts. Thank you for the profound golden pill, Brother Lien, Hu Qing said indifferently before he made his offer. 510,000 prominent celestial crystals. Lien Zhengxing scoffed upon hearing Hu Qing's words. Then, he left with a grim expression with the seventh prince of the solitary nation in tow. Similarly, the seventh prince of the Moran nation wore a gloomy expression on his face. He knew there was no way he could obtain the profound golden pill at this point. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals were also all he was willing to pay for the profound golden pill. Any more than that, he did not think it was worth it. After the duo from the Moran nation left, Huang Yuanfei put the profound golden pill back into the bottle before he passed it to Hu Qing. Congratulations, Elder Hu. Hu Qing also promptly handed over 510,000 prominent celestial crystals to Huang Yuanfei in exchange for the profound golden pill. After completing the deal, Hu Qing took his leave and left with Ling Zhuyun and the second prince of the East Ming nation. Goodbye, City Governor Huang. Currently, only the people from the supporting Fall nation were left in the main hall. Little Tian, keep this spatial ring. Huang Yuanfei handed the spatial ring Hu Qing had passed to him to Duan Ling Tian. I have counted, there are 510,000 prominent celestial crystals inside. No more, no less. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Duan Ling Tian did not take the spatial ring. He said resolutely, although I refined the profound golden pill, you're the one who bought the golden nematodes. Moreover, you've also given me the profound spirit flower. At most, I can only accept 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian had his principles, after all. He placed importance on gratitude. However, Duan Ling Tian's insistence was met with similar resistance from Huang Yuanfei. Little Tian, no, without you, these ingredients would have gone to waste. Let's do this. I'll take 10,000 prominent celestial crystals, and you keep the rest of it. Don't make me look bad. Chapter 2980 Establishing Ownership over the Divine Tree of Life. Huang Yuanfei said, the 30,000 prominent celestial crystals that were used to obtain the pair of golden nematodes were given by His Majesty. He's willing to pay for them since he hopes you'll be able to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and perform well when you enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, if the 3 sects and 2 clans take a liking to you, His Majesty would be handsomely rewarded. Hence, there's no need for you to feel guilty. As for the 10,000 prominent celestial crystal, we'll just consider it as you paying me for the profound spirit flower. With this, you don't owe me anything. Despite Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Ling Tian still felt that he owed Huang Yuanfei. He was well aware that 100,000 to 200,000 prominent celestial crystals were a huge amount to Huang Yuanfei, let alone 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Nevertheless, he eventually gave in and accepted the 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Now that our business in the solitary nation has come to an end, I think it's time for us to return. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, "Little Tian, pack your things. We'll leave for the supporting Fall Nation tomorrow morning." "All right, Uncle Huang." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin met up with Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo to return to the supporting Fall Nation together. When they arrived, Old Mo was already in his true form. Similar to when they were traveling to the solitary nation, they got onto Old Mo's back. The only difference was there was one less person in the group since Bai Gang had left the solitary nation a few days earlier. Bai Gang did not return to the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he had followed by Zhen Yu, the deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in Profound Nether Mansion, back to the clan branch. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle. He continued to cultivate. Now that he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the next time he had a breakthrough, he would become a celestial duke. Apart from that, he also comprehended the gravitational space profundity that was part of the law of Earth contained in the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. With the help from the Chaos Divine Earth, he quickly comprehended and mastered the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity. He also comprehended the gravitational space profundity, one of the profundities in the law of Earth, very quickly with the Chaos Divine Earth's help. The law of gravity applies everywhere, on Earth in my past life, the mundane realms, and even the Devata realms. Gravity grounds us, keeping our feet to the ground. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity allows me to manipulate gravity. When I cast the gravitational space profundity, I'd be able to manipulate the gravity in the area of effect and move my target as I please. Duan Ling Tian continued comprehending the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. Along with that, he comprehended the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity as well. During this time, his understanding of the gravitational space profundity grew deeper. He knew gravitational space was an incredibly important and powerful profundity in the law of Earth. Once I master the gravitational space profundity, I'll completely master the Black Rock Prison. Duan Ling Tian was filled with anticipation when he thought about this. With the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, Duan Ling Tian knew that he would only be able to master the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. To further improve it to the initial stage, he would need a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. Finally, to improve it to the mastery stage, he would need to comprehend an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. About 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo, Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence in the Origin Gathering Hall with Lu Guanglin in tow. As soon as Duan Ling Tian shut his room door, the profound divine metal's voice rang in his mind. "Boy, bring out the main branch of the divine tree of life that we obtained in the solitary nation." Although Duan Ling Tian did not understand the purpose of it, he obediently followed the profound divine metal's words. After so many days, the divine tree of life's main branch was still green and filled with vitality. It showed no signs of wilting at all. The profound divine metal continued to say, "Now, drip your blood on it." Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to prick his finger, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in his mind. Although he has 99 heavenly veins and is extremely talented, he's not a celestial duke yet, nor has he created a little world of his own. Would the divine tree of life even acknowledge him? Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the profound divine metal's intention. It seemed like the profound divine metal wanted him to establish ownership over the divine tree of life. He's now a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If he's able to establish ownership over the divine tree of life now, it would be extremely beneficial for him. He would benefit from the powerful life force in the divine tree of life, which will in turn help him to comprehend the law of life. You're right, the divine tree of life would not acknowledge him since he's not a celestial duke yet and has yet to create his own little world. However, that's only if he doesn't have our help. If we help him, we'll be able to fool the divine tree of life into acknowledging him and merging with him. Although it'd be exhausting for us, in the end, it would be beneficial to us. If we succeed, his speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy and purification speed would increase. With that, his cultivation speed would increase as well. The Chaos Divine Flame fell silent for a moment, mulling over the profound Divine Metal's words, before it said, "You're right. It's to our benefit that he grows strong as soon as possible. Since that's the case, like you said, we should work together to help him establish ownership over the Divine Tree of Life. We'll have to leave the Chaos Divine Earth out of this since it's helping Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of Earth." That's what I thought as well. I didn't plan to include the Chaos Divine Earth regarding this matter, the profound Divine Metal said. Then, it said to Duan Ling Tian again, "Boy, quit wasting time. Hurry up and drip your blood on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life." Although Duan Ling Tian was not sure what to make of the two elements' conversation, he knew they had good intentions. Therefore, he did not hesitate when he heard the profound Divine Metal's words and immediately pricked his finger before dripping a drop of blood on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian's blood was about to land on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, the branch suddenly emitted rings of emerald light and prevented Duan Ling Tian's blood from touching it. At the same time, two familiar surges of energies, one golden and one gray, entwined before they shot into Duan Ling Tian's blood. The two energies' vast power seemed to be suppressed after entering the drop of blood. This was normal since the drop of blood could not contain the two energies' full power. After the two energies fused with the drop of blood, it seemed as though the drop of blood had become 1,000 times heavier. Soon after, a soft noise rang in the air as the drop of blood pierced through the first ring of the emerald light. It did not take long before the drop of blood pierced through the second ring of the emerald light. This process repeated itself several times until the drop of blood breached the last ring of emerald light before finally dripping on the main branch of the Tree of Life. The main branch of the Divine Tree of Life absorbed the drop of blood, and with that, Duan Ling Tian's blood became part of the branch. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's blood was absorbed by the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, he could sense his connection with the branch. Through the connection, he could sense the powerful life force contained in the branch. The life force was vast and powerful, brimming with vitality. He had never felt such vitality before. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze, savoring the feeling of the life force, when the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life dissolved into a streak of light and shot into Duan Ling Tian's body. After he regained his senses, he looked inside his body with his internal vision. Heavens! He felt as though he was going to have a heart attack. He was almost frightened to death when he saw what the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life had attached itself to in his body. It had attached itself to his heart tightly like the roots of an old tree. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a surge of life force pouring into his heart before it circulated through his body. In the next moment, a vast and majestic force surged out of his body for a moment before they finally disappeared back into his body. Chapter 2981 The Realms of Gods and Apex Powerhouses. After the energy withdrew into Duan Ling Tian's body, he could still feel the life force and vitality coursing through his veins even though the force had mellowed down slightly. He felt as though he had been reborn. What's the Divine Tree of Life? I feel a great surge of vitality flowing through my body. I wonder if I'm able to recover just like the main branch did during the auction. Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as he recalled the scene where the host of the auction in the solitary nation held the almost severed branch as it repaired itself to its original state. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian looked at his left hand and decisively raised his right hand that was glowing with a faint light and brought it down to his left hand, leaving an inch-deep laceration. With his peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's cultivation base, this injury would take a day to heal if he did not actively use his celestial origin energy or consume any medical pills to heal it. For this reason, he was shocked to see his skin knitting itself back together in just 2 breaths. His injury was completely healed. He was thoroughly shocked. He did not expect to gain the regenerative ability from the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice resounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The Divine Tree of Life has already acknowledged you as its master. That's why you gained the regenerative ability from one of its branches. One of its branches? How many branches are there? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Divine Tree of Life has 80 branches, excluding the tree trunk. All in all, there are 81 parts, similar to how there are 81 Devata realms. Your remarkable healing ability is only from one of the 80 branches. Can you imagine how vast the power of the complete Divine Tree of Life is? The Chaos Divine Earth's voice trembled slightly at the end of its sentence, clearly in awe of the complete power of the Divine Tree of Life. What I obtained is only one of 80 branches, excluding the tree trunk. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He had assumed that the main branch he obtained was a great part of the divine tree of life. Who knew there were another 79 branches and none of them were as important as the tree trunk? Although 1 out of 80 branches might seem insignificant, you're extremely lucky to be able to obtain even one of the branches. Ordinary people couldn't even hope to get close to a branch. You've already been granted such a remarkable regenerative ability with just a branch. Can you imagine how much power the divine tree of life has? The divine tree of life can only be found in the realms of gods, and there's only one tree in each realm. The realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. He recalled the divine offering land where Ka, his family, and friends were being held hostage. Could the divine offering land be one of the realms of gods mentioned by the chaos divine earth? The people from the divine offering land were extremely powerful. The subordinate of Yun Qingyan, Ka's cousin brother in her past life, had effortlessly defeated his mentor, Sword Saint Feng Qingyong, and forced his mentor to flee to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. One had to know that Feng Qingyong was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The divine offering land isn't part of the Devata realms or the mundane realms. It's a realm created by an apex powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian remembered the words of Xianxia, Ka's uncle in her past life. Therefore, he instantly thought of the divine offering realm when the chaos divine earth mentioned the realms of the gods. Boy, you've never heard of the realms of gods before. I suppose that's no surprise since you're still far from the level where you need to know about the realms of the gods, the chaos divine earth said. Is the realms of gods a realm beyond the Devata realms? Duan Ling Tian asked. Well, you can say so, the chaos divine earth replied. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly in confusion. The realms of gods are far smaller than Devata realms. However, the powerhouses in the realms of gods are in a different league from those in the Devata realms. There have been 18 realms of gods since the beginning of time. It's said that the 18 realms of gods were created by 18 apex powerhouses, the chaos divine earth explained. Apex powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the divine offering land was one of the realms of gods. There were another 17 realms of gods similar to the divine offering land. In the beginning, only friends and family of the apex powerhouses inhabited the realms of gods. However, as time passed, their population expanded as their direct descendants ascended to the Devata realms and brought their spouses back to the realm. Many people in the know yearned to break through the celestial emperor stage and become a god so they could enter the realms of gods. There are many beings in the realms of the gods who are much more powerful than celestial emperors. They're called gods. They're so powerful that they can easily defeat heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. The chaos divine earth said. A hint of caution could be heard in its voice as it continued to say, therefore, boy, you must know that the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms are not invincible. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. With this, Duan Ling Tian confirmed the divine offering land was, indeed, one of the realms of gods. Although there were only 18 realms of gods, it did not mean that there were only 18 apex powerhouses. There were only 18 realms of gods because the heavens and earth could only accommodate 18 realms of gods. If an apex powerhouse managed to kill another apex powerhouse who had created a realm of gods, the apex powerhouse could create his own realm of gods as well. Among the 18 realms of gods, 6 realms existed parallelly in the same space. Every 10,000 years, the realms would collide with each other in pairs for 1,000 years. During this time, the connection between the Devata realms and the realms of gods would disappear. Therefore, the people from the realms of gods would not be able to cross over to the Devata realms at that time, nor would those who were stuck in the Devata realms be able to return. It seems like the divine offering land has collided with another realm of gods. That's why I won't be able to cross over for another 1,000 years. Ka and the others should be safe for now since the divine offering land must be in turmoil. However, when things return to normal, Ka would definitely be forced into a marriage. Her father and Yun Qingyan will definitely threaten her with the lives of my family and friends. Duan Ling Tian's eyes reddened when he thought about this. He clenched his hands into fists as he continued thinking to himself, I'm still too weak. After all, many of the powerhouses in the realms of gods are stronger than heavenly emperors of Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian acutely felt the insignificance of his existence now that he learned about the existence of the realms of gods. The realms of gods were smaller than the Devata realms, but their heaven and earth spirit energies were far superior. It would be impossible for someone to become a god with the cultivation environment in the Devata realms, but it would be easy in the realms of gods. This was the biggest difference between the Devata realms and realms of gods. Bo, do you want to know how apex powerhouses who created the realms of gods come into being? The Chaos Divine Earth asked. A hint of smugness could be heard in its voice. How did they come into being? Duan Ling Tian asked. Most of the apex powerhouses possess, at least, one final form of one of the 5 divine elements. That's where they obtained most of their power from, the Chaos Divine Earth proudly replied. The final forms of the 5 divine elements. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He knew how difficult it was for a divine element to evolve to its final form. That's right, if one's able to obtain a divine element and evolve it to its final form, one would be able to become an apex powerhouse with the help of the divine element. When the apex powerhouse comes into being, an unknown and mysterious force would appear at the same time. At that time, the final form of the divine element would be able to create its own body with the help of the mysterious force. Then, the remaining force from the divine element would revert to the first form before scattering all over heaven and earth. Chapter 2982 The 4 Supreme Laws. This is how the profound divine metal, Chaos Divine Flame, and I came to being. Once we evolve to the second form, we will gain sentience. Our memories and knowledge are inherited so we know what we are and what will happen in the future. There are only 2 outcomes for the 5 divine elements. 1. We end up being absorbed by another divine element. 2. We keep absorbing other divine elements before finally evolving to our final forms, helping our host to become an apex powerhouse. Then, we would be reborn into a new body. At that time, the remaining elemental energy would revert to the first form and return to the heavens and earth. It's a cycle. However, only a handful of the 5 divine elements are able to successfully evolve to their final forms. I can only hope 3 of us would be able to walk to the end of the road with you. The Chaos Divine Earth did not seem confident. At the end of its sentence, Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment before he asked, why are there only 18 realms of gods? Why isn't there a 19th realm of gods? The rules of heaven and earth make it so that there can only be 18 realms of gods existing at one time. There's nothing the apex powerhouses can do to change this, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. The rules of heaven and earth. What is that? Duan Ling Tian was startled. The rules of heaven and earth are rather vague. No one really knows what they are, but there's no doubt that they exist. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the rules of heaven and earth. In the Devata realms, only a handful of people are able to break through and become gods. This also seems to be one of the rules of heaven and earth. Even apex powerhouses are as insignificant as ants faced with the rules of heaven and earth. There was once an apex powerhouse that tried to create the 19th realm of gods. Do you know what happened in the end? The Chaos Divine Earth asked Duan Ling Tian. What happened? Duan Ling Tian was intrigued. Since heaven and earth only allowed 18 realms of gods to exist, creating the 19th realm of gods was akin to deliberately going against the rules of heaven and earth. A punishment from heaven and earth descended on him, and he was reduced into ashes. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. An apex powerhouse who was almost invincible in heaven and earth was reduced to ash for violating the rules of heaven and earth. With this, he realized how formidable the rules of heaven and earth were. After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he curiously asked, you mentioned earlier that most people who became apex powerhouses possess at least one divine element in its final form. Does this mean there are those who successfully became apex powerhouses without the help of a divine element in its final form? Yes. Those people had an extraordinary understanding of heaven and earth. They had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws and integrated it into their cultivations. As a reward by heaven and earth, they were transformed into apex powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws, are they the first-tier laws that can't be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, the strongest laws one could comprehend through celestial methods or divine abilities are only second-tier laws. There are 4 types of first-tier laws and numerous second-tier laws. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice seemed to change when it spoke about first-tier laws. Besides the law of life, what are the remaining 3 first-tier laws? Duan Ling Tian asked. They're the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death. The chaos divine earth solemnly replied, the law of time and the law of space are also collectively known as the law of time and space, whereas the law of life and the law of death are known as the law of life and death. In heaven and earth, everything is bound to the four supreme laws. The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. That's right, nothing can escape time, space, life, and death. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian immediately. Time was constantly ticking. Space was the foundation of ground for everything. Life was fundamental for all creations. Death was inescapable by all creations. Let's say there are two people with the same cultivation base who have comprehended the same number of profundities. If one of them comprehended a first-tier law, and the other only comprehended second-tier laws, there's no doubt the former would easily crush the latter. That's the power of the four supreme laws. The four supreme laws are powerful, but they're incredibly difficult to comprehend. Moreover, one has to be extremely lucky to even encounter one of the four supreme laws. To master the four supreme laws, one has to have a high degree of understanding. That's why we didn't dare to guarantee you'll be able to comprehend and master the law of life even though you're lucky enough to obtain the main branch of the divine tree of life and had it acknowledge you as its master. The chaos divine earth said, the divine tree of life wouldn't simply acknowledge someone as its master. There are two requirements. The first requirement, one has to be a celestial duke, at least. The second and the most important requirement, one has to possess 99 heavenly veins. Based on your experience, you can see that we're able to circumvent the first requirement. However, if one doesn't have 99 heavenly veins, even an apex powerhouse could do nothing to make the divine tree of life acknowledge him. This is also a rule of heaven and earth that everyone has to abide by. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Ling Tian finally realized how big of a part his 99 heavenly veins played in getting the divine tree of life to acknowledge him. Duan Ling Tian asked, are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Based on my inherited memories and knowledge, under the rules of heaven and earth, there won't be more than 100 people with 99 heavenly veins existing at the same time. Moreover, having 99 heavenly veins doesn't mean one is guaranteed to become an apex powerhouse. Only those who are truly outstanding are able to become apex powerhouses. The chaos divine earth explained. With this, Duan Ling Tian also discovered his 99 heavenly veins only gave him a slight advantage and would not help much in the future. Up until now, the only other person I know who possesses 99 heavenly veins as well as Huaner. Who knew there are still so many people who possess 99 heavenly veins in heaven and earth? I wonder if some of them had died in this dog-eat-dog world. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The chaos divine earth warned Duan Ling Tian, don't think you're special just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, you shouldn't easily reveal that you possess 99 heavenly veins. People might kill you because they fear you would become an apex powerhouse. In the long course of history, there were many talented individuals with 99 heavenly veins who were killed by other powerhouses when they were close to becoming an apex powerhouse. Wicked people would try to kill you before you become an apex powerhouse since they would be helpless once you become an apex powerhouse. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, remember not to casually reveal you have 99 heavenly veins. You don't know if it'll attract disaster. Yes, senior. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Now that he knew the possible consequences, he would not easily reveal the fact that he possessed 99 heavenly veins. It's a shame that there are many talented people with great comprehension ability, but there are so few who possess 99 heavenly veins. In any case, no matter what happens in the future, the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and I will try our best to help you. However, how far you can go is all up to you. All of us definitely hope we'll be able to travel to the end of the road with you. Chapter 2983 Scaling Cloud Lake. Unless you're unfortunate and die prematurely, we won't change host. After all, I don't think there's anyone better than you, the chaos divine earth said. Duan Ling Tian finally realized the three divine elements were willing to coexist in his body because of his 99 heavenly veins. He was a perfect host for any of the 5 divine elements. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply, trying to digest the information that the chaos divine earth revealed to him. Although it was not much, it was overwhelming. The realms of gods, apex powerhouses, the 4 supreme laws. After sorting out his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian asked the chaos divine earth, the profound divine metal mentioned that the divine tree of life is beneficial to all of you as well, right? Yes, not only did the divine tree of life grant you powerful regenerative abilities, but it's the same for us as well. If we encounter our corresponding element, it won't be a problem for us to go against it one-on-one since the divine tree of life grants us unlimited vitality. In other words, if another third form chaos divine earth wants to devour me when the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame are in a deep slumber, I'll be to easily absorb it since the vitality from the divine tree of life would heal me if I'm injured. With this, Duan Ling Tian realized how powerful the divine tree of life was. It could even quickly heal the 5 divine elements. Boy, the branch of the divine tree of life has changed your body constitution. Try cultivating now, the chaos divine earth said with a laugh. Duan Ling Tian immediately closed his eyes and circulated his qi one time with the king grade celestial method, the Tai Yi profound method. I've broken through the limit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy at an alarming rate. It was even faster than when he used the divine crystal. Soon, he discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy did not directly enter his heavenly veins. Instead, it entered the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart before finally entering his heavenly veins. The heaven and earth spirit energy was free of impurities, thus, his speed when circulating his qi increased in folds. It feels like my cultivation speed is 10 times faster than when I use the divine crystal. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed brightly. His heart was thumping wildly in his chest. He did not expect the divine tree of life would increase his cultivation speed to such an extent. How's it? The chaos divine earth asked. Now you know how great the benefit is after the divine tree of life acknowledges you. This is amazing. I used to cultivate with the divine crystal, but my cultivation speed then isn't even 10% of my current speed. Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised. There's no need to be surprised. Although the divine crystals are rare in the Devata realms, in the realms of gods, they aren't rare even if they're valuable. Like I said earlier, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is also one of the rules of heaven and earth. This means there are only 18 divine trees of life in the entire heaven and earth, and you manage to obtain a branch from one of the trees. Such a fortuitous encounter is rare even among those in the realms of gods. You must know even an apex powerhouse is incapable of destroying the divine tree of life. Perhaps, the only time it might be damaged is when the realms of gods collide. Branches that break off during the collision would then fall into the turbulent space before ending up in a Devata realm. With this, you can imagine how rare it is to be able to come across the branches from the divine trees of life. Alas, there are fools who would give away the branch due to their ignorance, just like the celestial king who found your branch from the divine tree of life. You truly benefited greatly from his ignorance. With this, Duan Ling Tian learned the origin of the branch from the divine tree of life in his body. Are there many branches that break off from the divine tree of life during the collision between the realms of gods? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's hard to say. Some divine trees of life might lose a dozen branches if they're seriously damaged. Otherwise, the trees might just lose a few branches. However, if the divine trees of life manage to heal in a timely manner, they might not lose any branch at all. That's why I said those who manage to obtain a branch from the divine tree of life are incredibly lucky, the chaos divine earth said. Is it possible for the branch of the divine tree of life in my body to be forcibly taken away? Duan Ling Tian asked, slightly worried. After learning about the benefits of the divine tree of life, he, naturally, wanted to keep the branch in his body. Don't worry. First of all, the branch of the divine tree of life will only acknowledge someone with 99 heavenly veins as its master. Secondly, although ordinary people won't be able to make the divine tree of life acknowledge them as its master, they are still capable of comprehending the law of life from the branch even if it's extremely difficult. After all, without the acknowledgement from the branch of the divine tree of life, one wouldn't be able to feel the vitality in the branch and comprehend it. The branches from the divine tree of life that haven't acknowledged their masters could be taken away, but people wouldn't be able to take away branches that have acknowledged their masters. If the master of a branch from the divine tree of life dies, a void would open up and pull the branch into a turbulent space. Moreover, those who are able to sense you possess a branch from the divine tree of life will be able to tell that it has acknowledged you as its master. Hence, they wouldn't kill you just to obtain the branch. Duan Ling Tian heaved a huge sigh of relief upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words. Then, he suddenly raised his hand. The necklace with a pendant that held the divine crystal appeared in his palm. Huoner had left it to him before she left. The divine crystal. Now that I have the branch from the divine tree of life, I no longer need the divine crystal. Huaner, where are you now? Whenever Duan Ling Tian looked at the divine crystal, he would inevitably think of Huaner. He could not help but feel emotional now that the branch from the divine tree of the life had completely replaced the divine crystal's function. The Southern Heaven ancient realm was regarded as a holy land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Grade 6 celestial mansions. The Grade 6 celestial mansions were generally in charge of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. They would delegate the authority to open the entrance to the lower realm to the Grade 7 forces under them. The Profound Nether Mansion, Grade 6 celestial mansion, had 5 Grade 7 factions under them. They were the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name suggested, they consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a huge pristine lake that was shrouded by a dense fog all year round. Recently, people from different places had begun to gather above the Scaling Cloud Lake since the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm would be opening in 3 days. At this moment, a group of people was fast approaching the Scaling Cloud Lake in the air. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of a purple-clad young man among the group of people lit up. The Scaling Cloud Lake. So, this is where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm is located. Chapter 2984 The Accumulative Points Jade. The group of people who had just arrived was Duan Ling Tian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. They had traveled from the supporting Fall Nation and arrived 3 days earlier at the Scaling Cloud Lake where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm was located. Your Majesty, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm isn't located at the bottom of the lake, right? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at the leader of the group. The leader of the group was a tall and muscular middle-aged man with an extraordinarily noble bearing. He was none other than Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He was dressed in a long muted dark golden robe. It was different from the dragon robe he wore all year round in the supporting Fall Nation. When the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm opened, not only would thousands of emperors from Grade 8 nations in the Thousand Nations territory be present with their respective entourage, but even the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans would be present as well. In the past, there was once an emperor of a Grade 8 nation who wore his dragon robe to the occasion. As a result, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for the sin of disrespecting the 3 sects and 2 clans in the Profound Nether Mansion. Since then, Hu Lingyi and the other emperors of Grade 8 nations did not dare to wear their dragon robes to such an occasion. The entrance isn't located at the bottom of the lake. It's located at the surface in the center of the lake, Hu Lingyi replied with a smile. Huang Jialong was the son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He was also Huang Yuanfei's most talented son. For this reason, Hu Lingyi had always taken good care of him. After Hu Lingyi found out that Bai Gang, one of the powerhouses by Huang Yuanfei's side, had obtained a royal grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 faction under the Profound Nether Mansion, he knew Bai Gang would evolve into a silver flying tiger from a copper flying tiger after 10 years. With this, Huang Yuanfei's status was no longer like before. Therefore, he had to be even more courteous to the father and son duo. Hu Lingyi, who led the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation, was accompanied by an old man. The old man was one of the elites in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, a one basic celestial king. The remaining people in the group were the top 9 participants, including Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong, of the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation who had earned the chance to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Hu Shuyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, and Huang Jia Chao, Huang Jialong's younger brother, were among these people as well. The other 5 participants consisted of 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women possessed extraordinary features. One of them was even a rare beauty. The rare beauty was the sectless cultivator who was accompanied by an old lady, a one basic celestial king, during the Southern Heaven combat. Similarly, the old lady had accompanied her today as well. Duan Ling Tian had heard from Hu Lingyi that the old woman was the woman's grandmother. The woman's name was Meng Chuyu, and her grandmother was known as Grandma Meng. Meng Chuyu is much stronger than He Qing. Duan Ling Tian briefly glanced at Meng Chuyu before he shifted his eyes to the woman named He Qing. He Qing was the daughter of a clan leader from a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. Come, Let's go, Hu Lingyi called out at this moment before he flew toward the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. Duan Ling Tian and the group of people from the supporting fall nation followed suit. When they drew close to the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake, they saw a massive crowd had already gathered there. They looked like dark clouds looming over the lake from afar. Brother Duan, as I mentioned before, it's estimated that more than 15,000 participants will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As you can see, now that the entrance is about to open, many people have gathered here. After all, it's not just the participants who have gathered here. For example, even among our group, there are 3 non-participants. It's only natural that the turnout is so huge, Huang Jialong said with a smile. When the entrance opens in 3 days, I think the number of people at Scaling Cloud Lake would rise to 20,000 if not more. Duan Ling Tian looked around him. He estimated there were roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people, some already at the center of the lake and some were still making their way over, at this moment. In order to open the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans have to work together with the tokens they possess. The powerhouses will arrive a day earlier to issue an accumulative points jade to every participant, Hu Lingyi explained as he led the group to the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake. Accumulative points jade, a confused expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian and a few people's faces. After all, this was their first time entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They knew nothing about it. The 3 sects and 2 clans will prepare a celestial weapon called the accumulative points jade for every participant. It's a primitive celestial weapon with no offensive, defensive, and assistive powers. Every accumulative points jade is distinguishable once they acknowledge their masters. Upon receiving the accumulative points jade, there would be 1 point in it. To accumulate more points, one must kill other participants, Hu Lingyi said as he looked at the 9 participants pointedly. The first-timers, including Duan Ling Tian, inhaled deeply when they heard these words. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle to their death. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. At the same time, he looked at Huang Jialong. No wonder Huang Jialong had mentioned the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a brutal and cruel place. He even said he would not have made it out alive if he was less fortunate. He did not reveal much to Duan Ling Tian since he did not want Duan Ling Tian to overthink things. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many fortuitous encounters, cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, rare medicinal herbs, and king-grade celestial weapons. It'll depend on your luck whether you obtain them or not. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you can hide all you want. So long you're able to survive until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the entrance, even if you gain nothing, you'd still be welcome to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Lingyi's words, the weaker participants from the supporting Fall Nation regretted placing in the top 9 places during the Southern Heaven combat. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief as well when they heard they were also allowed to hide. With that, their chances of survival would be higher. They could still obtain treasures even if they kept a low profile. Little did they know, benefits and risks coexisted, there would not be one without the other. Your Majesty, when would the powerhouses of the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Ling Tian asked. In the past, they would only open the entrance again once 60% of the participants had fallen. When the entrance opens again, the participant would stop accumulating points immediately. If you kill another participant after the entrance is reopened, you won't gain any point at all. On the other hand, once you enter the lower realm and the entrance closes, you'll be able to accumulate points immediately, Hu Lingyi explained. So, the rule to reopen the entrance is still the same? Duan Ling Tian asked. Upon hearing Hu Lingyi's words, the weaker overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to panic again. This meant that roughly 4 out of the 9 participants from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to come out alive. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the rule should still be the same, Hu Lingyi lightly said. In other words, out of 9, only 4 of you will survive. Of course, the stronger you are, the greater your chances of survival. For those who are weak, you might survive with a little luck, and if you keep a low profile. Regardless, I hope all of you will accumulate more points to make it to the top so you will gain the respect from the 3 sects and 2 clans when you join them. Duan Ling Tian and the group from the supporting nation Fall inwardly disagreed with Hu Lingyi's words. They knew Hu Lingyi would be handsomely rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans if they made it to the top. The higher they ranked, the more generous his rewards would be. Conversely, the lower they ranked, the worse the rewards. At this moment, a loud and bright voice rang from afar. Isn't this Emperor Hu of the supporting Fall Nation? Chapter 2985. The second prince of the southern Qi nation. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lingyi, stopped on his tracks and looked ahead. Duan Ling Tian and the others came to a halt as well and followed Hu Lingyi's gaze. A group of people was flying toward them at this moment. The leader of the group was an average-built middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had a majestic air about him. It was obvious he was a man of high status. 2 old men flanked him closely from behind. One of them carried a long sword on his back while the other carried a long knife at his waist. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes cold, and their auras were domineering. 9 people stood behind the 2 old men. Among the young people, there were 2 middle-aged men and an old man. Out of these 9 people, only one was a woman. Emperor Shui. Hu Lingyi raised an eyebrow as he led his group to greet the middle-aged man. At the same time, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, these people are from the southern Qi nation. The leader of the group is Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. I've met him once before. Just like His Majesty, he's also a 2-form celestial king. The relationship between the 2 emperors has always been strained. It's inevitable that they will quarrel now that they meet each other. As the 2 emperors drew closer to each other, their animosity toward each other was almost palpable. Emperor Shui. Hu Lingyi looked at Shui Mingkai frostily. Emperor Hu, I heard that the supporting Fall Nation has a genius sectless cultivator among the participants of the Southern Heaven combat. A mere sectless heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial managed to defeat a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's also the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. I wonder, who among these people is the talented sectless cultivator? Shui Mingkai faintly smiled as he looked at Hu Lingyi. After he finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the people standing behind Hu Lingyi. After a brief moment, his eyes stopped on Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious he had already known how Duan Ling Tian looked like. A disdainful smile bloomed on Hu Lingyi's face as he replied, I've also heard that the second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder and become the strongest peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial in your nation. Emperor Shui, are you thinking of a duel between the second prince and Duan Ling Tian? With Duan Ling Tian on his side, Hu Lingyi faced Shui Mingkai confidently. In his opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian could not defeat the second prince of the southern Qi nation, the battle would, at least, end in a draw. You really know me very well, Emperor Hu. What do you think? Are you interested in betting on a duel between my son and Duan Ling Tian? Shui Mingkai asked with a smile and narrowed eyes. Upon hearing Shui Mingkai's thinly veiled provocations, Hu Lingyi frowned slightly. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian, Shui Mingkai and I are mortal enemies. He intends to humiliate me if I lose the bet. If you're willing to duel with his son, you can keep the winning bets if you win. If you lose, I'll pay for it. You'll be rewarded even if the battle ends in a tie. Since Duan Ling Tian was a sectless cultivator and was not from the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lingyi knew his relationship with Duan Ling Tian was based on mutual benefit. Therefore, he had to obtain Duan Ling Tian's agreement before he agreed to Shui Mingkai's proposition. Your Majesty, you're being too courteous. I'll agree to his bet, Duan Ling Tian replied via voice transmission. His eyes gleamed with fighting spirit when he spoke. Based on Hu Lingyi's earlier words, it was clear the second prince of the southern Qi nation was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder. I haven't had a chance to test my skill after I comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. A battle with the second prince of the southern Qi nation is a good chance for me to test my skills and gauge my current strength, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After obtaining Duan Ling Tian's permission, Hu Lingyi narrowed his eyes and said, since Emperor Shui is eager for a duel, why not? I must ask, what are the stakes? A king-grade celestial weapon, Shui Mingkai replied nonchalantly. He could not care less about the stakes. He only wanted to publicly humiliate Hu Lingyi, his mortal enemy. All right, Hu Lingyi was not surprised that only a king-grade celestial weapon was at stake. After all, their intentions were similar. They wanted to humiliate the other person. At this moment, three young men standing near Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong began to discuss among themselves. The second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder. I heard that he's a cultivation genius. He's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though he's only slightly above 200 years old. What's even more shocking is that he has already comprehended the law of thunder. That's right, one has to, at least, master one profundity before one can be considered as comprehending the law. In other words, the second prince must have, at least, comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the thunder elemental profundity is extremely powerful. I'm afraid with just one blow. One of the young men trailed off as he furtively looked at Huang Jialong. It was clear he thought Huang Jialong was no match for the second prince of the southern Qi nation at all. Upon hearing this, Huang Jialong scoffed before he looked at the young man who had spoken with an icy gaze. The young man felt chills running up his spine and his face paled when he saw Huang Jialong's frosty gaze. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stood next to Hu Linyi. His movement shifted Huang Jialong's attention away from the young man. Upon seeing this, the young man who was drenched in cold sweat sighed in relief. He knew very well that if Huang Jialong wanted to kill him, even the emperor of the supporting Fall nation would not stop Huang Jialong. The young man's two companions learned from his mistake and no longer spoke, afraid of offending Huang Jialong. Meanwhile, Huang Jialong asked through voice transmission, "Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the southern Qi nation is not a simple person." "I'm not sure since I've yet to meet him, but I'll try my very best," Duan Lingtian replied. At this moment, some people from the supporting Fall nation cried out, "He's here." A young man with medium build walked out from among the 9 people standing behind Shui Mingkai. He came to a stop next to Shui Mingkai. In terms of appearance and body, he greatly resembled Shui Mingkai. If he were older, he could even be mistaken for Shui Mingkai's brother. The remaining 8 participants from the southern Qi nation looked at the second prince of their nation unblinkingly. In their opinion, he was invincible, like the god of war, during the southern heaven combat in the southern Qi nation. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder, he's a force to be reckoned with. Previously, he had easily defeated all 8 of us with a single strike. The law of thunder is truly formidable. At least half of us would have died if the second prince didn't hold back his celestial origin energy that contained the power of the law of thunder. I've heard that the sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation didn't use any power of law during the southern heaven combat. It's likely that he hasn't comprehended any law. That's no surprise. Not everyone is capable of comprehending the laws. One must have a high level of comprehension. Most importantly, one has to be incredibly lucky to obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains a law. Clearly, the 8 participants from the southern Qi nation were confident the second prince of their nation would defeat Duan Lingtian. The second prince of the southern Qi nation glanced at Duan Lingtian as he lightly said, "Shui Jingyu from the southern Qi nation." Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall nation. Duan Lingtian replied in a similar manner. Meanwhile, the people from the supporting Fall nation and the southern Qi nation began to step back to make space for Duan Lingtian and Shui Jingyu. At this time, the commotion caused by the supporting Fall nation and the southern Qi nation finally began to attract the attention of the crowd. Are they having a battle there? It seems like those people are from 2 different factions. Isn't that Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation? That's right, and that's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. These 2 men are known to be enemies. It seems like their overarching heavenly supreme celestials are going to fight. Chapter 2986 The Thunder Elemental Profundity and the Earth Elemental Profundity. That's Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, right? That's right, he's really outstanding. He's only a little over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On top of that, it's said that he has also comprehended the law of thunder. A person of such caliber must be one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials too. Enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Shui Jingyu is going to duel with someone. There has always been hostility between the emperors of the supporting Fall nation and the southern Qi nation. It seems like the second prince of the southern Qi nation is going to duel with someone from the supporting Fall nation. The purple-clad young man is from supporting Fall nation. It must be his first time entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I heard that a sectless cultivator had appeared during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. He's only a Heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and hasn't comprehended any powers of the laws, but he managed to defeat two of the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the supporting Fall Nation with a single strike. Could this purple-clad young man be the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation? Well, it seems like among all the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, only the genius sectless cultivator is a match for the second prince of the Southern Chi Nation. He's a Heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who hasn't comprehended any power of the law. He's definitely not a match for the second prince of the Southern Chi Nation. Drawn by the commotion, a massive crowd had gathered around the people from the supporting Fall Nation and the Southern Chi Nation to watch Duan Ling Tian and Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Chi Nation. Some of them even recognized Duan Ling Tian as the genius who took the supporting Fall Nation by storm during the Southern Heaven combat. At this moment, Shui Jingyu glanced at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "Come on, you can make the first move. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to retaliate once I make my move." Although his tone was flat, it was brimming with confidence. It was clear he was certain Duan Ling Tian would be defeated in seconds once he made his move. As soon as Shui Jingyu finished speaking, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Some of them felt he was arrogant, and some of them felt his arrogance was justified due to his talent. HMPH. He has the talent to be arrogant. Meanwhile, Huang Jialong, who was standing at the side, remained calm as he looked at the duo. Although he's arrogant, his arrogance is justified. I wonder if Brother Duan will be able to defeat him. He had a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian's strength and capability, and he knew Duan Ling Tian had recently comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. However, Shui Jingyu had also comprehended the law of Thunder's thunder elemental profundity. For this reason, he was not certain if Duan Ling Tian would win the duel. However, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would lose. At most, he thought the duel would end in a draw. "Since your highness insists, I won't be courteous," Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile, unfazed by Shui Jingyu's arrogance. He leapt high into the air and led his celestial origin energy course through his 99 heavenly veins before it surged out of his body, the Eastern Purple Chi. The Immobilization King method. After Duan Ling Tian cast his techniques, a golden Buddha figure with purple lightning bolts flashing around it in a vortex that devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings appeared. A long rod suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. It vibrated and glowed brightly after he sent his celestial origin energy into it. As soon as the long rod appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, a long rod similarly appeared in the hands of the golden Buddha that was flashing with purple lightning bolts. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time and charged toward Shui Jingyu with the long rod in hand. The void in his wake shook as his celestial origin energy continued to rise. Since Duan Ling Tian did not conceal the aura of his celestial origin energy, the powerhouses with a higher cultivation base could tell he was now a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial based on his celestial origin energy. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Who said Duan Ling Tian is a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Don't tell me he had a breakthrough recently and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he had a breakthrough in just half a year? Meanwhile, a disdainful smirk appeared on Shui Jingyu's face as he began to mobilize his celestial origin energy. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If this is all you got, all I need is a single strike to defeat you. Although Duan Ling Tian's display of strength was outstanding among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Shui Jingyu did not think much of it. In fact, he doubted that Duan Ling Tian really defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, with a single strike. After all, Huang Jialong was the second strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. He was only slightly weaker than Hu Jinyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. We'll see about that. Duan Ling Tian remained calm and composed faced with Shui Jingyu's disdainful words. As Duan Ling Tian drew closer to Shui Jingyu's celestial origin energy turned purple as soon as it surged out of his body. Purple lightning bolts flashed around him as he hovered in the air. At this moment, he was like a god who controlled thunder and lightning. Upon seeing this, the crowd broke out in an uproar. Some of them even looked at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. This is the thunder elemental profundity, the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. Shui Jingyu is using the thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes a move. It seems like he intends to defeat Duan Lingtian with a single strike. Based on the ease he's manipulating the thunder elemental profundity, it's quite obvious he has mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. Among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Shui Jingyu's strength should be ranked in the top 100, right? At this moment, Shui Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity turned into roughly 1,000 purple thunder blades. As he moved, a 4-foot-long knife appeared in his hand. Merge, Shui Jingyu cried out. In just an instant, the purple thunder blades shot into his long knife along with a mysterious gray energy. The long knife thrummed and shone even brighter than Duan Lingtian's long rod. It was obvious that the long knife was also a king-grade celestial weapon. Purple lightning bolts flashed in a frenzy as Shui Jingyu charged out with his long knife that was glowing with a gray energy. Apart from casting the thunder elemental profundity, he had also cast one celestial method and 2 divine abilities. I'll end you with one strike. Shui Jingyu's body flickered out of sight suddenly before he reappeared again. The long knife in his hand was like a vicious serpent. The air seemed to ripple as purple lightning bolts continued to flash around him. As the 2 men were about to collide, a wall of swords that glowed with gray energy and lightning bolts was erected in front of Shui Jingyu. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth lifted slightly as an umbrella appeared in his left hand. I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine. Earth elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian threw the umbrella out, and it landed in the golden Buddha's hands. The umbrella shone with a golden light that was intertwined with purple chi. Celestial origin energy surged into the umbrella at an alarming rate as soon as he cast the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian inwardly summoned the Chaos Divine Earth. Then, an earthy mustard energy shot out of his body into the umbrella, changing the umbrella's color into mustard yellow as well. Since the color of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was similar to the Earth Elemental Profundity's energy, no one noticed any abnormality. The crowd inhaled sharply when they saw Duan Lingtian using the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity. They were thoroughly shocked. Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens! Who said the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended any powers of the laws? That's obviously the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. He's not even 100 years old, right? His innate talent is monstrously high. The sound of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian brandished the long rod in his hand. His celestial origin energy that was boosted by the Earth Elemental Profundity swept out domineeringly like a landslide. Chapter 2987 Unscathed. Duan Lingtian, who had incorporated the Earth Elemental Profundity into his attack, charged toward Shui Jingyu's defensive wall of lightning and sword. At the same time, the golden Buddha wielding an umbrella was also about to collide with Shui Jingyu's lightning-like long knife. The Earth Elemental Profundity. Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation, was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's Earth Elemental Profundity. Nevertheless, like an arrow that had been shot out, it was too late for him to change his tactic. The power of his attack would diminish greatly if he were to make sudden changes. For this reason, he had no choice but to continue on. Nevertheless, his confidence did not falter. Certain that he would win, a contemptuous smile appeared on Shui Jingyu's face as he thought to himself, although both of us have comprehended the fundamental profundities of our elements, the Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities of mastered is certainly superior to yours. Let's see where you got your confidence to fight with me from. Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of deflecting his attack? You should know it's impossible for me to deflect his attack alone. I can only deflect a portion of his attack at most, Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Shui Jingyu approaching him at lightning speed. Boy, how dare you doubt me? Just watch, the Chaos Divine Earth said indignantly in its childish voice. It was clearly displeased that Duan Lingtian questioned its ability. Duan Lingtian felt reassured and confident after listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's reply. Then, he completely unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth Elemental Profundity. Since he had broken through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, this was the first time he was unleashing his strength without any reservation. With his current cultivation base and his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth Elemental Profundity, his strength was now on par with the full strength of a one basic celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity rose to the peak of its power in his long rod. At the same time, the weapon in the golden Buddha's hand grew in size. As it deflected Shui Jingyu's knife and slammed into his defensive wall of lightning and sword, Duan Ling Tian paid no heed to Shui Jingyu's attack and continued to charge forward. When the crowd saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of dodging Shui Jingyu's attack and had seemingly chosen to receive Shui Jingyu's attack to land a blow on Shui Jingyu, they were shocked. Is he crazy? He's not planning to dodge Shui Jingyu's attack. Is he planning to die together with Shui Jingyu? Death is too much of an exaggeration. At most, both of them will suffer heavy injuries. Duan Ling Tian must be crazy. I wonder if Shui Jingyu would stick to his attack at the risk of suffering heavy injuries or change his attack. However, if he changes his attack now, he risks suffering minor injuries while Duan Ling Tian escapes unscathed. At that time, if they clash again, he'll be at a disadvantage. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong was stunned. Even Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were shocked. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to go to such extremes. The crowd could not help but feel chills running up their spines as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. He must be mad, a desperate lunatic who was willing to risk his life just for a duel. Meanwhile, Shui Jingyu was both taken aback and angered by Duan Ling Tian's drastic action. He wielded his knife and continued on his collision course with Duan Ling Tian. You intend for both of us to suffer injuries. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see who will suffer more in the end. A thunderous explosion rang in the air when Duan Ling Tian's long rod landed on Shui Jingyu's defensive wall of lightning and swords. Its speed was greatly reduced due to the resistance from Shui Jingyu's defense. Simultaneously, streaks of lights shot out in all directions when Shui Jingyu's knife landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha figure. The air rippled, and the mustard yellow light shrouding the umbrella flashed in a frenzy. About a breath later, Duan Ling Tian's long rod shattered Shui Jingyu's defensive wall at the cost of exhausting a significant portion of its power. On the contrary, Shui Jingyu failed to breach Duan Ling Tian's defense regardless of how many times he struck with his king-grade celestial knife. The umbrella in the golden Buddha figure's hand remained intact. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's long rod was about to land on Shui Jingyu. Suddenly, armor seemed to appear on Shui Jingyu's body. It shone brightly with a golden light, looking indestructible. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts flashing in the golden light. It was obvious Shui Jingyu had incorporated the thunder elemental profundity into the armor. Is that a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've heard that the imperial family of the southern Qi nation has a defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't think it's in the possession of the second prince. The emperor of the southern Qi nation is really generous. How's that surprising? It's only natural the emperor of the southern Qi nation would give this celestial weapon to Shui Jingyu as protection since he will be entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once Shui Jingyu send his celestial origin energy into his defensive king-grade celestial weapon, its defensive strength will be stronger than Duan Ling Tian's second celestial weapon, which is an offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy and earth elemental profundity. The crowd was astonished at the sight of the golden light celestial armor. No wonder he refuses to surrender. As it turns out, he possesses a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he cocked an eyebrow. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. He advanced fiercely and struck Shui Jingyu's golden armor. After 3 breaths, Shui Jingyu's golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Since Shui Jingyu had focused most of his strength on attacking, the golden light celestial armor's defensive power was weaker. Although the strength of Duan Ling Tian's fierce attack was greatly reduced after destroying Shui Jingyu's defenses, the wall of lightning and sword and the golden light celestial armor, his attack was sufficient to send Shui Jingyu flying like an arrow when it landed. Shui Jingyu landed with a loud crash after he was sent flying back. He retched and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His upper robe was torn from the attack, revealing a dark armor underneath. At this moment, the crowd instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing calmly with his umbrella and long rod in hand. His expression remained unchanged from the beginning. Most importantly, he was completely unharmed. He had escaped unscathed. How's that possible? He's not injured at all. What a formidable defense. Could he have comprehended some defensive profundities from the law of earth? Impossible. If that were the case, the celestial kings present would be able to sense it. Shui Jingyu had sustained minor injuries while Duan Lingtian was untouched. Everyone was thoroughly shocked as they looked at Duan Lingtian incredulously. Even Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was staring at Duan Lingtian in shock. He had prepared himself for Duan Lingtian's loss or for the battle to end in a draw. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat and injure Shui Jingyu, let alone coming out from the duel without even a scratch. When he regained his senses, his eyes lit up when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on Shui Jingyu's attack, not even an ordinary basic celestial duke would be able to deflect it with such ease. Among all the participants who will be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian might possibly rank in the top 10. Previously, Hu Linyi had thought Duan Lingtian's strength would be ranked in the top 100 among the participants who would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, after watching Duan Lingtian's performance, he was confident Duan Lingtian's strength would be ranked in the top 10, and possibly even in the top 3. Many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 8 and grade 7 forces would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, the 3 sects and 2 clans were the most powerful grade 7 force. Above that was the profound Nether Mansion itself. It was very rare for those from the grade 7 forces to be able to directly join the profound Nether Mansion. They had to be extremely outstanding among all the other talented cultivators to join the mansion. For this reason, many people would join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans first and work for an opportunity to join the profound Nether Mansion. Therefore, the majority of the talented overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials from the grade 7 forces strove to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was no lack of talent among these participants. In fact, there would be even a few overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities of an element. Since Hu Linyi knew there were a lot of geniuses among the participants, he did not think Duan Lingtian would rank on top. Although Duan Lingtian was extremely strong, he did not think Duan Lingtian had comprehended 2 profundities from his law of earth. Therefore, he was rather certain Duan Lingtian was no match for those genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Chapter 2988 Another purely defensive king grade celestial weapon. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian incredulously. He thought he knew Duan Lingtian rather well. However, it seemed like what he knew was comparable to a drop in the ocean. He sighed inwardly. No wonder he's able to defeat me with a single strike before he even comprehended the profundity of the law. When the people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes brimming with disbelief. Did Duan Lingtian comprehend 2 profundities of the law of earth? I think so. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince of the Southern Qi nation so easily? Moreover, he's not even injured. The people from the Southern Qi nation were similarly shocked and in disbelief. Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the Southern Qi nation, looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully after he made sure his son was fine. His expression was dark. He did not expect to lose the bet that he had taken the initiative to propose. Most importantly, he had proposed the bet to humiliate Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He planned to rub his victory in Hu Linyi's face. He did not care if he would lose a king-grade celestial weapon, but his reputation was a different matter. In the end, Shui Mingkai gritted his teeth and said, Emperor Hu, I have to say you're really lucky to have such a talented young man representing you to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Linyi laughed heartily as he looked at Shui Mingkai and said, Emperor Shui, I'm flattered. In any case, you and the Southern Qi nation have lost the bet. He was beside himself with delight. Indeed, I've lost the bet. However, you have to admit that your son is no match for mine, right? Shui Mingkai smugly said. Hu Linyi's expression darkened as he scoffed. That's irrelevant. You better hand over the king-grade celestial weapon now. Sure, I admit defeat, Shui Mingkai said scornfully. He raised his hand, and a king-grade celestial sword appeared in his hand. Then, he handed it over to Hu Linyi. Shui Mingkai then smiled amicably as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Are you interested in representing the Southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? If you represent me, I'm willing to give you the golden light celestial armor. The crowd gasped at Shui Mingkai's blatant attempt to poach Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall Nation by offering the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. They instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian before they began to fervently discuss among themselves. Emperor Shui is really generous. The Golden Light Celestial Armor is the imperial family of the Southern Qi nation's one and only defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Such a celestial weapon is worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times the price of an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Seems like Emperor Shui really admires Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's capabilities, it'd be easy for him to survive the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30, which is very likely, the emperor of the nation he represents would be handsomely rewarded. In comparison, a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon is nothing. In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian has a chance of ranking in the top 10. If Duan Ling Tian ranks in the top 10, the rewards would be a few times greater than the value of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation, wordlessly removed the golden light celestial armor from his body and put on a new robe. Not a hint of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face at all. Hu Lingyi's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect Shui Mingkai would shamelessly and openly try to poach Duan Ling Tian from him. He took a deep breath to calm down before he handed the king-grade celestial sword he won from the bed and celestial talisman glowing with a green light to Duan Ling Tian. Then, he said, "This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7-star celestial king. It'll grant you speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes, but it can only be used once. In fact, your speed would be faster than most celestial kings." The Gale talisman was the additional reward Hu Lingyi had promised Duan Ling Tian earlier if Duan Ling Tian won the duel. Faster than most celestial kings. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he took the Gale talisman. Is the speed granted by the talisman faster than yours, your majesty? Even if I try my very best, I won't even reach half of its speed. Hu Lingyi smiled bitterly. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened even more upon hearing Hu Lingyi's words. Based on his knowledge, such a celestial talisman was almost equivalent to the price of a king-grade celestial weapon even if the talisman could only be used once. At this moment, Shui Mingkai said with a sneer, "Emperor Hu, you're really stingy." Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, as long as you're willing to represent the Southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, not only will I give you the Golden Light Celestial Armor, but I'll give you 2 additional celestial talismans. One of them is also a Gale talisman, but it's superior to the one Emperor Hu gave you. The other celestial talisman is an offensive celestial talisman. It'll grant you the powers of a 1 basic celestial king for 1 attack. Under the right circumstances, it's capable of killing a 10 directions celestial duke. This offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the total price of 3 Gale talismans. In the Devata realms, the more powerful the celestial talisman, the more difficult it was to inscribe. Therefore, an offensive celestial talisman that could grant one the strength of a 1 basic celestial king was more valuable than a movement celestial talisman even if the movement talisman could grant one the speed of a 5-element celestial king. The crowd inhaled sharply when they heard Shui Mingkai's offer. If Duan Ling Tian managed to rank in the top 30, the rewards Shui Mingkai would obtain from the profound nether mansion would probably only be equivalent to the price of the items he offered Duan Ling Tian. Hu Lingyi was at a loss for words. He was thoroughly enraged by Shui Mingkai's words. He knew Shui Mingkai was so generous with his offer to Duan Ling Tian because Shui Mingkai was betting on Duan Ling Tian ranking in the top 10. Most importantly, if Duan Ling Tian defected to the Southern Qi nation, Shui Mingkai knew it would annoy him to no end. Eventually, Hu Lingyi inhaled deeply to calm himself down before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he extended his left hand as a red vest appeared. The vest was woven with glowing red scales, not a single stitch was in sight. One could tell that it was not an ordinary item. At the same time, a dull object that looked like an iron bead with pits all over its surface appeared in his right hand. A few people among the crowd quickly identified the red vest as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is that a defensive king-grade celestial weapon? The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has a defensive king celestial weapon as well. Why didn't I hear about it before? Is he really planning to give the defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Ling Tian? It seems like Emperor Hu is being forced to take out more valuable items because of Emperor Shui. Meanwhile, Hu Jinyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was equally as shocked as the others when he saw the red vest in Hu Linyi's hands. It was clear he was not privy to the existence of the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at the red vest in Hu Linyi's hand. The power of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon would certainly boost his defenses more than a double-trade offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Even the defenses of the umbrella in his hand, a king-grade celestial weapon, was no match for a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. My defenses will definitely rise to another level with a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian, you're free to choose one of these two items. This bead may look inconspicuous, but it's extraordinary. No matter how hard I tried to destroy it, I couldn't even leave a single scratch on it. Its price should be roughly the same as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, Hu Linyi said. Duan Ling Tian was about to choose the red vest when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice suddenly rang in his mind. It's a first form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989 Substantial Rewards. It's a first form profound divine metal. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind before Duan Ling Tian could tell Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, that he wanted the red vest, a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. That's a first form profound divine metal. Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth. His heart thumped wildly in his chest as he looked at the unremarkable iron bead with dents in Hu Linyi's right hand. Yes, as one of the 5 divine elements, it's only natural that I'm able to recognize a first form profound divine metal. That fellow is extremely lucky. Even when he's sleeping, you manage to come across a first form profound divine metal. Boy, if you choose the first form profound divine metal, the profound divine metal in your body will be able to evolve into its third form after absorbing it. You'll benefit more from that than the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. It emphasized on the benefits of obtaining the first form profound divine metal since it could tell Duan Ling Tian wanted the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply. As though it was worried Duan Ling Tian would choose the defensive king-grade celestial weapon despite his advice, it hastily added, as for that purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, with your innate talent, it'd be easy for you to obtain another one after you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The Chaos Divine Earth was unaware that its words were not necessary. Since Duan Ling Tian found out the bead was a first form profound divine metal, he had decisively made up his mind to choose the iron bead. The defensive king-grade celestial weapon was great, but it was no match for the value of the first form profound divine metal. Duan Ling Tian took a final glance at the red vest with a slightly heavy heart. He was about to reach out for the first form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang in the air. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the laughter and saw Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Why are you laughing? Hu Lingyi asked, displeased. An ominous feeling rose in his heart at this moment. When Shui Mingkai stopped laughing, he looked at Hu Lingyi knowingly and said, Emperor Hu, if I'm not mistaken, you obtained this bead 200 years ago during the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction, right? I remember it cost you 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. He did not wait for Hu Lingyi's reply and turned to Duan Ling Tian and bluntly said, Duan Ling Tian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought this broken bead out and asked you to choose from the 2. In my opinion, he's only trying to distract you with this broken bead in hopes of keeping the defensive king-grade celestial weapon to himself. Why don't you join our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I'm not as stingy as Emperor Hu. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hu Lingyi contemptuously. Hu Lingyi's expression changed drastically when Shui Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction. He did not expect Shui Mingkai to be privy to that matter and openly exposed his thoughts. Indeed, he had deliberately brought the bead out in hopes of distracting Duan Ling Tian. He had lied about its value and price because he was reluctant to part with his defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Upon seeing Hu Lingyi's reaction to Shui Mingkai's words, the crowd was convinced Shui Mingkai had spoken the truth. It seems like Emperor Shui is telling the truth, Emperor Hu wants to mislead Duan Ling Tian. This Emperor Hu is dishonest. How insincere of him. I actually thought the bead was something special. As it turns out, it's just something he obtained for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals during the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction 200 years ago. It's only worth 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right, a new ordinary king-grade celestial weapon is worth, at least, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, let alone a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Shui Mingkai, how dare you slander me? Hu Lingyi barked in anger. You're accusing me of slandering you. Why don't we speak to the Emperor of the Black Mountain and ask him about it? Shui Mingkai chuckled. Naturally, it was impossible for Hu Lingyi to agree to that. After all, he had, indeed, obtained the bead from the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction for 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Shui Mingkai, are you certain this bead is worthless? Why don't you try and destroy it? No, just try to leave a mark on it. It doesn't matter even if the mark is just a few millimeters long. Hu Lingyi glared at Shui Mingkai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say anything about being able to leave a mark on the iron bead. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, naturally, it'd be the same for me as well, Shui Mingkai said in a leisurely manner. Then why did you say it's useless? Hu Lingyi asked in a low voice. Am I wrong? Shui Mingkai smiled. This bead cost you 20,000 prominent celestial crystals, and yet, you can't make heads or tails out of it after so many years. What use does it have? Why don't you tell us? He was grinning at the end of his sentence. On the other hand, Hu Lingyi looked as though he had swallowed a fly. Shui Mingkai continued adding fuel to fire. Emperor Hu, if I were in your shoes, I'd give Duan Lingtian these 2 items to prove my sincerity. For the umpteenth time today, Hu Lingyi was angered by Shui Mingkai's words. He said icily, I don't need you to teach me what to do, I already planned to do that anyway. Then, he passed the 2 items in his hands to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to accept the 2 items. Thank you, Your Majesty. He truly did not expect he would obtain both the first form profound divine metal and the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon due to Shui Mingkai intentionally giving Hu Lingyi a hard time. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation seems like a pretty decent character. Even the Chaos Divine Earth was surprised at how lucky Duan Lingtian was. With this defensive king-grade celestial weapon, your defenses will be much stronger, especially if I infuse my power into it. Duan Lingtian knew how formidable the Chaos Divine Earth was. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth helping him to nullify Shui Jingyu's attack, he would have been severely injured. Emperor Hu is generous indeed. Shui Mingkai laughed heartily before he gestured to his people and left. Although he had lost the bet, he felt like the victor at this moment. Even the crowd who were watching felt Shui Mingkai seemed to have come out on top despite losing the bet. After the people from the Southern Qi nation left, Hu Lingyi turned to look at Duan Lingtian immediately. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This Emperor Hu, I hope he's not thinking about asking me to return his items. I don't mind returning the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he wants me to return the first form profound divine metal, I have no choice but to threaten to represent the Southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian remained resolutely silent, waiting for Hu Lingyi to speak. However, as it turned out, he had overthought things. Hu Lingyi was the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. It was impossible for him to ask Duan Lingtian to return the items he had given in front of so many people. It was a foolish thing to do. Not only would he come across as stingy, but he would offend and alienate Duan Lingtian as well. At that time, Duan Lingtian would surely join the Southern Qi nation instead. Hu Lingyi asked with a smile, are you confident about ranking in the top 10? Duan Lingtian sighed in relief inwardly when he realized Hu Lingyi was not asking for the items back. Then, he replied, I'll try my best. With that, Hu Lingyi motioned to his people before he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. At the same time, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Based on the tone of his voice, he was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Brother Duan, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation has indirectly helped you to gain these things. The rest of the people from the supporting Fall nation, especially Hu Jinyong, looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Hu Jinyong was unaware that his father possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as he learned about its existence, it was given to Duan Lingtian. As the people from the supporting Fall nation drew close to the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, they saw more than 10,000 people gathered there. Moreover, the numbers were increasing as time passed. Chapter 2990. The 3 sects and 2 clans arrive. Apart from the people of 3 sects and 2 clans, all the others entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient should have arrived, right? Standing in the air above the center of scaling Cloud Lake, Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. He confirmed there were, at least, 20,000 people present on the scene. It was just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the overarching heavenly supreme celestials entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient. There were also many elites who accompanied the overarching heaven supreme celestials here. At this moment, a commotion broke out near Duan Ling Tian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. The 3 sects and 2 clans are here. The 3 sects and 2 clans. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look in the direction of the commotion. A group of people could be seen flying in the air. This group of people was further divided into 5 smaller groups. Each of the subgroups consisted of a few people with one person flying in the lead. In one subgroup, the people were not dressed uniformly. Their attitudes held a certain casualness. The leader of this group of people was a rotund middle-aged man who kept stroking his round belly as he moved. His eyes were small as though they had been squeezed together on his face. In another subgroup, all the members wore the same robes. However, when they drew closer, one would be able to see the minute differences in their otherwise similar robes. For example, an old man, who was clearly the leader of the group, had fine golden trimmings on the edges of his sleeves and robe. Meanwhile, the 2 people standing behind the old man had silver trimmings on their sleeves and robes. As for the others in the group, they had bronze trimmings on their sleeves and robes. They should be from the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly as he looked at this group of people dressed in robes with different color trimmings. The Simplicity Celestial sect was one of the Profound Nether Mansion's 3 sect and 2 clans. The Simplicity Celestial sect could be counted among the top 3 grade 7 sects in the Profound Nether Mansion. The only forces in the Profound Nether Mansion that were comparable to the Simplicity Celestial sect were the 2 sects from the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention shifted to a group of people who were dressed in simple Buddhist robes in gold, silver, and red color. Only one person among this group of people wore a golden Buddhist robe. It was an old man with a kind gaze and the appearance of a sage. However, his aura was rather sinister, giving him a contradictory feeling. These people should be from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a sect that consisted only of monks like the Blissful sect in the Borderlands. One would have to become a monk if they wanted to join the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian turned his attention to the most eye-catching group. And these people should be from the Coupling Celestial sect. A handsome young man dressed in magnificent robes sat on an exquisite roofless sedan that was carried by 8 people. 4 of them stood at the front and another 4 stood at the back. The 8 people carrying the sedan were dressed in tight gray servant robes. Apart from that, 5 young women and 5 young men trailed after the sedan like shadows. These 10 people were all good-looking. Similar to the handsome young man sitting on the sedan, they were also dressed magnificently. The Coupling Celestial sect. An excited cry sounded next to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with that voice. He did not need to turn and look to know the voice belonged to Huang Jialong. Not understanding Huang Jialong's excitement, he asked in confusion, "Jialong, why?" Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his question, Huang Jialong said with a sheepish smile, "Sorry, I got a little carried away." Then, he shifted his eyes to the people from the Coupling Celestial sect before he continued to say, "I got carried away because the Coupling Celestial sect is my first choice of sect to join. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of the entourage from the Coupling Celestial sect is the sect's 3rd sect leader, Bihai Mingfeng." Huang Jialong's eyes shone with admiration as he explained to Duan Ling Tian, the Coupling Celestial sect has 3 sect leaders. Although the 3rd sect leader might not be the strongest among the 3, his talent is the highest. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling sect, he holds an important position in the Profound Nether Mansion as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jialong knowingly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the reason you want to join the Coupling Celestial sect is due to the sect's dual cultivation technique, right?" Based on my knowledge, the dual cultivation, or the twin cultivation technique, of a man and woman can rapidly improve one's cultivation. Then, he added with a sigh, if you join the coupling celestial sect, who knows how many women would be corrupted by you. The lure of this technique isn't something ordinary women are able to resist. Huang Jialong furrowed his brows and said, Brother Duan, your words are a bit unpleasant. What do you mean by corrupting women? I'm only saving them from being cheated by other men. Am I someone who doesn't take responsibility for my actions? Although Huang Jialong was frivolous, he was not without a sense of measure. He was not someone who would force himself on a woman using his status and power. This was something Duan Lingtian appreciated despite Huang Jialong being a shameless womanizer. Duan Lingtian shook his head. All right, you're not someone who doesn't take responsibility. After saying this, he no longer continued this topic. He returned his attention to the 5 small groups of people. Duan Lingtian looked at another group of people who were dressed in different robes like the first group of people that was led by a rotund middle-aged man. Based on the whispers in his surroundings, he learned that this group of people were from the 3 sects and 2 clans Gongyang clan, a grade 7 clan. Duan Lingtian then turned to look at the first group of people he saw that was led by a rotund middle-aged man. So, the first group is from the Zongsun clan. With this, Duan Lingtian had seen all the entourages from the 3 sects and the 2 clans. Soon enough, the 5 leaders of the groups hovered in the air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. They swept their eyes indifferently across the crowd standing in front of them. A few people who were standing close to these 5 people moved away, making space for them. The rotund middle-aged man, the leader of the group from Zongsun clan, looked at the other 4 leaders and said with a faint smile on his face, Sect Leader Bihai, Deputy Sect Leader Heng, Deputy Sect Leader Zongsun, Elder Gongyang Yu, I think we should choose a representative among us to be in charge of the opening. What do you think? It did not escape Duan Lingtian and the others that the rotund middle-aged man was the most respectful to Bihai Mingfeng when he spoke to the 4 leaders. Moreover, Bihai Mingfeng was also the first person he greeted. The leader of the Zongsun clan seems a little too respectful to coupling celestial sect's leader. As far as I know, although Zongsun clan is weaker than the coupling celestial sect, the difference is not much, right? A middle-aged man standing near Duan Lingtian said to his companion in a hushed voice, there are other leaders as well from the 3 sects and 2 clans, but why does it seem like he's only fawning over the leader of the coupling celestial sect? There's no need to go to such an extent, right? Don't you know who's that person from the coupling celestial sect? The man's companion asked in confusion. It was as though he could not understand why the man would ask such a stupid question. Who's he? The middle-aged man frowned. Clearly, he did not know what his companion was talking about. That person is the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, Bihai Mingfeng. The companion replied as he looked at Bihai Mingfeng reverently. What? The middle-aged man inhaled sharply upon hearing his companion's words. He's the 3rd sect leader of the coupling sect. One of the 10 inspectors of Profound Nether Mansion. That's right. The middle-aged man's companion nodded slightly. Now you know why that person from the Zongsun clan is so reverent, right? The middle-aged man smiled wryly in response. This person is even more frightening than the great sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that his strength might have already surpassed the great leader of the coupling celestial sect. I don't think it's just a rumor. Do you think it's easy to become an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion? There are only 10 of them in the Profound Nether Mansion, the middle-aged man's companion replied. When Huang Jialong heard the 2 men's discussion, he approached them and curiously asked, Gentlemen, is it really true that the 3rd sect leader's strength has surpassed the great sect leader of the coupling celestial sect? That's old news, the middle-aged man's companion replied. Perhaps, you haven't heard about it, but did you know the great sect leader of the coupling celestial sect tried for the position of an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion but failed? Chapter 2991 Distributing the Accumulative Points Jade. Since the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect managed to become an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, it means that his strength has surpassed the great sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said, An inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. The great sect leader of the coupling celestial sect failed to become an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong was stunned when he heard these words. As the young master of the city governor's estate in the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City, he was privy to matters, including matters about the 3 sects and 2 clans, that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation were unaware of. However, this was his first time hearing about the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Therefore, Huang Jialong asked curiously, Brother, what's an inspector of the profound nether mansion? Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion is governed by the mansion master and a few deputy mansion masters, the middle-aged man's companion began to excitedly explain. Apart from that, there are 10 positions for the inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Anyone can apply for these positions providing they're capable enough. Apart from cultivators from the 3 sects and 2 clans, sectless cultivators can try for the position of an inspector as well. The middle-aged man's companion continued to say, among the current 10 inspectors, there are 2 from the coupling celestial sect, and 1 each from the cloud platform celestial sect and the simplicity celestial sect. There's none from the Zongsun clan and the Gongyang clan. The inspectors from the coupling celestial sect, the cloud platform celestial sect, and the simplicity celestial sect are all veterans from the older generations. They usually stay in the mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of their respective sects. Naturally, that's only if their respective sects aren't in grave danger. However, it has to be said the profound nether mansion wouldn't let the situation go so bad. The middle-aged man's companion spoke confidently. It was clear he was rather knowledgeable about the profound nether mansion. Brother, how do you know so much about the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man's companion curiously. The middle-aged man's companion had no time to reply before the middle-aged man replied, this fellow likes to ask around about things he finds interesting whenever he has the time. Over time, his knowledge has, naturally, accumulated. After the rotund middle-aged man from the Zongsun clan had spoken, the leaders from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyan clan instinctively turned to look at the third sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. Sect leader Bihai, why don't you make the decision regarding this matter? That's right, sect leader Bihai, you can make the decision. I, Gongyang Yu, will listen to sect leader Bihai. The 3 leaders unanimously agreed to Bihai Mingfeng taking charge. They did not expect the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect would personally lead the entourage from his sect here. They would not have needed to humble themselves to this extent if it were the great sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. After all, the person before them was not only the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, but he was also one of the 10 inspectors from the profound nether mansion. With that position, he could be considered as a representative of the profound nether mansion. According to the profound nether mansion's rules, the inspectors of the profound nether mansion from the 3 sects and 2 clans who were above 3,000 years old could not return to their sects or clans or interfere with the matters of their respective sects and clans. The third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, however, had not reached the age of 3,000. In fact, he was not even 1,000 years old. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, he could be considered as a monstrous genius in the entire profound nether mansion. At this moment, even the slowest person among the 20,000 people present on the scene could tell how formidable the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was. Although many of them did not know the details and had never heard of inspectors from the profound nether mansion, they could tell he was not an ordinary person based on how deferential the other leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans were. The crowd was, naturally, curious about Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. There is such a person in the coupling celestial sect. Even the great leader of the coupling celestial sect wouldn't have gotten this kind of treatment, right? At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng, who was seated on the sedan, leisurely crossed his legs before he glanced at the rotund middle-aged man indifferently and said, since you've all agreed that I should make the decision, I've decided to let Zongsun Shangqi be in charge this time. Upon hearing the rotund middle-aged man's name, Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose slightly. Zongsun Shangqi, I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the second elder of the Zongsun clan. Although there were many elders in the Zongsun clan, only 2 of them were famous. These 2 elders were the Grand Elder and the second elder of the Zongsun clan. The second elder's name, Shangqi, meant exceptional strength. His strength, as his position suggested, was only below the patriarch and the Grand Elder of the Zongsun clan. 10 of you will listen to Elder Zongsun's orders. Bihai Mingfeng continued to speak indifferently. This time, his words were directed to the 10 individuals standing behind him. Yes, third sect leader, the 10 individuals standing behind Bihai Mingfeng replied reverently. It was clear their reverence was not feigned. In fact, if one looked closely enough, one could see a hint of zealousness hidden in the depths of their eyes. It was only natural since Bihai Mingfeng was not only the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, but he was also the most talented person to appear in the coupling celestial sect in the past 100,000 years. Most of them were of the opinion that Bihai Mingfeng was capable of elevating their sect to the next level and become a grade 8 celestial sect. Zongsun Shangji, the second elder of the Zongsun clan, acknowledged Bihai Mingfeng's words with a nod before he turned toward the sea of people and indifferently said, "Now, the leaders of all the participants who would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please come forward." Although Zongsun Shangqi's voice was not loud, the 20,000 people present, including Duan Ling Tian, heard his voice clearly since he had infused his celestial origin energy into his voice. All the emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, including the supporting Fall Nation's Emperor Hu Lingyi and the Southern Qi Nation's Emperor Shui Mingkai, were among these 1,000 individuals. Then, Zongsun Shangqi continued to say, "As everybody knows, every nation of the Thousand Nations territory has 9 slots. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will issue the accumulative points jade. Please inform your own people about the rules and uses of the accumulative points jade." "I will not repeat myself," Zongsun Shangqi said before he looked at the people behind him. These people, including the 10 individuals from the coupling celestial sect, the simplicity celestial sect, the cloud platform celestial sect, and the Gongyang clan stepped forward. Each of them was in charge of distributing accumulative points jade to 200 emperors. Soon after, each of the emperors of the Thousand Nations territory held 9 accumulative points jade in their hands. Then, Zongsun Shangqi looked at the emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said tonelessly, "You can distribute the accumulative points jades to your people now. Make sure you brief them about uses of the accumulative points jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." "Understood, Elder Zongsun," all the emperors from the Thousand Nations territory replied in unison. Each of these emperors governed a grade 8 celestial kingdom. In their respective kingdoms, they stood up high, out of everybody's reach. However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Zongsun Shangqi. Once the emperors withdrew, Zongsun Shangqi called for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to receive corresponding accumulative points jades. These corresponding accumulative points jades served a different purpose to those that were given to the participants. The 3 sects and 2 clans had a continuing tradition from the past. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, all of them had a tacit agreement to gamble on which participants had the highest points in the accumulative points jade. The losing sects and clans would have to pay up to the winning sect or clan. Although the stakes were not determined, it was definitely something that would make the sects and clans cry tears of blood when giving it away. Therefore, the 3 sects and 2 clans, naturally, hoped the people whose corresponding jades they held would collect the most points. Soon after, Zongsun Shangqi loudly announced, "One more thing. We will only reopen the entrance of the realm after 70% of the participants have fallen." As soon as Zongsun Shangqi finished speaking, a deathly silence descended on the place. Chapter 2992 It's about to begin. 70%. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would only be reopened after 70% of the participants have perished. This means that out of every 10 people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only 3 would come out alive. I thought the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reopen after 60% of the participants have fallen. Did the second elder of the Zongsun clan make a mistake? After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out among the crowd above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake after Zongsun Shangqi, the second elder of the Zongsun clan, had spoken. All of them fervently discussed the fact that the entrance would only reopen after 70% of the participants had fallen. 70%. When did the rules change? Contrary to most people, Duan Ling Tian did not think Zongsun Shangqi made a mistake. This was supported by the fact that Zongsun Shangqi was only keeping quiet while everyone was discussing the matter. While Duan Ling Tian was deep in his thoughts, Zongsun Shangqi said, "I didn't make a mistake, all of you heard correctly." He continued to say, "Indeed, in the past, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Realm would reopen once 60% of the participants had fallen. The difficulty this time is higher compared to the past. Therefore, the entrance would only reopen after 70% of the participants have fallen." A brilliant smile, which was contrary to his words, could be seen on his face when he spoke. Upon hearing Zongsun Shangqi's words, the expressions of many people turned grim. Of course, it's still not too late to turn back. Those who wish to withdraw can pass their accumulative point jades to their respective leaders, Zongsun Shangqi said. another commotion broke out again as soon as Zongsun Shangqi finished speaking. It was caused by some participants who chose to withdraw. Although the expressions of many of the participants from the supporting Fall Nation had turned grim, none of them chose to withdraw. 70%. This means only 30% of those who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be able to make it out alive. Duan Ling Tian said. There was a total of 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, from the supporting Fall Nation. Based on Zongsun Shangqi's words, only 3 of the 9 participants from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to survive the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect it would be so dangerous to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time around. Only 30% of the participants would survive. Huang Jialong exclaimed in shock. Despite his words, his eyes shone with fearlessness. Does anyone want to withdraw? Due to how dangerous it was to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time around, Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not mind if some of the participants wanted to withdraw. However, to his surprise, nobody chose to withdraw. Risk and rewards come hand in hand. Since I've decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation, I've made up my mind to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in search of fortuitous encounters. I'm afraid my cultivation in the future would be affected if I run away from such small adversity now. A middle-aged overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said, it's only a 10% increase compared to the previous times. Moreover, who's to say I won't survive? You're right, it makes no sense to withdraw after coming all the way here. How many opportunities do we have in life to make it big? I'm afraid that such an opportunity won't come knocking twice. HMPH. If I give it my best, perhaps, I'll survive. As long as I survive, I'll be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, my future would be bright. All of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were highly motivated and confident. Naturally, Hu Linyi was extremely satisfied upon seeing this. After all, the higher the number of participants, the higher the number the people who would survive. This would undoubtedly benefit him. Your Majesty, why are the accumulative points jades of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Southern Qi Nation different from ours? Duan Ling Tian asked after he looked at the people from the Southern Qi Nation. He had noticed that the accumulative points jade in the hands of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Southern Qi Nation was different. Duan Ling Tian's accumulative points jade was emerald in color and shone with vitality, while the accumulative points jade in the hands of the Southern Qi Nation's overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was a clear blue similar to the ocean. The other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation instinctively turned to look in the direction of the people from the Southern Qi Nation as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. It's really different. The Southern Qi Nation's accumulative points jades are blue while ours are emerald. Why is it different? Is there a reason why the colors of our accumulative point jades are different? The overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials shifted their attention to Hu Linyi for an explanation. Their expressions were one of confusion. Hu Linyi said, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, the participating overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials would be given an accumulative points jade. There are 5 types of accumulative points jade that are made from different jades. They are the golden jade, the wooden jade, the water jade, the fire jade, and the earth jade. The 5 types of jade each represent one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jades in your hands were given to me by the members of the Simplicity Celestial sect. The golden jade represents the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, the water jade represents the Coupling Celestial sect, the fire jade represents the Gongyang clan, and the earth jade represents the Zongsun clan. Hu Linyi paused for a moment before he continued to say, rumor has it that during every opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the 3 sects and 2 clans would gamble among themselves. They would gamble on the numbers of points in the accumulative points jades of the participants. The winner would be the force with the most points, and the losing forces would have to pay the winning force. Hu Linyi continued to explain, despite the color of your accumulative points jade, if you're able to survive, you don't necessarily have to join the corresponding force of your jade. You can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. As all of you know, outstanding participants or those with a high ranking will be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Gambling. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing Hu Linyi's words. The 3 sect and 2 clans could even gamble on such a thing. I guess in the regions under the profound nether mansion, they're allowed to come up with their own rules regarding the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. How callous. As he lifted his head to look at the members of the 3 sects and 2 clans, he realized the cruel reality of natural selection in Devata realms. Just like the mundane realms, or perhaps, to a greater extent, strength was everything. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation asked, "Your Majesty, our accumulative points wouldn't change colors if we kill and obtain the points from a different color jade, right?" "That's right," Hu Lingyi said. The 3 sects and 2 clans had thought about this in the past. All the participants would have to claim blood ownership of their accumulative points jades before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once the owner of an accumulative point jade dies, his or her accumulative points jade will shatter immediately. The points they have accumulated would automatically go to the nearest accumulative point jades. Hu Lingyi reminded Duan Lingtian and the other participants from the supporting Fall Nation. Therefore, when killing someone, you have to make sure there aren't any other accumulative point jade nearby. Otherwise, the points might go to someone else. If Hu Lingyi did not tell them about this, Duan Lingtian and the other participants from the supporting Fall Nation would not have known about it. Apart from that, although you'll be entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm together, you'll be teleported to different places in the lower realm by a transportation formation after you enter. Therefore, in the beginning, you'll be alone. It's up to you if you want to work together later. Naturally, I don't recommend you to cooperate with people you don't trust. After all, there's a chance you might get killed for trusting the wrong person. Hu Lingyi said as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other intently. Upon hearing this, many of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to regard each other warily. Some of them made up their minds inwardly not to cooperate with anyone. After all, if they trusted the wrong person, it would cost them their lives. About half an hour later. "It's about time." The voice of Zongsun Shangqi, the second elder of the Zongsun clan, resounded in the air at this moment, drowning the other noises in the surroundings. The 3 sects and 2 clans will now join forces to open the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have decided to enter the realm, please claim ownership of your accumulative points jade before entering the realm, Zongsun Shangqi said. As soon as Zongsun Shangqi finished speaking, almost all of the 20,000 people present on the scene turned to look at the members from the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, Zongsun Shangqi nodded at the 4 leaders from the other 3 clans and 1 sect. Then, a square plate with complex runes engraved on its rough surface appeared in Zongsun Shangqi's hands. Chapter 2993. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is open. Is that a formation compass? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly when he saw the square plates with intricate inscriptions in the hands of the leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's speculation was correct. The formation compasses were the key to opening the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They had been given by the profound nether mansion to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping. Behaiming Feng, the 3rd sect leader from the coupling celestial sect, said indifferently, "Let's begin." Then, he tossed the formation compass in his hands out. The formation compass rose up into the sky instantly as a mysterious force surged out. Following that, Zongsun Shangqi, the second elder of the Zongsun clan, and the other leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans followed suit and tossed the formation compasses in their hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5 formation compasses formed a circle in the air. It was as though there was a mysterious connection between them that held them together. A soft noise rang in the air before a burst of white light shone from the 5 formation compasses at the same time. Eventually, the 5 lights merged into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. The beam of light was like a pillar that extended from the ground to the heavens. A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to ripple in response. Soon after, a spatial tear appeared, revealing a majestic gate. 2 pillars stood at the sides of the majestic gate, and the complex patterns on the pillars made them look ancient. Above the majestic gate, there was a sign with the words, "Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Upon seeing the 4 words, most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials averted their eyes after a moment or two. A powerful energy had surged out toward them as soon as they laid eyes on the 4 words. They could not bear the pressure and could only look at the words for 1 or 2 breaths, at most, before they had to look away. On the other hand, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were considered more powerful could only last a few breaths longer. Apart from Duan Lingtian, no one could look at the 4 words for more than 10 breaths. The only reason Duan Ling Tian could look at the words for so long was due to the profound divine metal that guarded his soul. This was because the pressure from the 4 words targeted one's soul. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were unable to look at the sign for a long time. He was certain there was something special about the sign. With this discovery, he tried to blend in and averted his eyes as well. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian's action did not escape the notice of the leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans. This young man is something else. The leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans were aware of the immense pressure from the sign. How could they not be surprised that Duan Ling Tian was able to look at it 2 times longer compared to the others? Moreover, they had seen him deliberately avert his eyes. Interesting. On the sedan, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of a smile on his face. Apart from the overarching heaven supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, who averted their eyes, the powerhouses from the other major forces also averted their eyes after more than a dozen breaths. One of the overarching heavenly celestials asked in a trembling voice, "Were those words left behind by our Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord?" That's right, these words were left behind by our Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, we're not sure when the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord left these words behind. Among those who were present, there were some who knew the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just the words he left behind are so terrifying. How much more terrifying would it be if he were here? Huang Jialong said in a slightly shaky voice. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Unlike Huang Jialong, Duan Ling Tian was not even the slightest bit impressed by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's power. After all, he had met beings who were even more powerful than a heavenly emperor who ruled over a Devata realm. All heavenly emperors who ruled over a Devata realm were titled celestial emperors. It was only natural that he was unimpressed with a titled celestial lord. Although there was only 1 stage difference between the 2, their strength was incomparable. A titled celestial emperor could easily kill a titled celestial lord with a flick of his or her finger. Moreover, he could not feel the seemingly crushing pressure that the others faced due to the protection from the profound divine metal. A loud noise rang from the gate, attracting everyone's action. No one bothered to look at the sign above the gates anymore. Even the few powerhouses from the major forces who could endure the pressure looked away as the gate sounded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gate opened inwards, revealing endless darkness. It was so dark that one would not even be able to see one's hand in front of one's face. As soon as the gate in the spatial tier opened, 10 people from each of the 3 sects and 2 clans moved to stand in front of the gates. With the sign above the gate, everyone could, naturally, tell the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm lay beyond the gate. Thus, they were not surprised by the actions of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Now, all those who aren't entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, move back 1,000 meters, Zongsun Shangqi said in a booming voice. Instantly, everyone from the various forces who accompanied their overarching heavenly supreme celestials here, including the supporting Fall Nation's Emperor Hu Linyi, moved back 1,000 meters. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had changed their minds about entering the Southern Heaven ancient realms stepped back as well. With roughly 8,000 people stepping backward, there were now roughly 12,000 people left. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duan Ling Tian, were among these 12,000 people. Very good. It seems like there are more than 10,000 participants. A satisfied expression appeared on Zongsun Shangqi's face when he saw there were roughly 12,000 participants. Out of 12,000, only 3,600 would survive. Those who survive may choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3,600 survivors will also be ranked according to the points they have in their accumulative points jades. The top 100 participants will receive additional rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The top 30 participants will be given better rewards. Needless to say, those who rank in the top 10, especially those in the top 3, will be handsomely rewarded, Zongsun Shangqi continued to say. Naturally, your rewards are separate from the rewards of the forces you represent. There's no need for you to give a share of your rewards to the forces you represent. This meant that Duan Ling Tian would not have to share his rewards with Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, whom he represented. After this, all of you will be divided into 50 groups and take turns to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Everyone must first establish ownership over their accumulative points jades. This includes the minor jades of the accumulative point jades, Zongsun Shangqi explained, the minor jade will be left out here so we can track the changes in your points. If your accumulative points jade's major jade shatters, the corresponding minor jade would shatter as well. Based on the points in your minor jade, we'll rank you. However, those with only 1 point wouldn't be ranked. The accumulative points jade can be separated into a major jade and a minor jade. The minor jade I'll be leaving here will be able to show my points, and they'll rank me based on my points. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. Hu Lingyi did not tell them about this earlier. Perhaps, Hu Lingyi knew Zongsun Shang. She would explain this to them. As for the other matters, I'm sure your respective leaders have already explained them to you. Now, split up into 50 groups and take turns entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zongsun Shangqi said. Remember, everything you obtain there belongs to you. The higher your rank, the better you'd be treated when you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Good luck. Subsequently, the 12,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, separated into 50 groups before they made their way to the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 50 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans would lead a group each. After dropping a drop of blood on the accumulative point jade's major jade and minor jade and passing the minor jade to the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, the participants were granted entry to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After establishing ownership on their accumulative points jade, the first group crossed the gate and entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No movement could be seen once they walked into the darkness beyond the gate. One group after another, they entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Soon enough, it was the turn of the group where those supporting Fall Nation were in. Chapter 2994. A flock of golden horns ravens. All of the participants from the supporting Fall Nation were in the same group. The first in line was Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. I'll go first. Take care everyone. After establishing ownership over the major jade and minor jade of his accumulative point jade, Hu Jiyong nodded at Duan Ling Tian and the others before he passed through the gate to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Initially, Hu Jinyong had intended to let Duan Ling Tian stand in the lead. However, Duan Ling Tian did not care about such things and casually stood behind Huang Jialong. The second to enter was Huang Jialong's younger brother, Huang Jia Chao. Although Huang Jialong had many brothers, he had the closest relationship with Huang Jia Chao since they were closest in age. A solemn expression appeared on his face as he said, "Fifth brother, take extra care once you're inside. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't worry, brother, I'll make it out alive," Huang Jia Chao said with a smile. After that, he nodded at Duan Ling Tian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Huang Jialong was the next to enter. Before he entered, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Brother Duan, I'll enter first. Although you have extraordinary strength, the profound nether mansion is huge. There might be other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are strong as well. Be careful." He was afraid Duan Ling Tian might underestimate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were also entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Don't worry," Duan Ling Tian nodded as he watched Huang Jialong go in. Naturally, he knew that there would always be someone stronger no matter how strong one was. In fact, he was more experienced than Huang Jialong even though Huang Jialong was born in a Devata realm and he was just a transcender. After all, he had met beings more powerful than heavenly emperors of Devata realms. He was not as clueless as Huang Jialong imagined him to be. After Huang Jialong, it was finally Duan Ling Tian's turn to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He took out his accumulative points jade and established ownership over it in front of the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect who was in charge of their group. Following that, the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect took out a small piece of jade for Duan Ling Tian to establish ownership over it. It was none other than the accumulative points jade's minor jade that would reflect the points from his major jade. The person from the Cloud Platform Celestial who was in charge of Duan Ling Tian's group was a young man. He said expressionlessly, "After establishing ownership over your major jade, you can use your divine consciousness to check your points. At this moment, you only have 1 point." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian instantly sent his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade. As the young man had said, he had 1 point now. "If there's nothing else, you can go in now," the Cloud Platform Celestial sect's disciple said after registering Duan Ling Tian's name. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded and stepped past the gate in front of him into the darkness. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a pulling force overwhelming him. He tried to resist but to no avail. There was only darkness everywhere, and he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for more than a dozen breaths. When it finally stopped spinning, the darkness was replaced with a blinding light that caused him to wince. This is. Duan Ling Tian squinted his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He discovered he was in a forest. There were some trees he was not familiar with. Yellow leaves littered the ground that was rather soft. Duan Ling Tian's attraction was soon attracted by a strange and dense dark yellow shrub. Its color allowed it to almost blend with the ground. As soon as he looked at the shrub, he saw a pair of eyes glowing with green light looking back at him in the shrub. In just a blink of an eye, a dark yellow figure leapt out and lunged at him. It's a celestial beast. Duan Ling Tian saw the dark yellow figure was a celestial beast with a wolf-like appearance. Based on its eyes, he could tell it had not gained intelligence. Without wasting any time, he used his divine consciousness to probe the celestial beast. Its cultivation base is similar to a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Its attacks are similar to those boosted by a heaven-grade celestial method or divine ability. When the celestial beast drew close to him, Duan Ling Tian charged out at the speed of lightning. A mustard glow exuding a fierce aura appeared in his hand at the same time. He swept out his right hand that contained his celestial origin energy and the fundamental profundity of the law of earth, the earth elemental profundity. The celestial beast howled when Duan Ling Tian caught it by the scruff of its neck with his celestial origin energy that had transformed into a huge hand. With 4 limbs on the ground, the beast stood at 1.5 meter tall, and its neck was incredibly thick. If it were not for his celestial origin energy that he transformed into a huge hand, he would not be able to hold it by the scruff of its neck. Although he could easily kill it, he deliberately left it alive. It's not an illusion from a formation. It's a real living and breathing celestial beasts. There are living creatures in the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon further investigation with his divine consciousness, he was shocked to discover the celestial beast was real. So a little world created by a celestial lord is able to house living creatures. Although he did not know much about little worlds left behind by celestial lords, he knew quite a bit about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Based on his understanding, humans, or other living creatures, would not be able to stay in little worlds created by celestial kings for long. After a period of time, they would be forcefully sent out of the little world. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when a thought appeared in his mind. Wait, there's a possibility this beast was recently sent in here. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the celestial beast again, he could see instinctive fear in the beast's eyes. Before he let go of the beast, he said, "I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to attack me again, you'll die." After Duan Ling Tian loosened his grip on the celestial beast's neck, it gave Duan Ling Tian a final frightened look before leaping away. "Where's this place?" Duan Ling Tian stomped down with his feet that contained celestial origin energy and shot up into the sky, stirring up the yellow leaves on the ground. There are restrictions. After rising 100 meters into the air, Duan Ling Tian discovered he could no longer rise any higher no matter how much celestial origin energy he used or how many times he cast the earth elemental profundity. It was as though there was an invisible barrier in the sky. At this height, I won't be able to see anything useful. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked around his surroundings. All he could see was an endless forest. All of a sudden, a noise rang from the distance. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not pay it any attention. However, as the noise drew closer, he found that it resembled the sound of water raging after the dam had broken. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the commotion and saw tiny black flecks heading his way at high speed. The black flecks grew larger and larger as they drew closer. When they eventually drew close enough, he discovered the black flecks were ravens the size of eagles. These black ravens had golden horns on their heads, and the horns glowed with a strange light. These are golden horn ravens. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw the thousands of ravens flying toward him. Although golden horns ravens were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were incredibly strong. Without cultivating, their cultivation bases were similar to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. These golden horns ravens are as strong as peak overarching heaven supreme celestials. Based on their speed, Duan Ling Tian could easily guess their strength. He felt his head ache immediately. He would not be worried if there were only a dozen of them. Even if there were just 100 of them, they would still pose a threat to him. With hundreds of them forming a formation, with his current strength, he would surely die. The scariest part about them was not their strength, it was the bond and tacit understanding they had. One Golden Horn's ravens were not threatening, but as soon as they joined forces, they would become extremely terrifying. Rumor had it that several thousand Golden Horn's ravens in a formation could easily kill a powerful celestial duke. Wait, these ravens are already flying in a formation. I think they're hunting. As the thousands of Golden Horn's ravens drew closer, Duan Ling Tian discovered the ravens were already flying in a formation. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time and shot back into the forest as a mustard glow shrouded him. This was his only choice for now. Once he entered the forest, the Golden Horn's ravens would not be able to maintain their formation if they decided to dive down at him. This way, his chances of survival were higher. Anxiety rose in his heart as he muttered to himself, "Why am I so unlucky? I've only just entered, and I've already encountered a flock of Golden Horn's ravens." Chapter 2995 Scoreboard. There were thousands of Golden Horn's ravens. Thus, Duan Ling Tian could only escape far away after he rushed into the forest to break the ravens' formation. The Golden Horn's ravens were slower than Duan Ling Tian when they were not in a formation. However, if they were in formation, their speed would be comparable to a celestial duke. Although the thousands of Golden Horn's ravens would have to break their formation when they entered the forest, it would not take long for them to regroup and fly in formation again. At that time, it would be easy for them to catch up to Duan Ling Tian and kill him. They weren't so fast earlier. They only became faster when they drew close to me. It seems like they only completed their formation at that time. After rushing into the forest, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy intensified and shot into the ground. Soon after, he shone with a golden and purple light. At the same time, a whirlpool in front of him, absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings before it disappeared. Duan Ling Tian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, the Eastern Purple Chi, and the Immobilization King method. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body rapidly after it coursed through his 99 heavenly veins. A lightning bolt that was a mixture of mustard, gold, and purple suddenly shot out of Duan Ling Tian as he moved swiftly through the forest. After a while, he suddenly came to halt. He discovered the forest was strangely quiet, it was unsettling. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian boldly turned around and retraced his steps. Strange enough, he did not see any Golden Horn ravens. Even when he walked to the place where he first dove down to escape, he did not see any Golden Horn's ravens. What's going on? Curious, Duan Ling Tian flew up into the air again, but he did not completely leave the protection of the forest. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness. He could clearly sense a few auras above the forest. Is it possible that the Golden Horn's ravens can't enter the forest? As Duan Ling Tian hovered near the treetops, he saw thousands of Golden Horn's ravens in the air. They were all staring at him at this moment. Most importantly, they were still in formation. Let's see if I'm right. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he flew out of the forest at lightning speed. Naturally, he did not stray too far from the forest. At this moment, a series of cacophonous cries resounded in the sky. The piercing cries hurt Duan Ling Tian's eardrums. It was so painful that it felt as though they were going to rupture. After taking a closer look, Duan Ling Tian realized that the golden horns on the heads of the ravens began to shine brightly before they flapped their wings and swooped down toward him. The sight of thousands of Golden Horn's ravens swooping down at him was so terrifying that he felt chills running up his spine. He did not waste any time and quickly returned to the forest. When the Golden Horn's ravens drew close to the forest, they stopped immediately as though they were being held back by an invisible barrier. Then, they returned to their original positions and stared at Duan Ling Tian. I knew it. With this, Duan Ling Tian confirmed his speculation. Indeed, for some reason, the Golden Horn's ravens could not enter the forest. He was not too surprised by this discovery. After all, if these thousands of the Golden Horn's ravens were allowed to roam unfettered in the southern ancient realm, all of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the realm would die. The presence of these Golden Horn's ravens prevent overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the forest from traveling to the sky above the forest. If one leaves the protection of the forest, one would definitely be attacked by the Golden Horn's ravens. Duan Ling Tian speculated that this was a restriction in the southern heaven ancient realm to prevent them from flying over the forest. It would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to get the lay of the land since he could not fly up into the air. He could only explore the forest bit by bit and stick to the ground for now. I guess I'll just randomly pick a direction and see where it leads me to. Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted any time and charged in a random direction. Due to his speed, many of the non-intelligent celestial beasts in the forest that were alarmed by his movements could not catch up to him. My current speed is equivalent to a celestial duke. The strongest celestial beast I've encountered so far is only comparable to an ordinary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It might be a threat to ordinary overarching heaven supreme celestials but not to me. If Duan Ling Tian had not comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, his journey would not have been so smooth. Due to his comprehension of the Earth elemental profundity, he moved unimpeded in the forest. Time passed by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, otherwise known as the Void Gate, had been closed after the 12,000 overarching heaven supreme celestials had passed through it. After the Void Gate closed, a veil of light suddenly appeared in the air in front of the gate. The veil shone with an intense white light. It looked almost as though a huge sheet of paper was hanging in front of the gate. In the beginning, many people were intrigued by this paper-like veil of light. However, after 10 days, fewer and fewer people paid attention to it. At this moment, someone cried out, "Someone's name has appeared." These words drew the attention of the people back to the veil of light immediately. They saw a name appear on the veil of light, looking no different from a name written on a piece of paper. They saw the words, Wu Xiao Yu, 2 points. Wu Xiao Yu. Who's Wu Xiao Yu? Since his name is the first to appear on the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard, it means he's the first person to kill a participant. I wonder who he killed. The respective leaders of the participants should have the participants' soul pearls in hand. With this, we'll be able to find out who died, right? You're mistaken. According to the Southern Heavenly Territory's history, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm comprehended and mastered the law of time. When he was creating the upper, middle, and lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he laid a formation using the law of time. For this reason, if someone dies in the realm, his soul pearl wouldn't shatter at his time of death. It might take a while before the soul pearl shatters. Moreover, the period of delay isn't fixed. Due to the time lag, if more than one person is killed, we won't be able to tell who has killed who based on the time a name appears on the scoreboard and the time a soul pearl shatters. This means if someone with a weak background kills an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from a grade 7 force, the force wouldn't be able to seek revenge, right? That's right. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was also concerned about this, so he laid that formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At the same time, the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake that was originally silent turned lively once the first name appeared on the scoreboard. An old man laughed in delight when he saw the name on the scoreboard. Xiao Yu, good job. Congratulations, Brother Wu, your grandchild is in the lead for now. A middle-aged man and an old man standing nearby smiled and congratulated the laughing old man. However, a hint of jealousy brewed in the depths of their eyes. The old man, Brother Wu, was from a Grade 8 clan. Wu Xiao Yu, whose name was the first to appear on the scoreboard, was his grandson. The two people who congratulated him were from another 2 Grade 8 clans who had also sent their respective overarching heavenly supreme celestials into the realm. Well, there's a possibility it's just someone who has the same name as my grandson, the old man, Brother Wu, modestly replied. Inwardly, he did not think there would be such a coincidence. He was rather certain it was his grandson. After all, there were only 12,000 people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and his grandson's name was not a popular name. About 2 hours after the first name appeared, another commotion broke out. Another name has appeared. Ling Zhuyun, 2 points. Ling Zhuyun, isn't he the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation? When Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, saw the second name on the scoreboard, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he looked at a middle-aged man with a medium stature. This middle-aged man had an imposing and majestic air about him. There was no doubt he was someone with high status. He was beaming when Ling Zhuyun's name appeared on the scoreboard. It seems Ling Zhuyun is the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Based on the middle-aged man's reaction, Hu Lingyi confirmed his speculation. The middle-aged man with a medium build was none other than the emperor of the East Ming nation. He had personally led the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from his nation here. many of the representatives from grade 8 sects and clans who accompanied their respective forces overarching heavenly supreme celestials here held a high position in their respective forces. On the other hand, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 8 celestial kingdoms were mostly accompanied by the respective emperors of their nations. Heavens! His points increased again. Before Hu Lingyi regained his sense, another cry resounded in the air. He instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard and saw Ling Zhuyun, who ranked second on the scoreboard, had jumped to first place with 3 points. Ling Zhuyun managed to kill 2 people in such a short time. Chapter 2996. Some were happy while some were worried. Since Ling Zhuyun managed to obtain 2 points in such a short time, he must have killed 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials consecutively. Killing 2 people in a row. It seems like this Ling Zhuyun is extraordinarily strong. Yes. Those who have entered the southern heaven ancient realm this time are all the cream of the crop among overarching heavenly supreme celestials. And yet, this Ling Zhuyun managed to kill 2 consecutively. Regardless if he achieved this through his strength alone or through trickeries, there's no doubt he's strong. I wonder which force Ling Zhuyun represents. I know a little about Ling Zhuyun. He's a sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. He single-handedly defeated the other 8 overarching heaven's supreme celestials who had joined forces during the southern heaven combat in the East Ming nation. At that time, he was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How can a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial be so strong? Did he comprehend the profundities of a law? Yes. Moreover, it's said that the law he comprehended isn't an ordinary law, it's the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of death. After Ling Zhuyun jumped to the top of the scoreboard, a heated discussion that revolved around him broke out. Another commotion erupted when his background and the law he comprehended were revealed. With this revelation, many people approached the emperor of the East Ming nation to congratulate him. A sectless heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial defeated the 8 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. The law of death. The 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans were also amazed when they heard about Ling Zhuyun's achievements. Zongsun Shangqi, the second elder of the Zongsun clan, said with a sigh, "What a surprise that the second name to appear on the scoreboard is such an outstanding young man." Soon after, a voice could be heard saying, "Rumor has it that Ling Zhuyun is not even 100 years old." Not even 100 years old? Upon hearing this, even Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was amazed. Such a genius entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although there was no doubt Ling Zhuyun was extraordinary for comprehending the law of death and defeating the collective force of the 8 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom when he was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, there was no lack of people like that in the profound nether mansion. However, it was almost unheard of for someone to achieve all these things below the age of 100. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zongsun Shangqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans before he lightly said, "I want to recruit this person. As for the others, I won't fight with all of you to recruit them." Upon hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, the 4 leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans shook their heads without any hesitation. Sect leader Bihai, forgive me for not agreeing to your request. Even if I agree to it, my sect leader definitely won't agree to it. Moreover, according to the rule set by the profound nether mansion, laying claims isn't allowed, right? An old man bluntly said. He was Zhang Guangzheng, the grand elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Sect leader Bihai, I can't agree to this as well, an old monk chimed in soon after. He was Heng Chong, the palace master of the Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. In the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, the palace masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial, excluding the guardians of the sect, were only second to the sect leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. And among the palace masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, Heng Chan, the palace master of the Arhat Hall, was the strongest. For this reason, Heng Chan was the highest-ranking person in the sect after the sect leader and the 2 guardians. Sect leader Bihai, you're putting me in a very difficult position, Gongyang Yu, the elder of the Gongyang clan, said with a bitter smile. Compared to Heng Chan and Zhang Guangzheng, he seemed a little lacking in confidence. Sect leader Bihai, I think we should let him choose the sect or clan he wants to join when he comes out of the southern heaven ancient realm. Zongsun Shangqi, the second elder of the Zongsun clan, replied tactfully. His words indirectly but clearly conveyed his refusal to comply with Bihai Mingfeng's request. Hearing the four people's responses, Beihai Feng narrowed his eyes with a cold expression on his face. However, he remained silent. He could easily kill the four people before him if he so wished. Unfortunately, the four people before him had the support of grade 7 forces that were also closely related to the profound Nether Mansion, just like the coupling celestial sect that he belonged to. It would be easy for him to kill them, but the consequences would not be easy to deal with. Moreover, the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion would not allow him to make an enemy out of the other four major forces. Wait. The fourth name has also appeared. There's the fifth name as well. Shortly after Ling Zhuyun rose to the top of the scoreboard with 3 points, several people's names appeared on the scoreboard one after another. However, according to some people who were in the know, these people whose name just appeared on the scoreboard could hardly be considered as outstanding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was far inferior to Ling Zhuyun's strength. In just a blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. At this time, thousands of names had appeared on the scoreboard. Moreover, the person at the top of the scoreboard was no longer Ling Zhuyun. He had dropped to second place. The person at the top of the scoreboard now was Yao Wei, a member of a grade 7 force. His main objective of entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was not to join the 3 sects and 2 clans but to use the 3 sects and 2 clans as a springboard to enter the profound Nether Mansion. This Yao Wei has earned 8 points. Who's he? He's even more terrifying than Ling Zhuyun. You've not heard of Yao Wei? He's a talented member of the Yao clan, a grade 7 clan. He's the most outstanding person to appear in the Yao clan in the past 10,000 years. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the profundities of Allah. So, he's as strong as Ling Zhuyun. He is still weaker than Ling Zhuyun. After all, Ling Zhuyun had comprehended the law of death while he had only comprehended the law of water. In addition, Ling Zhuyun hasn't even reached the age of 100. Every time the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, there would be people from grade 7 forces who come to join the fun. All of them have the intention to enter the profound Nether Mansion through the 3 sects and 2 clans, but how many of them actually succeeded in the end? That's right, many people from grade 7 forces entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to join the 3 sects and 2 clans that are also grade 7 forces just so they could enter the profound Nether Mansion. Failing that, they could only dejectedly return to their original forces. I wonder why the 3 sects and 2 clans are willing to accept these people. These people are clearly ingrates. In fact, the 3 sects and 2 clans don't want to recruit these people from grade 7 forces. However, the profound Nether Palace forbade them from doing so. That's why the 3 sects and 2 clans have no choice but to accept these people. Another 20 days had passed. Among the thousands of names on the scoreboard, most of them only had 2 points. Only Yao Wei who was in the first place had 8 points, and Ling Zhuyun who was in the second place had 7 points. At this moment, a sorrowful cry rang in the air, attracting many people's attention. Here, an elderly man held a shattered soul pearl in his hand as tears fell from his eyes that were widened in disbelief. He's Yangji, the revered elder of the Sunlight Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. He's a one basic celestial king. It seems like his grandson who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has died. I guess so. Yangji's grandson is Yangqi. Among the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Yangqi can be regarded as quite strong. Even then, he died so quickly. It seems like he was unlucky and ran into someone stronger than him. It's obvious his opponent was much stronger than him. If his opponent was only slightly stronger, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would still be able to escape. Since the identity of the first person who died has been revealed, I assume it won't be long before the identities of the others who had died are revealed. Everyone watched as the old man, Yangji, stared at the names on the scoreboard as though he was trying to figure out who killed his grandson. Alas, due to the time lag from the formation, even if only 1/10 of the people on the scoreboard were capable of killing his grandson, the suspect still numbered in the hundreds. Unless the murderer confessed or if there was a witness, it would be impossible for him to find out who killed his grandson. Soon after cries of sorrow rang in the air. Their expressions were dark as they looked at the shattered soul pearls in their hands. These people were mostly close relatives of the deceased. Yuener, Little Kai, Mo Cho. At this moment, there were some people who were happy and some who were worried. Some of them looked at the scoreboard intently, as though willing a certain name to appear. Meanwhile, Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was also looking at the scoreboard. He was perplexed when he did not find Duan Ling Tian's name. Wanzhou is on the list, and Jia Long is also on the list. However, Duan Ling Tian's name hasn't appeared. He's strong, so this doesn't make sense. There are only two possibilities. 1. Duan Ling Tian hasn't made a move. 2. He has already been killed. With this thought in mind, Hu Linyi extended his divine consciousness into his spatial ring. He sighed in relief quietly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's intact soul pearl. However, shortly after that, Hu Linyi's expression changed slightly when his eyes moved to the other soul pearls. He saw one of the soul pearls had shattered. The soul pearl belonged to a relatively strong peak overarching heaven's supreme celestial from the supporting Fall nation. Although this person was the weakest among the 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall nation, he could not help but feel uneasy. Chapter 2997 Duan Ling Tian's name appears on the scoreboard. Once an overarching heavenly supreme celestial died, he or she would no longer be of any use to the force he or she represented. After all, how could the forces be rewarded for participants who had died in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? For this reason, Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was still worried even though only one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials representing the supporting Fall nation had died. The change in Hu Linyi's expression did not escape the notice of the old man accompanying him. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Hu Linyi did not hide the matter and honestly replied, "Tan Chen is dead." The shattered soul pearl belonged to Tan Chen. "Just him?" the old man asked. "Yes." Hu Linyi nodded. "Your Majesty, this is actually good news. You see, there are already 1,000 names on the scoreboard. This means more than 1,000 people have been killed. The top 2 names on the scoreboard have more than 3 to 4 points. According to my calculations, the number of people who have been killed so far is roughly around 2,000. 12,000 people entered the southern heaven ancient realm, and about 2,000 people have died so far. Since only one person from the supporting Fall nation has died, it can be considered as a good result, the old man said to Hu Linyi as he looked at the scoreboard in front of the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "You're forgetting something." Upon hearing the old man's words, Hu Linyi shook his head. "Based on your calculations, roughly 2,000 people have died, and yet, less than 2,000 soul pearls have shattered. Due to the time lag, we can't be sure that only one of our participants has died." The old man fell silent upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, due to the formation that contained the law of time that the southern heaven celestial lord set up after he created the southern heaven ancient realm. People would not be able to instantly find out when someone had died even if they had the deceased soul pearls. Therefore, Hu Linyi was right to say there was no guarantee only one participant from the supporting Fall nation had died even if only one soul pearl had shattered. The old man next to Hu Linyi shifted his eyes to the bottom of the scoreboard as he looked at the newly added names. For people with the same number of points, the order of the ranking was determined by who had appeared on the scoreboard first. Soon after, the old man saw a familiar name and exclaimed in a low voice, "Huang Jia Chao." Huang Jia Chao was the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the county governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation. Upon hearing the old man's words, Hu Linyi looked up immediately at the bottom of the scoreboard. Jia Chao's name has appeared on the scoreboard. In just a short moment, a few more names appeared on the scoreboard. Meng Chu Yu. Hu Linyi saw another familiar name on the scoreboard. Then, he instinctively turned to look at an old woman standing not far behind him. The old woman was known as Grandma Meng, and she was Meng Chu Yu's grandmother. She was a one-basic celestial king powerhouse. When Meng Chu Yu came to live in the palace after participating in winning a place in the supporting Fall nation's southern heaven combat, she had stayed by Meng Chu Yu's side. At that time, Hu Linyi had extended an invitation to Grandma Meng to join the supporting Fall nation, but she had declined his invitation. Although he felt it was a pity, he was not upset. After all, it was no surprise that a one-basic celestial king refused to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Such powerhouses would not do so unless they had special reasons. The old man next to Hu Linyi was also a one-basic celestial king. However, the old man was already working for Hu Linyi long before he had a breakthrough and became a celestial king. She doesn't seem surprised that Meng Chu Yu's name has appeared on the scoreboard. Is she just pretending to be calm? Although Grandma Meng heard Hu Linyi's words, her expression remained unchanged as she looked at Meng Chu Yu's name on the scoreboard. In Hu Linyi's opinion, Grandma Meng was only pretending to be calm. As time passed, more and more names appeared on the scoreboard. After another 10 days, there were now roughly 2,000 names on the scoreboard. During this time, some names on the scoreboard had disappeared as well. After some time, a few names at the top would gain a lot of points. This, naturally, meant that those who were ranked at the top had killed some of the people on the scoreboard and also obtained their victims' points. Alas, due to the time lag caused by the formation, no one could tell who had killed who. A month has passed. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian's name appeared yet? Perplexed, Hu Lingyi looked at Duan Ling Tian's intact soul pearl that was lying quietly in his spatial ring before he looked at the scoreboard. Since the names on the scoreboard had risen to 2,000, the numbers no longer increased sharply. On the contrary, it seemed to be on a downward trend. This was only normal since many of the 12,000 who entered the southern heaven realm had died. Hu Lingyi regained his sense when he heard an elderly voice saying, Duan Ling Tian's name has appeared. He instinctively looked at the source of the voice and saw it was Grandma Meng who had spoken. Duan Ling Tian's name has appeared. Hu Lingyi frowned. He had been looking at the scoreboard earlier. If Duan Ling Tian's name had truly appeared, he would not have missed it. Hu Lingyi still felt skeptical when the old man next to him explained, Your Majesty, Duan Ling Tian's name did appear, however, it didn't appear at the bottom. It directly appeared in the middle of the scoreboard. Upon hearing Grandma Meng's words, the old man had also initially looked at the bottom of the scoreboard. After failing to find Duan Ling Tian's name, his eyes immediately moved upward. It did not take long before he found Duan Ling Tian's name in the middle. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was ranked 930th, and he had 3 points. Since most new names that appeared on the scoreboard would appear at the bottom, Hu Lingyi subconsciously thought Duan Ling Tian's name would appear at the bottom of the scoreboard as well. 3 points. Did he kill 2 people consecutively, or did the person he killed have 2 points? Hu Lingyi wondered out loud. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to enter the top 1,000 as soon as his name appeared on the scoreboard. Now, Jia Chao is lagging behind. Of the 5 participants from the supporting Fall Nation whose names had appeared on the scoreboard, 4 of them had 3 points. Jia Chao was the only one who had 2 points. The 4 participants from the supporting Fall Nation who had 3 points were Huang Jialong, who was ranked 322nd, Hu Jiyong, who was ranked 353rd, Meng Chuyu, who was ranked 398th, and Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked 930th. Among these people, Duan Ling Tian was the last to appear on the scoreboard, therefore, he was ranked below them. In the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, in the forest, 2 figures stood across each other. The strong smell of gunpowder permeated the air, and the atmosphere was tense. They were 2 young men. One was dressed in purple and the other was dressed in green. Moreover, both of them were handsome with extraordinary bearings. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the purple-clad young man was more pleasing to the eyes and had a friendlier countenance compared to the green-clad young man. The green-clad young man's expression was cold, making him look fierce and vicious. A corpse that belonged to a blue-clad young man lay on the ground not far in front of the purple-clad young man. No bloody wounds could be seen on the corpse's body. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to see corpse's chest was concave. What a surprise! He actually had 2 points. Duan Ling Tian sent his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade that was hanging from his waist. He was taken aback when he saw his points had increased from 1 to 3. He was, naturally, delighted by this. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's eyes drifted to the green-clad young man standing in front of him and thought, perhaps, this person has even more points. The green-clad young man and the dead blue-clad young man were the first people he met after exploring the forest for a month. Based on their interactions and words, he guessed that the 2 people were from the same force and were closely related. Before the blue-clad young man died, he had said to the green-clad young man as he fiercely charged toward Duan Ling Tian, "Brother, I will capture this kid and send him to you so that you can kill him." The blue-clad young man was only as strong as Huang Jialong was during the supporting Fall Nation's southern heaven combat. Currently, Huang Jialong's strength had improved tremendously after he began to comprehend the wind-type king-grade divine ability that contained the law of wind. Although he had not fully mastered the law of wind's fundamental profundity, it still increased his strength a lot. Based on the blue-clad young man's words, Duan Ling Tian deduced that the green-clad young man had to be superior to the blue-clad young man in both strength and status. After all, if the Green-clad young man only had higher status, it would be useless in the southern heaven realm, and the blue-clad young man would have killed the green-clad young man. Due to the anonymity afforded to the participants, a high status would not stop one from being killed. Judging by how respectful the blue-clad young man was to the green-clad young man, it was clear the green-clad young man was stronger. Before encountering Duan Ling Tian, the blue-clad young had easily and successfully killed one person. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to imagine that he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian, a kid who was not even 100 years old. A shocked expression could still be seen on the blue-clad young man's corpse. His eyes were wide open as though he could not rest in peace. After looking at Duan Ling Tian for a while, the green-clad young broke the silence first. The Law of Earth, interesting. Chapter 2998 The Gale Profundity. From beginning to end, the green-clad young man seemed indifferent to the death of his companion. His expression did not even change at the moment of his companion's death. It was as though the blue-clad young man was not his companion but a passerby. The Law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity, interesting. Based on the green-clad young man's words, it was clear he knew Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the Law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. Nevertheless, there was no fear or panic to be seen on his face, and he was brimming with confidence. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly solemn. There were only two reasons why the green-clad young man could remain composed at this moment. 1. The green-clad young man was trying to put up a front to call Duan Ling Tian's bluff. 2. The green-clad young man had also comprehended the profundity of Allah. Duan Ling Tian's gut instinct told him it was more likely to be the latter reason. At this moment, the green-clad young man's gaze suddenly turned fierce as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the same, celestial origin energy began to surge out of his body. His celestial origin energy soon turned into a gust of cyan wind that wrapped itself around his body and lifted him in the air. It was clear he did not rely on his power to levitate, it was all the gust of cyan wind's doing. The wind elemental profundity. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian knew the green-clad young man had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, he could tell the green-clad young man's comprehension of the wind elemental profundity was far ahead of Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong had only comprehended and mastered a small part of the wind elemental profundity, whereas the green-clad young man had already mastered the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, judging by the speed the wind elemental profundity had merged with his celestial origin energy, it was clear the green-clad young man had long mastered the wind elemental profundity. "I'm Sima Chun from the Sima clan," the green-clad young said in a low voice at this moment. Sima clan, the grade 7 clan in the profound nether mansion that's only second to the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard the green-clad young man's introduction. During the journey to the scaling cloud lake, Duan Ling Tian had learned about the Sima clan from Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. He really did not expect the green-clad young man in front of him to be from the Sima clan. Duan Ling Tian recalled Huang Jialong telling him that apart from grade 8 sects, clans, and kingdoms, there would be people from grade 7 forces entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. According to Huang Jialong, due to them being in grade 7 forces, most of them had comprehended king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities very early in their lives. Among these people, the most outstanding one had already comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. No wonder he's so confident, he's from a grade 7 clan. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he introduced himself. "I'm Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall nation. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Your talent and comprehension skills are extraordinary." Sima Chun looked at Duan Ling Tian and praised him without any hints of unwillingness. "This is the first time in my life meeting someone like you. You're not too bad yourself," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Alas, you're destined to fall here today. I'd be forever proud being able to kill such a highly talented person like you," Sima Chun said as his eyes flashed with killing intent. In order to score points, it was impossible for one to spare the lives of one's opponents, after all, unless one was very well acquainted with one's opponents. Sima Chun's confidence was evident judging by how certain he sounded when he said he was going to kill Duan Ling Tian even when he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly, it seems like Sima Chun might be one of those people whom Jialong mentioned. He might have comprehended two profundities of Allah. There was no doubt that an overarching heaven supreme celestial who had comprehended two profundities of Allah was the strongest among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm. It would be easy for someone like that to dominate the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, any Tao talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of an overarching heaven supreme celestial or someone stronger could not be used. If one tried to use it, it would only be destroyed by a formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm the moment its power was released. Since most offensive Tao talismans contained celestial origin energy of those stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, they, naturally, could not be used in the realm as well. Therefore, everything depended on one's strength. Upon hearing Sima Chun's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. His voice was frosty as he said, "A lot of people have said this, alas, in the end, all of them died without exception. That's because they're useless. I, however, will be the exception." Sima Chun raised his hand as he spoke. Soon after, a sword glowing with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial sword. Then, go ahead and try. A long rod, a king-grade celestial weapon as well, appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Among the few king-grade celestial weapons he owned, the long rod was a purely offensive celestial weapon. That was why he usually used it in his attacks. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian cast his celestial methods and divine abilities. Sima Chun's expression soured when he saw Duan Ling Tian remaining fearless. The cyan wind around his body seemed to stir for a moment before he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind himself as he swept toward Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a blue light that seemed to boost his speed could be seen under his feet. He looked like a cheetah as he moved at such a deadly speed. Oh, just when Duan Ling Tian thought Sima Chun's speed could not increase any further, he saw Sima Chun's body flickering, seemingly disappearing into thin air. He could no longer see Sima Chun. Is this the law of wind's second profundity that he comprehended? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he thought about this. He could think of anything else that could grant Sima Chun such a terrifying speed. He speculated inwardly, his speed has increased so much in just an instant. The law of wind's second profundity that he had comprehended must be a movement profundity. Boy, if you don't want to die, try your best to merge the earth elemental profundity with your celestial origin energy and channel it into your vest. The chaos divine earth said anxiously at this moment. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly did as he was told. After merging the earth elemental profundity with his celestial origin energy, he channeled it into the vest he was wearing, which was a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Red scales appeared on his body before a mustard energy shot into the vest. The red scales looked incredibly lifelike. Seeing the mustard energy, Duan Ling Tian knew the chaos divine earth had boosted his defensive king-grade celestial weapon with its own power as well. As soon as its energy shot into the vest, zing, 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 the ear-piercing sounds of swords' cries rang in the air suddenly. At the same time, a shower of swords wrapped in cyan energy rained down on Duan Ling Tian's vest before Duan Ling Tian even had a chance to react. The light around Duan Ling Tian's vest rippled and dimmed as though its defense would break. However, it remained strong. He's fast. His swords are attacking at full speed as well. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. If the Chaos Divine Earth did not boost his defensive celestial weapon and strengthen his defense, he would not have been able to stop Sima Chun's attack. He's too fast. What's the law of wind's second profundity that Sima Chun comprehended? Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth as his heart thumped wildly. The law of wind's second profundity that he comprehended is a movement profundity. It's called the gale profundity. It's also one of the most practical profundities in the law of wind. It can improve one's speed and the speed of one's attacks. Chaos Divine Earth said, "Boy, if I weren't here, you would have died." Then, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice turned solemn as it continued to say, "This young man's strength can be considered to be at the top among those who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time around." The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice turned slightly arrogant as it said, "However, since you have me, it doesn't matter how fast he is, it's impossible for him to breach your defenses. In the end, he'll have no choice but to give up on his attacks." As though proving the Chaos Divine Earth right, Sima Chun stopped attacking, and his figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He said solemnly, "Unexpectedly, you've also comprehended the second profundity of Allah. the law of Earth's second profundity is a defensive profundity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to stop my attacks. It seems like I've underestimated you. Chapter 2999 The Power of a Royal-Grade Celestial Weapon. In the end, Sima Chun decided to stop attacking since it was futile. Regardless of how hard he tried, he failed to breach Duan Lingtian's defense. I've underestimated you, Sima Chun said before he turned his back on Duan Lingtian and began to walk away. Did I say you're free to go? Duan Lingtian scoffed. His eyes narrowed as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity spiked. His domineering aura spread to his surroundings immediately. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sima Chun stopped in his tracks. He turned back and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. He said arrogantly, I admit your defenses are so impressive that I couldn't breach them and kill you. Nonetheless, I'm much faster than you. How do you think you're going to kill me? It'd be easy for me to dodge your attacks. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me either. Sima Chun was very confident about his speed due to the law of wind that he had comprehended. After all, not only did he comprehend the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, but he had also comprehended the gale profundity, which was a movement profundity. After Sima Chun finished speaking, he no longer spared Duan Lingtian a glance. He turned back, preparing to take off. Duan Lingtian coldly said, what if I use a royal-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's words caused Sima Chun to pause in his tracks again. He instinctively turned back and saw the long rod in Duan Lingtian's hand, a king-grade celestial weapon, had been replaced by a crimson ring. The crimson ring was unlike normal rings, there were 9 water chestnuts of varying shapes and sizes around it. The ring's aura was subtle, not as brilliant as the aura of a king-grade celestial weapon. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian sent his celestial origin energy into the crimson ring, its aura spiked and became even more formidable than that of a king-grade celestial weapon. A royal-grade celestial weapon. Even Sima Chun, who was standing in the distance, could clearly feel the ring's domineering aura. Initially, he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously when Duan Lingtian spoke about the royal-grade celestial weapon. Naturally, his disbelief was washed away and was replaced by shock after he sensed the ring's aura. It was truly a royal-grade celestial weapon. Impossible. How did he obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon? He's only an overarching heaven's supreme celestial. Sima Chun thought to himself incredulously. He found it difficult to accept that Duan Lingtian possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. This was only natural since even Sima clan, a grade 7 clan, did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if they possessed one, they would not dare to reveal its existence since they would not be able to protect it. In the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, only the 3 clans and 2 sects were powerful enough to protect a royal-grade celestial weapon. Even then, they needed permission from the profound Nether Mansion if they wanted to keep a royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on this, one could see how rare royal-grade celestial weapons were. Run. This thought flashed in Sima Chun's mind repeatedly. Although Duan Lingtian was not as fast as him, the table had turned now that Duan Lingtian was using a royal-grade weapon. He could only escape out of the range of Duan Lingtian's attack now. He would have a chance of surviving as long as he could outrun Duan Lingtian. Alas, did he think Duan Lingtian was unaware of his thoughts? Would Duan Lingtian reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon without a plan? Sima Chun seemed to have turned into a gust of cyan wind as he fled at top speed. Do you think you can run away from me? Duan Lingtian smiled contemptuously. Gravitational space profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, an invisible pulling force slowed Sima Chun down before he could escape. Bzzzt. Duan Lingtian tossed the royal-grade celestial ring that contained his celestial origin energy into the air. Bzzzt. 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 The 9 water chestnuts around the ring shone brightly, and 9 beams of light that seemed as sharp as a blade swept out immediately. This ring was the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, a royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian was holding onto for the mysterious brother Pei. Under normal circumstances, he would not have used the ring. However, since he was in the southern heaven ancient realm now, he was certain no one would know about the royal-grade celestial weapon if he used them. After all, as the saying went, dead men tell no tales. Moreover, the southern heaven ancient realm had a formation that prevented one from using communication celestial talismans. The formation was set up to prevent participants from teaming up too early and killing solitary participants early in the game. Sima Chun could hear the buzzing noise coming from the ring as the ring gained up on him. It sounded like death was calling out to him at this moment. His stomach turned and his heart thumped wildly in his chest as he tried to escape with all his might. He's comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity to such a level. Based on the pulling force, Sima Chun could tell Duan Ling Tian was far from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly shocked. Duan Ling Tian had mastered 3 profundities from the law of Earth. What kind of monster did he run into? Not only did the young man who was not even 100 years old comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, but he had also comprehended the law of Earth's movement profundity to the rudimentary stage and the law of Earth's 3rd profundity. If he did not witness this and experience this for himself, he would not have believed such a monster existed in the profound nether mansion. Without the pulling force, Sima Chun might have been able to escape. Alas! At this moment, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring was only a few feet away from Sima Chun. The light it emitted shone even more brightly than before. All of a sudden, Sima Chun stopped dead in his tracks. An armor appeared on him. The gust of cyan wind surrounding his body shot into the armor. At this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Despite having braced himself for the attack, he did not think he would be able to withstand an attack from a royal-grade celestial weapon. In a final struggle to stay alive, Sima Chun glared at Duan Ling Tian and threatened, "If you kill me, the Sima clan will never let you get away." "Well, that depends if the Sima clan finds out about it." Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, smiled disdainfully. The mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring landed on Sima Chun's protective armor. The beams of light that were as sharp as blades pierced his armor. His protective armor managed to withstand the first and second beam of light, but the third beam of light slashed it open. The royal-grade celestial weapon is too powerful. Sima Chun could clearly feel how formidable the royal-grade celestial weapon was. His defenses could not hold up against it at all. His body flashed as he tried to escape again. Unfortunately, he could not mobilize the full potential of his speed due to the gravitational pull from the gravitational space profundity, BZZT. BZZT. Sima Chun's sudden movement had weakened his defense. In just a moment, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring completely breached his defense. "No!" Sima Chun cried at the top of his lungs. His voice was brimming with anger, resentment, and unwillingness. He had lost to an opponent who was as strong as him just because of a royal-grade celestial weapon. How could he not be resentful and unwilling? In just a blink of an eye, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Even in death, his eyes and mouth were wide open. As soon as Sima Chun breathed his last breath, his accumulative points jade shattered. The points he had accumulated were automatically transferred to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative points. Jade. Then, Duan Ling Tian claimed Sima Chun's spatial ring that was hovering in the air before putting it away. Just like that, Sima Chun, the #1 genius in the Sima clan with high innate talent and comprehension skill, was killed by Duan Ling Tian in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian's victory was all thanks to the purely offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 3010 Accumulative Points in the Celestial Lord Temple. In the Devata realms, there were various grades of celestial weapons. The difference in power between each grade was like heaven and earth. A king-grade celestial weapon was no match for a royal-grade celestial weapon at all. The difference in power between the two was much greater compared to the difference between a duke-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon. There's no doubt Sima Chun's speed was incredibly fast. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to this level. If I only had the royal-grade celestial weapon, it would still be difficult to kill him, Duan Ling Tian said to the Chaos Divine Earth. Since Duan Ling Tian had decided to use the royal-grade celestial weapon, he had to kill Sima Chun. He could not allow news about him possessing a royal-grade celestial weapon to leak out. Not only would it attract trouble, but it was likely that he would be forced to give it up. In fact, it was the Chaos Divine Earth that had convinced him to use the royal-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth scoffed arrogantly. "Boy, if you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you could have killed him without using the royal-grade celestial weapon. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity suppresses speed. If you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you could have trapped Sima Chun with the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method, and kill him. There would be no need for the royal-grade celestial weapon at all. The rudimentary stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up after he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. The King-grade celestial method, Black Rock Prison method, contained two profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Ling Tian had mastered the Earth elemental profundity but not the gravitational space profundity. He could only be considered to have mastered the gravitational space profundity after he comprehended it to the rudimentary stage. The rudimentary stage was the highest stage for a profundity in a King-grade celestial method. The Chaos Divine Earth was right. If he had comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, he would have been able to trap Sima Chun with the Black Rock Prison method even if both their strength was about the same, regardless of Sima Chun's speed. The Chaos Divine Earth asked curiously, how many accumulative points did you obtain from that brat? He should have accumulated lots of points since he's quite strong. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade before he replied, I have 11 points now. This means I obtained 8 points from Sima Chun. 8 points. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a brief moment. When it spoke again, a hint of unease could be heard in its voice. Now that the brat is dead, his name will be removed from the scoreboard. I'm afraid people will find out that you killed him since there will be a spike in your points. Once the lad is dead, his name will be erased from the ranking list. I'm afraid people will find out that you've killed him because there's a spike in your points. Although you'll be protected by whichever one of the 3 sects and 2 clans you decide to join, they won't be able to protect you forever. There's no doubt the members of the Sima clan would seek revenge from you if they find out about this. Don't worry, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had this concern as well. Based on what I know, there's a formation here that was created with the law of time. One's death here would not be instantly reflected on one's soul pearl. This is to keep the anonymity of the killer, Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly. Duan Ling Tian was about to withdraw his divine consciousness from his accumulative points jade when he sensed a strange energy that suddenly appeared. The strange energy seemed to be guiding his divine consciousness to a specific location. This energy, is it trying to lead me in that direction? Duan Ling Tian inwardly. As though responding to his thought, his accumulative points jade lit up suddenly. Then, a loud and lively voice rang in his mind. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, those who have obtained 10 points will be directed to the Celestial Lord Temple that I left behind. The voice disappeared as soon as it appeared. This voice. Is it possible that it belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The Celestial Lord Temple. Those who obtain 10 points will be directed to the Celestial Lord Temple. Why haven't I heard of this before? Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly, confused by this sudden development. Could it be a new rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? No, it did not make sense. Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. He had not heard anything about a Celestial Lord Temple or being led to a Celestial Lord Temple after obtaining 10 points. In the end, he decided to ask the Chaos Divine Earth about it. The Chaos Divine Earth calmly replied, maybe there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that can erase the memories of those who entered the Celestial Lord Temple. There are some powerful Celestial Lords who are capable of casting such a formation. One's memories of the Celestial Lord Temple would be erased, but one would still possess the items they obtained there. One just wouldn't be able to recall where one has obtained the items. Erasing memories, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock. His eyes narrowed when he suddenly recalled Huang Jialong's words from before. Huang Jialong had told him that previously there were some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had no memories of how they obtained some of the items in their spatial rings after coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was as though those items had miraculously appeared in their spatial rings. There were even people who forgot how they accumulated some of their points toward the end. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, seems like anything related to the Celestial Lord Temple and what happens after I obtain 10 points here will remain a secret. You won't be able to remember anything, but I will. After you leave this place, I'll recount everything to you, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response before he looked to his right. It was the direction where the strange energy had tried to lead him to. Since one will be led to the Celestial Lord Temple once one has obtained 10 points, I wonder if anyone has already arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple. Perhaps, at this moment, there are also people making their way there. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After witnessing Sima Chun's strength, Duan Ling Tian was even more convinced he should not underestimate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Sima Chun was one of the few overarching heaven supreme celestials from a grade 7 force. There was no doubt that those who came from a grade 7 force would not be weaker than Sima Chun. In fact, they might even be stronger than Sima Chun. Duan Ling Tian continued making his way to the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There was no doubt the Celestial Lord Temple was special. After all, only those who had obtained 10 points were allowed to enter the temple. Therefore, he was rather excited about going to the Celestial Lord Temple. At the center of the scaling cloud lake, at this moment, a name that was ranked 6th on the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. Subsequently, the names behind it began to move up. Needless to say, the shift in ranking caused an uproar. Sima Chun's name has disappeared. I didn't see wrongly, right? Yes, Sima Chun's name has disappeared. He had already accumulated 8 points before his name disappeared. Good heavens. So, he's dead. Sima Chun had to be strong to be able to obtain 8 points. However, he died just like that. Not only was he strong, but his innate talent and comprehension skill were incredibly high as well. He's the first genius to appear in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Didn't he comprehend the law of wind's gale profundity? How is it possible for him to die after comprehending such a profundity? Chapter 3001 Sima Ping Dong. At the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, the expression of a gray-clad old man changed drastically when he saw Sima Chun's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. His domineering aura caused the people with a weaker cultivation base to shudder in fear as he cried out, how's this possible? Who's he? His aura is so domineering. You don't know him. He's the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan. Why's he here? Normally, people of such high status won't come here, right? I don't think the Grand Elder can accept Sima Chun's death. That's only natural. A person of such caliber as Sima Chun was definitely the rising star of the Sima clan. How could the high-ranking members of Sima clan not mourn the loss of such a talent? The old man, Sima Ping Dong, was the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. His strength was not inferior to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans present on the scene, except for Behaiming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. This was his first time leading the members from the Sima clan to the entrance of the lower realm in the southern heaven ancient realm, and there was a reason for that. Although many people recognized the old man, not many knew of his relationship with Sima Chun. He had personally led the members from the Sima clan here because Sima Chun, one of the participating overarching heavenly supreme celestials, was his beloved grandson whom he was most proud of. Chunner is dead. Sima Ping Dong lamented softly with a disbelieving expression on his face. I'm so sorry for your loss, Grand Elder, a middle-aged man standing next to Sima Ping Dong said. He was only an ordinary elder in the Sima clan, unlike Sima Ping Dong. He knew Sima Chun was very dear and irreplaceable to Sima Ping Dong. Now that Sima Chun had died, one could only imagine how Sima Ping Dong. He sighed inwardly. Sima Chun is the Grand Elder's most beloved grandson. Now that he has died, the Grand Elder must regret letting him enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient heaven. Most people who knew Sima Chun were surprised he had died in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. One must know he was the most outstanding genius to appear in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. He was not even 200 years old, but he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Such a person was definitely at the top among those who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even so, he had died just like that. Sima Ping Dong's body flashed out of sight, leaving ripples in his wake. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 5 leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans. He looked at Behaiming Feng and cupped his hands together. Sect leader Behai, Elder Ping Dong. The Sima clan was a grade 7 clan, so it was only natural that Behaiming Feng knew the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. Before Sima Dong Ping could speak, he said, I already know what brought you here. However, nobody is privy to what happens in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not even the few of us here. There's nothing we can do even if we agree to help you identify the person who killed your grandson. I'm aware of the situation. Sima Ping Dong nodded and said in a low voice, I would like to ask for a favor from you, sect leader Behai. If I'm able to identify who killed my grandson, I'd like sect leader Bihai to hand him over to me. He completely ignored the other 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans since they were no match for him. Only Bihai Mingfeng was capable of stopping him from avenging his grandson. I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Bihai Mingfeng shook his head. It's not up to the 3 sects and 2 clans to decide on such matters. After all, we're only given the authority by the profound nether mansion to open the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Sect leader Bihai, as one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, I believe the profound nether mansion wouldn't bother to find fault with you, Sima Dongping said persistently. Alas, Bihai Mingfeng remained firm with his decision. Sima Dongping could only dejectedly return to his position. Most people could guess Sima Dongping's intention when he approached Bihai Mingfeng. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan, Sima Ping Dong, is Sima Chun's grandfather. Now that Sima Chun's dead, there's no doubt he wants to rip his grandson's murderer apart to avenge his grandson. He must have asked sect leader Bihai to not interfere when he seeks revenge. But, how does he intend to find out who killed his grandson? Do you think he knows? I don't think so. He probably just wanted to be prepared. What if he really manages to identify the murderer? In any case, he won't be able to avenge his grandson if sect leader Bihai decides to interfere. He must have gone to sect leader Bihai to ask him not to interfere with his revenge. Based on his unsightly expression, sect leader Bihai must have rejected his request. Well, if sect leader Bihai agrees to his request, who would dare to kill in the southern heaven ancient realm in the future? At the same time, some people who were unaware of the rules of the scoreboard finally discovered how it worked. It seems like nobody has gained 8 points after Sima Chun's death, a middle-aged man muttered to himself as he looked at the scoreboard. Of course not. If the scoreboard instantly reveals who has gained 8 points, won't it be akin to revealing the identity of Sima Chun's murderer to everyone? The points will slowly increase for the person who killed Sima Chun. This is to protect the anonymity of the murderer, an old man retorted. So, this means unless the murderer confesses to killing Sima Chun or if there's a witness, no one, bar the murderer, will know who killed Sima Chun. That's right. If the participants are afraid to kill, in fear of the repercussions of their actions, what's the point of entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm then? Meanwhile, the eyes of Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, lit up as he looked at the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian's points have just increased by 2. He has 5 points now. He really doesn't disappoint. However, the smile on his face was replaced by a frown when he saw the name at the top of the scoreboard. However, the top scorer has already accumulated 11 points. Even the person in 10th place has accumulated 7 points. I hope Duan Ling Tian quickly makes it into the top 10. Although Sima Chun's death had caught Hu Lingyi's attention earlier, he did not connect it to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Sima Chun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. He did not think Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Sima Chun, let alone killing Sima Chun. After Sima Dongping returned, another elder from the Sima clan smiled bitterly as he said, Grand Elder, even if the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect agrees to your request, it's still difficult to find out the identity of your grandson's murderer. I'll just kill the most suspicious one, Sima Dongping said as his eyes flashed coldly. Although he had many sons and grandsons, Sima Chun was his favorite. He was so enraged by Sima Chun's death that he wished he could enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm now to avenge his grandson. Upon hearing Sima Ping Dong's words, the elder could only smile helplessly. Among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials, only a few from grade 7 forces were a match for Sima Chun. However, it would still be difficult for them to kill Sima Chun unless they joined forces. If that was truly the case, it would be even more difficult to identify Sima Chun's murderer or murderers. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was going on outside the southern heaven ancient realm. Although his points were slowly increasing as time passed by, nobody suspected him to have killed Sima Chun. Sima Ping Dong was quick to rule out Duan Ling Tian as a suspect after he investigated Duan Ling Tian's strength from people who were in the know. His eyes were glued to the scoreboard, memorizing the names of those who had suddenly gained a lot of points as suspects. In a blink of an eye, another month had passed. It took Duan Ling Tian 1 month and traveling at top speed to exit the seemingly boundless forest under the guiding force. Based on this, one could see how vast the forest was. I'm finally out. Chapter 3002 Same way. Duan Ling Tian had run into 3 people along the way. One of them attacked him upon discovering he was not even 100 years old. Alas, that person was killed by him. The other 2 had witnessed his strength when he fought the second prince of southern Qi nation, so they did not dare to engage him in a fight. In fact, they had thought he would definitely kill them. However, since they did not act against him, he did not bother with them. It was of utmost importance that he arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple that he suspected was created by the Southern Heaven's Celestial Lord as soon as possible. There must be many treasures and fortuitous encounters there. After leaving the forest, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a vast and seemingly boundless plain. He had traveled for 3 days and was flying over a mountain range when he heard the sounds from an ongoing battle. A loud and pompous voice rang in the air. When he heard the words, his expression turned grim, and he descended immediately. Huang Jia Chao, you're no match for me. Die. These words prompted Duan Ling Tian to make a detour into the mountains. Duan Ling Tian saw 2 figures in the midst of a fearsome battle soon after he descended. The loud and pompous voice clearly belonged to the young man who held the upper hand in the battle. His opponent, who was at a disadvantage, was none other than Huang Jia Chao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Huang Jia Chao was also Huang Jia Long's brother. As Duan Ling Tian drew close to the duo, he deliberately released his aura. The duo was quick to discover his presence and broke away from each other immediately. Brother Duan. Huang Jia Chao, who thought he was going to die, did not expect his brother's good friend to suddenly appear at the critical moment. Hope instantly rose in his heart. He was delighted. Brother Duan. Huang Jia Chao's opponent was a young man who was dressed in a fine robe. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had interrupted his battle. When realization dawned on him, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't he the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Ling Tian? He had easily defeated the Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, before we entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? With these thoughts in mind, the young man dressed in fine robes did not waste any time and tried to flee. His body flashed away in just a blink of an eye. Alas, before he could get far, a figure appeared like a phantom before him, barring his path. The person who had stopped him was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had no conflict with the young man, he could not just stand aside and watch this person kill Huang Jialong's younger brother. Duan Ling Tian, did I offend you? The young man's eyes were brimming with fear and his face was pale as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His hands that were tightly clenched were drenched in sweat. He was not even a match for Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation. How could he hope to defend himself against someone who had easily defeated Shui Jingyu? Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's speed, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was leagues above him. Duan Ling Tian did not bother replying to the young man. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he struck at lightning speed with his long rod. The young man was killed before he could even react. Even if he had time to defend himself, he still would not stand a chance against Duan Ling Tian, who had used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity to cast the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, the immobilization king method and the eastern purple chi. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had not comprehended any law defend himself against such an attack? Are you alright? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile when Huang Jia Chao approached him. I'm fine. Huang Jia Chao shook his head. Thank goodness you appeared in time, brother Duan. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Sha Huji. Lingering fear could be seen on his face when he spoke. Sha Huji, do you know him prior to this? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Based on the words he had heard earlier, it seemed Sha Huyi, the young man, was acquainted with Huang Chaojia. Otherwise, Sha Huyi's would not be laden with so much animosity when he had spoken earlier. Of course, we had a huge conflict. To be precise, he had a huge conflict with my brother, and I got involved as well, Huang Jia Chao said with a wry smile. Jia Long. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew Huang Jia Chao was referring to Huang Jia Long when he mentioned his brother earlier. Although Huang Jia Chao had other elder brothers as well, they were much older than him and rarely spent time together. He would not address his brothers in such a casual manner, with the exception being Huang Jia Long. Duan Ling Tian did not want to waste any time if it were not necessary, so he quickly continued on his journey to the Celestial Lord Temple. Since Huang Jia Chao was his good friend's younger brother, it was only natural that he brought Huang Jia Chao along with him. The Celestial Lord Temple. Huang Jia Chao was shocked when Duan Ling Tian told him about the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious he had never heard of it before. Those who obtain 10 points will be shown the way to the Celestial Lord Temple. Huang Jia Long muttered to himself. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. That's it. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who came out from the southern heaven ancient realm previously found items in their spatial rings they couldn't remember obtaining. Moreover, some of them couldn't even remember how they obtained some of their points. It seems like there's a formation that can erase the memories of people who have obtained 10 points and entered the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm pretty sure I'm right since nobody has ever heard of the Celestial Temple. I'm afraid my memories will be erased as well since you've told me about the Celestial Lord Temple. I probably won't be able to remember meeting you. That's very likely. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Huang Jia Chao and asked, Jia Chao, how many points have you accumulated so far? 3 points, Huang Jia Chao said with a sheepish smile. I was fortunate enough to meet 2 average peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with 1 point each. What about you, brother Duan? Me. Before I killed that man, I've already accumulated 16 points. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade as he replied, now, I have 21 points. I didn't expect him to have accumulated 5 points. Although Huang Jia Chao had a feeling Duan Ling Tian's points would not be low, he was still shocked when he heard the number of points Duan Ling Tian had obtained, 21 points. That Shahu Ji would have accumulated 8 points if he had killed me. Unfortunately, he met you, brother Duan. Huang Jia Chao sighed in relief when he recalled his close brush with death. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, Brother Duan, I know you saved me because you're good friends with my brother. Nonetheless, I'm still grateful and deeply indebted to you. I'll definitely repay you in the future, brother Duan. His eyes flashed with determination when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian only smiled in response. After a while, he recalled something and said, Jia Chao, I'm not sure you can enter the Celestial Lord Temple. During our journey, I'll kill the people we encounter, and you can collect their points. We need to make sure you have 10 points, at least, to ensure you'll be able to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. We'll need to do it fast. This is inappropriate. How can I claim the points when you do all the work? Although Huang Jia Chao was tempted, he shook his head and rejected Duan Ling Tian's suggestion. Brother Duan, I know you want to help me, but it's my wish that you rank first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Just do as I say. Duan Ling Tian insisted vehemently. Huang Jia Chao smiled helplessly. He was extremely moved. In order to help Huang Jia Chao accumulate enough points, Duan Ling Tian was no longer merciful. He would even kill those who did not provoke him. After killing a few people, he managed to obtain 10 points for Huang Jia Chao. I can sense the guiding force now, Huang Jia Chao said. As they made their way to the Celestial Lord Temple, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back and killed a few more people to accumulate points for himself. Those who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm knew they were putting their lives at risk when they entered the realm. However, those whom Duan Ling Tian killed were resentful and filled with grievances. After all, Duan Ling Tian was so powerful that they did not even have a chance to defend themselves at all. Chapter 3003 A Place of Relic and Fortuitous Encounters. In fact, those who were able to survive more than 2 months in the harsh environment of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were mostly the stronger overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although some of the overarching heaven supreme celestials Duan Ling Tian had met did not comprehend any powers of the laws, they had mastered Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. They were even stronger than Huang Jia Long during the Southern Heaven combat and possibly on par with Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Alas, they encountered Duan Ling Tian and died before they could even react. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it was incredibly easy for him to kill overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had not comprehended any law. Brother Duan, it's best if you don't sell the king-grade celestials that you obtained from those you killed. In fact, it's best if you don't sell them at all if you're not short of celestial crystals. If you really have to sell them, at least wait until after you've joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, Huang Jia Chao reminded Duan Ling Tian. He was afraid people would seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian's identity was exposed when selling the king-grade celestial weapons. Initially, Huang Jiachao was shocked by Duan Lingtian's monstrous strength. Although his brother, Huang Jialong, had told him that Duan Lingtian had gotten even more powerful than before, hearing and seeing for oneself were completely different, after all. However, as time passed, he became accustomed to Duan Lingtian's strength. Alright, got it, Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. As they made their way through a desert, Huang Jiachao narrowed his eyes. The guiding force seems to have changed. Is it possible that we're almost there? I feel it as well. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the distance. Suddenly, his ears twitched, as if he heard a movement nearby. There seems to be movements over there. Huang Jiachao looked to the far left, following Duan Lingtian's gaze. They saw something that was aqua blue a few thousand meters away from where they were. Despite the movements, it was not in the direction of the Celestial Lord Temple. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could sense the movements were getting more and more intense. He was much stronger than Huang Jiachao, but their divine consciousness was almost the same since they were both peak overarching heaven's supreme celestials. Therefore, Huang Jiachao could sense what Duan Lingtian sensed as well. Let's head over and have a look. Curiosity got a hold of Duan Lingtian. Since it was not too far away from their destination, he headed toward the aqua blue light. Huang Jiachao quickly followed suit. With his abilities, it was rather difficult for him to survive in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Since the day he met Duan Lingtian, all the overarching heaven supreme celestials he encountered and whom Duan Lingtian killed were extremely strong. Even the weakest was almost as strong as him. In just a moment, they arrived near the aqua blue thing. It turned out to be a lake. At this moment, the lake's surface was roiling. It seems like some people are battling in the lake. Huang Jiachao extended his divine consciousness into the lake and sensed vibrations in there. A battle. In the lake, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness into the lake as well. His eyes lit up. Is it possible that the lake contains treasures or fortuitous encounters? In the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were many treasures and fortuitous encounters. It could be a king-grade celestial weapon, a king-grade celestial method, divine ability, or cultivation method, valuable medicinal pills, and even celestial talismans. Places that contained these things were casually referred to as places of fortuitous encounters. Although nobody has heard of the Celestial Lord Temple, many people had spoken about places of fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Jiachao, it seems like both of us are rather unlucky. We've been here for 2 months now, but this is the first time we ran into a place of relics and fortuitous encounters, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huang Jiachao. There was a relatively large number of people who had come across places of fortuitous encounters and successfully obtained treasures. Even those who did not come across any place of fortuitous encounters managed to obtain treasures by killing those who possessed the treasures. During their journey, they had not come across any place of fortuitous encounters at all. Based on the spatial rings of some people whom Duan Lingtian killed, it was clear they had come across places of fortuitous encounters. Some even had 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Since Duan Lingtian did not know which king grade originally belonged to his victim and which his victim had just obtained in the lower realm, he did not dare to recklessly use the weapon in fear of exposing his identity. It was better to be cautious since there were many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from powerful backgrounds who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Huang Jiachao looked at Duan Lingtian and asked excitedly, should we enter and have a look? If he were alone, he would not have even approached this place. He would have fled immediately even if he knew it was a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. After all, he was aware of his strength. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded. The duo's bodies flashed and disappeared into the lake. Celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies and parted the lake, revealing the bottom of the lake. As the duo moved deeper, the sound of battles grew louder as well. All of a sudden, they came to halt. The sounds of battle had abruptly stopped as though what they had heard earlier was just a hallucination. They exchanged a look. Is it possible that they've discovered us? Huang Jiachao asked through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and replied, of course. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to stop so abruptly. The duo continued to head deeper into the lake and extended their divine consciousness to explore. Soon, they discovered a suspended dilapidated gate that was protected by a water barrier formation. A sword-shaped stone tablet stood at the side of the gate with 2 clear words carved on it, Sword Tomb. The duo looked at the stone tablet as they passed through the dilapidated gate. Sword Tomb. There's no doubt this is a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. In the southern heaven ancient realm, there's a celestial weapon hidden in each place of fortuitous encounters. The celestial weapons are king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords using their celestial origin energies over a period of time. These king-grade celestial weapons are stronger than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons since they'd been nurtured by celestial lords, celestial origin energies, Huangjia Chao said. Upon hearing Huangjia Chao's words, Duan Ling Tian learned there was such a huge difference between ordinary king-grade celestial weapons and king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords, celestial origin energies. Since this place is called the Sword Tomb, it must contain a king-grade celestial sword that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. The people battling in there must be fighting for that king-grade celestial sword, Huangjia long speculated out loud. As soon as Huangjia Chao finished speaking, a deep and loud voice rang from inside the Sword Tomb. Since both of you are here, come in. Based on the words, it seemed like the person inside had no intention of ambushing them. Otherwise, he would not have spoken. However, the duo would still probably discover him with their divine consciousness since he could not hide himself with a celestial talisman. A celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was more than enough to hide someone from Duan Ling Tian and Huangjia Chao's divine consciousness. However, celestial talismans were useless in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After stepping through the dilapidated gate of the Sword Tomb, the duo entered a tunnel that was 10 meters long. At the end of the tunnel was a cave. They saw tens of thousands of deep and shallow sword cuts on the cave wall as though someone had been practicing swordplay in the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, they saw a sword-shaped stone platform. Thousands of images of swords in varying shapes and sizes were carved on the stone platform. Not one of them looked the same. A simple unadorned giant sword as long as a 7-foot spear behind the stone platform was the most eye-catching thing in the cave. Despite its simple appearance, it shone with 7 different colors. Upon closer inspection, they saw the lights were, in fact, sword cheese from the sword carvings on the stone platform. The sword cheese were constantly surging into the giant sword. From time to time, a few sword cheese would shoot out from the giant sword and land on the cave wall, leaving marks behind. As it turned out, the cuts on the wall were made by the sword's cheese. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Huangjia Chao stepped into the cave, Duan Ling Tian could acutely sense the killing intent coming from the 2 people standing in the middle of the cave. At this moment, their eyes were brimming with hostility when they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huangjia Chao. Chapter 3004 Seize the Treasure by Force. A middle-aged man and a young man stood in the center of the cave in the Sword Tomb, glaring at Duan Ling Tian and Huangjia Chao. Just as Huangjia Chao said, the middle-aged man and the young man had chanced upon this place of relics and fortuitous encounters and were fighting over the king-grade celestial sword. It was superior to ordinary king-grade celestial weapons since it had been nurtured by a celestial lord over a period of time using his celestial origin energy. The 2 men's strength was equal, so whoever could obtain the king-grade celestial sword would definitely have the upper hand. They were in the midst of a fierce fight when they had sensed other people approaching this place. As though they had a tacit agreement, both of them stopped fighting immediately. As the saying went, when the shepherds quarrel, the wolves will benefit from it. Both of them, naturally, did not want to be the shepherds in the saying. Therefore, before Duan Ling Tian and Huangjia Chao entered the cave, both of them reached a consensus to kill Duan Ling Tian and Huangjia Chao before continuing with their fight. Both of us discovered this place. Why don't we join forces and kill them before we continue our fight for the king-grade celestial sword? After Duan Ling Tian entered the cave, he ignored the middle-aged man and the young man as though he could not feel their killing intent. He looked at the giant sword behind the stone platform and nonchalantly said, "That sword seems good. Boy, this sword suits you well." The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in his mind. For example, it's best for those who comprehend the law of wind to wield light and sharp celestial weapons. As for you, since you've comprehended the law of earth, you're suited to using heavier celestial weapons such as huge knives, hatchets, or this giant sword. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Not only did he come across a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy, but the weapon also suited him. Completely ignoring the 2 men who were glaring at him and Huangjia Chao with killing intent, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and said out loud, "I want this sword." "You want the sword? Let's see if you're capable of taking it." The middle-aged man sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's domineering words. You want to see what I'm capable of? Duan Ling Tian smiled contemptuously as he looked at the middle-aged man. Before entering the cave, the Chaos Divine Earth had already informed him that the two men did not comprehend any laws. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials might be powerful, but their strength was limited if they had not comprehended any profundity from a law. For this reason, he was rather relaxed when he entered the cave, as though it was his home. He did not feel worried at all. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity surged out. He vanished and reappeared in front of the middle-aged man like a phantom. With just one strike from Duan Ling Tian's long rod, the middle-aged man fell to the ground and died. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. The young man did not even have a clear look at what happened. As soon as he regained his sense, he saw the middle-aged man lying on the ground in a pool of blood. His expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a trembling voice, he's dead. Why, Your Excellency? The sword is all yours. Please. Please spare my life. Please spare me so I can leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. Alas, Duan Ling Tian only responded with a strike from his long rod. Similar to the middle-aged man, the young man died. Since he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he did not bother to put up a fight at all. If he had been courageous enough to retaliate, perhaps he could have stayed alive longer. Since he lost the will to the fight, it was even easier for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. The two men's accumulative points jades shattered, and their points now belonged to Duan Ling Tian. After killing the two men, Duan Ling Tian retrieved the giant sword from behind the sword-shaped stone platform. As soon as the giant sword was in his hand, the sword cheese that had been surging into the giant sword shot out in all directions in the cave. In just an instant, tens of thousands of sword cheese swept in all directions in the cave. Moreover, their numbers seemed to be increasing. Apart from that, their auras were overwhelmingly ferocious. Brother Duan, it's said that one must pass a test in order to obtain the treasure in a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. It seems like those two men hadn't passed the test and were just fighting for the chance to take the test. In the past, there were many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who died in places of relics and fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Due to their lacking strength, they died when they were trying to obtain the treasures in the places of relics and fortuitous encounters, Huang Jia Chao said. A test. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the colorful sword cheese in his surroundings. There were, at least, tens of thousands of them. When the sword cheese stopped shooting out from the sword-shaped stone platform, the sword cheese in the surroundings collectively swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Tens of thousands of sword cheese swept past Huang Jia Chao. The sword cries were ear-piercingly sharp. He did not dare to move a muscle at all. Meanwhile, as the sword cheese swept toward Duan Ling Tian, red armor appeared on his body. It was the red scale vest, the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that was given to him by Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. At the same time, a golden light with flashing purple lightning bolts shrouded the red scale vest. A whirlpool had also appeared next to Duan Ling Tian, greedily absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Soon after, rings of mustard yellow light that was blindingly bright appeared on the red scale vest. With this, Duan Ling Tian cast his strongest defenses without the help of the Chaos Divine Earth. The sword cheese merged into a wall of swords as they continued on their trajectory toward Duan Ling Tian. When they landed on Duan Ling Tian, they vanished without a trace like water evaporating from a hot steel plate, and the red scale vest's surface merely rippled. Clearly, the sword cheese were unable to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. With this, he easily passed the test and obtained the giant sword. The formation on the sword has vanished. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian had held the giant sword in his hand, he had discovered a formation on the giant sword. The formation allowed the sword to recognize its master through blood. All he needed to do was drip a drop of blood on the giant sword to claim ownership over it after passing the test. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Huang Jia Chao was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian had easily passed the test. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he was not certain he could smoothly pass the test. It's so powerful. After claiming ownership over the giant sword, Duan Ling Tian sent his celestial origin energy that he had boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity into the giant sword. He could acutely feel it was stronger than his long rod. I know that king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord are much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. However, since I didn't own one before this, I don't really know what the difference in power is like. Now that Duan Ling Tian obtained the giant sword, he could tell it was on a different league than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Naturally, it still could not compare to the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring that were royal-grade celestial weapons. After all, even a king-grade celestial weapon had been nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy was still a king-grade celestial weapon. It was a grade lower than a royal-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 3005 Call me Feng Qing Yang. Jia Chao, is there a possibility that those whom I killed earlier possessed king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords before they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Ling Tian thought about the other celestial weapons he had obtained from killing other participants after he witnessed the difference in strength between a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord and an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Sure, that's possible, Huang Jia Chao nodded as he replied. In the past, some of the forces were rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans with king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords when the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who represented them ranked at the top. Although king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords are rare and hard to obtain for most people, they're not as difficult to obtain for grade 7 forces like the 3 sects and 2 clans that had a close relationship with the profound nether mansion. Huang Jia Chao continued to say, although most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time around are from grade 8 forces, there are some grade 8 forces who possess king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possesses a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Huang Jia Chao paused for a moment before he added, from what I know, His Majesty has given forth Prince Hu Jinyang a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord this time around. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Huang Jia Chao's words had dispelled some notions he had. Initially, he had thought if the participants he had killed did not possess king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it would not matter even people knew he possessed king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords, since the forces supporting those he had killed would not be able to trace their deaths back to him. However, after listening to Huang Jia Chao's explanation, he knew he could not afford to expose the celestial weapons he had obtained. It seems like I must keep those king-grade celestial weapons a secret unless I know for sure the weapons were only obtained after those people entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Alas, there's no way for me to find out since all those people are dead. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that it was a pity, he did not dwell on the matter. Duan Ling Tian put the giant sword away before he left the sword tomb with Huang Jia Chao. As soon as they exited the sword tomb in the formation, he felt a disturbance behind him. He instinctively turned back to look. It collapsed. He was shocked to see the sword tomb had collapsed. Even the sword-shaped statue by the side of the dilapidated gate had been reduced to rubble. At the same time, the formation that had kept the water at bay had disappeared as well, causing water to rush into the sword tomb and drowning it. Once the treasure from a place of relics and fortuitous encounters has been obtained, the place would self-destruct, Huang Jia Chao explained without any prompt when he saw the surprised expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Although this was also his first time entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and a place of relics and fortuitous encounters, he had heard of many stories. As the saying went, one doesn't have to see it to hear about it. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he and Huang Jia Chao exited the lake. After exiting the lake, they continued to follow the guiding force to the Celestial Lord Temple. Just the mention of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms was enough to strike terror into the hearts of those who heard it. Rumor had it that even heavenly emperors would have a difficult time surviving in those places. Even the least deadly place among the 7 places was so terrifying that heavenly emperors did not dare to simply enter that place. Asura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. In terms of deadliness, it was ranked 4th among the 7 deadliest places. There was no distinction between day and night in the Asura Hell, it was constantly shrouded by endless darkness. In a way, Asura Hell could be considered an independent realm. Although it was much smaller than Devata realms, it was as big as a realm of gods. The sky in Asura Hell was red like blood. In fact, even the ground was red, and a blood-red mist hung in the air all year round. It seemed as though the entire place had been dyed red with blood. The stench of blood permeated the entire place as well. At the entrance to Asura Hell, "Die!" a voice cried out. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a blood-stained face and robes could be seen shooting up into the sky. At this moment, he was locked in battle with a humongous python that was charging at him from afar. The giant python's scales were blood-red. Its body was hundreds of meters long. Its sharp fangs glinted menacingly when it opened its mouth. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It moved at lightning speed as it sped toward the middle-aged man with its mouth open as though it intended to devour the middle-aged man. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the python were about to collide. The middle-aged man dodged at the moment he was about to collide with the giant python, successfully avoiding its mouth. Then, he brought the giant axe in his hand down at the center of the giant python's head, cleaving it into two. In its death throes, the giant python swung its tail powerfully and it hit the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was instantly sent flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood before he crashed on the ground. Although he was injured, a crooked smile could be seen on his face. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the corpse of the hundreds of meter-long giant python on the ground and muttered to himself, "It's finally dead." The middle-aged man heard movements in the distance and instinctively turned to look. He saw a huge figure approaching from afar. As the figure drew closer, his heart shook when he saw an eagle with red blade-like wings. He watched as the eagle swooped down and caught the corpse of the giant python with its talons. Is that another blood eagle? Was the injured red blood python I killed its prey? The giant python the man had just killed was a red blood python. When he encountered the red blood python, it was already injured and dying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill the red blood python that was as strong as a 9 palaces celestial emperor. After all, despite the extraordinary laws he had comprehended, he was just a 7 stars celestial emperor. Moreover, since the red blood python was as strong as a 9 palaces celestial emperor, the law it comprehended, naturally, would not be simple. All of a sudden, the nether blood eagle sped up, disappearing out of sight and leaving only a streak of red in its wake. Look at its speed. It's definitely as strong as a 9 palaces celestial emperor as well. A bitter smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face immediately. He closed his eyes in defeat as he felt the killing intent in the air. He was well aware that even if he was at his peak, he still would not be a match for the nether blood eagle, let alone the fact that he was now injured. There was truly nothing he could do except wait for his death at this moment. To his surprise, after a few moments had passed, he did not die. In fact, even the killing intent he had sensed earlier had disappeared. The middle-aged man's eyes opened when an indifferent voice suddenly rang in the air. "You're just tempting death if you continue to linger at the entrance of the Asura Hell. Hurry up and leave." The middle-aged man heard a loud explosion as soon as he opened his eyes. He saw the ferocious nether blood eagle crashing onto the ground not too far away. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something had pierced the space between the eyes of the nether blood eagle. Apart from that, he discovered the nether blood eagle's body was riddled with many fresh wounds of varying sizes. It was as though it had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. His heart felt as though it had stopped beating when he finally sensed the faint aura of a formidable profundity of a law. The law of destruction. Soon after, the middle-aged man saw a figure standing on a sword flying away. In just an instant, the figure had turned into a black speck in the distance. He quickly cried out, "Thank you for saving me, Senior. May I know your name? If I have the opportunity, I'd surely repay this great favor in the future." With his cultivation base, the middle-aged man's eyesight was still good despite being injured. He could see that the black speck in the distance was the back of a young man. However, he dared not underestimate the other party just because the other party had the appearance of a young man. After all, someone who was capable of killing a nether blood eagle in just a blink of an eye had to be a 10-direction celestial emperor. Moreover, the other party was very likely a 10-direction celestial emperor who had comprehended an extremely powerful law. If you really want to repay this favor, go to a mundane realm called the Saint Province Realm and look for a young man called Duan Ling Tian. Bring him to the Heavenly Emperor's palace in the solitary destructive heaven. The figure on the sword turned around to look at the middle-aged man, revealing a handsome young man with a cold and solemn expression on his face. Before he flew off on his sword and vanished before the middle-aged man's eyes, he said, "Also, you can call me Feng Qingyang." Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in fear, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't that the name of the old heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Didn't he die in the Asura hell after being forced to enter the Asura hell to escape pursuit? Although the middle-aged man was not from the solitary destructive heaven, he had heard about the terrifying heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and how talented he was. He speculated inwardly, is he going to return to the solitary destructive heaven and seize the heavenly emperor's palace? Chapter 3006 The Law of Time. It disappeared. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jia Chao followed the guiding force, traveling up and down. Eventually, the guiding force disappeared when they arrived at a vast desert. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jia Chao were still staring at each other in confusion when the accumulative points jade they carried with them began to thrum and vibrate. Before they could react, they felt a burst of mysterious force appearing out of thin air and shrouding them. The mysterious force caused their bodies to turn stiff. They were instantly rendered immobile. What a terrifying force! Duan Ling Tian could only see darkness in front of his eyes after his mobility was taken away by the mysterious force. He could no longer see Huang Jia Chao or the vast desert below him. He instinctively struggled to free himself from the hold of the force, but it was futile. As soon as his energy came in contact with the mysterious force, his energy would disappear immediately. Boy, stop struggling. This force's strength is akin to that of a celestial lord. If I'm not mistaken, it's sending you somewhere. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. It feels like a transportation formation. A transportation formation. With the chaos divine Earth's reminder, Duan Ling Tian stopped struggling. His eyes lit up immediately. This force should be sending me to the Celestial Lord Temple. About a dozen breaths later, Duan Ling Tian, who was still shrouded by darkness, found that he was stepping on solid ground unlike earlier when it felt as though he was flying in the air. Soon enough, light appeared and vanquished the darkness. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a small room with a stone bed. There was nothing else in the room except for the stone bed. The room had no windows, only one door that led outside. The door glowed with a faint light, indicating there was some sort of formation on it. Where did Jia Chao go? Duan Ling Tian wondered out loud after discovering Huang Jia Chao was not by his side. Was he sent to another room? It was just as Duan Ling Tian had speculated. Huang Jia Chao was, indeed, sent to another small room. When Huang Jia Chao discovered Duan Ling Tian's absence, he instinctively wanted to leave the room to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, the light around the door intensified. Then, a voice, which sounded similar to the voice that had spoken after he had obtained 10 points in his accumulative points jade earlier, rang in the air. Welcome to the Celestial Lord Temple. You are now in a secure room inside the Celestial Lord Temple. Even a 10 Directions Celestial King wouldn't be able to break into this room. You have 2 options now. 1. Stay in this room and cultivate. You'll be automatically sent out by a formation when it's time to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In a way, this is a reward for obtaining 10 points. You no longer have to look for the exit in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2nd, you can leave this room to search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, you're at risk of running into others who have also chosen to search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temples. Think about it before you make your decision. Huang Jia Chao could only smile bitterly when he heard the 2 choices. Did he really have a choice? His safety would be guaranteed if he was by Duan Ling Tian's side. However, he was alone now, and there was no guarantee he would be able to find Duan Ling Tian even if he chose to leave the room. If he ran into other overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Celestial Lord Temple before he could find Duan Ling Tian, he could very well die. Whatever. With my strength, it'd be good enough for me to survive. There's no need to risk my life for a fortuitous encounter in the Celestial Lord Temple. Soon enough, Huang Jia Chao decided to stay in the small room until it was time to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was aware of his strength. Without Duan Ling Tian, it was unlikely he would run into fortuitous encounters if he left the room. Even if he was fortunate enough to run into a fortuitous encounter, he would not be powerful enough to retain it. With these thoughts in mind, he sat on the bed cross-legged to cultivate as he waited for time to pass. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had also heard the voice and discovered the small room was in the Celestial Lord Temple. Jia Chao is a smart boy. I don't think he'd recklessly exit the room. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. Then, he reached out to open the door without any hesitation. After he left the room, he extended his divine consciousness, wary of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who might be lying in wait to launch sneak attacks. However, soon enough, he discovered was overthinking things when he saw the vast and seemingly boundless hall he had walked into. Although the hall was elaborately decorated, it still felt empty due to its vastness. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a slight movement behind him. He turned around and saw the room he had just exited had disappeared. It seemed like he had stepped into a transportation formation as soon as he stepped out the door. As soon as Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he heard the sound of wind howling. Soon after, he saw many figures appearing in the previously empty hall. They were men and women of varying ages. All of them exuded a powerful aura. All of them are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Ling Tian, who still had his divine consciousness out, discovered that the hundreds of people who had abruptly appeared in the hall were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. He noticed that despite their appearances, their eyes were lifeless. It looked like they were soulless. Are they battle souls created by a formation? Duan Ling Tian had studied formations in Devata realms previously. Therefore, he was aware that there were numerous formations in Devata realms that could create battle souls. Naturally, these formations required many high-grade celestial crystals to maintain. It was no different from burning money to gather battle souls. He also knew the strength of the battle souls depended on the formation that created them. Although battle souls with strength akin to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could not cast any celestial method or divine ability or utilize a profundity from a law, they could grow more powerful through fusion. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the hundreds of battle souls comparable to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to divide themselves into groups and began to merge. In just a short moment, 100 battle souls fused into 10 battle souls before 10 battle souls merged into one. In the end, there were only 10 battle souls standing before him. These 10 battle souls, although the battle souls' strength was still that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he could sense they were different. Before Duan Ling Tian could ponder on the difference, the 10 battle souls began to circle around him as their eyes glinted with killing intent. The strength of these battle souls, Duan Ling Tian could tell, based on their speed, they were much stronger than Huang Jia Chao. They're all, at least, as powerful as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had completely mastered Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It would be tough for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has yet to comprehend any profundity of a law to defeat even one battle soul, let alone 10 at once. Is this the first test in the Celestial Lord Temple? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, I really hope Jia Chao didn't leave his room. Although he did not think Huang Jia Chao would leave the room, he still could not help but worry. Would Huang Jia Chao leave the room, thinking he would be able to run into him? With Huang Jia Chao's strength, he would certainly perish if he left the room. Any one of the battle souls could easily kill Huang Jia Chao, after all. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. The giant sword that he had just obtained not too long ago appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. It was far more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Devouring Dark Devil, Technique, Earth Elemental Profundity, Eastern Purple Chi, Immobilization King Method. After the king-grade celestial sword appeared, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate as he successively unleashed techniques after techniques. He slashed with the giant sword, drawing an arc in the sky. It looked like a hawk diving down. The sword that contained his full strength left ripples and explosions in its wake. Soon after, the giant sword landed on one of the battle souls, cleaving it into two before it could even make a move. It was instantly reduced to ashes. The giant sword continued on its trajectory and annihilated another 2 battle souls. Then, it headed for the 4th battle soul. Meanwhile, the void rippled and shook. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian discovered his giant sword seemed to have frozen in midair as though it was being restricted by some force. However, he could not sense any force in the hall that might be restricting his giant sword. This strange scene caused Duan Tian to feel slightly uneasy. He did not know what was happening. In fact, it felt as though the giant sword was still moving and he still had it under his control. However, contrary to what he felt, the giant sword was motionless. Duan Tian, who was growing more and more anxious, suddenly heard the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice in his mind. It's the law of time. Chapter 3007, The Price for Cheating. The law of time. Duan Tian was stunned. Yes, the law of time, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. After killing the third battle soul, the energy from the law of time froze the time where the giant sword is at. If I'm not mistaken, the law of time has appeared to buy time for the remaining 7 battle souls to fuse. What happened subsequently proved the Chaos Divine Earth right. In just a moment, the 7 remaining battle souls fused together and formed one battle soul. The battle soul had the appearance of a muscular middle-aged man. It was more than 2 meters tall and looked as solid as an iron tower. The shirtless middle-aged man's bulging muscles and almost popping veins showed his formidable strength. It did not take long before the exact replica of Duan Tian's giant sword appeared in his hand. Even the replicated sword had the same aura as the original. Despite being a replica, it was, for all intent and purpose, a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. I can move again. When Duan Tian discovered that he could move his giant sword again, he discovered his attack had missed since his target was no longer there. Boy, it's not going to be easy for you to defeat this battle soul. At this moment, its strength is already on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended a profundity of a law. In fact, it might even be a little stronger than that, the Chaos Divine Earth said. I will help you at the critical point when you fight. However, all I can do is boost your defenses. You can only depend on yourself to kill it. It's a pity the profound divine metal is still asleep. If he's awake, he could merge with the first form profound divine metal you just found and evolve into a third form profound divine metal. At that time, he'd be able to boost your attacks by fusing with your offensive celestial weapon. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Tian realized how formidable the battle soul in front of him was. Will the law of time appear again? If it doesn't freezes my movements, the battle soul would be able to easily kill me. Duan Tian was most worried about the law of time. Based on how his giant sword's movements were frozen earlier, he was afraid the law of time would freeze him and allow the battle soul to kill him. He would not stand a chance at all if that happened. With this thought in mind, he was numb with fear. The law of time was truly terrifying. It was so unpredictable that one would have a hard time defending against it. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, that's unlikely. If it happens, it only means the Celestial Lord's objective is to kill people. By doing something like that, what good would it bring the Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven ancient realm? It dispelled Duan Tian's worries immediately. The law of time only appeared earlier to let the remaining souls merge. Now that the merge is complete, it won't appear again. If the Celestial Lord had truly intended to kill you, the law of time would have frozen you earlier and let the battle souls kill you. Duan Tian thought the Chaos Divine Earth's words made sense. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, killing this battle soul should be your first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. This means the subsequent trials are just going to be tougher and tougher. I know. Duan Tian nodded. Then, he turned to look at the last final battle soul. Now, I'll be fine so long as the law of time doesn't appear again. The battle soul was already moving when Duan Tian finished speaking. It brandished the giant sword and slashed at Duan Tian as though it was trying to cleave him into two. The way it wielded the giant sword was similar to Duan Tian earlier. Duan Tian scoffed. He unleashed all his strength as he brandished his giant sword when faced with the battle soul's ferocious attack. When the two giant swords collided, the sounds of explosions rang in the air as the shockwave rippled out into the surroundings. The shockwave from the collision of the giant swords was incredibly terrifying. The void shook and rippled as the shockwave rolled out. Then, the entire hall began to quake when the shockwave hit the walls. It was like a terrible earthquake. So powerful, its strength is on par with mine. Based on the recoil he felt in his hands, Duan Tian gained a deeper understanding of the battle soul's strength. With this knowledge, he knew it would be difficult for him to win if he depended on force alone. He would need to strategize wisely in order to win. Fortunately, he had the Chaos Divine Earth on his side. Meanwhile, a gray-clad young man who had just passed his trial in another hall walked out. After walking out of his hall, he looked back and found the walls were transparent. He could see into the hall he was previously in other halls. That is, soon after, the young man discovered quite a number of people gathering in front of a wall in the hall. Roughly 5 or 6 people were all watching a battle in one of the halls as they discussed among themselves. This purple-clad young man must have brought another person into the Celestial Lord Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to fight with such a terrifying battle soul. Previously, Hong Dao, the prodigy from the Compassionate Cloud sect, had been killed by a battle soul like this. Hong Dao had comprehended the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity, but he still died after exchanging about 100 moves with the battle soul. Hong Dao, that's right, I heard he helped his junior brother to accumulate 10 points so his junior brother could enter the Celestial Lord Temple with him. Although his junior brother didn't exit the room, Hong Dao still had to pay the price for helping his junior brother cheat his way into the Celestial Lord Temple. The Celestial Lord who created this place would increase the difficulty for those who cheated. That's quite obvious. For the same trial, we merely had to face the 10 battle souls with strength comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, look at how terrifying the battle soul that the purple-clad young man has to face. I witnessed Hong Dao's fight. Initially, they were evenly matched, but after exchanging about 100 moves, the battle soul's strength rose again. It was instantly as strong as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. It had easily killed Hong Dao after that. Currently, the purple-clad young man's strength is on par with the battle soul. I'm guessing the battle soul's strength will improve in 100 moves or so. At that time, the purple-clad young man will surely die. The gray-clad young man looked around and discovered the center of the hall was an empty space with transparent walls around it, allowing one to see into other halls. There are so many people here. Apart from the hall where the others were gathered in front of, there were a few other halls where people were battling as well. Those in the other halls were fighting with battle souls that were similar to the ones the gray-clad young man had encountered during his first trial. He had to defeat 10 battle souls with strength comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had completely mastered his Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. When he looked at the others' halls, he noticed the people in the hall were rather strong. A few of them had easily overwhelmed the battle souls. These people's strength was on par with his strength. They had probably comprehended a profundity of Allah as well. That hall. Soon after, the gray-clad young man was driven by his curiosity to look at the hall where everyone was gathered in front of. It's him. With just a glance, he recognized the purple-clad young man fighting in the hall. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, the sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation. His opponent. After that, the gray-clad young man noticed the battle soul that Duan Ling Tian had to face was abnormally strong compared to the collective strength of the 10 battle souls he had to face. His expression was solemn as he thought to himself, even I would need more than 30 moves to kill it after unleashing all my strength. Moreover, based on the discussion in the surroundings, it seems like the battle soul's strength would improve after 100 moves or so. The spectators continued to fervently discuss among themselves as they watched Duan Ling Tian. Most of them did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive. They've already exchanged 22 moves. Although this purple-clad young man is powerful, he's destined to die if he can't defeat it within 100 moves. The battle soul is too powerful. I'd definitely die if I have to face it. Moreover, we can't rely on external forces in the southern heaven ancient realms, so celestial talismans and celestial pills are useless here. That's right. So long as they contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke or someone stronger, they won't work here. If a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a medicinal pill that could increase their strength to that of a celestial duke, they would be instantly killed by the formation guarding the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He only has a chance of defeating this battle soul if he has comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for him to win. After all, they're both using king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by a celestial lord. Chapter 3008 Prominent Artifact. Upon hearing the discussions in his surroundings, the gray-clad young man did not agree nor disagree. He'll die for sure. Duan Ling Tian isn't that weak. Due to his extraordinary background, he prided himself on being a good judge of character. When he first saw Duan Ling Tian, he had sensed a familiar aura from Duan Ling Tian. Although he was not sure what aura it was, he could tell it was similar to his clan and the realm he was from. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "The aura feels like the aura of an artifact, but it's not exactly the same either. It feels like something is missing." As soon as the gray-clad young man finished speaking, a female voice rang in his mind. The voice was mellifluous but bone-chillingly cold at the same time. "The soul of the artifact is missing. Sister Wanger, you're awake." Upon hearing the female voice, the gray-clad young man widened his eyes in excitement. "Yes." The mellifluous and cold voice rang again. "I've already regained consciousness when you first met him. However, at that time, I couldn't communicate with you." After a pause, the woman spoke up again. "Little Feng, you've grown up." Upon hearing these words, the gray-clad young man's eyes reddened. He had unknowingly clenched his hands as he said, "Sister Wanger, one day, I'll avenge you and the clan." "I believe you." The woman said, "I'll help you as well." "Sister Wanger, you." The gray-clad young man's eyes flashed as he spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, the woman interjected. "Little Feng, I plan to fuse with the artifact in Duan Ling Tian's body and become the soul of that artifact." The soul of the artifact in his body. Upon hearing the woman's words, the gray-clad young man's eyes widened in shock, and his expression changed drastically. "Sister Wanger, you're the soul of a prominent artifact. Not even a mediocre artifact is worthy of you, let alone a primitive artifact." Then, he looked at the purple-clad young man before he asked in a trembling voice, Is it possible that the soulless artifact in Duan Ling Tian's body is a prominent artifact?" "You've heard of the artifact in his body before," the woman said. "I've heard of it." The gray-clad youth was stunned. Then, his eyes brightened as he said, "Sister Wanger, you're saying that the artifact in Duan Ling Tian's body is not just a prominent artifact, but a prominent artifact from the divine offering land. Am I right?" "The artifact in his body is called the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword." The woman replied. "What? The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword?" The gray-clad young man's eyes widened in shock. "That sword, isn't it in the possession of Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan? Why is it in Duan Ling Tian's body?" The gray-clad young man had, naturally, heard about the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Almost everyone from the divine offering land had heard of it. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was famous not because of how outstanding it was among prominent artifacts but because its original owner was very famous in the divine offering land. "You have to ask him about this. However, since he has the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, it shows that he has a special relationship with Xianxia," the woman said. "If you can befriend Xianxia through him, you'll have a powerful ally helping you when you seek revenge in the future. The Xia clan's third master is quite strong after all." "Sister Wanger." The gray-clad young man trembled slightly. The woman was the soul of the artifact that his elder sister used to carry around in the past. After the artifact's body was destroyed, the seriously injured soul escaped and hid in his body. Then, it guided him to escape from his destroyed clan and the divine offering land to the spirit overarching heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, not privy to the gray-clad young man and the woman's conversation. Otherwise, he would be surprised by the way the woman had addressed the gray-clad young man. After all, based on what Duan Ling Tian knew, the gray-clad young man's name did not contain the word Feng. Meanwhile, another person had appeared near the gray-clad young man. This person was also one of the participants who was fighting fiercely in one of the halls earlier. He had just passed the trial and walked into this hall not long ago. When he looked into the hall where most people were gathered in front of, he recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian, this young man was none other than Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation. Previously, he had fought with Duan Ling Tian before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. Due to his strength, he managed to survive thus far. Cheating. Shui Jingyu was shocked when he heard the discussions in his surroundings. He was shocked to find out that Duan Ling Tian was being punished during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple for cheating. "They think he'll die for sure." Shui Jingyu sneered when he heard several people saying Duan Ling Tian would certainly die. He was aware that Duan Ling Tian was not as weak as these people thought. However, that battle soul is truly strong. Its attack is much stronger than mine during our battle. However, I don't think its attack is strong enough to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. Back then, Duan Ling Tian had easily stopped my attack. Moreover, at that time, he didn't have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, his defense must have grown even more formidable. That battle soul won't be able to break his defenses. As long as Duan Ling Tian takes advantage of the time when the battle soul is attacking him, he'll be able to kill the battle soul. Naturally, it carries a risk as well. Shui Jingyu was thoroughly convinced of his defeat by Duan Ling Tian's hand. He was rather certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill the battle soul. If it were me, I would be easily killed by that battle soul. After seeing the strength of the battle soul Duan Ling Tian faced, he knew he was no match for the battle soul. He was unlike Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the other law of earth's profundity was a defensive profundity. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian no longer attacked the battle soul head-on. Instead, just as Shui Jingyu had speculated, he allowed the battle soul to attack him. In the next moment, the red scale vest appeared on his body. At the same time, he took the chance and slashed with his giant sword at lightning speed. The battle soul that was in the midst of attacking could not defend itself from Duan Ling Tian's attack. It did not stop and continued on its trajectory to cut Duan Ling Tian down. Its only purpose was to kill Duan Ling Tian. It had no regard for its life at all. Upon seeing this, the spectators gasped in shock. Did the purple-clad young man plan to die along with the battle soul? He must know that this move would kill him even if he managed to kill the battle soul, right? However, the subsequent progress was out of their expectations. On the contrary, Shui Jingyu smiled faintly, looking smug that he had guessed correctly. I knew it. Meanwhile, the gray-clad young man who was having a conversation with the soul of the artifact in his mind regained his senses when he heard the exclamations in his surroundings. Heavens, what a terrifyingly strong defense! He blocked the full attack from the battle soul just by using his defensive king-grade celestial weapon. How did he do it? His defensive king-grade celestial weapon doesn't look like it had been nurtured by a celestial lord. In fact, even if it had been nurtured by a celestial lord, it still wouldn't be able to completely stop the attack of that battle soul, right? He must have comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, the second profundity must be a defensive profundity. Otherwise, his defenses won't be so terrifyingly strong. After hearing these words, the gray-clad young man saw the battle soul had attacked Duan Ling Tian with all its strength but failed to penetrate the red vest on Duan Ling Tian's body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's explosive attack managed to completely destroy the battle soul. This guy is terrifying. He's too terrifying. I don't think there are many people who can breach his defense, right? Who's he? How's he so insanely strong? I've never heard of him before. That young man called out his name earlier. Maybe he knows him. With that, everyone looked at Shui Jingyu inquiringly. Shui Jingyu calmly said without any prompt, his name is Duan Ling Tian. He's a genius sectless cultivator who's representing the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. A genius sectless cultivator representing the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Most people were shocked by Shui Jingyu's words. They had assumed Duan Ling Tian had come from a grade 7 force after witnessing his strength. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had just passed the trial, entered the hall where everyone was gathered. He did not expect to see so many people after he walked out of the hall. Moreover, he even recognized two of the people there. They were none other than Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, and Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. Chapter 3009 Talk to you in private. It seems like these are people who have just passed the trial. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. Not only did he discover that everything in the hall he had just exited could be seen, but he also discovered he could see everything that was happening in other halls. There was a total of 10 halls, and 3 of the halls were occupied by participants who were still going through the trial. After Duan Ling Tian watched the other participants' trials for a moment, a frown appeared on his face. He saw one of the participants had killed 7 battle souls, but the remaining 3 battle souls showed no sign of merging. In the end, the participant killed 3 of the battle souls without them merging. The remaining 2 participants had also killed more than 5 battle souls each. Similarly, the battle souls showed no sign of merging. Duan Ling Tian was annoyed and puzzled by this. What's going on? Why is my trial so much more difficult than theirs? At the same time, Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, noticed the confused expression on Duan Lingtian's face. He took the initiative and said, "Duan Lingtian, did you help another person obtain 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple?" Duan Lingtian looked at Shui Jingyu skeptically. Although Duan Lingtian did not know why Shui Jingyu would ask such a question, he still nodded in response. Indeed, he had helped Huang Jichao obtain 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. That's right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Shui Jingyu said, "It's considered as cheating to help someone to obtain 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. That's why the first trial you faced after entering the Celestial Lord Temple had a higher difficulty level. There was a person who wasn't any weaker than me who died facing the same trial you did. Cheating." Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had never heard of it before. However, when he recalled those who obtained 10 points and were granted entry to the Celestial Lord would lose their memories after exiting the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he thought it was only natural that the rule was not widely known. At this moment, Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation, called out, "Duan Lingtian." Then, he made his way over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was surprised that Ling Juyun would take the initiative to greet him. He nodded and calmly replied, "Ling Juyun, can I talk to you in private?" Ling Juyun asked. Although Duan Lingtian did not know what Ling Juyun's intentions were, he nodded and acquiesced to Ling Juyun's request without asking any question. "Thank you very much." Ling Juyun thanked Duan Lingtian when he saw the other party agreeing to his request. Then, he led Duan Lingtian back into the hall that Duan Lingtian had just exited. Meanwhile, Shui Jingyu, who had heard Duan Lingtian calling out Ling Juyun's name, fell deep in his thoughts. He found the name familiar. Ling Juyun, that's right, he's the genius who's representing the East Ming Nation. He's a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who comprehended a power of the law. During the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation, he had defeated all the other participants. At this moment, everyone, including Shui Jingyu, could see Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun who stood facing each other in the hall. Ling Juyun's back was facing a few people standing outside. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man looked at Shui Jingyu and curiously asked, "You said earlier that the purple-clad young man is from the Thousand Nations territory." Upon hearing this, a few people turned to look at Shui Jingyu. Yes, Shui Jingyu nodded. It's not just him. The person in the hall with him and I are also from the Thousand Nations territory. Unlike me, who's from the Southern Qi nation, they're both sectless cultivators. They're only representing the supporting Fall nation and the East Ming nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They're not citizens of the nations they're representing. I didn't expect that 3 people from the Thousand Nations territory managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. The middle-aged man sighed. At this time, an old man standing next to the middle-aged man asked, If I'm not mistaken, the purple-clad young man isn't even 100 years old, right?" When Duan Lingtian followed Ling Juyun into the hall, the old man had instinctively extended divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian for a brief moment. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was less than 100 years old, but he was not very sure. Upon hearing the old man's words, a few people, including the middle-aged man, shook their heads disbelievingly. The purple-clad young man isn't even 100 years old. Impossible. How can someone who hasn't even reached the age of 100 be so strong? He's right, Shui Jingyu calmly replied, it's not just the purple-clad young man. The gray-clad young man with him is also less than 100 years old. If you don't believe me, you can confirm my words when they come out. Both of them are under 100 years old. The purple-clad young man comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. How can he be less than 100 years old? Are you joking? When the crowd heard the conviction in Shui Jingyu's words, they no longer doubted him. After all, there was no reason for him to lie. Moreover, just as Shui Jingyu had suggested, they could check for themselves when the duo exited the hall. If they wanted to confirm it now, they could even enter the hall now. However, none of them had the courage to do such a thing. After all, the purple-clad young man was insanely strong. Although they were strong as well, they had only comprehended 1 profundity from Allah. They were far from being a match for him. In the hall, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juyun and asked, "What's the matter?" He was, naturally, slightly curious. Ling Juyun did not beat around the bush and bluntly asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you know Xianxia? Xianxia, upon hearing Ling Zhuyun's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. Waves of emotions rose in his heart immediately. Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, familiar with this name. Moreover, Xianxia had left a deep impression on him. After all, Xianxia was Kei's third uncle in her previous life. Not only that, but Xianxia had saved his life in the mundane realm and gave him a first-form profound divine medal and a Devata divine sword. Which Xianxia are you talking about? Duan Ling Tian asked after calming down. He did not think Ling Zhuyun, a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial, would know Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was someone who was stronger than heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. He was from the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. I'm talking about Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan in the divine offering land. Ling Zhuyun slowly said. Upon hearing the words, divine offering land, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Indeed, Ling Zhuyun was talking about Kei's uncle. He was perplexed. How did Ling Zhuyun know about the divine offering land? Ling Zhuyun is just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How does he know about Xianxia and the divine offering land? Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he asked with narrowed eyes, how did you know I knew him? Ling Zhuyun replied honestly, it's due to the prominent artifact in your body, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's Xianxia's sword. Since it's with you now, he must have given it to you. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Zhuyun warily and asked, who are you? I'm from the divine offering land. Ling Zhuyun, who had expected this question, calmly said, to be precise, I'm from the Ling clan in the divine offering land. It's a solitary but peaceful clan. He subconsciously clenched his hands into fists, and his eyes reddened when he mentioned the Ling clan. Waves of killing intent rolled out of his body at the same time. His voice was cold as he continued to say, although our Ling clan wasn't as famous as the Xia clan, and our strength was slightly inferior to the Xia clan, our clan was as famous as the Xia clan back then. Upon seeing the changes in Ling Zhuyun, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, does he hate his clan? Or did something happen to his clan? He could clearly sense the hatred from Ling Zhuyun's killing intent. However, he did not know who or what the hatred was directed at. He asked, slightly perplexed, you asked to talk to me privately, just to say this. After entering the hall, except for the first sentence by Duan Ling Tian, the duo had been communicating through voice transmission. No, Ling Zhuyun shook his head. I have something to ask of you. Please let the soul of my elder sister's prominent artifact become the artifact soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in your body. The artifact soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened again. What do you mean? My elder sister had a prominent artifact. When she died, the prominent artifact was also taken away. However, the artifact soul forcibly separated herself from the prominent artifact that had become masterless at the cost of serious injuries. That's how she came to temporarily reside in my consciousness, Ling Zhuyun said. After she becomes the soul of the Seven Orifice exquisite sword, her life will be completely in your hands. You don't need to worry that she'll turn against you. As long as you are the master of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, you'll be her master as well. She can't escape from the Seven Orifices exquisite sword as long as the Seven Orifice exquisite sword has a master. Chapter 3010 Wanger. Ling Zhuyun was clearly trying to reassure Duan Ling Tian with his words. Although nothing seemed to be wrong with Ling Zhuyun's words, Duan Ling Tian still decided to be cautious. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth, how much do you know about the artifact? Are his words true? Prior to this, Duan Ling Tian only knew the Seven Orifice exquisite sword in his body was a Devata artifact, and it was as powerful as a Duke-grade celestial weapon without its artifact soul. There's a Devata artifact in your body. The Chaos Divine Earth was shocked. He's able to sense it, why can't you? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Then, he deliberately moved the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in his body closer to the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really a Devata artifact. Moreover, it's a prominent artifact. The Chaos Divine Earth sighed before it complained in its childish voice, boy, since you possess a Devata artifact, why did you use the royal-grade celestial weapon to kill that Sima Chun previously? Although this Devata artifact doesn't have a soul, its strength is still comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon if someone with your strength wields it. If you had used this sword against Sima Chun, you could have killed him in seconds before he could even attack. Then, I wouldn't need to help you deflect his attack at all. Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although the 7-orifice exquisite sword in my body is a Devata artifact, it's only as powerful as a Duke-grade celestial weapon. There's no way it's comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had tried using the 7 orifices exquisite sword more than once and had confirmed it was only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth asked, "You probably used this artifact before comprehending the law profundity, right?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. "You mean, after comprehending the profundity of the law, I'm able to increase the power of the artifact?" "That's right," the Chaos Divine Earth said. "Those who comprehend the power of the law can even boost a soulless primitive artifact to the level of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone a prominent artifact like yours. You have such a wonderful artifact, and yet, you still use that royal-grade celestial weapon. What a waste." It did not hesitate to chide Duan Ling Tian for being unable to recognize the treasure he possessed. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He was truly unaware of this. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "As for what he said earlier, it's true. If your Devata artifact is fused with a suitable soul, it'll be beneficial to you. After all, with a soul, the sword would be restored to its full strength and potential. Naturally, with your current strength, you won't be able to use it to its full potential yet. However, just being able to wield part of its power is already equivalent to wielding an Emperor-grade celestial weapon." When Ling Zhuyun saw Duan Ling Tian was distracted, he frowned slightly. "Duan Ling Tian, are you unwilling to accept my proposal?" Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian would refuse such a great deal, he became uncertain when he saw Duan Ling Tian's hesitation. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses when he heard Ling Zhuyun calling out to him. He looked at Ling Zhuyun intently as he said, "I agree. However, I'm sure there are conditions, right?" There was no reason for Duan Ling Tian to refuse such a great deal. However, he knew there was no free lunch in the world. He would definitely need to pay a price in exchange for such a great deal. "My sister's soul artifact will talk to you about this," Ling Zhuyun said. The moment Ling Zhuyun's voice trailed off, Duan Ling Tian received a voice transmission from Ling Zhuyun. But it was not Ling Zhuyun's voice. A mellifluous but cold woman's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "I'm willing to be the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and I have but one condition." Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he heard the cold voice. "What condition?" "When you've grown strong enough, avenge my master by killing her murderer." The woman said. "Avenge your master?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and said, "If the person who killed your former master deserves to die, I don't mind helping you avenge her. However, if your former master was a sinister person who deserved death, and the murderer was just enforcing justice, I won't agree to your condition." Although the temptation of having a soul in the artifact was huge, Duan Ling Tian was not someone who would go against his conscience and kill innocent people for his own benefit. "What an honorable man," as expected of the person whom Sha Jia gave the sword to, the woman said. Based on her words, it was clear she had no objections to his words. "We'll do as you say." Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Ling Tian was rather certain the murderer was someone who deserved to die. "I'll enter your sea of consciousness now. Don't resist it. After entering your sea of consciousness, I'll gradually merge with the 7-orifice exquisite sword in your body and become its soul." As soon as the woman's voice trailed off, something flashed past the corners of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He saw a streak of green light rushing into his body. "Chaos Divine Earth, you." Duan Ling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth when it saw the streak of green light rushing toward his sea of consciousness and his soul. He wanted the Chaos Divine Earth to help him limit the profound divine metal's power that was guarding his soul. Although profound divine metal was in deep slumber, it still instinctively protected Duan Ling Tian's soul. Therefore, it was very likely that the soul artifact would not be able to enter his soul in his sea of consciousness. "Don't worry." The Chaos Divine Earth seemed to know what Duan Ling Tian wanted to say. "The profound divine metal won't block her soul." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt fluctuations in his sea of consciousness. Soon after, a woman's voice rang in his mind. "Profound divine metal, Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame." Hints of shock could be heard in her voice. "The divine tree of life is also here. You managed to make it acknowledge you as its master." She knew that Duan Ling Tian had successfully obtained the divine tree of life in the past, but she did not expect that he would be able to make the divine tree of life recognize him as its master. She sighed in awe. As it turns out, you have 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Xianxia chose you. Xianxia chose me. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian frowned in confusion. Aren't you the successor Xianxia was looking for in the Devata realm? The woman was puzzled. No, Duan Ling Tian calmly replied, Xianxia and I can be regarded as relatives at best. I address him as third uncle. Third uncle, you're his relative. Are you from the Xia clan? No, your surname is Duan. Are you the illegitimate son of the patriarch of the Xia clan? The woman asked. Nonsense, Duan Ling Tian said in response to her question. Then why do you address Xianxia as third uncle? The woman asked again. My wife is the young lady of the Xia clan, Xia Ning Shui. Duan Ling Tian said. Xia Ning Yu was Kei's name in her past life. Xia Ning Shui. The woman murmured, how's that possible? Xia Ning Shui had already died because she refused the marriage with the Yun clan. Even if she's not dead, how can she have such a weak man as her husband? It's up to you to believe me or not. Speaking of Kei, Duan Ling Tian became sad and irritable. The woman could sense Duan Ling Tian's turbulent emotions, so she did not say more. When Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses, he glanced at Ling Juyun and said, I didn't expect that you come from the divine offering land. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Juyun returned Duan Ling Tian's stare and solemnly said in a deep voice, although Sister Wanzher has chosen to be the sword soul of your seven-orifice exquisite sword and serve you as her master. If I find out that you insult her or force her to do what she's unwilling to do, I will fight you with my life and seek justice for her. Stop thinking such dirty thoughts. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ling Juyun before he walked out of the hall, leaving Ling Juyun behind. He knew what Ling Juyun's words meant. Ling Juyun was worried he would abuse his power as Wanzher's master and force her to do something she did not want to do. For example, have sex with him. However, was he that kind of person? He could understand Ling Juyun's concern, but he could not help but feel offended. Ling Juyun followed Duan Ling Tian out of the hall. Not only was he not dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian's attitude, but a faint smile could be seen on his face as well. He could tell Duan Ling Tian was someone worthy of his trust. When Duan Ling Tian walked out of the hall, the woman's astonished voice rang in his mind again. Third form Chaos Divine Earth, third form Chaos Divine Flame, and second form Profound Divine Metal. How did you do it? The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled before he replied, Girl, you mean third form Profound Divine Metal. After all, once the Profound Divine Metal wakes up, it'll evolve to the third form by absorbing the first form Profound Divine Metal this kid obtained. Chaos Divine Earth, why are you willing to share the same host as the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame? I thought the 5 divine elements are very arrogant. How can you be willing to share a host with other divine elements? The woman asked, surprised. Girl, before asking me this question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The Chaos Divine Earth asked. My name is Wanzher. I was the soul of a prominent Devata artifact. I have now become the soul of the 7-orifice exquisite sword in his body, the woman said. Wanzher. That's a nice name. The Chaos Divine Earth's manner of speaking was mature, contrary to its childish voice. Chapter 30113 Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun walked out of the hall, another person who had passed the trial walked out of another hall. Currently, there were 8 people, including Duan Ling Tian, in the room. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun walked out, a few people probed them with their divine consciousness. Indeed, he's less than 100 years old. Both of them are younger than 100 years old. Heavens, who are they? They're already so powerful at this age. How insanely strong would they be in the future? Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun. As long as both of them don't die an untimely death, they'll definitely be famous in the profound nether mansion in the future. With their talent and comprehension skills, once they grow stronger, they'll definitely leave the profound nether mansion and dominate the southern heaven territory. Younger than 100 years old. When the participant who had just passed his trial heard the discussion in his surroundings, he instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun. Indeed, he confirmed the duo was truly less than 100 years old after investigating with his divine consciousness. His discovery made him feel dejected. They're less than 100 years old, but they managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple and pass the difficult trial. In the past, this young man had thought of himself as a genius. However, In front of this duo, he really could not be regarded as a genius at all. He was older than 300 years old, and the duo was not even 100 years old. And yet, they were not weaker than him. Since these people were here, he knew they had all passed the trial. This meant that they were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended one profundity of a law, at least. At this moment, Shui Jingyu looked around his surroundings. When he saw no entrance or passage, he asked in confusion, "What do we do next? Do we just stay here and wait?" With these words, everyone's attention shifted away from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, and they began to survey their surroundings. "I think, well, perhaps, there has to be a certain number of people here before we can progress." A middle-aged man speculated out loud. "That makes sense." Several other people agreed. "We have 8 people now. There are 2 more people who aren't here. They should be here soon." Only one person has appeared, replacing one of the participants who had died during the trial. No one has appeared in the other halls since. Since there are 10 halls, I'm guessing we'll only be able to proceed once there are 10 people here. The people discussed among themselves as they watched the remaining 2 participants who were still undergoing the trial. Their trials were coming to end. They seem quite strong, so they'll probably be able to easily pass the trial. That's not surprising at all. Someone who managed to obtain 10 points has to be somewhat strong. Not necessarily. Some people are unlucky, and some managed to accumulate 10 points because they had help. You're talking about the genius, Hong Dao, from the Compassionate Cloud sect, right? He's, indeed, unlucky. He could be standing here with us now, but he died because he helped another person. He didn't know that such a thing would happen, after all. In fact, none of us knew beforehand. It seems like we won't be able to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. HMPH. If he was as strong as Duan Lingtian, would he have died? As a few people discussed among themselves, their eyes drifted back to Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian stood motionlessly with his eyes closed. Ling Juyun, who was standing not far away, looked at Duan Lingtian as well. His cold expression seemed to thaw when he looked at Duan Lingtian. These 2 people, Shui Jingyu, who was standing at the side, was slightly confused when he saw the changes in Ling Juyun's expression. Before the duo entered the hall, he was certain that Ling Juyun was rather indifferent when looking at Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Ling Juyun looked at Duan Lingtian as though Duan Lingtian was a friend. What did they talk about inside? Since Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun had communicated using voice transmission, Shui Jingyu was, naturally, not privy to their conversation. When Duan Lingtian came out from the hall, his expression had remained indifferent. On the contrary, a faint smile could be seen on Ling Juyun's face. Coupled with the changes in Ling Juyun's expression now, Shui Jingyu could not help but feel curious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood with his eyes closed, might seem like he was resting. However, he was, in fact, conversing with Wanzher, the soul artifact he had recently acquired. "What artifact were you a soul of before this?" "A prominent artifact called the Divine Phoenix Glazed Sword," Wanzher replied. "You were a sword soul as well in the past." The Chaos Divine Earth interjected, surprised. "If you were the soul of a prominent divine sword before, it'd be easier for you to become the soul of the sword in this kid's body. Moreover, you'd be more in sync with the sword as well." Wanzher said, "There's one more thing you might not know. The Divine Phoenix Glazed Sword and the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword were forged by the same powerhouse. Plus, they were refined one after another. The 2 stayed together for a long time. Moreover, the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and I were born almost at the same time. I used to address the former soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword as elder sister. However, even if our host possessed another Devata artifact, I'd still make the same decision I did earlier." Based on her words, it could be seen she had a close relationship with the former soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. "You know the original soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Do you know what's the relationship between the original owner of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and third uncle then?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Prominent artifacts are rare even in the realm of gods. In the Divine Offering Land, all prominent artifacts are famous, and their owners are also powerful figures," Wanzher replied. "With how famous the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was in the past, almost everyone knew its owner. As for the relationship between the original owner of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and Xianxia, you'll have to ask Xianxia." I can't tell you, nor should I tell you about it. She sighed after she finished speaking. Upon hearing Wanzher's sigh, Duan Ling Tian speculated that the original owner of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and Sha Jia must have had an unusual relationship. You said that the Seven Orifices exquisite sword is a prominent artifact. So, artifacts are also divided into primitive, mediocre, and prominent grades? Duan Ling Tian asked. He only knew that Devata artifacts were superior to celestial weapons. Moreover, they even possessed artifact souls. However, he did not know that there were different grades of Devata artifacts. Yes, Wanzher said, artifacts are divided into primitive artifacts, mediocre artifacts, and prominent artifacts. Are there artifacts superior to prominent artifacts? Duan Ling Tian asked. No, Wanzher replied, the prominent artifacts are the pinnacle of artifacts. Only the strongest and most skilled are capable of forging them. Not only does one have to be skilled, the materials needed to forge prominent artifacts, the forging environment, and the forging time have strict requirements as well. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of prominent artifacts after listening to Wanzher's words. He also learned more about mediocre artifacts and primitive artifacts from her. As it turns out, most of the heavenly emperors of Devata realms only possess primitive artifacts. Very few possess mediocre artifacts, let alone prominent artifacts. Artifacts are only divided into 3 grades, unlike celestial weapons that are divided into primitive, mediocre, and prominent grades before being further divided into duke grade, king grade, royal grade, and emperor grade. Moreover, only Devata artifacts can give birth to artifact souls. As for celestial weapons, only emperor grade celestial weapons can be forcibly injected with life to produce an artifact spirit. The difference between artifact souls and artifact spirits lies not only in their name. The former is born while the latter is not. The former is, naturally, superior to the latter. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was once again reminded of the emperor-grade celestial weapon that he once owned, the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. There was an extraneous artifact spirit forcibly imprisoned in the pagoda. It was a 3-legged golden crow called Elder Huo. Although the power of 7 Orifices exquisite sword is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon if I wield it with my current strength, it should still be weaker than an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an extraneous artifact spirit. Emperor-grade celestial weapons with extraneous artifact spirits are far more powerful than emperor-grade celestial weapons without extraneous artifact spirits. Duan Ling Tian also learned that there were differences in strength between emperor-grade celestial weapons as well. At this moment, a commotion broke out, causing Duan Ling Tian to open his eyes. They came out. They are out. Duan Ling Tian saw 2 people coming out from the 2 halls. Finally, 10 people were gathered in the room. Soon after, the voice that Duan Ling Tian suspected belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang again. Congratulations, you passed the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. Next, 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords will appear. As to who will obtain them, it's up to you to decide. Chapter 3012 I'm sorry. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords, celestial origin energies. The eyes of the 10 people in the room brightened up immediately when they heard the words of what seemed to be the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The next moment, 3 pieces of dark armor appeared in the air. They were shrouded in black light and purple lightning bolts could be seen flashing on them. Whenever the purple lightning bolts flashed, the air seemed to ripple. A mysterious energy loomed in the room, slightly pressuring the room's occupants. So these are the 3 defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the 3 defensive king-grade celestial weapons, clearly delighted. Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords were undoubtedly stronger than the ordinary defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale vest, that Duan Ling Tian possessed. In fact, it was only slightly weaker than a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was still immersed in his thoughts when a series of explosions rang in the air. 8 people, including Shui Jingyu, flew into the air, making their way to the 3 defensive king-grade celestial weapons that were hovering in the air at lightning speed. Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords were extremely rare. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans possessed only a few of such weapons. The weapons were rare and invaluable. Who could resist them? Swoosh, swoosh swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun remained in their spots. They watched in a leisurely manner as the 8 people dashed toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at the speed of light, hoping to get their hands on the weapons first. Ling Zhuyan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I want one." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. "Are you short of king-grade celestial weapons?" He was slightly taken back that Ling Zhuyan was interested in the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. Although they were rare, Ling Zhuyan was from the divine offering land, after all. There were many treasures that were far superior to king-grade celestial weapons. Why would Ling Zhuyan want one? I know what you're thinking. When I left the divine offering land, I took a few artifacts and emperor-grade celestial weapons with me. The king-grade celestial weapons that I currently have were obtained later on. However, do you think it's wise for me to openly wield my artifacts and emperor-grade celestial weapons? Ling Zhuyan glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Do you openly wield your artifact? If the 3 sects and 2 clans find out you possess an artifact, they'll definitely kill you if you refuse to hand over the artifact to them. I've already obtained a king-grade celestial sword that had been nurtured by a celestial lord in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but I'm lacking a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly when he heard Ling Zhuyan's explanation. He could empathize with Ling Zhuyan, after all. Just as Ling Zhuyan had said, he could not simply reveal the existence of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, unless he was 100% certain there was no one around and he could kill his opponent. Moreover, if he were to fight with Ling Zhuyan over the defensive king-grade celestial weapons, he was not sure he could best Ling Zhuyan. After all, Ling Zhuyan possessed artifacts from the divine offering realm. Moreover, it was likely that Ling Zhuyan's artifacts had artifact souls as well. Even if he was certain he could best Ling Zhuyan, he still would not fight Ling Zhuyan for a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. After all, although it came with a condition, it was all thanks to Ling Zhuyan that he had gained an artifact soul for the 7 orifices exquisite sword. One of the king-grade celestial weapons is yours. The remaining 2 are mine, Duan Ling Tian said to Ling Zhuyan. Based on his words, he clearly did not think the other 8 participants would be able to snatch the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons from him. It doesn't matter to me since I can only use one anyway. Ling Zhuyan shrugged. While Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyan were conversing, an intense battle broke out between the 8 people who went for the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. These people attacked indiscriminately. Whenever one person reached out for one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, he would be instantly targeted by the other 7 people. At this moment, it was difficult to predict the outcome. After a few moments, one of the participants discovered there were only 8 of them vying for 3 king-grade celestial weapons. He thought to himself in confusion, why are there only 8 of us? The participant, a middle-aged man, withdrew from the battle momentarily and saw 2 young men standing leisurely at a corner. It was as though they were not interested in the king-grade celestial weapons at all. He asked, "Aren't both of you interested in the king-grade celestial weapons?" The middle-aged man's voice was loud and clear, drowning out the noises from the ongoing battle. All of a sudden, the 7 people fighting for the king-grade celestial weapons halted their movements and exchanged a look before they shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyan. Among the 7 people, 4 of them shivered slightly when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. His strength was superior to theirs, and his defenses were exceptional. Even if they attacked with all their might, they would not be able to breach his defense. The frightened expressions on the 4 participants' faces caught the attention of the remaining 3 people behind them. These 3 people were oblivious to Duan Ling Tian's strength since they did not witness him in battle during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. 2 of them began to discuss among themselves. Is the purple-clad young man very powerful? He's not even 100 years old, how powerful could he be? The middle-aged man who noticed Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyan's absence first sneered. Why don't both of you find out for yourselves how powerful he is? These 3 men's strength was on par with his. He knew they would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian even if they joined forces. At this moment, an old man who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's prowess earlier said, Duan Ling Tian, most of us know how powerful you are. Why don't you take one of the king-grade celestial weapons, and leave the remaining 2 for us? What do you think? Upon hearing the old man's words, the 3 clueless men frowned. On the contrary, the other 4 people, including Shui Jingyu, nodded in agreement. That's right, Duan Ling Tian, why don't you choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons? Duan Ling Tian, after you. That's right, that's right. Let us fight over the remaining 2 weapons. Upon seeing the 4 participants' reactions, the 3 clueless men finally realized Duan Ling Tian was not a simple person. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities of Allah? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the others give up a king-grade celestial weapon so easily? It's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, after all. Seeing how afraid they are of him, I don't think we're his match at all. If he wants one, just let him have it. The 3 men finally decided not to object to the old man's suggestion of letting Duan Ling Tian have one of the king-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, the 7 participants looked at Duan Ling Tian, waiting for his reply. The 3 clueless men were certain Duan Ling Tian would instantly agree to the request. On the contrary, the remaining 4 participants were unsure. They were worried Duan Ling Tian might want all 3 of the king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, 5 of them would have no choice but to trust each other and join forces to fight Duan Ling Tian. They knew if they did not join forces, they would not be a match for him at all. However, even if they joined forces, they knew it was impossible for them to kill or defeat Duan Ling Tian. At most, they would be able to come to a draw. Apart from that, it would be difficult for them to work together since they were rife with distrust. 1 king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian faintly smiled before he calmly said, I'm sorry, but I want 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 3013 Altogether at once. 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the 5 participants, including Shui Jingyu, frowned slightly. They felt he was rather quite demanding. Nevertheless, none of them dared to voice their dissatisfaction. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to take all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. On the other hand, the 3 clueless participants who did not witness Duan Ling Tian's strength did not hide their displeasure. One of the 3 men, a middle-aged man, looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a dark expression on his face, Lad, don't you think you're being too greedy? Do you have an opinion about it? Duan Ling Tian looked at the man meaningfully before the other 2 men could chime in. You're not even 100 years old. Why do you need 2 king-grade celestial weapons? Are you even capable of keeping them? The middle-aged man asked coldly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. He had discovered Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but he was oblivious to Duan Ling Tian's strength. There were many talented powerhouses below the age of 100 in the history of the profound Nether Mansion, but the strongest among them was only as strong as him. Not even 100 years old. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, a young man, one of 3 clueless participants, extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. Then, he turned to the other 5 participants, including Shui Jingyu, and said disdainfully, It's true. He's not even 100 years old. You lot are terrified of a brat who's not even 100 years old. Cowards. The 5 participants were not embarrassed nor were they angry when the young man mocked them. Instead, they looked at him as though he was an idiot. This young man's strength was roughly on par with theirs, he had only comprehended 1 profundity of Allah. Does this mean both of you plan to go against me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man, the corner of his lips was lifted up into a smirk. Brat, quit playing games with me. If you want the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, you'll have to go through me first. The young man retorted, clearly not taking Duan Ling Tian seriously. Duan Ling Tian did not reply to the young man. Instead, he looked at the final man from the group of 3. This man was the participant who had walked out of the hall when Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun walked out of another hall earlier. What about you? Are you planning to go against me as well? The man looked at Duan Ling Tian, recalling the other 5 participants' discussion earlier. It's true, they're under 100 years old. Both of them are under 100 years old. Heavens, who are they? They're so talented even at such a young age. Can you imagine how strong they would become in the future? Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun. If they don't die an untimely death, they'll definitely become formidable characters in the future. Based on their innate talents and high comprehension skills, even the profound Nether Mansion would be too small for them. The Southern Heaven territory is where they belong. After he recalled the conversations he heard, the man remained silent when faced with Duan Ling Tian's inquiry. Seems like you're the only one with no opinion among the 3. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the man briefly before he shifted his eyes to the other two men and faintly said, "Since both of you are dissatisfied, why don't you attack me together?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body flickered out of sight, leaving the ground shaking in his wake. Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and young man who were dissatisfied with him wanting two king-grade celestial weapons. "Attack together." The young man laughed before he said disdainfully, "Lad, I can defeat you by myself." "Really? I can't wait to see what you've got." Duan Ling Tian grinned. The young man scoffed and charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. A short knife, a king-grade celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. Its aura that was cold and domineering spread into the surroundings. From this alone, one could tell it was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It was a purely offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. The young man cast all his duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities before sending his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of metal's profundity into the short knife that he wielded. In just an instant, the short knife gleamed with a golden light, and its aura intensified. The law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity. Once Duan Ling Tian sensed the sharp aura from the young man's celestial origin energy, it was not difficult for him to guess that the young man had comprehended the law of metal. The law of metal was an offensive law, and its profundities were mostly offensive skills. Its fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, could increase the sharpness of one's celestial weapon and celestial origin energy. The celestial knife shot out cheese that were as dazzlingly bright as the sun as the young man drew closer to Duan Ling Tian. The short knife shone even brighter than before, like the sun that could vanquish the darkness, capturing everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian leisurely flew in the air to meet the incoming attack. His celestial origin energy that was boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity surged out of his body as he cast his celestial methods and divine abilities. His celestial origin energy surged into a giant sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand. The giant sword's aura was too overwhelming. Upon seeing this, the young man narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. He has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. Nonetheless, he was not surprised. After all, those who were able to pass the trial and made it this far would have strength on par with his. He could not say for certain if Duan Ling Tian or he was stronger. Although he has comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, he's not even 100 years old. His battle experience must be lesser than mine. No matter how I see it, I have the advantage. With this thought in mind, the young man's confidence was boosted. He was rather confident about his victory. Alas, the young man's confidence did not last long. It was soon replaced by shock. How's that possible? Is he seeking death? His eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian charging at him head-on with no intention of dodging his attack. He had assumed Duan Ling Tian would deflect his attack with his giant sword. However, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had chosen to disregard his life just to land a blow on him. It was as though Duan Ling Tian intended for them to die together. He could see the determination in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, so he did not think Duan Ling Tian was bluffing. "You're insane," the young man cried out when he regained his sense. He swiftly moved to avoid Duan Ling Tian's attack. For this reason, the force of his attack was greatly reduced. The diminished force from the young man's attack swept toward Duan Ling Tian and was easily deflected by the red scale vest on Duan Ling Tian's body. Although the young man had successfully evaded Duan Ling Tian's attack, by doing that, he had given Duan Ling Tian the upper hand. He tried to retaliate with all his might, but he found that Duan Ling Tian had no intention of avoiding his attacks like earlier. With this, the young man grew more and more passive in the battle. Eventually, when he attacked for the third time, he decided not to dodge Duan Ling Tian's attack anymore and charged forward. "I'd like to see if you're truly courageous enough to die along with me," the young man cried out as he mustered up all his strength and attacked Duan Ling Tian. Alas, the young man could not breach Duan Ling Tian's defense at all. The red scale vest on Duan Ling Tian's body that emitted a mustard light seemed invincible. It had been boosted by the chaos divine earth, after all. Why you've comprehended the law of Earth's second profundity." The young man's expression changed drastically. Realization finally dawned on him. He finally realized why the other 5 participants were so fearful of Duan Ling Tian to the point that they were willing to give up 2 king-grade celestial weapons to Duan Ling Tian without a fight. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of earth. A wave of regret overwhelmed the young man as Duan Ling Tian brought his giant sword down on the young man, easily breaching the young man's defense. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.